You? Struggling up from the ground, Senior Shui's lips were twitching crazily. The gaze she directed at the young man before her had changed altogether. Your comprehension of swordsmanship has already reached the level of sword quintessence? As a genius in swordsmanship, she was well aware of the various levels in swordsmanship. Her sword had dropped to the ground in fear before it could even nick the young man at all, trembling non-stop. She had only encountered such a situation with her teacher before. In other words, the young man who appeared to be in his early 20s already possessed an understanding of swordsmanship that was on par with her teacher. But how in the world could that be? To achieve sword quintessence required not only an extremely deep understanding of swordsmanship. More than that, one also had to accumulate sufficient experience and insight before one would be able to achieve the conceptualization necessary for the realm. The reason her teacher was able to achieve that realm was because he had once traveled a distance of 10,000 li on foot, experiencing the suffering and agony that ordinary mortals underwent, and that was what became the foundation for his breakthrough. Even if the young man were to start cultivating from his mother's womb, that would only be a short 20 years. To achieve sword quintessence within this limited period of time was truly inconceivable. Xianxia did not deny the matter. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, the sword that was bowing to him was released from its pressure. Wang! It flew into the air and landed in his hands. He flicked it lightly, and a crisp metallic reverberation echoed from it. This sword is not bad. It's compatible with you? Xianxia remarked before tossing the sword back. The sword was light and flexible, which was well suited for a water attribute cultivator like Senior Shui. My teacher picked it out for me, Senior Shui replied as she stored her sword, following which, she turned to look at Xianxia and asked, You said that you wish to browse through books relating to swordsmanship? Since the young man had comprehended sword quintessence, there was no point in challenging him in a duel anymore. The disparity between them was simply too big, so she would only be humiliated in the end. My teacher has quite a vast collection of books relating to swordsmanship, and I can bring you over, Senior Shui said hesitantly. Hearing those words, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Ah, then I'll be troubling you to lead the way then. However, Senior Shui said, I should warn you first. You have already comprehended sword quintessence, which means that you have already found your own way, so it would be best for you not to harbor too much hope regarding the matter. I think that there's a good chance that you may be kicked out before you can see any books. Kicked out? Why? Xianxia frowned in confusion. To achieve the level of sword quintessence at his age, he could already be considered an outstanding genius. Most sword practitioners would welcome him with open arms, wanting to trade insights with him, so why would he be kicked out instead? This, as you may know, my teacher is the #1 sword expert in the Sanctum of Sages, Jian. He possesses exceptionally powerful cultivation, and he's an extremely respectable man as well. At this point, Senior Shui paused for a moment before continuing with a suppressed voice. Just that. He tends to be a little too rigid and inflexible when it comes to rules. Inflexible when it comes to rules? Xianxia frowned. As Jianqing's student, Senior Shui was not in a good position to criticize her teacher. But basically, what her words meant was that Jianqing was an austere person, possessing the attitude reminiscent of an old academic. Such people tended to be extremely forthright in their words and actions. If they harbored goodwill for you, they would treat you with the utmost sincerity and offer their assistance magnanimously. However, if they found that they could not get along with you, then no matter how high a standing you had, how illustrious a background you had, nothing would be able to change their view of you. Yes, he used to be an elder of the Hall of Propriety, so he regards rules and formalities very highly. If you want to browse through his collection of books and receive his guidance, you will have to clear his test and receive his acknowledgement. The Zhang clan has a genius sword practitioner known as Zhang Su, and he's a renowned figure even in the inner sanctum. In terms of swordsmanship, he's reputed to be the indisputable #1, having achieved the level of sword quintessence. Yet, when he paid my teacher a visit in hopes of browsing through his collection of books, he was still mercilessly kicked out. So, I thought that it would be good to give you a heads up so that you won't be shocked later on, Senior Shui said hesitantly. Even a sword quintessence expert was kicked out? Why? Xianxia was perplexed. As someone who had comprehended sword quintessence, Xiangsu could already be considered one of the top figures of the Sanctum of Sages, even though his cultivation was lacking compared to the elders. In a sense, he could even be considered a fellow peer of Jian Qinsheng's in terms of swordsmanship. It simply did not seem rational for Jian Qinsheng to kick Zhang Su away on a whim. Like I have said before, my teacher is someone who regards formalities and the sort very highly. The person that he respects the most is the third sanctum head. The third sanctum head was one of the rare few who trod the path of cultivation through his sword, standing unchallenged in the world through his profound comprehension of swordsmanship. Those of the sage clans had to defer to him, and even the elders of the master-teacher pavilion headquarters dared not face him head-on. In his generation, the prestige and strength of the Sanctum of Sages were pushed to the very peak. However, despite the overwhelming prowess of the third sanctum head, it is a pity that he was slightly lacking when it came to his ability to impart knowledge. As a result, he was unable to pass down his full heritage, and it was then that the swordsmanship in the Sanctum of Sages began declining. My teacher is a descendant of the third sanctum head, and over the years, he has been guarding the hint of sword intent left behind by the third sanctum head. In order to become my teacher's student or learn anything from him, you have to gain the acknowledgement of the sword intent first. To be honest, I think the reason I was able to emerge among dozens of genius sword practitioners and become my teacher's student is mainly because of my water attribute. As you know, the water attribute's nature is to encompass everything. On the other hand, Zhang Su has already comprehended a path of swordsmanship belonging to himself, and it's at odds with the sword intent. As a result, my teacher kicked him out. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Once one's comprehension of swordsmanship reached the level of sword quintessence, the sword intent one exerted would be able to gain some degree of consciousness. Given so, it was indeed possible for a sword intent to have the ability to choose a suitable successor to inherit its way. A different conceptualization of sword intent could result in a clash of ideology. Senior Shui cultivated a water attribute cultivation technique, and due to its gentle and flexible nature, it was easier for her to receive the recognition of the sword intent. On the other hand, those who had a deeper comprehension of swordsmanship were likely to already have their own conceptualization of what swordsmanship should be like, and that meant it was highly likely that there would be a conflict of ideology with the sword intent, thus making it even more difficult for them to receive its recognition. A thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Does this mean that the books that Jian Qinsheng has collected were all left behind by the third sanctum head? In a sense, receiving the sword intent's recognition could also be interpreted as walking on a similar path of swordsmanship. Only those who walked a similar path would be able to browse through his books and receive his guidance. To put it plainly, Jian Qinsheng was simply looking to cultivate his own lineage of sword experts. Zhang Xian shook his head. Every single person has a unique comprehension of swordsmanship, so I wonder what conceptualization Jian Qinsheng has comprehended. Chances are that it's different from the old sword maestros. His current comprehension of swordsmanship mostly originated from the old sword maestro. So far, he had never heard of anything between the old sword maestro and the third sanctum head, so it was likely that the two of them were from different schools. In other words, if he headed over, there was a good chance that just like Zhang Su, he would be rejected by the sword intent and kicked out. After a moment of dilemma, Zhang Xian could not help but ask, what if I just take a look at the books from afar, not copying or scanning them with my spiritual perception? The way he read books was different from the others. As long as it was within his range of sight, he would be able to take anything into his library of heaven's path. He did not need Jian Qinsheng's guidance, notes from the books, or even access to see the content within at all. All he wanted was a look at them from afar. This should be fine, right? Take a look at the books from afar? Senior Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. My teacher treasures every single one of those books dearly, and he created a room that only those who have his token in hand will be able to enter. So, unless you are the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, there's no way you will be able to get in. Surprised by that, Zhang Xian asked, The sanctum head will be able to get in? It seemed like he was the only candidate for the position of the sanctum head at the moment. Well, he was not the sanctum head, but it would not take too long before he inherited the position. Of course, the sanctum head is the highest leader of the sanctum of sages. No matter who my teacher dares offend, he would never turn down a request from the sanctum head. Senior Shui replied matter-of-factly. A moment later, she shook her head and sighed. However, it has been more than 300 years since the sanctum of sages had a sanctum head. Currently, all affairs are taken care of by the deputy sanctum head. All right, there's no point discussing about such matters too much. We aren't in a position to talk much about someone as esteemed as the sanctum head. So, after all I have said, are you still interested in heading over to take a look? If that's the case, let's set off now. I still want to give it a try. Let's go. Xianxia replied with a smile. While Xianxia knew that Jian Qingqing's conceptualization of swordsmanship was bound to be different from his, he still felt compelled to head there to take a look. If, by some chance, he really managed to acquire the sword art manuals required to perfect the 3 swords of Lingshu, he would be able to clear the Jia corridor and finally form his leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path divine art. Besides, every single cultivator had a unique interpretation of cultivation, forged by their individual experiences and insights. Only through interaction with others would one be able to broaden one's horizons and raise the ceiling for further improvement. Let's go. Seeing that the young man was still insistent on heading over, Senior Shui nodded. She bade farewell to Qingyu, and the both of them made their way out of the Hall of Solidarity. While advancing forward, Senior Shui sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Later on, if you fail to gain the acknowledgement of the sword intent and my teacher asks you to leave, I advise you to just turn around and walk away. Don't expect to be able to sway him with words. On the contrary, you will only be making things difficult on yourself. Those who live for their swordsmanship usually have a temperament similar to a sword, sharp and straightforward. Don't worry, I understand, Xianxia replied with a nod. Those who were able to raise their comprehension of swordsmanship to the level of sword quintessence would have devoted their life, mind, soul, and spirit all to the sword, so naturally, their personality would also gradually morph into something resembling their swordsmanship as well. For this reason, sword practitioners tended to be true to their feelings, and they hated it when others beat around the bush. Taking the old sword maestro for example, he was extremely decisive in his actions. Even when he dissipated, he did it with absolute gusto, not showing the slightest hesitation. It's good that you understand. Senior Shui heaved a sigh of relief. Considering how the young man was able to wield such great strength and achieve such astounding accomplishment in swordsmanship at a young age, there was little doubt that he came from an extraordinary background. She did not wish for her goodwill to end up causing dissension on both sides. Thinking up to this point, Senior Shui could not help but turn to Xianxia and ask curiously, "Your name is Xianxia, right? Are you from the Zhang clan? Why haven't I heard of you before?" Seeing that someone was misunderstanding his identity yet again, Xianxia shook his head. "I'm not from the Zhang clan." "You aren't?" Senior Shui could hardly believe what she was hearing. If he was not from the Zhang clan, did he manage to obtain such astounding strength at his age without relying on the power of a sage clan's bloodline? How could that be possible? "I am from the Qingyuan Empire, and I guess the reason I possess decent strength would be because I am extremely hardworking," Xianxia explained earnestly. This, recalling how the young man had just cleared 8 corridors in succession within 30 minutes, and yet still chose to follow her to learn swordsmanship instead of taking a break. Senior Shui could not help but nod in agreement. To be able to wield such strength at your age despite being an unaffiliated cultivator, you do have some tenacity in you. Senior Shui, if I recall correctly, you tapped into the power of your bloodline earlier, right? Are you from a sage clan as well? Xianxia asked curiously. "You don't know me?" Senior Shui nearly choked on her saliva. Her cultivation might only have been at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, but due to her background and physical appearance, she could be said to be a celebrity in the outer sanctum, a person who would catch the eyes of others no matter where she went. And yet, this fellow actually did not know her background? "Are you for real?" "Well, This is the first time I have seen you. Am I supposed to know who you are? Xianxia asked with a perplexed frown. First time you are seeing me? Realization struck Senior Shui as she widened her eyes in astonishment. You can't be a freshman who has just enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages today, can you? I am. Xianxia nodded. Right after you cleared the entrance examination, you ran straight to the Hall of Solidarity and cleared 8 corridors in succession? Senior Shui gulped as her cheeks began quivering nonstop. Is it just me, or are the freshmen nowadays a little too formidable? Even after an entire month of preparation, she was still having trouble clearing the Bing corridor, but barely after arriving in the Sanctum of Sages, that fellow had already cleared 8 of the corridors? After the entrance examination ended in the afternoon, I took a trip to the Hall of Erudition to take the 8-star Formation Master examination and successfully cleared it by setting up a grade 8 formation. After which, I chatted with someone for 2 hours before returning to my residence. Then, I took a bath before going over to the Hall of Solidarity, Xianxia said. Senior Shui's body petrified on the spot. It was by no means easy to clear the 8-star Formation Master examination. Even the elder brother of the little princess of the Luo clan had challenged it twice, only to fail both times around. So, why was the young man talking about it with a light tone that seemed as if he had just taken a walk around the park? More importantly, most 7-star Pinnacle Formation Masters would require at least a few months of hard work before they were able to set up a grade 8 formation. Considering that the entrance examination had ended in the afternoon, and at this very moment, the sky had not darkened yet. Are you a monster? Unable to hold herself back any longer, Senior Shui asked. If I may ask, how long did you take to clear the 8-star Formation Master examination? This? Xianxia frowned as he tried to recall the entire course of events. If we exclude the strength assessment, roughly around 5 to 6 minutes? Well, if that elder Su hadn't dawdled, I should have been able to clear it faster. 5 to 6 minutes. Senior Shui's body began trembling wildly from frenzy. At this moment, she felt so traumatized that she did not know if she would ever recover from this blow. She had been wanting to take the 8-star Formation Master examination for a long time, too, but it was a pity that her cultivation was too low, so she was unable to receive the qualifications for it. Yet, even though the young man possessed cultivation beneath hers, he still managed to clear the examination in a few minutes. The more she thought about the matter, the more suffocated she felt on the inside, to the point where she could not catch her breath anymore. Seeing how the young lady's face was turning red at a moment and white in the other, clutching her chest at one moment and tearing at her hair in the other, she really looked mentally deranged. Knowing that it would be disrespectful to point that out, Xianxia very conscientiously changed the topic. Right, you still haven't answered my question yet. Are you from a sage clan? Suppressing all of those overwhelming emotions inside her, Senior Shui Chenro replied, My name is Shui Chenro, and I come from a sage clan, the Shui clan. Shui clan. Xianxia suddenly thought of something, and he lowered his head contemplatively for a moment before asking in bewilderment. I have a friend who is from the Mu clan, and he practices what attribute cultivation techniques. Water and wood one. Could it be that there are clans relating to the 5 elements among the sage clans? Mu Yuan, whom he had met in the Hongyuan Empire, was a member of the Mu clan. For a Shui clan to appear here, could there really be some kind of 5 elements clans among the sage clans? Otherwise, would it not be really coincidental for the Shui clan to practice water attribute cultivation techniques and the Mu clan to practice wood attribute cultivation techniques? The clans relating to the 5 elements are Tier 1 sage clans. You don't know this. Shui Chenro was really rendered speechless this time around. On top of being Tier 1 sage clans, the 5 elements clans had a history of being deeply united with one another, such that even the Zhang clan and the Luo clan had to think twice before getting on bad terms with them. As someone who had managed to get into the Sanctum of Sages, how could the young man have never heard of them? Do you live beneath a rock? But thinking about the matter once more, it was not like the matter was completely impossible. Despite being a conferred empire, the Qingyuan Empire was located extremely far away from the center of the master-teacher continent. Considering that, It was not too surprising that they were not well informed on the power structure of the sage clans. The summer worm would never come to know of ice, and the frog in the well would never understand the vastness of the sea. At this, Shui Chenro shook her head and began explaining. Sage clans are divided into various tiers. You should have at least heard of that, right? Xianxia nodded. There were sage clans in the 8 conferred empires too, such as the clan that Xuanning Tu had come from. However, they were mostly tier 3. Sage clans can be basically divided into 4 tiers. Standing at the top of the pyramid are the premier clans. While they're standing pale in comparison to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, their standing surpasses that of the Apothecary Guild headquarters, Blacksmith Guild headquarters, and such. They wield immense authority and an exalted position in the Master Teacher continent. All in all, there are 3 premier clans, namely the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, and the Jiang clan, Shui Chenro explained. Beneath them are tier 1 sage clans. The 5 elements clans such as the Shui clan and the Mu clan are listed in this category. Some of the stronger organizations in the Master Teacher continent, despite not being sage clans, may also be placed in this category for comparison's sake, such as the Glacier Plain Court, Apothecary Guild, so on and so forth. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. All along, he had heard much about the strength of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan, and he knew that they were behemoths as well. However, he did not think that they would actually wield that much influence and power in the Master Teacher continent, possessing a position that surpassed even that of the Apothecary Guild headquarters. It was no wonder Wu Shi and the others had been so worried when they learned that the person he liked was the little princess of the Luo clan. After that are the tier 2 clans. These clans wield a position on par with the Empire Alliance, and overall they number around 100. Last but not least, there are the tier 3 clans who wield influence equivalent to conferred empires. There are many of them spread across the entire Master Teacher continent, such that I can't even give you a rough estimate as to how many of them there are. Shui Chenro briefly went through the 4 different tiers of sage clans while Zhang Xian nodded along. The young lady had pretty much laid out everything clearly for him, albeit in a rather simplified way. It seemed like the sage clans obeyed a very strict hierarchy as well. At this point, Zhang Xian suddenly thought about Yuan Tao, and he could not help but ask, I have a friend who is from the Yuan clan. May I know which tier the Yuan clan is in? Considering that the Glacier Plain Court was on par with tier 1 sage clans, if the Yuan clan were to be beneath that, well, perhaps he should consider finding Yuan Tao and bringing him back. Seeing that Zhang Xian really did not know anything at all, Shui Chenro shook her head helplessly and said, For the 5 Elements clan, the Mu clan, Shui clan, and Jin clan 3 have names that correspond directly to the element that they represent. On the other hand, the clan that represent fire has the surname Qi, and the clan that represents earth has the surname Yuan. As far as I know, there should be no other Yuan clan among the sage clans, so the friend that you spoke of should be a member of the 5 Elements clan's Yuan clan. The Yuan clan represents earth of the 5 Elements clans? So, it's a tier 1 clan. Zhang Xian was slightly startled. To be honest, he really did not think that the Yuan clan would be so formidable. Indeed, not only so, the Yuan clan is also known as the strongest of the 5 Elements clans. They boast fearsome might and invincible defense, making them infallible berserkers of the battlefield. Shui Chenro explained. The cultivation technique and bloodline ability passed down in the Shui clan had the ability to encompass everything, using flexibility and technique to curb overwhelming force with ease, but the problem with that was that their offensive prowess was too weak. Of the 5 Elements clans, the clan that boasted the greatest offensive power was the Jin clan. However, if other factors were taken into account as well, the Yuan clan was the unquestionable number 1. I see. That's a relief. Hearing that the Yuan clan was not too weak, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Since the Yuan clan had such a powerful heritage, he would not need to worry about Yuan Tao for the time being. A clan as powerful as that should have plenty of means to raise Yuan Tao's cultivation and fighting prowess swiftly. In fact, there was a chance that his cultivation might even be on par with Zhao Ya's. At this moment, Shui Chenro suddenly sent a telepathic message over. Our teacher's residence is just ahead. Later on, try not to speak unless necessary. Raising his head, Xianxia realized that they had arrived before a rather stately-looking residence. Even before entering its premises, he could feel a powerful sword intent emanating from within, leaving him feeling as if he had returned to the Sword Lagoon. Is this where Elder Jian Qinxing lives? Truly extraordinary, Xianxia remarked, as expected of the #1 sword practitioner in the Sanctum of Sages. Despite comprehending sword quintessence, he still felt his sword intent being suppressed by the aura emanating from the residence, leaving him feeling slightly stifled on the inside. There's a surge of sword qi in the entrance that serves to keep ordinary students at bay. Give me a moment. I'll report your presence to my teacher, so as to open up the path for you. Taking a deep breath, Shui Qianro walked up to the residence, and just as she was about to enter, she suddenly noticed a sword qi thrashing around between the fingers of the young man beside her. The sword qi was struggling with all its might to escape, but as if clamped tightly between two steel bars, it was unable to free itself. Sword qi? Do you mean this? Xianxia was asked in bewilderment. You? Goosebumps immediately rose all over Shui Qianro's body, and she nearly lost all rationality. It was just a moment ago that she had reminded the young man to act with prudence so that he would not offend her teacher accidentally, and then he actually grabbed the surge of sword qi protecting the residence as soon as he arrived. Can't you just cool it down a little? Realizing his mistake as well, Xianxia hurriedly apologized. Pardon me. I'll release it right now. He had sensed the surge of sword qi as soon as he arrived by the entrance of the residence, and he had feared that it would accidentally harm Shui Qianro, so he had secretly captured it. He did not think that it would actually be a doorkeeper left behind by Jian Qinsheng to fend off uninvited guests. In fear of the sharp sword qi, there would surely be no one who would dare mess around with it. This was as good as turning away all guests. Regardless of what Jian Qinsheng's intentions for leaving behind the sword qi were, that was not something for Xianxia to interfere with. As a guest, it was indeed rather inappropriate for him to have captured the doorkeeper. Thus, he swiftly released his grip on the sword qi. The struggling sword qi did not think that it would be released all of a sudden. Similar to a wild cat abruptly being released from its restraint, it whizzed uncontrollably outward. So, the stone pillar propping up the entrance gate was immediately sliced apart. Jia! It fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This? Xianxia was completely dumbfounded by the unexpected damage. All he had done was release the sword qi. How was he to know that the latter would be so unreliable, whizzing off to destroy the very place that it was supposed to guard? Still, to capture the other party's doorkeeper and indirectly result in the destruction of the gate. What would Jian Qinsheng think of him? But he really did not do it intentionally. Shui Qianro's vision turned dark. She had reminded Xianxia time and time again to be careful, but it was as if her words had fallen on deaf ears. Now that he had caused such a huge commotion even before meeting her teacher, you are really putting me at a difficult position, do you know that? While Xianxia was still feeling deeply stifled by what had happened so far, a loud bellow suddenly sounded from the residence. Who is it? Following which 8 men suddenly rushed out and encircled them. Xianxia, it's me. Alarmed, Shui Qianro swiftly stepped forward to calm down the situation. Junior Shui? What happened over here? Xianxia frowned. Xianxia over here has heard of our teacher's reputation, so he wanted to pay a visit to him. I forgot to warn him in advance about the sword qi, which resulted in this mishap. Shui Qianro swiftly explained on Xianxia's behalf. Our teacher's sword qi is known for its incomparable sharpness. To not know of it in advance and yet remain unharmed in the face of it, even turning it against the gate instead. It seems like the friend you have over there is a skilled sword practitioner. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and he began assessing Xianxia intently from head to toe. Xianxia was a young man in his early 30s. He was dressed in a green robe, and with a sword in hand, he exuded a sharp and domineering aura. His cultivation had already reached St. Six Dan, Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate stage. I have only learned swordsmanship for a short moment and am lacking in skills, so I wasn't able to react in time when the sword chi appeared previously. I am sorry for the trouble I have caused. Xianxia swiftly spoke up, too. He had come with a favor in mind, so it would be best for him to maintain a humble attitude. Besides, he had not forgotten his motto of maintaining a low profile at all times yet. There's no need for any apologies here. The reason our teacher has left this surge of sword chi here is to assess the visitor's comprehension of swordsmanship. Only those who possess an innate sensitivity toward swordsmanship will be able to notice it in advance and avoid being harmed by it. Xianxia replied with a hearty smile. All right, I'll bring you to meet our teacher. You'll bring me to meet your teacher? Xianxia was stunned. Did he accidentally take the wrong script? In the past, when he accidentally caused some damage here and there, the other party would be convulsing all over, glaring at him with such hostility that he felt like he would combust under it. But this time around, no one was angry at him, and they were even inviting him to meet their teacher? Was this a trap? Were they afraid that he would run as soon as they talked about compensation, so they decided to first bring him into the heart of their base before extorting a fortune out of him? Or perhaps, was the demolition of the residence a part of Jian Qingqing's test for his visitors? Thinking back, most powerful experts had rather bizarre quirks of their own. Taking Sage Kuei, for example, he was nothing but a fragmented soul now, and yet, he was still diligently whittling down that metal rod of his. Perhaps, demolition was the little quirk that the austere top swordmaster of Sanctum of Sages had? It would be wonderful if that was really the case. Xianxia was confident that he would be able to score full brownie points from Jian Qingqing if so. Having guessed this much, Xianxia turned to look at Shui Chenro, wanting to see the answer from her face. However, the latter had a look of utter confusion on her face, which suggested that she was not aware that Jian Qingqing had such practices. Forget it. Regardless of whether it's a blessing or a disaster, I'll just have to deal with it when the time comes. After a moment of dilemma, Xianxia heaved a deep sigh on the inside before he clasped his fist and directed a polite smile to Xianxia. I'll be troubling you then. After which, he followed Xianxia into the residence. Perhaps because it was located in the Sanctum of Sages, Jian Qingqing's residence was not too big. However, as if to make up for the lack of quantity with quality, it was exquisite. For starters, it was surrounded by a massive formation that allowed sword chi to flow freely on the inside. These surges of sword chi moved in accordance to some kind of a profound pattern, as if inviting sword practitioners to decipher its secrets. Such an environment would be highly effective in aiding sword practitioners in deepening their comprehension of swordsmanship, allowing them to improve by leaps and bounds within a short period of time. Secretly activating his eye of insight, Xianxia studied the formation carefully and swiftly identified the locations of the formation flags and formation core. This way, if anyone were to dare make a move on him, he would be able to reduce the entire residence to rubble in an instant. This knowledge left Xianxia feeling reassured inside, and he nodded in satisfaction. While Xianxia was still examining his surroundings, Shui Chenro discreetly walked to Xianxia's side and asked through Jinchi telepathy, Xianxia, what's going on here? She was Jian Qingqing's disciple as well, and all along, she had known the sword chi guarding the residence to be a measure to prevent outsiders from barging in casually. When in the world did it become a test? Our teacher went to watch the earlier entrance examination, and he said that there are a few talented individuals among the new batch of freshmen who possess a profound understanding of swordsmanship. So, he altered the strength of the sword chi slightly, saying that those who are able to notice it in advance and remain unharmed in the face of it are those who possess great aptitude in swordsmanship. He tasked me with bringing anyone who manages to fulfill these two criteria to him. You didn't hear of the news because you left early in the morning, Xianxia replied. The entrance examination was a huge affair in the Sanctum of Sages, and most elders would pay close attention to it in the hope of finding a suitable successor. As austere as Jian Qingqing was, it was his deepest wish to pass down his ancestors' swordsmanship, so he wanted to find a suitable successor to groom. I see. Coming to realize the situation, Shui Chenro finally heaved a sigh of relief. All was fine as long as her teacher was not angry. Circling around a flower garden, a gazebo soon came into appearance. An elder was standing within the gazebo with a sword in hand, seemingly cultivating some kind of sword art. Our teacher is currently practicing his swordsmanship, so I'll have to ask you to wait here for a moment. Xianxia waved his hand. All right. Xianxia halted as he looked at the elder in the gazebo intently, interested to see what he was going to do. The elder's movements were extremely slow, but there was a distinct feeling of unbounded flexibility from it, a little reminiscent of the Taiji fist. Every single slash seemed to seal off an entire area of space, leaving those facing it with no way to escape from the attack. What profound swordsmanship, Xianxia remarked in awe. As one who had comprehended sword quintessence, Xianxia could be considered as one who had reached the very pinnacle of swordsmanship. To the untrained eye, the elder's movement might seem to be nothing much, full of openings for one to exploit. However, with just a glance, Xianxia could tell the extraordinary prowess of the sword art. Slow as it might have been, the elder's swordsmanship harnessed the very essence of swordsmanship in it. It actually bears some semblance of the Heaven's Path sword art. It was an indubitable fact that swordsmanship was valued for its flexibility and swiftness in movements, but it would be sheer foolishness to equate swiftness to strength. A swift sword wielded fearsome prowess, but if it was unable to strike the vitals of the opponent, it would merely be a waste of strength. Anyone could pick up a weapon and slash it wildly in quick succession. Such a maneuver would appear frightening, keeping most at bay. However, a true expert would be able to instantaneously see through the openings in the attacks and subdue the individual with a single strike. In a battle, swiftness was far from enough. Precision was of the utmost importance as well. The elder's swordsmanship was extremely slow, such that it would be more accurate to call it a performance than a real sword art, but every single movement of his was aligned with the essence of swordsmanship. Even the air seemed to tremble in resonance to his movements, sealing the entire space altogether. This bore a striking resemblance to his Heaven's Path sword art. It was the kind of swordsmanship that was completely devoid of excessive actions. As soon as the blade was drawn, it would surely strike a vital spot. It was due to this property that Xianxia had been able to instill fear in the hearts of his opponent through his Heaven's Path sword art, and none of those in the same cultivation realm as him stood a chance against his swordsmanship. After the initial shock, Xianxia soon shook his head. However, while it does bear a striking resemblance, it's still lacking a little. As similar as it was to the Heaven's Path sword art, it simply was not it. In swordsmanship, even the slightest of difference could create the greatest difference in results. If the elder were to face him with such swordsmanship, even if the elder wielded strength similar to the puppet in the Jia corridor, Xianxia would be able to defeat him easily. It was not to say that the elder's swordsmanship was weak, but the current sword art he was executing could be said to be a poor imitation of the Heaven's Path sword art. Every single move it made would simply be naturally curbed by the real Heaven's Path sword art, thus placing the elder in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Regardless of whether this sword art was created by him or the third sanctum head, the very fact that he could achieve this level of swordsmanship is a frightening feat in itself. Still, I can only say that it's a huge pity. Xianxia sighed on the inside. The Heaven's Path sword art was created by compiling innumerable sword arts together, and it had already achieved the level of simplified profoundness. As an ordinary human, it was indeed incredible for the elder to have been able to come so close to comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. While Xianxia was still deep in thought, the elder in the gazebo finally halted his movements and retracted his sword. His aura felt as steady as a mountain, and his jinqi swiftly retracted like the ebbing tide, making it impossible to discern anything extraordinary about him with the naked eye. If not for witnessing the wonders in his swordsmanship, Xianxia might have thought of him as an ordinary old man. With a light smile, the elder turned to Xianxia and asked, "This friend over here, I saw you shaking your head earlier. Is there something inappropriate with my swordsmanship?" "Inappropriate? That's not it." Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing. "It would be more apt to say that it's completely wrong." "Completely wrong?" Shui Qianro was stunned for an instant before her face swiftly warped in horror. It felt like she had received enough shocks for a lifetime that day. She had already told the young man in advance to mind his words, and the latter had responded positively to her words. Is this what you mean by being careful with your words? Her teacher's swordsmanship was #1 in the sanctum of sages. In fact, even when taking the entire master-teacher continent into account, he was definitely ranked amid those who stood at the zenith. In face of such a master, an ordinary man would not even dare breathe loudly, fearing that his actions would incur her teacher's wrath. Yet, this fellow actually said that his swordsmanship was completely wrong. Are you incapable of speaking properly? At the same time, Senior Xia's face also turned livid with anger. What did you say? Those words could be taken as a clear insult toward his teacher. He still had some respect for the young man in view of how he was able to discover and subdue the sword chi at the entrance, but who would have thought that he was just a person with his head in the clouds? Let him finish his words. The elder, Jian Qinsheng, waved his hand before turning his gaze to Xianxia. This sword art was passed down to me from my ancestor, and it was with this sword art that he rose to the very peak of the master-teacher continent. It would be an exaggeration to say that he was infallible, but there was hardly anyone who was a match for him then. So, why would you say that this sword art is completely wrong? Well, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, but he soon realized that there were so many flaws that he did not know where he should start from. If he were to start listing all of them, he was afraid that the elder might just lose all confidence in his swordsmanship. Thus, he could only sigh and say, "There are simply too many of them. I don't know how I should put it." You don't know how you should put it? Shui Qianro's fists were so tightly clenched together that her fingernails were sinking into her flesh. If you don't know how you should put it, why don't you consider not speaking at all? Are you really not afraid of death? Or are you just tired of living? Overwhelmed with rage, Senior Xia stepped forward and bellowed, "Arrogant fellow, do you really think that you will be able to impress my teacher by spouting such nonsense over here?" On the other hand, Jian Qinsheng frowned upon hearing Zhang Xian's words. As one of the most esteemed swordmasters throughout the master-teacher continent, there were countless young talents who wished to come under his tutelage. However, due to his severe demands when selecting his disciples, only a rare few were accepted. Perhaps in an attempt to stand out from the others, there were those who would utter arrogant words before him each year in hopes of catching his attention. It was a pity that their arrogance would be proven empty after a quick test. However, on top of wielding top-notch swordsmanship, Jian Qinsheng was an 8-star high-tier master teacher as well, possessing a superior eye of discernment. When the young man before him spoke those words earlier, there were no unnatural fluctuations in his voice, and his aura remained steady throughout. This was a sign of conviction, meaning to say that he had confidence in what he was saying. This was in stark contrast to the hint of anxiety and apprehension he had sensed from the previous students who had dared speak arrogantly before him. For this, rather than being angered by the young man's words, he was intrigued. He wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Senior Xia clasped his fist and said, "Teacher, please permit me to challenge that arrogant fellow to a duel and assess his swordsmanship. If his words prove to be empty, I wish to teach him a lesson so that he will learn some humility. How could he stand idly when someone was doubting his own teacher? As a student, it was his obligation to uphold his teacher's reputation and honor." Instead of replying to Senior Xia's request, Jian Qinsheng turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "You are a freshman, right?" "Yes, I am," Zhang Xian replied with an attitude that appeared neither subservient nor arrogant. Among the freshmen, there's a student who possesses exceptional swordsmanship. His name is Zhang Zhouxiao. Could you be him?" Jian Qinsheng asked. He had watched the entrance examination, and he had seen that Zhang Zhouxiao had achieved the level of half-quintessence in swordsmanship despite his young age. There was no doubt that he harnessed boundless potential within him. Could the young man before him possibly be Zhang Zhouxiao? "Zhouxiao is a friend of mine." At this point, Zhang Xian bowed slightly before continuing. "I am Zhang Xian." Zhang Xian. Jian Qinsheng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Throughout the entrance examination, he had only been keeping an eye out for those who possessed exceptional talent in swordsmanship. While Xianxia did cause a huge commotion when he rose to the top 50 in the final moment, to Jian Qinsheng, that was nothing worthy of note at all. You said that my sword art is completely wrong, but when I asked you about it, you aren't able to say anything either. Since that's the case, why don't you have a duel with my student? I'll have him suppress his cultivation to your level. Of course, the both of you will compete only in terms of swordsmanship, and it'll be a friendly duel, Jian Qinsheng proposed. Since the other party was not Zhang Zhouxiao, it was likely that his comprehension of swordsmanship was not too deep either. Thus, he decided to have his student try the other party out so as to see just what gave him the confidence to utter such brazen words. Sure, I'm fine with it. Zhang Xian nodded. Since he was unable to voice the flaws, it would be good if he could demonstrate it to the other party instead. Perhaps, he might be able to give the other party some insights regarding it. Follow me. Hearing that the young man had agreed to the duel, Xianxia harumphed coldly before leading the way forward. A moment later, they arrived at an empty clearing not too far away from the gazebo. It was around 20 meters in diameter, a decent size to hold a battle. Voila! After taking his position in the clearing, Xianxia slowly drew his sword. The instant that his sword left its sheath, the air around him immediately changed. It felt sharp and dangerous, reminiscent of a dagger that would plunge right into one's body at any moment. Jai. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation down to primordial spirit realm primary stage, Xianxia still carried an imposing presence that made him tower over others. Upper sword heart? With just a look, Zhang Xian was able to tell that Xianxia had already achieved the level of upper sword heart, just a step away from achieving a breakthrough. To be able to achieve such a level of mastery in his swordsmanship at his age, even if he was still slightly lacking compared to Zhang Zhouxiao, he could already be considered an expert. Channeling his spirit and mind to the peak, Xianxia gazed at Zhang Xian coldly. Where's your sword? Make your move. My sword. Zhang Xian shook his head. Considering that he was dealing with someone of his cultivation realm, and his comprehension of swordsmanship had already reached sword quintessence, he would really be bullying the other party if he wielded a sword. Thus, he quickly took a look at the surroundings before his eyes finally fell upon Shui Qianrou. If it's not too much trouble, I would like to borrow something from you, Senior Shui. You want to borrow something from me? Shui Qianrou was bewildered by that abrupt request for a moment before realization struck her. She flicked her wrist and passed her sword over. Here. Given how the young man had examined her sword previously, he must have been thinking of borrowing it from her. Typically speaking, due to the presence of a spirit within the sword, it would be difficult to borrow the sword of another. However, given that the young man had achieved sword quintessence, that should not be a problem. That's not what I mean. Instead of taking the sword, Zhang Xian walked up to Shui Qianrou, and with a light pinch, a strand of hair from the young lady fell into his palm. I don't need the sword. I'll just borrow a hair. After saying those words, he infused Zhenqi into the strand of hair. Wang! The hair immediately stood up as if a rapier. Returning to the clearing, Zhang Xian said with a smile, Let's begin. You are going to use that against me? Xianxia's eyes reddened in rage as his body trembled non-stop. He was one of the top sword practitioners among the student populace in the Sanctum of Sages, not to mention the student of Swordmaster Jian Qinsheng. It was already beneath his standing to challenge a mere freshman, and yet that fellow actually wanted to face him with a single strand of hair. That was a blatant show of derision toward him. I don't have a hobby of bullying others. Zhang Xian nodded calmly. Now you're asking for it. Rage consumed his rationality as Xianxia whipped his sword through the air with a piercing shrill. The difference between a professional and an amateur would clearly show as soon as they made a move. Even though Xianxia was clearly in an enraged state, he did not allow it to affect his swordsmanship at all. As soon as he made a move, he had already sealed 8 of Zhang Xian's acupoints with his sword qi, sealing the major Zhenqi circulation pathway associated with most sword arts. That fellow's rage is faked? Zhang Xian noted with a nod of approval. There was truly no one mediocre among the students of the Sanctum of Sages. Despite appearing to be incomparably angry on the surface, appearing as if he would explode at any moment, Xianxia realized that Xianxia was actually analyzing his posture and movements with absolute calmness, and the maneuvers he had executed were also calculated precisely to seal off his escape routes. Were the one facing this attack another upper sword heart expert or even Zhang Zhuxiao, they would surely be sent into a fluster, forced to face him head-on. But if Xianxia were to do that, the hair in his hand would surely be destroyed by the force from the collision. With his weapon destroyed at the very first encounter, that would signal the end of this sword duel. Forcing others to go on the defensive with a single strike, sword experts really should not be underestimated. However, it was a pity that the opponent Xianxia was facing was an expert who had comprehended sword quintessence. With a light smile, Xianxia did not bother to retreat or sidestep. Instead, with a leisurely diagonal pierce, he aimed for Xianxia's shoulder. To most, it would be hard to understand why he would ignore the blade that was swiftly falling upon him and launch an offense on the opponent's shoulder instead. However, upon seeing this sight, a deep frown appeared between Jian Qingqing's eyebrows, and a look of disbelief surfaced in his eyes. That was one of the moves he had executed earlier in the gazebo. Just that, the young man had managed to make it even more ingenious and fluid. The very movement seemed to naturally harmonize with the world, granting it compelling might. He had only made slight changes in the movement here and there, but the prowess he is able to bring forth is at a whole new level. Jian Qingqing clenched his fists tightly in agitation. As a renowned swordmaster on the master-teacher continent, his eye for swordsmanship was irrefutable. The young man's movements appeared to be naively simple, but the crux to it lay in its impeccable timing to overwhelm the enemy's swordsmanship. Through it, even a strand of hair could display might on par with a sword. At this moment, Xianxia's face also warped in astonishment. As soon as the young man made a move, he immediately felt his Jinqi circulation pathway being severed, and as if his chest had been clawed apart, intense pangs of pain assaulted him. Damn it! With reddened eyes, Xianxia swiftly retracted his attack and began flitting around the clearing. He was intending on launching a forceful attack to capitalize on the strength of his sword to sever the young man's hair strand. However, after his initial plan fell apart, he decided to take a more careful approach, flitting around the battlefield in wait for a suitable opportunity to take the young man down in a single move. It was only a brief encounter, but it had eroded all disdain he had for the young man before him. He realized that the young man's comprehension of swordsmanship was not beneath his. This, on the other hand, the various juniors who had gathered in the area to spectate Xianxia's duel were confused as to why Xianxia would take a defensive position right after a single clash, and perplexed murmurs could be heard among them. Even Shui Qianrou was completely bewildered by the situation as well. While Jian Qingqing was able to sense the ingenuity behind Zhang Xian's move, his disciples were limited by their own understanding of swordsmanship and could not see through it. As a result, it appeared to them that Xianxia was intentionally going easy on the young man. Xianxia is simply too kind. Indeed, if it was me, I would have that fellow sliced apart in a heartbeat. Don't worry, since Xianxia has proposed the duel, he will definitely make that young man deeply regret his earlier arrogance. Such whispers could be vaguely heard in the area. Xianxia heard those whispers, too, but he shrugged them off with a light chuckle. He had to admit that Xianxia was sharper and more flexible than he had thought. The latter seemed to have realized that his shoulder pierce was not as simple as it looked. The timing and trajectory of the motion allowed for countless transformations that would allow him to easily suppress anything that the latter could have thrown at him. So he decisively withdrew his attack, opting to bide his time and wait for an opening. But how could the Heaven's Path sword art be avoided just by moving around the area? Holding the strand of hair tightly, Xianxia used the very same move to launch another diagonal pierce. This time, the hair strand was not aimed for Xianxia's shoulder but his throat. Once again, it looked like a simple maneuver, but due to its impeccable timing, it allowed for countless transformations. No matter how Xianxia tried to evade, Xianxia had plenty of ways to drag him back into the center of the attack. as if he was trapped in an inescapable whirlpool. In other words, there was no way to avoid it at all. The same move, but due to a slight difference in the trajectory of attack and timing, there was a many-fold difference in terms of prowess. It was difficult to believe that something like this could be possible even when witnessing it with one's own eyes. There's actually such a transformation to the move as well? By the side, Jian Qinxing widened his eyes in shock, not daring to believe what he was seeing. Having devoted many years of his life to uncovering the secrets behind his ancestors' swordsmanship, Jian Qinxing was already well-versed in all the different transformations in the swordsmanship. The move that Zhang Xian had executed earlier consisted of 18 different types of transformations, but there were none that were an attack from this angle. A simple pierce it might have been, but it was indubitably a masterful stroke, cornering the opponent in a single move. Jian Qinxing could not believe his eyes. But to do this, one must have an absolute grasp over the timing of the battle and the maneuvers of the opponent. Even I would require a lengthy period of contemplation before I could think of something like that, and to do so during a tense battle, where life and death hinge on the slightest millimeter of difference. Even he would struggle to execute such a movement in battle. While Jian Qinsheng was stunned by the situation, Xianxia felt an extremely stifling sensation that threatened to blow his chest up. Even though he could not comprehend the profundity of the pierce, he could feel his flow of jinqi and momentum being completely thrown off when the hair strand pierced toward him. Given his current movement, if he could not find a solution fast, he would crash right into the hair. Although it was just a strand of hair, with jinqi infused into it, its sharpness was on par with any sword. It was definitely more than capable of piercing through his throat or even decapitating his head. Retreat. Knowing that he would only incur severe injuries if he pushed on ahead, he gritted his teeth and thrust his palm forward. Pa! A sonic boom sounded in the air, and Xianxia made use of the reaction force from the palm thrust to retreat. Due to the abrupt reversal in his energy flow, Xianxia lost control of the raging jinqi in his body, and it rampaged throughout his body like a heavy hammer tossed around the area. His face swiftly reddened, and fresh blood began trickling down from the corners of his mouth. So far, they had traded 2 moves, but without even touching one another, he was already injured. Most likely, no one would believe him if he told them. What is going on? I have no idea either. What is Xianxia up to? With their eye of discernment, they were unable to see through the prowess of Zhang Xian's sword art. All they saw was that Xianxia had the upper hand when he abruptly retreated, resulting in a backlash in his energy flow. This bewildering situation left all of them dumbstruck. Could it be that our Xianxia is actually a masochist? Now that you mention it, that could very well be the case. I remember that Xianxia once pursued our senior Shui before, but the very next day, his entire face was swollen. I heard about that too. After that, he didn't dare take even a second glance at Senior Shui, right? Just that, what does that have to do with being masochist? It has everything to do with being masochist. Every single person in the academy knows that that person likes Senior Shui, and he still dared to court her. Isn't that just asking for a beating? The various juniors gossiped by the side. On the other hand, seeing the bizarre expressions that his juniors were shooting him by the side, Xianxia could roughly guess what they were thinking of, and his face turned completely livid. He had planned to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson in his teacher's stead, but despite wielding a Saint Intermediate tier sword to deal with a fellow who was holding nothing but a strand of hair, he ended up inducing an energy backlash himself and spurted blood. If you can withstand this move, I'll admit defeat. Taking a step back, Xianxia took a deep breath before his eyes abruptly narrowed dangerously. Voila! A powerful surge of sword intent immediately burst forth from it, rising straight up into the sky. It's Xianxia's trump card, Sorrowless Sword. This is the sword art created by our teacher, right? A sword to sever all frustrations, distancing oneself from worry and sorrow. Within the same cultivation realm, there is none who can withstand this sword art. Our teacher is able to create 99 surges of sword chi instantaneously when executing this move. Of us, Xianxia has shown the greatest aptitude toward this sword art, and even though he cannot compare to our teacher, He's already able to produce 32 surges of sword chi in a breath. With 32 surges of sword chi sealing his acupoints, the young man won't even be able to find the strength within him to counterattack. A commotion broke out in the surroundings, and worry surfaced in Shui Chenro's eyes. She was the one who had brought Xianxia here, so she would feel deeply guilty if he was injured in the duel against her senior. But with his strength, this shouldn't pose a problem at all. However, recalling how the young man was able to clear even the E-corridor, it was unlikely that Xianxia would be a match for him. Tzzzz. Driving his aura to its very peak, Xianxia rose into the sky, and entering the state of swordman union, he pushed his sword forth. Not bad. Xianxia nodded in approval. This sword art required the sword practitioner to devote their spirit, mind, and soul into their swordsmanship in order to heighten its prowess. Without exceptional aptitude toward swordsmanship, it would be difficult to achieve this feat. With a single pierce, he was able to seal off 32 of the opponent's acupoints, thus placing the opponent in a disadvantageous position. A truly incredible technique it was. I have insight. In an instant, the various flaws in Xianxia's movements appeared in clarity right before Xianxia. The might is decent, but it has too many openings. With just a glance, Xianxia could already see more than a dozen openings. Instead of stepping back, he chose one of the openings and charged forth. What is that fellow doing? Does he intend to clash directly with Xianxia's sword with that strand of hair? I can't even bring myself to watch any longer. That's suicide. A huge uproar rippled through the crowd upon seeing Xianxia's actions. In their view, the logical course of action to make before Xianxia's ferocious offense was to evade. Yet that young man actually dashed right up instead. He was really courting death. Even Jian Qinsheng could not help but feel deeply perplexed by the sight before him. He was the one who had created the sorrowless sword, and he knew very well what frightening offensive power it wielded. Even sword practitioners who wielded sword arts of the same tier would not dare clash with it directly. And yet, the young man actually wanted to face it with just a strand of hair. Not only was it likely that he would be injured in the encounter, there was even a chance that he might be killed in the clash. Voila! Before many bewildered gazes, the sword finally came into contact with the hair. Pooh! Just as everyone thought that the hair strand would be sliced into countless shreds by the rampaging sword chi, the taut hair strand suddenly slackened, and it moved in an unexpected trajectory to strike the back of Xianxia's sword. Wang! It was a resounding metallic clang, and following right after was a series of crisp sounds. Kacha! Kacha! Taken aback, everyone quickly took a closer look, and they saw cracks swiftly creeping across the sword. In just the blink of an eye, it had already shattered into countless fragments, scattering all over the ground. Pooh! With his sword shattered, Xianxia once again suffered a backlash of his jinqi. His face reddened, and blood spurted from his mouth. With a jolt, his body collapsed to the ground. The sorrowless sword was indubitably a powerful sword art, but it required an extreme level of concentration into one's sword. The shattering of the sword would inevitably result in the abrupt severing of one's mind, spirit, and soul, dealing immense damage to the sword practitioner. The surroundings fell unervingly silent. Everyone stared at the young man, aghast. Swallowing a pill, Xianxia struggled to his feet as he muttered despondently beneath his breath, "I've lost." No matter how unwilling he was to accept it, he had no choice but to admit his defeat. For a sword practitioner like him to lose to a strand of hair while wielding a Saint Intermediate tier sword, everything was so unbelievable that it felt unreal to him, as if he was in the midst of a dream. "There's no need to feel discouraged by your loss," Jian Qinsheng told Xianxia, after which, he turned his gaze to Xianxia with a heated look in his eyes, as if he had found a gem. "This young brother over here has achieved a level of swordsmanship far above yours." "I understand." Xianxia nodded in embarrassment. Noting the slight air of awkwardness, Xianxia quickly spoke up. "It's just a friendly duel to learn from one another. I'm also in awe of Xianxia's extraordinary swordsmanship. To be able to use a strand of hair to shatter his sword, your grasp over the sword has really reached the apex of the continent. Jian Qinxing did not hold back on his compliments at all. If I didn't see wrongly, your strand of hair should also be severed too, right? That's right. Zhang Xian nodded as he released his jinqi. Who? With the slight tug of a light breeze, the taut hair immediately dissipated on the spot. The crowd was astonished once more. It wasn't too difficult to infuse one's jinqi into an intact strand of hair to pull it taut, but the strand of hair that the young man wielded had already dissipated into countless fragments. To be able to circulate one's jinqi through it to maintain its form and even shatter Xianxia's sword. Just how frightening was the young man's control over his jinqi. After confirming his guess, Jian Qinsheng consoled his disciple with a smile. Actually, you don't have to be too disheartened. Your sword wasn't shattered by the strand of hair in his hand. Hearing those words, a look of incomprehension surfaced on Xianxia's face. The other disciples were equally confused as well. The shattering of the sword had only begun after the hair struck the sword. If it was not the hair that had caused the shattering of the sword, what else could it be? When you execute the sorrowless sword, due to your piercing action, you focus all your might at the tip of the sword, hoping to concentrate your strength to defeat your opponent. As a result of that, the blade of your sword was left completely unguarded. Furthermore, the spot that the hair strand struck was where the exertion of might intersected, thus causing the jinqi you have infused into the sword to run amok. To put it in more direct terms, it's your own strength that caused the shattering of the sword. All your opponent did was find the ideal position and timing to strike. Jian Qinxing explained earnestly, fearing that his disciple would lose all confidence in his swordsmanship as a result of this encounter. After which, he turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "May I know if what I have said is true?" Elder Jian is indeed keen-eyed. Zhang Xian nodded. Jian Qinxing was right. No matter how he concentrated his jinqi into the strand of hair he wielded, it was impossible for it to be able to shatter a Saint intermediate-tier weapon. The reason he had been able to produce such an effect was because he had tapped into Xianxia's strength as well. When the intersection of might within the sword was struck by his strand of hair, the gathered jinqi ran amok, resulting in the swift destruction of the blade. Due to the backlash from the strike, the feeble strand of hair also ended up being reduced into countless shreds. If not for Zhang Xian's pure jinqi, it would have long disappeared along with the wind. To be able to see through flaws in the swordsmanship of another and launch a precise counterattack, if I'm not mistaken. With a hint of agitation and disbelief in his eyes, Jian Qinxing stared at Zhang Xian intently as he asked, "Has your comprehension of swordsmanship already achieved the level of sword quintessence?" Only those who had achieved the level of sword quintessence could possess such sensitivity to swordsmanship, clearly perceiving the movement of sword qi in the area to launch an effective counterattack, thus easily subduing Xianxia even while he was executing the sorrowless sword. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded in response. He might still have been able to conceal it if he had not made a move, but if Jian Qinxing could not tell this much after the previous display, the many years he had spent practicing swordsmanship really would have been in vain. To comprehend sword quintessence despite being only in your 20s, are you from the Zhang clan? Even after hearing the affirmative response from Zhang Xian, Jian Qinxing still found it difficult to believe what he was hearing. Just how much aptitude must the young man possess in swordsmanship in order to climb this far at an age as young as his? One must know that he had also been reputed to be a peerless genius back in his time, but still, he had to devote many years of effort into his swordsmanship before he was able to achieve the level of sword quintessence. Zhang clan? I'm not from the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian replied with a bitter smile. Why would everyone assume that he was from the Zhang clan after hearing his name? Were the offspring of Zhang clan the only Zhangs who were talented? It was as if they were saying that it was impossible for normal cultivators to achieve this level through their own hard work. You aren't from the Zhang clan? Jian Qinsheng was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a heart laughter. That's truly great, ha ha ha. This? Seeing how excited Jian Qinsheng had suddenly become, Zhang Xian could not help but fall into a daze. To get so excited after hearing that he was not from the Zhang clan, could it be that Jian Qinsheng had some kind of grudge with the Zhang clan? Pardon me, it seems like I have acted inappropriately, With a smile, Jian Qinsheng swiftly regained his composure as he looked at Zhang Xian with a satisfied look. The swordsmanship you executed previously is also the flowing water swordsmanship, right? Hearing that name, Zhang Xian was startled. He shook his head and replied, "Flowing water swordsmanship? What's that? You have never heard of it before?" Jian Qinsheng frowned. "The swordsmanship that you practice was created by my ancestor, the third sanctum head, Jian Lushui, and it has been passed down for many generations before coming down to me. It is also practiced by many other sword practitioners in the Sanctum of Sages. The swordsmanship that you executed earlier, be it in terms of sword intent or maneuvers, bears a close resemblance to it. It should be the flowing water swordsmanship. Even though the swordsmanship was created by his ancestor, it was not just passed down through his lineage. There were many students of the Sanctum of Sages Sword Sanctuary who practiced the flowing water swordsmanship as well. He thought that even if the young man before him was not from the Zhang clan, he must have grasped the crux to the flowing water swordsmanship through some kind of fortuitous encounter, allowing him to achieve such strength within a short period of time. Yet, to think that the young man had not even heard of the flowing water swordsmanship before. Realizing that Jian Qinsheng might be referring to that terribly flawed swordsmanship of his, Zhang Xian replied with a polite smile. "To tell you the truth, the sword art that I executed earlier was something that I came up with. Even though it's similar to your flowing water swordsmanship in form, they are two different sword arts. That nonsensical swordsmanship might have appeared fine at first glance, but upon further examination, the flaws that it was riddled with would leave one feeling disgusted all over. He would have to be mad to practice such swordsmanship. You came up with that sword art?" Jian Qinsheng widened his eyes in disbelief. On the other hand, Zhang Xian nodded in response. Considering that he was in the Sanctum of Sages, one of the top institutes in the master-teacher continent, he could not afford to use Zhang Xian's name anymore. Otherwise, if the master-teacher pavilion headquarters looked into the matter and proved his statement false, he would be in deep trouble. Since that was the case, it would be safer for him to say that he was the one who had come up with it. In any case, after comprehending sword quintessence, he could already be considered a swordmaster. As such, it would not be unusual for him to have come up with a couple of sword arts or something. This? Jian Qinsheng was still unable to believe what he had just heard. "Can you display the sword art that you have created once more?" "Of course." Zhang Xian nodded in response. With a flick of his fingers, several cold glints shot forth from his fingertips, slicing right through the air. His movements were straightforward and to the point, devoid of any complexity. However, they carried an inescapable sharp edge, as if one would be unable to escape from him once the sword chi had laid its eyes on them. Another thing to note was that the sword art executed was extremely slow, but it carried a devastating momentum that left others feeling deeply helpless. It was as if standing against the sword art was equivalent to standing against the very heavens. "It really isn't the flowing water swordsmanship," Jian Qinsheng muttered in disappointment. He had thought that the young man before him had managed to grasp the crux of his ancestor's swordsmanship, but from the looks of it, the conceptualization of the two sword arts were vastly different. This was a clear sign that they were from two separate lineages. Furthermore, he could tell that the other party's sword art was even more profound than his ancestor's flowing water swordsmanship, containing innumerable transformations. Unfortunately, it was still severely lacking in terms of prowess. From the looks of it, it was likely to be a rather low-tier sword art, not exceeding Saint Intermediate tier. Tossing aside the feelings of disappointment within, Jian Qinsheng looked at the young man before him once more. "Since Zhang Shi was able to create such a formidable sword art, and your comprehension of swordsmanship has also achieved the level of sword quintessence, you probably aren't here to learn." Considering how accomplished the young man before him was in the field of swordsmanship, possibly achieving a level that was close to him, it was unlikely that the young man was there to learn from him. "I did come to visit with a humble request in mind. I heard that Elder Jian has a vast collection of sword art manuals, and if it's not too much to ask, I would like to browse through it." Zhang Xian revealed his true intentions. "You wish to browse through my collection of sword art manuals? That isn't a problem, just that." At this point, Jian Qinsheng hesitated for a brief moment before continuing. To tell you the truth, my compendium of sword arts was created by my ancestor Jian Lushui, and he has infused his sword intent into it. Only those who have acquired the recognition of his sword intent will be able to enter its premises. In fact, I use that as a basis for deciding whom to accept as my disciples, so as to ensure that they will be able to enter and study in the compendium of sword arts. Only those who have acquired the recognition of his sword intent will be able to enter its premises? Xianxia frowned. He had heard of this matter from Shui Chenro prior to heading over, and back then, he had thought that it was a rule that Jian Qinxing had come up with. But from the looks of it now, that was not the case. That's right. My ancestor reached the very pinnacle of the master-teacher continent in his time, and his strength far surpassing mine. The sword intent that he left behind is exceptionally powerful, such that even I am unable to flout his rules, Jian Qinxing said with a bitter smile. Everyone said that he was too rigid and inflexible. He possessed an exceptional sword heritage, but he chose to selfishly keep it to himself, and that was what that led to him being unable to find a suitable successor to his lineage of swordsmanship. Only he himself knew that he was restricted by the rules imposed by his ancestor, and there was nothing he could do about it. There are only two possible ways one can enter the compendium of sword arts. First, possessing the sanctum head token. Second, earning the acknowledgement of the sword intent. There are no other alternatives. If you really wish to access the book collection, feel free to give it a go. Once you have earned the acknowledgement of the sword intent, you will be able to freely enter and leave the compendium of sword arts. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. While he possessed the sanctum head token, he still was not entitled to the privileges that it came with. His cultivation realm was only at leaving aperture realm primary stage, and his master-teacher rank was at 7-star. He was a long way off being able to unseal the token. Putting aside the fact that Sage Kuei had warned him against revealing the sanctum head token to anyone before he managed to successfully unseal it, it could lead to a great deal of trouble if he did so. This simply was not aligned with his motto of humility and keeping a low profile. Since that was the case, it would be good for him to see if he could receive the acknowledgement of the sword intent first. Perhaps, he might just be able to clear it easily with the unique nature of the Heaven's Path sword art. Follow me. Jian Qinxing nodded before beckoning Xianxia over. Considering how talented the young man before him was, and, most importantly of all, he was not from the Zhang clan, Jian Qinxing was more than willing to grant him access to his collection of books. However, it was a pity that he was helpless before the rules. Xianxia followed closely behind Jian Qinxing, and Shui Chenro, Senior Xie, and the others glanced at one another before deciding to tag along. The fact that they were all present meant that they had earned the acknowledgement of the sword intent. They were curious to see if this young swordmaster would be able to do the same. It did not take long for them to arrive at a rather spacious room. Inscribed at the very center of the room was a wall with a massive Jan sword character. Its strokes were sharp and powerful, carrying a disposition that felt as if it would pierce through the heavens. It was somewhat similar to the character that he had seen back at the Sword Lagoon, but the both of them were completely different in terms of conceptualization. Carved beneath the Jan character were all kinds of explanations and interpretations. With just a glance, it was apparent that there was some history to those carvings. Most likely, they were the insights and experiences left behind by generations of sword practitioners in the lineage. This character was left behind by ancestor Lu Shui many years ago, Jian Qinxing explained. As long as one can step within 5 meters of it without coming under its attack, one will have earned the sword intent's acknowledgement. I see. Xianxia nodded. Once a sword practitioner had tempered their sword intent to a profound level, the sword intent could gain a certain level of consciousness, allowing it to assess a situation instinctively and move of its own accord to protect its owner. The character inscribed on the wall harnessed Jian Liushui's very will, and it would be a grave mistake to underestimate the prowess of the sword intent harnessed within it. If it sensed a conceptualization of swordsmanship that was at odds with it, it would automatically launch a series of attacks. Allow me to give it a try. Knowing what it would take for him to access the collection of books, Xianxia took in a deep breath and began walking forward slowly. However, barely after taking a single step, he was already feeling immensely pressured by the massive character before him. It felt as if he was a mortal standing before a stupendously massive sun, and every step forward resulted in a swift intensifying of the searing sensation on his primordial spirit. Is the swordsmanship I have cultivated really incompatible with the sword intent? Xianxia had been hoping that the odds would be in his favor, but given the current circumstances, it was clear that he was not going to receive the acknowledgement of the sword intent. This was really troublesome. He could attempt to sneak into the compendium of sword arts to read the books, but considering that he was in the sanctum of sages, perhaps that might not be a good decision. Ignoring the tight defenses around the compendium of sword arts, if it was revealed that he, the future sanctum head, had broken into his own academy like a thief, he would become the laughingstock of the town. Geez, with great power comes great responsibility. It seemed like becoming the sanctum head was not necessarily a blessing. He really missed those days when he was a nobody and could do whatever he wanted freely without being restrained by anything. While Xianxia was thinking such thoughts, his feet did not stop. He continued advancing forward, and the pressure from the character continued heaping down on him. It was as if he was standing right beneath the guillotine, and the blade was about to fall upon his neck at any moment. Feeling threatened by the might of the sword intent harnessed within the Jian character, the sword intent within Xianxia's body also began stirring in unease, eager to charge out to stand its ground against the other. Will he be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the sword intent? Shui Qianro asked worriedly as she watched the young man advancing toward the Jian character. Jian Qinxing shook his head. I'm afraid that things don't look too good for him. Through his observation, he could tell that the young man had already found his own path in swordsmanship, and it was of a vastly different conceptualization to his ancestors' flowing water swordsmanship. It was not possible for the young man to successfully obtain the sword intent's acknowledgement. Woo woo woo. While Jian Qinsheng was in the midst of his words, the Jian character on the wall abruptly jolted, and a surge of sword qi shot straight for Xianxia. Ha! Knowing that this was a sign of failure, Jian Qinxing sighed deeply as he waved his hand forward. A powerful might burst forth from his finger, deflecting the sword qi emanated from the Jian character. Come back. All right. Knowing that the result was already clear, Xianxia could only shake his head in disappointment before retreating. It seems like you aren't able to win the acknowledgement of the sword intent. Perhaps this is a sign to say that you aren't meant to enter the compendium of sword arts, Jian Qinxing said in lamentation. Hearing those words, Xianxia could only sigh deeply again. Considering that the Heaven's Path sword art harnessed the very essence of swordsmanship, he had been hoping that it might just be able to earn the acknowledgement of the flowing water swordsmanship. However, it seemed like his thoughts were too naive. May I know if there's any way for me to obtain the acknowledgement of the sword intent? There's only one true peak to swordsmanship, but there are many different sword quintessences that pave the way to the top. The sword quintessence comprehended by my ancestor is one such way, and the one comprehended by the head of the Zhang clan is another. Even though they lead to the same peak, different sword quintessences still repel one another due to their fundamental differences. Thus, I fear that it's impossible for you to succeed in your current state. That being said, perhaps, just perhaps, if you could comprehend the flowing water swordsmanship to the level of sword quintessence, you might just be able to earn the acknowledgement of the sword intent, Jian Qinxing said. If the comprehending of true swordsmanship was the destination that all sword practitioners hope to reach, sword quintessences could be considered the pathway that sword practitioners tread upon on their way there. Naturally, even if there was only one destination, there were innumerable pathways that could lead one there. This was just like how a question could be resolved in many different manners, but the answer would still be the same. What you mean is that, as long as I comprehend the sword intent harnessed in the Jian sword character on the wall and achieve the level of sword quintessence, I might be able to obtain the sword intent's acknowledgement? Xianxia asked. That's right. Jian Qinxing nodded. However, don't even think about trying that. It's only a possibility I am proposing theoretically. Achieving one sword quintessence already requires a sword practitioner to devote their entire life to it. Achieving a second one, that would be practically impossible. There have been countless swordsmanship geniuses in the sanctum of sages, but none of them have ever succeeded in that before. It will only be a waste of effort. Is it really that difficult? Xianxia wondered doubtfully as he turned his gaze toward the words beneath the Jan sword character and closed his eyes. Indeed, the difficulty is so great that it's almost unimaginable. From what I read in the records, my ancestor, Jian Lushui, attempted to comprehend another sword quintessence after completing the flowing water swordsmanship, only to fail terribly, nearly causing his cultivation to go berserk. With a deep sigh, Jian Qinxing turned his gaze to the young man to usher him out with an apology when a loud buzzing sound suddenly echoed. A surge of sword intent burst forth from the young man's glabella. Seemingly sensing something, the Jan sword character ahead suddenly began trembling excitedly, and even the room itself began creaking loudly. Jian Qinxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that the sword quintessence of the flowing water swordsmanship? It was a sensation that reminded him of the relentless, rapid tides, carrying an imposing momentum that would blast through anything that stood in its path. For someone who had been in contact with his ancestors' flowing water swordsmanship from a very young age, Jian Qinxing was extremely accustomed to that feeling. The both of them should have been at odds, but why would the young man suddenly emanate sword intent that was identical to his ancestors? Furthermore, judging from the overwhelming aura, it seemed like he was in the midst of reaching sword quintessence. Wang Wang Wang. In his moment of confusion, the swords in the hands of the sword practitioners in the area suddenly began shaking uncontrollably as their swords flew out of their sheaths. They swiftly fell to the ground, paying respects to their new emperor. He actually managed to reach sword quintessence, Jian Qinxing muttered as he felt his throat running hoarse. Those who had comprehended sword quintessence would receive the blessings of the world. As long as a sword was not stronger than them, a sword quintessence expert would be able to force the sword to submit to them unconditionally. However, it was apparent that the young man before him had already comprehended sword quintessence, and for him to achieve yet another breakthrough now, it could not be that he had comprehended two different types of sword quintessence, could it? One must know that even achieving a single sword quintessence was a feat that most sword practitioners failed to achieve despite devoting their entire life to the sword. Yet, the young man before him was only in his 20s, and he had already comprehended two of them. More importantly, it was just a moment ago that he had said that it was impossible to comprehend two different sword quintessence simultaneously when the young man immediately made the breakthrough. Must you really slap my face that quickly? Jian Qinxing's lips trembled uncontrollably as the entire world he had known collapsed right before his eyes. He had started practicing swordsmanship when he was 3, comprehended lower sword heart when he was 17, upper sword heart when he was 40, and sword quintessence when he was 63. Without a doubt, his talent was legendary, and there were countless who were envious of him. But in face of the young man before him, all those glorious accomplishments of his felt like an embarrassment instead. He has achieved the same sword quintessence as teacher? Shui Qianro widened her eyes in disbelief as her body trembled uncontrollably. Prior to coming over, the young man did not even know what the sword quintessence that her teacher had comprehended was, and yet, just by chatting a bit here and there, he suddenly attained the same sword quintessence as her teacher. One must know that she had cultivated under her teacher for many years, but despite that, she had only managed to grasp the bare basics of it. In this moment, the overwhelming sense of defeat that she felt rendered her completely incapable of speech. Who? A while later, Xianxia finally reined in his aura before opening his eyes once more. This time, he walked unhesitatingly toward the Jan sword character and placed his finger on it. In response to his touch, the character seemed to dance exuberantly, seemingly ready to fly out of its restraints and soar into the sky. Xianxia turned to Jian Qinxing and asked with a smile, "Elder Jian, can this be considered as having obtained the acknowledgement of the sword intent?" "Oh, of course." Jian Qinxing's lips twitched a bit as he hurriedly nodded in response. Even the Jan sword character left behind by his ancestor looked ready to elope together with the young man. What else could it be if not a sign of acknowledgement? "That's a relief." Xianxia patted his chest and sighed in relief. As soon as he had heard Jian Qinxing say that it was theoretically possible to comprehend a second sword quintessence, he had immediately collected all of the insights and interpretations concerning the Jian sword character into the Library of Heaven's Path. Those who were qualified to leave their words beneath the Jian sword character were all those who had reached or had been on the verge of reaching sword quintessence. Even though there was not too much of such text in the area, it was all incredibly insightful and concise, allowing him to compile a perfect manual. With prior experience in reaching sword quintessence, it was much easier the second time around, which was also the reason he had been able to achieve a breakthrough so quickly. The Compendium of Sword Arts is just right ahead. I'll open it for you now. Jian Qinxing headed over the corner of the wall and pushed lightly, and the two sides of the wall slowly slid apart, revealing a door behind it. Thank you. I happen to have several doubts concerning swordsmanship that require verification from the books, and I'll leave once I'm done looking through the relevant books. With his eyes lit up in excitement, Xianxia quickly explained his current situation to Jian Qinxing before heading in. It had to be said that the collection of books in the Compendium of Sword Arts was truly amazing. It must have taken countless years before they managed to expand the compendium to such a scale. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia began scanning the area with his eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, the books would automatically be replicated in the Library of Heaven's Path in neat rows. Walking in between the shelves, he quickly took in all the books around him. A moment later, Xianxia suddenly halted his footsteps. The flowing water swordsmanship? To his surprise, there was actually a flowing water swordsmanship secret manual lying casually in one of the innermost bookshelves. But then, he suddenly remembered that he was currently in the Compendium of Sword Arts, a sacred ground where only those recognized by the ancestor of the Jian clan would be able to enter. Those who could enter already had their identities verified, so there were no qualms about leaving any secret manuals out in the open. After collecting the flowing water swordsmanship secret manual, Xianxia tapped on it lightly in the Library of Heaven's Path. Flowing water swordsmanship conceptualizes sword intent as a flowing stream of water, relentless and unending. Sword practitioners specializing in this swordsmanship will be able to form a tight guard of sword qi, thus granting them superior defensive prowess. This swordsmanship was created by the third sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, Jian Lushui, and it's possible to achieve the level of sword quintessence through this conceptualization. Flaws. Xianxia shook his head. Sure has plenty of flaws. Admittedly, the flowing water swordsmanship was extremely powerful. In terms of concept, it bore a striking resemblance to the Heaven's Path sword art, but it was a higher-tier sword art, wielding far greater might. Currently, the Heaven's Path sword art that Xianxia had compiled was only Saint Intermediate tier. He could easily overwhelm those of the same cultivation realm through its devastating strength, but its prowess was severely lacking when put against a Saint high-tier battle technique. On the other hand, while the flowing water swordsmanship was plagued with flaws, it had reached the level of Saint high tier. If he could master it, his fighting prowess would surely rise by leaps and bounds. To make a comparison, it was like the difference between a ballista and a crossbow. A crossbow was much more flexible and nimble in terms of usage, but in terms of prowess, it could not compare to a ballista. Xianxia continued reading through the manual. This swordsmanship is highly demanding on one's eye of discernment. The flowing water swordsmanship required one to mold one's sword intent into a form reminiscent of flowing water. However, in order to successfully break down one's sword intent into a fluid and flexible form, one had to possess an eye of discernment far surpassing the ordinary. In fact, without the eye of insight, it was technically impossible to cultivate the technique up to the level of major accomplishment. No wonder Shui Chenro said that other than the third sanctum head, no one has succeeded in mastering the flowing water swordsmanship. From the looks of it now, the problem didn't lie in their lack of hard work or talent. Rather, their eye of discernment just wasn't up to par. As a past sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, the third sanctum head had possessed the eye of insight as well. It was probably because of that he was able to create such a powerful sword art. However, it was pity that none of the sanctum heads after him specialized in the sword, thus causing the lineage of this swordsmanship to be buried in the dust. As a descendant of Jian Lushui, Jian Qinxing had tried his best to learn the flowing water swordsmanship, but without the eye of insight to peer directly into the very essence of the sword intent, he could only create a very crude conceptualization of water flow. It was no wonder he was not able to bring glory and honor to the swordsmanship. Possessing the eye of insight, the flowing water swordsmanship happened to be compatible with Xianxia. Let me see if I can perfect the flowing water swordsmanship. If the flaws could be resolved, it would be worth considering practicing the sword art. With this thought in mind, Xianxia continued his collection of books. In just 10 minutes, the 100,000 sword art manuals in the Compendium of Sword Arts were all within the Library of Heaven's Path. I'll see if I can perfect the cultivation technique of the 3 swords of Lingshu. Compile. Xianxia retrieved the cultivation technique for the 3 swords of Lingshu and placed it together with all the other sword art manuals. His very purpose here was to perfect the 3 swords of Lingshu. Everything else could wait. Voila! A new book materialized before Xianxia's eyes. Swiftly flipping it open, a deep frown was etched onto Xianxia's forehead. Only one of the sword arts is perfected? The 3 swords of Lingshu consisted of 3 different sword arts, namely Sea Severing Sword, Ocean Cataclysm Sword, and Heaven Desecration Sword. Each of these 3 moves was stronger than the previous. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, if he could fully execute Heaven Desecration Sword, putting aside Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle cultivators, he would even be a match for Saint Seven Dan primary stage cultivators. It was due to this that the old sword maestro had been able to stand undefeated in the Empire Alliance. This compendium of sword arts had a massive collection of more than 100,000 sword art manuals. So Xianxia had thought that he would be able to perfect all 3 sword arts by compiling them together. It was a little disappointing to see that only one sword art had been perfected after all that effort. Nevertheless, this was still better than nothing. Due to the 3 swords of Lingshu being a sword formation, even the very first move, the Sea Severing Sword, had possessed more than 360 flaws. It would have been impossible to resolve all of them without that many books. Even though the Ocean Cataclysm Sword and Heaven Desecration Sword haven't been perfected yet, the number of flaws they have has also been greatly reduced. All in all, there's less than 10 for both of them. I'll just have to find a way to resolve them in the future. While he could not start cultivating the remaining 2 sword arts yet, the reduced number of flaws in them meant that it would be much easier for him to perfect them in the future. There are various different classifications to sword quintessences. The sword quintessence that Sanctum Head Jian Lushui comprehended leans more toward defense, whereas the one that the old sword maestro comprehended leans more toward offense. Through the knowledge of the books he had gathered, many aspects concerning swordsmanship became much clearer to Xianxia. Since there are sword quintessences that are directed toward offense and defense, there should be those that are directed toward speed and agility too. These theories were explained in one of the books that Jian Lushui had left behind. As there were simply too many books within the compendium, Xianxia would have probably overlooked them if he had not collected everything into the Library of Heaven's Path. Perhaps it was because Jian Qinxing did not see the book, so he only knew that there were classifications to sword quintessences but not what kind of classifications there were. Let me try out the flowing water swordsmanship. With a thought, Xianxia placed all the defensive sword art manuals together with the flowing water swordsmanship secret manual. Hula! A brand new book materialized, and with a tap, the knowledge within flowed into Xianxia's head. Xianxia's eyes lit up. It's perfected. Perhaps due to Jian Liushui's swordsmanship lineage being more sided toward defensive swordsmanship, the proportion of defensive sword art manuals were far higher than offensive sword art manuals. This made perfecting the flowing water swordsmanship secret manual much easier than perfecting the 3 swords of Lingshu. I'll cultivate this one first then. Since Xianxia had managed to perfect the flowing water swordsmanship, he quickly found a quiet place in the compendium to sit down and start studying. Just as the name suggested, the flowing water swordsmanship required the sword practitioner to cultivate their swordsmanship until their sword chi was as fluid and flexible as water, flowing relentlessly like a seemingly unending river. Once mastered, the sword practitioner would be able to put up a perfect guard that boasted even greater defensive power than a dominion. Going through the perfected flowing water swordsmanship in his head, Xianxia focused his mind, and gradually, his Xianxia formed small little blades that circulated within his body. The hardest aspect of the flowing water swordsmanship was not to convert one's Xianxia into swords. Xianxia had been able to do that for a very long time, but to convert the Xianxia into a compact stream of sword intent to protect oneself. Nevertheless, having cultivated the heaven's path divine art and possessing the eye of insight, this was not much trouble for Xianxia. 2 hours later, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before getting to his feet once more. After an arduous training session, he had finally brought his mastery of the flowing water swordsmanship up to the level of major accomplishment. I can't test out the prowess of the flowing water swordsmanship here, but I reckon even Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle experts will be unable to breach my defenses now. In fact, even Saint Seven Dan experts will have to struggle a fair bit before they can lay a finger on me. Xianxia thought in agitation. What he was lacking the most at the moment happened to be a good defensive technique. This had been displayed very clearly to him when he was sent flying with a single punch from his future brother-in-law. However, with this sword art, even if he was still no match for Luo Shenqing, at the very least, he would not be incapacitated in a single punch anymore. Furthermore, the defensive ability of the flowing water swordsmanship would only grow stronger as his cultivation rose, possibly making it one of his stronger trump cards at the moment. Sensing the might that he could exert through his sword intent, Xianxia was deeply pleased. After immersing himself in his glee for a moment, he sat back down on the floor and crossed his leg to cultivate the first sword art of the 3 swords of Lingshu, Severing Sword. This sword art required the simultaneous cooperation of 108 swords, but fortunately, he had managed to make a decent number of Saint Intermediate tier swords submit to him back at the Sword Lagoon, so that was not an issue. He imaged the movements of every single sword and sword art in his head, examining each of them in detail and refining all of them to the sharpest precision. 2 hours later, he got up to his feet once more. After a long session of arduous work, he had successfully mastered the Severing Sword. Of course, as he had mastered the 2 sword arts through imagery, he had not gotten an opportunity to see them in action yet. As such, he could only fathom a guess about their true might. With my mastery of the Severing Sword, even without using the Lingshu Sword and the others, I would still be able to drown a Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator with my sword chi. If I used my full strength, slaying even a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert could be possible. Xianxia thought with eyes gleaming in excitement. As expected of an offensive sword quintessence, its might was truly frightening. Even without wielding a weapon, he could defeat a Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator with ease. If he utilized all his means, even a Saint Seven Dan primary stage cultivator could possibly fall under his offense. With such fighting prowess, he would at least be capable of protecting himself in the expert-filled sanctum of sages now. After cultivating the 2 top-notch sword arts, Xianxia exhaled a mouthful of turbid gas as his heart shuddered in excitement. With his current fighting prowess, he was confident that he would be able to clear the Jia corridor with ease. Alright, I should be done here. I should leave now. Seeing that it was getting late, Xianxia got to his feet and walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that Jian Qinsheng was still standing at the very center of the room, and Shui Chenro, Senior Xie, and the others were seated on the ground in kneeling positions. They were staring intently at the Jian sword character on the wall with creases on their foreheads, seemingly deep in thought. "Xianxia, you're out," Jian Qinsheng remarked with a smile. Despite only being a freshman, the young man had achieved the level of sword quintessence. In Jian Qinsheng's heart, the young man could already be considered his peer. As such, he did not take the tone that he would usually speak to his juniors with. "What are they doing?" Xianxia pointed to Shui Chenro and the others in confusion. "Ah, they saw how you managed to comprehend sword quintessence just by studying the Jian sword character for a short moment, and that has ignited their drive. So they decided to sit here to study the Jian sword character as well in the hope that they will be able to take the final step forward and achieve the level of sword quintessence. Just as you did." Jian Qinsheng replied with a hint of satisfaction to his voice. It was not like he had never encouraged his students to study the Jian sword character in the past, but they had never heeded his advice before. In their view, there was simply nothing interesting about the Jian sword character to study. However, after witnessing what Xianxia had achieved, they were now all more driven than ever to succeed. I have ignited their drive? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. The reason he had been able to achieve a breakthrough so swiftly was because he had successfully compiled a Heaven's Path technique from the insights carved beneath the Jan sword character. To expect to achieve a breakthrough just by staring at a mere character. Weren't they daydreaming? However, since they were Jian Qingqing students, it would be rude for an outsider like him to interfere too much in their affairs. Thus, he could only suppress his overwhelming urge to bellow at them and plaster on a smile. Well, all the best then. Unaware of the thoughts in Zhang Xian's mind, Jian Qingqing simply chuckled softly before asking, "Did you receive any insights from the books in the Compendium of Sword Arts? Thank you for granting me access to your collection of books, Elder Jian. I have benefited greatly from it." Zhang Xian bowed deeply. If not for those books, he would not have been able to learn the flowing water swordsmanship and cultivate it to the level of a Heaven's Path technique. He would not have been able to master the first sword art of the 3 swords of Lingshu either and, through doing so, induce an immense surge in his fighting prowess. Oh! Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Jian Qingqing's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, would you like to trade some blows with me? It would be a delight to see the swordsmanship of the only sword practitioner in history to have comprehended 2 different types of sword quintessence. It would be an honor to receive Elder Jian's guidance. He had just mastered those 2 sword arts, and he was seeking an opportunity to try out its strength. Considering that the person standing before him was one of the rare sword masters in the master-teacher continent, there was definitely no one better for him to practice his skills on. Stroking his beard, Jian Qingqing said with a smile, "Good. Let's not disrupt their cultivation and head to another location." Zhang Xian nodded. While Zhang Xian thought that it was impossible for Shui Qianrou and the others to grasp sword quintessence just by staring at the character, it would still be highly beneficial in helping them advance their comprehension of swordsmanship. Since it was not anything bad, there was no reason for Zhang Xian to pour a pail of cold water over their fiery drive. Following behind Jian Qingqing, they soon arrived in a room. It seemed to be a specialized training room, and the walls were reinforced with fortification formations. The formations were all at grade 8, and even with Zhang Xian's current strength, he would still have trouble trying to break them open. "Let's do it here." Jian Qingqing gestured with a smile as he walked to the center of the room. Flicking his forefinger, a surge of sword qi shot forth from his fingertips. Upon seeing Jian Qingqing's actions, Zhang Xian was taken aback. "Elder Jian, aren't you going to suppress your cultivation?" Jian Qingqing was at least a Saint 8 Dan expert, whereas he was only at Saint 5 Dan primary stage. The disparity between them was simply too great. How was he supposed to fight against Jian Qingqing if the latter did not suppress his cultivation? "If I were to suppress my cultivation, I fear that my old bones would not even survive a single blow from you," Jian Qingqing replied with a bitter smile. The sight of the young man before him crushing his disciple with ease was still fresh in his mind. He did not think that he would stand much of a chance if he suppressed his cultivation down to the same level as the other party. After all, the young man's comprehension of swordsmanship and combat had reached a level that was inconceivable even to him. He had encountered many geniuses in his years in the Sanctum of Sages, but only the little princess of the Luo clan and 2 or 3 others could leave him with such a feeling of apprehension. But Zhang Xian frowned. "There's no way I will stand a chance against you in your current state." He was well aware of the limitations of his strength. The old man before him was not just any ordinary Saint 8 Dan expert. He was also a swordmaster. Given the vast disparity in their cultivation, Zhang Xian would only be crushed in the battle. "Why don't we do this instead? I won't suppress my cultivation, but I'll use only 1% of my full strength. That will roughly be equivalent to the might a Saint 7 Dan primary stage cultivator possesses. Don't worry, I won't allow you to be injured. At the same time, through such an arrangement, you can let loose without worrying about injuring me. This way, you will be able to better test your strength," Jian Qingqing said with a smile. "All right then." Hearing those words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. For some inexplicable reason, his heart started beating in excitement. So far, he had not had a chance to clash with a Saint 8 Dan expert. If he could test himself against Jian Qinsheng's strength, he would be more prepared when he faced opponents of that caliber in the future. "I'll be making my move then." With a flick of his hand, a sword appeared in Zhang Xian's hand, and a brilliant cold glint flashed across the room, emanating a chilling intent. The Lingshu sword. He had never wielded it ever since obtaining it. It was simply too strong. He feared that he would accidentally decimate his opponent with it. But since Jian Qinsheng was coming at him without suppressing his cultivation, that would not be a problem. Hong Long, with a swift slash, boundless sword chi barraged forth with astounding might, and for an instant, it felt as if space was crushing in on one. Is that a Saint high-tier artifact? Jian Qinsheng's mouth twitched, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Saint high-tier artifacts were rare even in the sanctum of sages. Considering that the young man was only an unaffiliated cultivator, it was a little hard to believe that he would have such a weapon with him. In terms of pure strength, Saint high-tier artifacts harnessed might surpassing that of Saint 7 Dan cultivators. If a swordmaster like the young man were to wield it against him, cough cough, it won't be good for you to rely too much on the strength of your sword. Here, why don't I lend you a spare one for the duel? With a reddened face, Jian Qinsheng handed a sword over. That will do as well. Thinking about it once more, the might of the Lingshu sword was indeed too great, and it would be unfair to use it in a friendly duel. Thus, Zhang Xian nodded and took the sword that was passed to him. With just a few taps of his fingers on the blade, a resounding buzz echoed, and the sword acknowledged Zhang Xian as its master. Seeing how swiftly Zhang Xian managed to make the sword submit to him, Jian Qinsheng's lips twitched. As expected of a genius who had comprehended two different sword quintessences, even his ability to tame swords was far more effective than that of ordinary sword practitioners. It's a Saint intermediate tier weapon, Zhang Xian noted as he felt the sword in his hand. At this point, he suddenly recalled another matter, and he turned his gaze to Jian Qinsheng once more. Right, Elder Jian. In this duel, it will be fine for me to do anything as long as I don't wield a weapon exceeding Saint intermediate tier. Right? That's right. Jian Qinsheng nodded. You are able to easily drive Saint intermediate tier artifact easily with your current strength, but you are still too weak to regulate the might of a Saint high tier artifact. Even if you win the duel with it, it will be pointless if you aren't the one in control. Even the most ordinary Saint high-tier artifacts wielded a fighting prowess on par with Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle cultivators. Considering how the young man only possessed a cultivation of leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, he would be led astray by the Saint high-tier sword he had. Eventually, the one who was in control would not be him but his sword. That's good. Hearing that he could do whatever he wanted as long as the weapon he wielded was no more than Saint intermediate tier, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had not yet executed the sea-severing sword after mastering it. This would be a good chance for him to try it out. In any case, the opponent he was facing was far stronger than him, so there was no need to worry about accidentally hurting him at all. With a jot of the sword in his hand, a cold glint flashed across the air, and an imposing tide of sword chi immediately burst forth, slashing through whatever stood in its path. Not bad. Seeing Zhang Xian's move, Jian Qinsheng chuckled softly. By weaving his fingers across the air, it took only an instant before a current of sword chi flowed right in front of him, reminiscent of a massive barrier. Flowing water swordsmanship. Just as Jian Qinsheng had promised, he had only used 1/100th of his strength in his defense. Nevertheless, the strength he wielded was not to be underestimated. The sword chi flowing within the massive barrier was extremely compact, leaving not even the slightest space for anything to bypass it. It was reminiscent of an immense, unbreachable dominion. Ding 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 ding. The barrage of sword chi that Zhang Xian had sent forth collided with the flowing wall of sword chi, inducing innumerable ripples on it. Under the violent attacks, the formation in the room shook intensely, and glaring scars appeared on the ground. The formations inscribed into the room were extremely resilient, But Xianxia's full strength paired with the frightening might of the sea-severing sword was so powerful that even the formations seemed as if they would collapse at any moment. He's indeed formidable. Even though Jian Qinxing had managed to keep Xianxia's attack at bay for the moment, he could clearly sense that the might from the tide of sword qi was swiftly growing stronger by the moment, and his expression turned grave, as expected of a genius who commanded two different sword quintessences. His strength was truly extraordinary. On the other hand, Xianxian felt so excited that he could leap in joy. Even when using his full strength, he was unable to deal even the slightest harm to the Saint 8 Dan swordmaster. Since that was the case, it seemed like it was time for him to show his true skills. Let me try out the real sea-severing sword then. With eyes gleaming with excitement, Xianxian grabbed at the surrounding air forcefully. What he had executed earlier was only the sword intent of the 3 swords of Lingshu. He didn't really go all out. However, seeing how Jian Qinxing had managed to deal with his first attack with such ease, the final shred of hesitation within him finally vanished. Palipala. A series of resounding cracking sounds echoed as more than 100 Saint intermediate-tier weapons floating in the air shot forth. Go! Lines of insight rippled in Zhang Xian's eyes as he adeptly maneuvered an extremely complicated sword art toward Qin Jiansheng. The sea-severing sword might only be a single sword art, but it was also a massive sword formation made up of 108 swords. Every single sword would be executing a sword art of its own, and collectively, it was as if an entire army was charging at one. Boom! The barrage of swords swiftly turned into an imposing wave collapsing down upon the room, and countless intersecting sword qi permeated the room. This is the old sword maestro's secret art? But Jian Qinsheng, whose tension had just alleviated slightly after successfully fending off the first attack, suddenly saw the formation of swords before him, and he nearly fainted on the spot. The old sword maestro was a renowned swordmaster in history, so he had heard of his name and secret art before. In fact, when he was traveling around the world in seek of inspiration to further his swordsmanship, he had paid the Sword Lagoon a visit and trained there for quite a while, but due to the clashes in ideology, he eventually gave up on the notion. He thought that the old sword maestro's heritage should have already died out by now, but who could have thought that he would see it from the young man before him? Furthermore, it seemed to be sharper, swifter, and stronger than what he had heard in the legends. And more importantly, he had just thought that the other party had no suitable weapon and gave him a Saint Intermediate tier sword, but in the blink of an eye he suddenly whipped out this entire bunch. If you have so many swords with you, why in the world did you accept my Saint Intermediate tier sword? Jian Qinsheng's face twitched uncontrollably. However, in this moment, he had to devote his all into fending against the attack that was diving right at him. Thus, he opened up his both hands and skillfully weaved another barrier of flowing sword qi. Just that it was clearly much more fortified this time around. Boom! Barely after he was done, the assault of the 100 swords arrived right before him. With overwhelming force, they collided on the barrier. Kacha! Kacha! Amidst a series of crisp echoes, the barrier of flowing sword qi began shattering like a broken mirror. How could those sword qi know the flaws of my flowing water swordsmanship? Jian Qinsheng's body jolted. The flowing water swordsmanship was extremely difficult to overcome due to its ability to spread out any force falling upon it over its entire area. But the young man was still able to shatter it in an instant. This could only mean to say that the latter had found the openings within his flowing water swordsmanship, making it impossible for him to sustain its flowing state. One must know that even someone as strong as that man from the Zhang clan was unable to accomplish such a feat. So how did the young man before him manage to do it? Shocked by the situation before him, Qin Jianxing swiftly moved to repair the barrier of flowing sword qi, but he realized that it was already too late. The 100 swords had already slipped through the openings in his defenses, and they were surging swiftly toward him from all directions with devastating forces reminiscent of a storm. Before he could do anything, the swords had already pierced into him. Pooh! A sweet sensation welled up in Jian Qinsheng's throat as he was sent flying. Pong! He was slammed into the wall. Halala! The fortification formations reinforcing the room also creaked loudly under the overwhelming impact, seemingly ready to break apart at any moment. Hoo. Jian Qinsheng was already plastered on the wall, but Zhang Xian's attack wasn't over yet. The 100 swords overlapped with one another and launched attacks one after another, reminiscent of the relentless waves of the sea, each more powerful and imposing than the previous. In a moment, Jian Qinsheng's body was surrounded by the silhouettes of countless swords, and the cold glint reflected from them made it difficult for one to see what was ahead. Boom! Unable to withstand it any longer, the fortification formation finally burst apart, and the room swiftly collapsed under the immense force. Rock fragments ricocheted around the room amidst a rain of dust. But even at this moment, the offense of the swords still showed no signs of halting. Jian Qinsheng attempted to flee to regain his momentum, but the swords were ingeniously aimed at the openings of every single he made, such that even fending against them already took up all of his strength and attention. Boom, boom, boom. Forced back by the barrage of the swords, Jian Qinsheng eventually knocked down 7 to 8 rooms before everything finally came to a halt. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian retracted his palm. His face had turned pale at some point in time, and his body was aching from head to toe. He couldn't even find the strength within him to lift his fingers. When he had practiced the sea-severing sword earlier in the Compendium of Sword Arts, he did so through mental imagery to sharpen his form, so it wasn't possible for him to get a clear idea of how powerful it would be. It was only after executing it did he realize how frightening the sword art actually was. In fact, in the midst of the execution, he found that he had lost all control over the sword art, and every last bit of Jinqi was squeezed out of his body before the sword art finally came to a halt. This is too scary, losing control of my body. I better not use this sword art unless in times of emergency. Cold sweat rained down Zhang Xian's head as he patted his heart fearfully. It was not to say that there was something wrong with the sea-severing sword, but that his cultivation was simply too low, making it impossible to him to wield full control over the sword art. This was similar to how a child could swing a hammer too, but the child's lack of strength would make it difficult for him to control it, especially when the hammer was in motion. In this moment, Zhang Xian was the child swinging the hammer. Once the sea-severing sword was executed, he couldn't stop until every last drop of Jinqi in his body was sapped dry. Ever since he had undergone the Saint Ascension ordeal and reached Saint Realm, he had never depleted his Jinqi before. Yet, the sea-severing sword was actually able to drain every last bit of energy within him, which went to show just how powerful the sword art was. However, it was also extremely dangerous for a cultivator to use up all of his Jinqi in the midst of a battle. It would mean that he was powerless against anything that his opponent would throw at him next. Right, is Jian Qinsheng all right? Too engrossed in himself, Zhang Xian forgot about the plight Jian Qinsheng was in. Looking at the rubble all over the ground, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even though Jian Qinsheng said that he wouldn't lower his cultivation, he still suppressed his strength to 100th of his original might. There was no saying that the other party might just succumb to his sword art in his weakened state, and that would mean that he was a murderer. Fortunately, a silhouette suddenly rose from the rubble at this moment. Jian Qinsheng. He wasn't able to maintain his image as an expert anymore. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was cloaked in dust. His wretched state felt as if someone had just taken advantage of him. Elder Jian. Zhang Xian's lips twitched for a moment before he called out worriedly. I'm Phi Pu. Jian Qinsheng chuckled awkwardly, but before he could finish his words, another mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Put on. Jian Qinsheng plummeted from the sky and fell headfirst into a pile of mud. At this very moment, he was suffering from a mental breakdown. Under normal circumstances, given his strength, it was impossible for the young man who hurt him no matter how powerful his sword art may be. However, he had suppressed his strength down to 100th of it, and his flowing water swordsmanship was breached so quickly that he hardly had any time to react. To be honest, he was extremely lucky to be alive at this very moment. Lying in the pile of mud, Jian Qinsheng swallowed a pill, and it took a long while before strength slowly returned back to him. Getting back to his feet, he took a look at his surroundings and sighed deeply. He was curious to see how powerful a person who had comprehended two sword quintessences would be, only to end up being reduced to such a state in a single move. It was fortunate that no one was around to see it, or else he might have just died from embarrassment. "Teacher, are you fine?" "Old master, what happened?" "Everyone, be on your guards. Don't let the culprit get away." And just like that, Jian Qingqing's final bit of consolation was utterly shattered. Turning around, he saw his butlers, guards, Shui Qianrou, Xianxia, and his other disciples all standing not too far away, looking at him in worry. "What are you all doing here?" If not for Jian Qingqing's mental fortitude, he might have just passed out on the spot. He was still feeling thankful that no one saw him earlier when more than 100 people suddenly materialized behind his back. That was almost everyone in the residence. "Teacher, Xianxia said that you were injured and he asked us to hurry over to take a look." Senior Xia was worried that something bad might have happened, so he called all of us to follow him. Shui Qianrou quickly explained. Jian Qingqing clutched his chest, clawing at his heart which was aching so much that he could hardly breathe. It was one thing for the young man to reduce him to the pitiful state he was currently in, but to even call his disciples and servants here to spectate his misery. This was too much. "Don't worry, I'm not injured. I just accidentally used too much force when I was practicing my swordsmanship earlier." With a reddened face, Jian Qingqing shrugged the matter off casually with a wave of his hand. "Not injured?" Senior Xia, Shui Qianrou, and the others looked at one another with rather complicated looks in their eyes. Completely tattered clothes and a swollen face. Is it really possible for anyone to be reduced to such a state from practicing his swordsmanship? Cough, cough. "Where's Xianxia?" Knowing that his students were thinking, Jian Qingqing coughed loudly twice and changed the topic. He still saw the young man when he flew up earlier, so why would the latter be nowhere to be seen at this moment? "Xianxia has asked me to relay his gratitude toward you for allowing him to browse through your collection of books. It has provided him with some inspiration regarding his swordsmanship, so he bade his farewell to return back to his residence to cultivate," Shui Qianrou said. "He returned back to his residence to cultivate?" Jian Qingqing felt even more stifled inside after hearing those words. After causing a mess around here and severely injuring him, that young man actually secretly fled the scene. "Gratitude, you said? Is this how you show your gratitude?" Just as Jian Qingqing was contemplating whether he should capture that young man back here to teach him a lesson, Shui Qianrou suddenly walked up and presented him with a book. "Right, teacher. Before he left, Xianxia instructed me to hand this over to you personally." Jian Qingqing took the book with a deep frown and casually flipped it open. With just a single glance, his entire body froze on the spot, and disbelief plastered itself on his face. "This?" Jian Qingqing trembled uncontrollably. Considering how the ink on the book had barely dried, it was clear that it was just written down a moment ago. Detailed on it was the various mistakes he had made on his cultivation, as well as the aspects which he had erred in his comprehension of swordsmanship. In fact, a large handful of those points written down were questions which had left him deeply confused for many years. In other words, as long as he were to make corrections according to what was written on the book, he would definitely be able to bring his fighting prowess up to greater heights. It was just a brief encounter, and I hardly made any move at all, but he was still able to see through so much about me. Despite squeezing the book tightly in his hand, Jian Qingqing still felt as if he was in a dream. On top of being a swordmaster, he was a teacher in the Sanctum of Sages as well. It wasn't rare for him to have to analyze the problems that a student was facing in his cultivation or swordsmanship and offer him pointers to resolve them. Naturally, his eye of discernment was extremely formidable as well, far surpassing that of his peers. Even so, he was still completely helpless toward the problem he was facing. Yet, the young man was able to uncover and concisely detail all of the problems he was facing, and more importantly, he had even provided solutions to them as well. Just what kind of monstrous eye of discernment did that young man possess? It's no wonder why he was able to comprehend two different types of sword quintessences at his young age. In terms of comprehension of swordsmanship, I don't even come close to holding a candle against him. In this moment, Jian Qingqing finally understood why the young man was able to earn the recognition of his ancestor's sword intent so quickly. From the very start, they weren't even at the same level as one another. Perhaps that's what a true prodigy is, Xianxia remarked deeply as he closed the book and kept it into his storage. Then, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and his eyes lit up. Wait a moment! Given that young man's deep understanding of swordsmanship, if I were to bring him to the Zhang clan, perhaps I might be able to exact vengeance for the grudge back then. It took 6 hours of rest, till the sun was starting to rise over the eastern horizon, before Zhang Xian finally felt his jinqi fully recovering, and his mind, spirit, and soul once again returned to their peak. He instinctively knew that it would be a bad idea to remain there after injuring Jian Qinxing, so he decisively collected all of his swords and returned to his residence. As expected of an offense-based sword quintessence, its might is really not to be underestimated. Recalling the battle that had happened the previous night, Zhang Xian's eyes gleamed in excitement. Even though Jian Qinxing had suppressed his strength to 1/100th of his original might, his fighting prowess was still not something that any ordinary Saint 7 Dan primary stage cultivators would have been able to compete with. Since that was the case, wouldn't the fact that he had been able to send the other party flying mean that no Saint 7 Dan primary stage expert would be a match for him once he went all out? Saint 7 Dan phantasmal space realm, at that level a cultivator would be able to grasp the very essence of space. Their dominion would begin to morph into a form in between a phantasm and reality, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The dominions created by Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion realm experts would manifest in a physical form, such as an area of mist or a barrier of light, thus making it discernible to the eye. However, upon reaching Saint 7 Dan phantasmal space realm, one's dominion would become intangible, similar to one's spiritual perception. Invisible to the eyes, untouchable to the hands, its discreteness could create unimaginable effects. For example, back when Luo Shenqing kicked Elder Subing flying, the reason the latter did not dodge was because Luo Shenqing had already shrouded the latter in his dominion, trapping the latter firmly in place. With his Saint 5 Dan primary stage cultivation, it should have been impossible for Zhang Xian to phase an expert of that caliber. However, with the sea-severing sword, this impossibility had become a real possibility. It's daybreak. I should head over to the Jia corridor and finish it. The rising crimson sun had forced the dark night to retreat, bringing light back to the world. Zhang Xian began making his way over to the Hall of Solidarity once more. He soon arrived at the front counter, and Qing Yu was still seated there. I wish to challenge the Jia corridor once more. Accustomed to the procedure, Zhang Xian wasted no time and passed the concentrated high-tier spirit stones over straight away. After all he had done, reading, learning swordsmanship, and recovering from his exertion, a day had already passed. Thus, he could continue challenging the corridor of puppets once more. Seeing that it was Zhang Xian, Qing Yu passed a challenge token over with a nod. Upon receiving the token, Zhang Xian immediately turned around and left. He wasn't able to clear the Jia corridor yesterday, but he rushed over as soon as the sun was up. The male attendant from before was also around, and he could not help asking, within this short period of time, there shouldn't have been any substantial change in his strength, right? So, what is he in such a hurry for? Cultivation was a process of consistent effort, not a way to achieve great things in a heartbeat. How could one night of cultivation possibly help him? If the young man wanted to clear the Jia corridor, he would require a few months of hard work at the very least. I'm not too sure either. Qing Yu shook her head. Perhaps. He might have successfully cultivated some kind of secret art and wants to give it a try. But the stronger a secret art is, the harder it is to grasp it. The male attendant shook his head. There are some who devote their lives to studying a secret art, only to gain a superficial grasp of it. How much could he possibly have learned in a single night? It was not that he had no trust in Zhang Xian's strength, but some things were simply impossible. The Jia corridor was the hardest corridor to clear, and even most Grand Dominion Realm advanced stage cultivators would have trouble defeating the puppet within. Even if Zhang Xian had managed to clear the E corridor the previous day, it still did not seem possible for him to clear the Jia corridor after one day of hard work. The previous one to challenge the Jia corridor was the Luo clan's little princess, right? I seem to recall that she's the current record holder. The male attendant suddenly remarked. She's indeed the current record holder. She cleared the Jia corridor within just 3 minutes. Upon speaking of the Luo clan's little princess, admiration and respect immediately seeped into Qing Yu's eyes, while other challengers struggled with all their might but were still unable to clear the Jia corridor. The little princess was able to clear it within a short 3 minutes. More importantly, when she left the room, there was not the slightest speck of dust on her, maintaining her ever-elegant and poised appearance. Every time she recalled this matter, she could not help but tremble in excitement. Ever since the corridor of puppets was created, there was not a single person who had achieved such a record in the Jia corridor. In other words, the accomplishment of the Luo clan's little princess was unrivaled. There was no one who could compete with her even in the past tens of thousands of years, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to break her record anytime soon. Indeed, she's really too formidable. The male attendant nodded in agreement. He was just about to speak when ripples suddenly appeared in the tea placed in front of him, following which the cup began trembling, followed by the table. What's going on? The both of them sprang right up to their feet, and they began scanning their surroundings warily. I have no idea. Halfway through Qing Yu's words, she suddenly felt the ground shaking intensely, as if there was an earthquake, after which a resounding explosion rumbled from the distance. That seems to be from the Jia corridor? The eyebrows of the duo shot up as they hurriedly rushed in the direction that the explosion came from. Before they could arrive at the Jia corridor, they saw a young man walking over with an apologetic look on his face. My apologies. I failed to rein in my strength when making a move earlier. Qing Yu glanced at the Jia corridor, or to be more exact, the rubble that was once the Jia corridor. Smoke was pouring out of it. Sweeping through the contents with her spiritual perception, she saw that the puppet of the Jia corridor had already been dismantled into countless pieces, such that there was not even an intact spare part anymore. Truly was complete and utter destruction. You! Unable to hold herself back anymore, Qing Yu asked Xianxia in agitation, "Just what did you do?" She was well aware of the strength that the puppet in the Jia corridor wielded. Even ordinary Grand Dominion Realm advanced stage experts would not be a match for it, and yet that fellow still managed to crush it so easily. Just how in the world did he manage to do it? More importantly, it had not even been 3 minutes since he had taken the challenge token from her. Within this period, he had actually defeated the puppet and torn down the entire Jia corridor while he was at it. I was only using a sword art, Xianxia said awkwardly. Due to the rules of the Jia corridor, Xianxia was unable to wield his swords, so he could only use his sword qi in substitution. Nevertheless, the might of the sea-severing sword was still far beyond his control. The puppet was reduced to dust as soon as it appeared, but even so, he was still unable to stop the sword art until it depleted a massive portion of his jinqi. The current destruction was the result of that. He had thought that since the corridor of puppets was a formal trial by the Sanctum of Sages, the fortification formations reinforcing the corridors would be rather powerful, so it should have been fine for him to let loose. It was never his intention to cause such a huge commotion. It was fortunate that the trial had deemed it a success right after the puppet was destroyed, and the books at the very end of the corridor had come into his sight, allowing him to swiftly collect them into his library of Heaven's Path. Otherwise, if his efforts had ended in vain after all the trouble he had been through, he really might have burst into tears on the spot. Sword art. Qing Yu and the male receptionist were really at a loss of words. Sword arts, they had seen plenty of those, but one that could destroy not only the puppet but the entire corridor along with it? They had never seen one that wielded such might before. Wait right here for a moment. I'll report this matter to the elder. Qing Yu told Xianxia before hurriedly leaving. The destruction of the Jia corridor was a huge matter, far beyond the jurisdiction of a mere receptionist like her. The Hall of Solidarity could be considered property of the Sanctum of Sages. If everyone were to destroy it without care, not even the Sanctum of Sages would have enough money to pay for the reparations. All right, knowing that it was only right for him to make compensation after causing destruction, Xianxia had no intention of leaving either. He found a place to sit down and began meditating to recover his Jinqi. While the strength of the sea-severing sword was reduced because he had not wielded any swords, the execution of the sword art still depleted nearly half of his Jinqi. Previously, I thought that the old sword maestro was just unable to gather sufficient swords for the execution of the technique, but from the looks of it now, even if he had gathered sufficient swords, it is uncertain whether he would have been able to execute it or not. As one who had cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, the capacity of Xianxia's Jinqi far exceeded that of other cultivators, but even so, he was still nearly unable to keep up with the depletion of energy. Despite being the creator of the move, the old sword maestro probably still had a fair bit of trouble trying to execute the technique. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to fully recover without several hours of cultivation, Xianxia decided to immerse his consciousness into his library of Heaven's Path to take a look at the books that he had just collected. There were only 5 books in the Jia corridor, and they corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The tier of the books was extremely high, plausibly the most profound and powerful leaving aperture realm cultivation techniques in the Sanctum of Sages. Putting all the leaving aperture realm cultivation techniques together, Xianxia commanded, "Compile." Voila! A new book materialized. Flipping it open, Xianxia's eyes lit up in delight. After all his hard work, he had finally succeeded in compiling the leaving aperture realm Heaven's Path divine art. Just thinking about the difficulties that he had been through was enough to make tears stream down his cheeks. I wonder if Sun Chong has managed to find a source to procure pinnacle spirit stones. Xianxia wondered as he swiftly memorized the cultivation technique. Without a source of sufficiently pure spiritual energy, he would not be able to further his cultivation. Above concentrated high-tier spirit stones were the pinnacle spirit stones, which boasted extraordinary purity. If he could find a source for those, his quandary concerning a lack of spirit stones would be resolved. There were no pinnacle spirit stones in the Qingyuan Empire, but it should not be too difficult to find them in the Sanctum of Sages. He's the person who destroyed the Jia corridor, Zhang Shi. While Xianxia was still in thought, he suddenly heard a voice. Raising his head, he saw Qing Yu leading an elder over. The elder took a look at the Jia corridor, and his eyebrows immediately began twitching. Xianxia hurriedly got up. Zhang Shi, Elder Liao over here, is in charge of everything concerning the leaving aperture realm corridor of puppets, Qing Yu introduced. Paying respects to Elder Liao, Xianxia quickly clasped his fist. There was nothing else he could do. Under the roof of another, he had no choice but to lower his head. He still could not bring himself to be as domineering as his future brother-in-law. With a voice of suppressed rage, Elder Liao asked, "You said that you managed to reduce this place to this state just by executing a sword art?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded hesitantly. "Pass me your challenge token." Xianxia did as he was told. Elder Liao took a close look at the challenge token that Xianxia had passed over, and a moment later, a deep frown appeared on his forehead. The Jia corridor did not just have a formidable puppet, it had a powerful formation as well. Under normal circumstances, even a Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle expert would not have the strength to cause such devastation in this place, unless the individual had cheated. But on the challenge token, the young man was reported to have cleared the trial fair and square. In other words, no acts of cheating had been detected by the system. Was it really possible for a leaving aperture realm primary stage cultivator to cause such destruction with his sword art? Perplexed, Elder Liao instructed, "What sword art did you execute earlier? Show it to me." "Show it to you? This?" A conflicted look surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. "To be honest with you, my grasp over the sword art is still lacking, so I am unable to control it properly. I fear that I will accidentally harm you if I execute it here." "Harm me?" Elder Liao sneered. "While I am only a managerial elder here, my cultivation has at least reached Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm. A leaving aperture realm primary stage cultivator like you actually fears that you will accidentally harm me? What arrogant words!" There were various tiers to the elders of the Sanctum of Sages. Personnel who had reached Saint Seven Dan would be eligible to take on the role of a managerial elder. such as Su Bing and Elder Liao. This, Elder Liao, even if you are confident in your strength, I still fear that my sword qi will destroy the other buildings in the area too. Xianxia was still a little hesitant about executing the sea-severing sword here. Do you think that your sword qi will have a chance to escape from my dominion? You must be joking. Elder Liao harumphed coldly with deep confidence reflected in his eyes. As a Saint 7 Dan phantasmal space expert, Elder Liao wielded incredible control over the space around him. If he couldn't even suppress the sword qi suppressed by a mere leaving aperture realm fellow, he would really be a failure of a cultivator. If you are really that confident, I guess it should be fine. Be careful then. Since Elder Liao was confident about the matter, Xianxia decided not to say anything more. With a tap of his finger, surges of sword qi flew forth from his fingers, but instead of flying toward Elder Liao, they floated in the air as if they were blades of swords. So many of them? Elder Liao was slightly surprised to see the young man's ability to manipulate so many sword qi adeptly simultaneously. He quickly drew a semicircle before his chest and formed a protective barrier. He wanted to try for himself whether the other party's sword qi really wielded the strength to destroy the Jia corridor. Whoa! Barely after he was done with that, a hurried buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the air, and as if the space before him had collapsed, more than 100 surges of sword qi arrived within a 5 meters radius of him in the blink of an eye. So fast! Horrified by how quick the young man's sword qi was, Elder Liao hurriedly activated his dominion to stop the latter. Boom, boom, boom. The sword qi collided with Elder Liao's dominion and produced a sound reminiscent of a mixer being plunged into a water vat. The violent impacts caused his face to redden, and his dominion nearly dissipated under the relentless barrage of attacks. So, under the overwhelming pressure pushing against his dominion, Elder Liao was slammed heavily into the wall behind him, bashing a huge hole through it. Even so, the might of the sword qi pressing against his dominion didn't seem to show any sign of weakening. At the same time, more and more sword qi were surging forth toward him as well, causing the entire area to be flooded with cold glints. In an instant, the entire main hall was permeated with sword qi. Xianxia! Under the relentless barrage of sword qi within and Elder Liao crashing around the place, the main hall finally reached the limits of its durability. A glaring crack swiftly crept its way across the walls, and with a resounding explosion, the entire room collapsed inward. Sometime later, Xianxia finally came to a halt after expending every last drop of his jinqi, and he panted heavily on the spot. When he finally caught his breath and regained some strength, he took a look at his surroundings, and his eyebrows couldn't help but shoot up. In this very moment, the Jia, Yi Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Ren, and Gui, all 10 corridors had been reduced to rubble, and smoke was rising from their midst. In fact, even the main hall, which was meant to receive challengers, had been destroyed as well. Cough, cough. A silhouette rose from the rubble. Elder Liao. His hair was half shaven off from the torrent of sword qi, and his body was inflicted with cuts all over. It was nearly impossible to use words to describe the sheer state of misery he was in. Xianxia recoiled at the sight, and he swiftly chirped in anxiously, "Elder Liao, you were the one who told me to make a move. You declared confidently that you would be able to withstand my sword art. So what the heck is this then? Aren't you putting me in a spot? It wasn't easy for me to shake off my title as the god of destruction. And your overconfidence just set back all of the hard work I have put in all this while. With such a happening, how do you think others will see me? I just wanted to quietly clear the examination and read my books peacefully. Elder Liao's face flushed red as he looked at the collapsed corridors with a look of despair in his eyes. All he wanted to do was to check if the young man had been cheating. How did everything come to this? What left him even more frustrated was that he was the one who had insisted on the young man to make a move. So he couldn't blame the latter for this matter either. Get out of my sight! Elder Liao felt so frustrated that he thought he would explode on the spot. There were so many words he wanted to speak but couldn't, and eventually, he could only wave his hand with furiously gritted teeth. You are telling me to leave? Xianxia was taken aback. I don't have to compensate for the corridor of puppets? While most of the responsibility for the destruction lay on Elder Liao, considering how huge this matter had blown up to, he didn't expect to be able to get out of this scot-free either. "Are you able to pay for it?" Elder Liao bellowed with a voice seething with anger. Xianxia's lips twitched. "I guess not." He didn't think that he was poor, but his fortune, in contrast to the powerful puppets and formations set up in Corridor of Puppets, was truly insignificant in comparison. There was no way he would have enough money to compensate for the damage. "So scram," Elder Liao bellowed. "Yes." Xianxia swiftly turned around to make his leave, but barely after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, "Elder Liao, in the fight earlier, I found that your body is suffused with cold energy, so I advise you not to practice your Hyameline formula anymore." "How do you know that I practice the Hyameline formula?" This was the first time the both of them were meeting, so how could the other party know what cultivation technique he practiced? "I heard of it from someone else. If, by any chance, you feel unwell, feel free to find me at my residence in the elite division," Xianxia advised before decisively turning around and leaving. He had destroyed the Corridor of Puppets, but Elder Liao didn't forcefully keep him in the area or make things difficult for him. In a sense, he owed the other party a favor for this. In the battle they had earlier, he had compiled a book on the other party in the Library of Heaven's Path and noticed that there was a problem with the other party's cultivation technique, so he decided to advise him out of kind will. Actually, it wasn't a major issue either. As long as Elder Liao stopped cultivating the Hyameline formula, the body should be able to recover by itself. Even if he didn't stop cultivating, as long as he sought treatment in time, the issue should be manageable. But considering how the other party was in the heat of his anger, it didn't seem like a good time to elaborate too much about it. After all, from experience, he knew that if he were to tell Elder Liao you are sick after destroying his place, there was a good chance that he would be pummeled to death on the spot. On the other hand, watching as the young man leave hurriedly after leaving behind those abrupt words, Elder Liao was baffled. However, when he saw the rubble all around him once more, rage began surging through his body once more. "It seems like I shouldn't use the sea-severing sword easily in the future anymore." Glancing at the rubble behind him, Xianxia shook his head in dejection. He had only executed this sword art thrice ever since mastering it, but he had already unintentionally harmed 2 people, destroyed a puppet, and devastated a crucial infrastructure of the Sanctum of Sages. Who knew what kind of mess he would get himself into if he were to continue using the sword art recklessly? It would be best for him to avoid using this sword art unless he was in a desperate situation, or else he might just be stealing his future brother-in-law's title as the King of Destruction. He was the man who was destined to become the Sanctum Head, a person revered and admired by countless. He mustn't end in a position where others would shun him, as if he was a hated troublemaker. "I should go and check on how Sun Chong is faring. Also, I need to find some means to earn more money. Even if Elder Liao didn't demand any payment from me, I should at least make some compensation for what I have done," Xianxia thought. Had it been any other occasion, it wouldn't have been a big deal to him whether he could become the Sanctum Head or not. However, this matter had a profound effect on whether he would be able to stop Luo Ruoxin's marriage in the 3rd month of the next year or not. Without becoming the Sanctum Head of the Sanctum of Sages, it would be nigh impossible for him to vie with the Zhang clan's young prodigy for Luo Ruoxin's marriage in hand. So, he was determined to obtain the position by hook or by crook. According to what Sage Kuei had said, prior to unsealing the Sanctum Head token, it would be best for him to win as many people's respect as possible so that his prestige would be higher after his inauguration. But within just 2 days of his enrollment, he had already destroyed Jian Qingxing's home and the Corridor of Puppets. No matter what, he should at least do something to salvage his crumbling reputation. But of course, the fact that he didn't have much money at hand still held, so it was about time to bolster his finances. Thus, Xianxia quickly returned back to his residence, and not too long later Sun Chong returned as well. Perhaps it was due to an entire night of hard work. Sun Chong appeared to be a little weary. "How is it?" Xianxia turned his gaze over and asked. "Young master, I have looked into the matter, and there is a wide range of items of cultivation resources available in the Sanctum of Sages. In terms of effectiveness, There's nothing that compares to pinnacle spirit stones, but it appears that those can only be sourced in the inner sanctum. Sun Chang revealed his findings. Inner sanctum? Zhang Xian frowned. He had heard that the sanctum of sages was divided into two main categories, inner sanctum and outer sanctum. Most likely Luo Ruoxin was in the inner sanctum. That's right. Other than pinnacle spirit stones, I also found grade 8 energy repository pill. I had someone purchase some of those for me. Please take a look, Sun Chang said as he passed a jade bottle over. Uncorking the jade bottle, Zhang Xian took a look at the contents inside and nodded. There were 3 pills in total, and they were indeed rich in spiritual energy. The energy contained within them were significantly greater than the grade 7 spirit-reinforcing pills he had a while back. It's indeed useful to me, but I'll need a lot more of it. At the very least, I would require at least 30 of them in order to push for a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. While these energy repository pills were at grade 8, perhaps due to the limitations of the pill-forging skills of the apothecary, they had only reached the level of formation. As such, the spiritual energy they harnessed was rather limited. Are there any other cultivation resources? Zhang Xian asked. There are. It seems like it's possible to earn rewards through clearing missions in the Sanctum of Sages, and one of the rewards available is the Jade Spirit Essence. Sun Chang said. Jade Spirit Essence? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Just like spirit stones, Jade Spirit Essence would only be formed in areas that were rich in spiritual energy. So the spiritual energy it harnessed was extremely pure. While it couldn't compare up to pinnacle spirit stones, it was indeed a much better cultivation resource than concentrated high-tier spirit stones. The problem was that Jade Spirit Essences were extremely rare, rumored to be harder to find than pinnacle spirit stones. Even Zhang Xian had only seen them in the books before. What missions are there? There is quite a huge variety of them. Missions can be requested by both students and teachers, but most of them would be rather difficult to complete. Based on what I have seen earlier, there are a total of 3 missions that have Jade Spirit Essence as their reward, and of them, one awards 3 Jade Spirit Essences. Sun Chang said. 3 Jade Spirit Essences? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. Jade Spirit Essences were far larger than spirit stones, and a single one of it could be easily worth up to 10,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. The spiritual energy that was harnessed within 3 of those was definitely more than enough for him to successfully advance through the leaving Aperture Realm. If he were to sell them, even if it couldn't compensate the losses sustained by the Corridor of Puppets, it would at least help to supplement a substantial portion of the reparation cost. That's right. Sun Chang nodded. To offer such a hefty award, what's the mission? Even though Zhang Xian was excited by the notion of earning 3 Jade Spirit Essences, he knew that a mission that would offer such a reward would definitely be proportionately difficult as well. The Sanctum of Sages was filled with countless experts, but despite the handsome reward offered for the mission, there wasn't a single person who dared to take it up. That spoke a lot about the difficulty of the mission. It seems to be a mission from the Beast Tamer Hall. As for the details, I'm afraid that you would have to head there to learn more, Sun Chang said. Ultimately, he still wasn't a student of the Sanctum of Sages, so he didn't possess most of the privileges that all students have. In fact, it took him a lot of effort in order to gather this much information. Where are the missions posted? Bring me over to take a look. Zhang Xian was just about to have Sun Chang bring him over when a frown suddenly made its way to his forehead. Flicking his wrist, he took out his identity token and swiped his finger on it. A line of words came into appearance. Zhang Shi, come to the Hall of Attainment's Court of Elites immediately. We have to report in today. It was a message from Chun Liao. Report in. Right. I have to report in. Regardless of whether one was a student from the elite division or the ordinary division, they were to report in today in order to select or be assigned a teacher. Otherwise, without any backing in the Sanctum of Sages, it would be hard for the students to secure resources for themselves. Most of the master teachers in the Sanctum of Sages wouldn't go so far as to deprive a student of his allocated cultivation resources, but there was no guarantee that the others wouldn't do so. After all, The sanctum of sages took in not only master teachers but geniuses of other occupations as well. And most importantly, the reason why most geniuses chose to enroll in the sanctum of sages was to build up their own connection network. Disciples under the same teacher would inevitably be closer to one another, and it would be easier for them to ask favors from one another in the future too. Thus, choosing the correct teacher was of utmost importance. I want you to continue looking into the matter. I'll go report in first. Knowing that it would reflect badly on him if he were to be late on the very first day, Xianxia hurriedly made his way over to the Hall of Attainment. Attainment, solidarity, propriety, erudition, and integrity. The fact that attainment was placed first clearly reflected its position in the sanctum of sages. The most important responsibility of a master teacher was to impart their knowledge to the world, and the Hall of Attainment was the place where this happened. By the time Xianxia arrived, the entire area was already packed with people. Making just an estimate from what he could see, there were nearly 10,000 people in the area. Just like the Hall of Solidarity, there was a massive character written at the entrance to the Hall of Attainment as well. It seems like Kong Shi's handwritten characters can be found at the entrance of all 5 halls. Perhaps this is to remind the later generations to hold those values close to their hearts. Xianxia thought. Following which, he heard the sound of Vicious gulping down a mouthful of saliva. Xianxia callously sealed the fellow back into the Book of Heaven's path before proceeding in behind the crowd. The Hall of Attainment was divided into many sectors, and the classes for the Ordinary Division and Elite Division were located at different sectors. Students of the Elite Division had the privilege to choose their own teacher, whereas those of the Ordinary Division could only be selected by the teachers. Xianxia quickly scanned the area, and after finding the reporting location for the Elite Division, he swiftly walked over. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately saw the other 49 who had made it into the Elite Division together with him were all present. Chun Liao had been pacing around the room anxiously, and it was only when she saw Xianxia walking through the door did she finally heave a sigh of relief. She quickly walked over and said with a hushed voice, "Why are you only arriving now? Something big has happened. The mountain gate has collapsed." "The mountain gate has collapsed?" Xianxia was taken aback. Everything had been perfectly fine when they challenged the mountain gate examination the previous day. Everyone had displayed their capabilities as best they could in order to get into the top 500. Why would it collapse all of a sudden? That's what Fei Shi said earlier. A hint of disbelief could be heard in Chun Liao's voice as well. Clearly, she was also shocked by the news, or else she would not have been in such a hurry to relay it to Xianxia. Fei Shi. He's the elder standing at the front. He's the person in charge of all affairs relating to the Elite Division, so you can look for him if you have any problems in the future," Chun Liao said as she gestured to the front. Xianxia turned his gaze over as well and saw a middle-aged man standing at the very front. He was surrounded by several students, who seemed to be asking him about something. Did they mention the reason behind the collapse of the mountain gate? The mountain gate had survived several dozen millenniums in the Sanctum of Sages, so why would such a thing suddenly happen at this point in time? Chun Liao pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm not too sure, but based on what I heard, it seems like the sculpture of Sage Kuei has shattered." Hearing that, Xianxia was confused. What did the shattering of Sage Kuei's sculpture have anything to do with the collapse of the mountain gate? The mountain gate and the folded space were created single-handedly by Sage Kuei, and most of the tests within were also supervised by his will. The shattering of the sculpture means that the will he left behind has dissipated, and without his support, the folded space ended up collapsing as well, Chun Liao replied. This, Xianxia frowned. To be honest, he was extremely grateful to Sage Kuei for the help he had offered back during the entrance examination, and he had been planning on returning to find the latter after he gained the strength to activate the Sanctum Head token. Who would have thought that the latter's will would dissipate so swiftly? Xianxia sighed deeply. Even if he has spent most of his time over the past several dozen millenniums asleep, it's still inevitable that his life would eventually reach its end. There was a limit to the lifespan of all living beings. Not even Kong Shi was able to free himself from the shackles of time. Even if Sage Kuei was a powerful expert prior to his death, there was still a limit to how long his fragmented soul could survive. If it had remained constantly asleep, he might still have been able to last for quite some time. However, each time a new Sanctum Head candidate appeared, he had to wake up once, and this ended up depleting his lifespan significantly. It had merely been a matter of time before his will dissipated. Indeed, Chun Liao nodded in agreement. Now that Sage Kuei's will has dissipated, it'll be difficult for the next Sanctum Head to establish his position. Difficult for the next Sanctum Head to establish his position? Ah, you must still be unaware of it. According to the rumors, Sage Kuei's will doesn't just sustain the entire Mountain Gate examination. More importantly, he is also the one who is in charge of selecting the next Sanctum Head. In fact, every single Sanctum Head has been personally chosen by him. Now that his will has dissipated, it'll be difficult for the next Sanctum Head to build legitimacy and credence to his position. As one of the top geniuses of the Glacier Plain Court, Chun Liao had her own connections. While these matters might have been confidential secrets in the Sanctum of Sages, it was not too difficult for her to learn this much from her sources. Hearing those words, Xianxia was just about to continue speaking when a resounding voice arose from the center of the room. Turning his head over, Xianxia saw that the one who was speaking was Fei Shi. It seems like everyone from the elite division is here. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate every single one of you for successfully becoming a student of the Sanctum of Sages. I'll be accompanying you for the next few years of your journey here, but before I get to anything, I would like each of you to introduce yourself to the others. The people gathered here will be your fellow classmates, and you will be seeing one another frequently in your time in the Sanctum of Sages. So, it would be good for you all to familiarize yourselves with one another as soon as possible. Alright, in first place, Fengzi. Xianxia turned his gaze over curiously, wanting to see the face of the top ranker of the entrance examination. Fengzi had outperformed even those of the Zhang clan to come top in the entrance examination. From this feat alone, there was no doubt that the other party was a person of great capability. A young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s walked out. He had an ordinary-looking exterior, no imposing aura or dashing appearance. He was the type of person who would blend right into the crowd if one did not pay close attention to him. However, under the assessment of Xianxia's eye of insight, he could still clearly perceive the fearsome flow of energy that coursed through Fengzi's body like the rapid tides of a river. There was little doubt that this fearsome flow of energy could be converted into devastating might within moments if willed so. Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage. He's indeed a formidable individual. Xianxia nodded. A cultivator had to possess unthinkable talent in order to possess such strength in his mid-20s. My name is Fengzi. The young man simply introduced his own name before falling silent. It would have seemed silly if anyone else had done the same, but for the mysterious Fengzi, such actions only seemed to deepen the enigma around him. In second place, Zhang Yu, Fei Shi announced. He had the details concerning every single student who enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages, but if Fengzi was unwilling to say anything more about himself, it was not be his place to talk too much either. Following the announcement, another young man stepped forward and clasped his fist. This young man appeared to be even younger than Fengzi, around his early 20s, but his strength did not feel any weaker than the latter's. It felt like he could bring forth a calamitous storm with just a wave of his hand. My name is Zhang Yu, and I'm from the Zhang clan. I hope that we can work together and strive for greatness. In contrast to Fengzi's cold disposition, Zhang Yu spoke with a warm smile on his face. Under the scanning of the Eye of Insight, Xianxia found that there were no major flaws to be found in Zhang Yu's physical body, jinqi or soul, which made his strength exceptionally wholesome. In comparison, the other offspring of the Zhang clan that he knew of, such as Zhang Jiuxiao, Zhang Qian, or even Zhang Yunfeng, were truly not even worth mentioning. If the two of them were to go all out in a battle, even though Zhang Yu's cultivation was only at Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage, Xianxia was not confident that he would be the one to emerge victorious in the end. As one of the inner members of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu's bloodline ability was bound to be far stronger than Zhang Qian's. Along with the various profound battle techniques and powerful means he would have learned in the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu likely possessed the strength to rival opponents several cultivation stages stronger than him as well. Following Zhang Yu was Yuan Haiqing, by Qing Xian. Zhang Xian assessed every single one of them carefully, and while most of the rest came nowhere close to comparing to Feng Zi and Zhang Yu, they still left him feeling deeply bewildered. It was no wonder these clans and powers were able to remain at the top of the master-teacher continent for so many years. They really did possess exceptional means in cultivating the talents of the younger generation. All in all, the only one who could be said to have truly come from a humble background among the 50 students of the elite division was him. It seems like the master-teacher continent is rather similar to my previous world. Due to the difference in upbringing and resources available to each individual, the powerful grow even more powerful whereas the weak grow even weaker. This gap will only continue to widen with time. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. The stronger powers and clans had high-ranked master teachers amid their ranks and superior resources, thus allowing them to provide the best upbringing for their younglings right from the very start. This was not something that ordinary clans could afford to do. As for those who had paved their way forward a step at a time, rising from the humble Tianxian kingdom all the way up here, well, such cases could be said to be practically non-existent. In a sense, Zhang Xian's case could be considered a miracle among miracles. It was really no wonder others automatically assumed that he was an offspring of the Zhang clan. It did not take too long for the front 49 students to finish introducing themselves. Last but not least, Zhang Xian. As soon as those words were spoken, all eyes in the room immediately turned toward Zhang Xian. Despite not being from the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian had beaten up Zhang Qian and Zhang Yunfeng. This was a sight that everyone had seen with their own eyes back then, and that matter had left a deep impression on them. Zhang Xian introduced himself with a smile. I am Zhang Xian, and I am from the Qingyuan Empire. He's really from the Qingyuan Empire. Despite coming from such a humble place, he still dared to make a move against the Zhang clan? He sure is brazen. But don't you think that it's weird how he was able to defeat Zhang Yunfeng despite being in 50th place? That's indeed rather bizarre. Perhaps he might even be a secret student of some 9-star master teacher of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's introduction, the crowd immediately began discussing him in whispers. Considering how Zhang Xian was able to achieve such strength despite being unaffiliated to any powers and the very fact that he dared stand against the Zhang clan fearlessly, there was no one in that room who thought that he was as simple as he had introduced himself to be. All right, now that you have made your introductions, I shall first talk about some of the basic rules in the Sanctum of Sages that you must abide by, followed by the various aspects you have to take note of when choosing your teacher, Fei Shi said with a smile. Regarding the rules, they are all thoroughly explained in your identity tokens, so I won't waste your time by going into detail about them. However, there's one thing I would like to remind all of you on. As students of the Sanctum of Sages, you can compete with one another, but under no circumstances should you attempt to claim the life of your peers. If you have any irreconcilable conflict with anyone that you must settle at any cost, you can apply for a master-teacher confrontation with us. As long as 3 elders agree to your request, you'll be accorded a life-and-death contract to carry on with it. Under the terms of the life-and-death contract, the power affiliated with the individual who has lost their life in the master-teacher confrontation must not attempt to exact vengeance against the victor. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. In a sense, these rules were similar to those of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Regardless of whether one was a master teacher or not, wherever humans existed, there was bound to be conflict. Even the most enlightened of individuals were no exception to the rule. Even Kong Shi had also lost his rationality to rage and sorrow before. Conflicts would have to be resolved in a timely and appropriate manner, or else they would only continue growing bigger and bigger. This was also why most organizations, be it master-teacher academies or the Sanctum of Sages, had systems in place to deal with such situations. Otherwise, if an individual was forced to bottle up their hostility and rage due to the rules, it could eventually lead to them committing far worse acts. As for the selection of teachers, I only have a very simple piece of advice for you all. Choose a teacher who is aligned with your strengths. The fact that you were able to rise above the other 10,000 candidates means that you possess an outstanding talent or skill. As such, I hope that you can sharpen this strength of yours and bring it to its very limits. Following which, Fei Shi began introducing some of the more formidable master teachers and exceptionally talented individuals of the other occupations in the Sanctum of Sages. Upon hearing these introductions, Xianxia shook his head in disinterest. The Library of Heaven's Path was far better than any teacher he could have. As such, this topic held no purpose to him at all. Fairy Liao, do you still have any more of the wintry spirit essence that you gave me previously? May I buy some of it from you? According to what Sun Chong had said, it seemed like it would be difficult for him to obtain pinnacle spirit stones without entering the inner sanctum, and the other alternatives seemed to be rather troublesome as well. However, upon seeing Fairy Liao, he suddenly remembered the wintry spirit essence. He had consumed some previously, and it had been extremely effective on him. He could raise his cultivation swiftly with it. I do have some wintry spirit essence, but I'm planning on using it to push for a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm. Chun Liao replied hesitantly. The young man was her benefactor, as well as the teacher of their young court chief. Under normal circumstances, she would not have turned down any request he had of her. But she really needed the wintry spirit essence to push for a breakthrough, so it was not convenient for her to give it away. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. If I can help you achieve a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm without using the wintry spirit essence, would you be willing to sell your wintry spirit essence to me? If you can help me achieve a breakthrough, I'll give the wintry spirit essence straight to you, Chun Liao said. There was no treasure that was more important than raising one's own cultivation realm. If Zhang Xian could help her push for a breakthrough to the Grand Dominion Realm right now, even if she were to give the wintry spirit essence straight to the other party, she would still have one big time. Good. Zhang Xian smiled in delight. He was just about to get Chun Liao to execute a punching routine so that he could offer her some pointers when he suddenly heard a voice. Brother Zhang. Zhang Xian turned around and saw a young man standing not too far away from him. Zhang Zhua. Zhang Xian frowned. The other party was none other than Zhang Yunfeng's cousin, the person ranked 31st place in the entrance examination. Just as I said yesterday, I am interested in testing out Brother Zhang. Since it's a free interaction time right now, I would like to invite you to a duel. Zhang Zhua clasped his fist respectfully. He showed no hint of arrogance due to his identity as an offspring of the Zhang clan. Free interaction time? Zhang Xian took a quick glance at his surroundings and saw that while he was chatting with Chun Liao, Fei Shi had already stopped talking to allow the students to familiarize themselves with one another. As geniuses of the Sanctum of Sages, they spoke not only through words but their capabilities as well. As such, there was quite a number of people who had come to blows with one another. This, Zhang Xian frowned. In truth, Zhang Zhua's challenge meant nothing much to him. Even if he was ranked 31st place in the entrance examination, it would not take Zhang Xian too much to defeat him. However, he had depleted all of his jinqi after executing the sea-severing sword twice in the corridor of puppets, and while he had managed to recover a bit of his strength since then, he was still in no state to fight against a cultivator of Zhang Zhua's caliber. What? Is Brother Zhang unwilling to face me in a battle? Zhang Zhua narrowed his eyes playfully. Considering how many freshmen had been watching in the square yesterday, it would have been bad to his reputation if the offspring of the Zhang clan kept challenging Zhang Xian in succession. Today, every single student of the elite division was around, so this was a good opportunity to suppress the other party's haughtiness. He was determined to have the other party learn that not everyone could afford to offend their Zhang clan. It's just a duel. Why would I be unwilling to face you in a battle? I only fear that I will fail to keep my strength in check and accidentally cripple you. It would be a pity if something like that hurts the camaraderie we have as fellow students of the elite division, Zhang Xian replied calmly. While he might have depleted his jinqi, he still had plenty of means to deal with a mere Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator. At the very worst, he would just let his clone out to bite at the other party. Alas, that fellow was a little too aggressive and hard to control. It would be a little embarrassing if he accidentally crippled Zhang Zhua while he was at it. You! Zhang Zhua's face darkened. Harumphing coldly, He beckoned with his hand and said, "Since you are willing to accept my challenge, let's begin." After saying those words, he turned around and walked to the center of the hall. "I guess it can't be helped then." Xianxia sighed deeply as he got up and walked over as well. However, barely after he could take a step, Chun Liao suddenly blocked the path ahead of him. "Xianxia, you have depleted your Jinqi, haven't you?" Chun Liao sent a telepathic message over. "You can tell?" Xianxia was slightly taken aback. He had not told the other party about the matter of his Jinqi running dry, and he did not think that he had showed any hint that would betray that either. Thus, he could not help but be slightly surprised to see that Chun Liao was able to see through it. "Your acupoints were wide open while you were talking earlier, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy desperately to replenish your Jinqi. With just a look, it's apparent that you are suffering from severe depletion of Jinqi," Chun Liao explained. "How can you fight with another in the state you are currently in? Why don't I help you turn down the battle instead? Even if he's from the Zhang clan, he should at least sell me this favor." Ultimately, the foundation of a cultivator lay in their Jinqi. Admittedly, experts of their level could draw on incredible strength from their physical bodies and primordial spirits too. But to fight without Jinqi was similar to a tiger attempting to hunt down its prey without its fangs and claws. Xianxia shook his head. "I will lose my honor and reputation if I turn down his challenge." To be honest, he cared about nothing of that sort, but considering that the other party was from the Zhang clan and had provoked him first, what a pity it would be if he were to let this precious opportunity to pummel the other party into the ground slip by. "But you won't be able to fight in your current state," Chun Liao exclaimed. It was not that she harbored any special feelings for the young man before her. However, just on the basis that the young man was the teacher of their young court chief, she could not allow any harm to come to him. Otherwise, if the young court chief started assigning blame for the matter, there was no way she could take responsibility. This, Xianxia frowned. He knew that he could only rely on other means to resolve this situation, too, and he was actually planning on finding an opportunity to slip off for a moment to change his clothes. However, a thought suddenly came to his mind in this moment, and he asked, "Fairy Liao, why don't you fight for me instead? You want me to take your place?" Chun Liao was stunned for a moment before hurriedly shaking her head. "The only reason I was able to get into the elite division is due to my secret art. As such, my fighting prowess is still lacking compared to most of the others in the elite division. I fear that I won't stand a chance against Zhang Zhua. Her cultivation was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle at the moment. In the eyes of others, she could be considered an astounding genius, but compared to Zhang Zhua, she was still severely lacking. If they were to clash in a real battle, the one who would fall was indubitably her." "Who said that you don't stand a chance against Zhang Zhua?" Xianxia patted Chun Liao's shoulder reassuring before walking up to Zhang Zhua. "Brother Zhang, I would love to accept your challenge, but I happen to be at a crucial moment in my cultivation, so it won't be convenient for me to fight with you right now. Why don't I have Fairy Liao fight in my place instead? And I'll offer her pointers by the side. If you are able to defeat her, I'll consider it my loss." "Crucial moment in your cultivation?" Zhang Zhua harumphed coldly. It was obvious that the other party was just finding a random excuse to turn down his challenge. "You made a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm before all of us yesterday. Are you trying to tell us that you can still achieve a breakthrough today? Even if you want to give an excuse, surely you can find something that's more logical than that. If you think that you can turn down my challenge with such an excuse, you are dreaming." The previous day he had asked Zhang Qian and Zhang Yunfeng about the conflict they had with Zhang Xian, and it seemed like everything had started from this Chun Liao. Since she was intent on standing up for Zhang Xian, he did not mind teaching her a lesson. He knew that the young lady was far weaker than him, and if they were to really clash with one another, he would be able to defeat her easily within 3 moves. "Fairy Liao, are you sure you want to stand up for him?" Zhang Zhua directed a cold gaze toward Chun Liao. "Aye." Chun Liao's eyebrows shot up. She had only intended to dissuade Zhang Xian from fighting in the duel, but who would have thought that she would suddenly be dragged out to fight the duel instead? However, Due to how loudly the both of them had spoken, everyone had already turned their gazes over. At this point, it was already too late for her to back down. That's right. If you wish to have a fight with Xianxia, you'll have to get past me first, Chen Liao replied coolly. Very well. Let me see how powerful your glacier plane cord is then. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia's figure vanished with a swift step forward. His fingers were cupped in a shape reminiscent of a bowl as they crushed down heavily upon Chen Liao. This technique was not a battle technique, and it looked incredibly straightforward. However, the instant that his palm fell, the surrounding space was immediately sealed, forcing Chen Liao to face him head-on. Facing such a situation, Chen Liao's eyes narrowed slightly as a hint of panic flashed through her eyes. With her current fighting prowess, she could only match Zhang Qian. She would have trouble fighting even Zhang Yunfeng, let alone the stronger Xianxia. The moment that Xianxia's palm fell, she immediately felt her Jinqi slowing. Even if she were to gather all of her strength to counterattack, she still would not be able to withstand Xianxia's attack. Move half a step to the left and stab your finger rightward as if a sword. Just as Chen Liao was feeling utterly helpless, a voice suddenly sounded calmly by her ears, Zhang Xian. I guess I have no other choice. Seeing that there was no better alternative before her, she slid her feet to the left and pierced her finger forward. Pada. Her movements were slight, but it caused Xianxia's palm strike to miss with a resounding sonic boom. At the same time, her finger also accurately pierced an opening in Xianxia's offense, catching him off guard for an instant. It must be a coincidence, Xianxia thought as he hurriedly retracted his hand and took a step back. Left hand, sword traversing into the sea. Right hand, dragon soars into the wilderness. Zhang Xian continued issuing instructions. Just as Chen Liao was feeling deeply despaired, she saw that she had actually successfully fended off Xianxia's attack by following Zhang Xian's instructions. In an instant, confidence filled her heart. Without any hesitation, she continued obeying the latter's instructions, executing a sword art in her left hand and a palm art in her right. In terms of strength, she was far from comparing to Xianxia, but through executing the two moves simultaneously, she managed to seal off the latter's attack trajectory, forcing the latter to take up a defensive position. Xianxia also could tell that the momentum of the battle was against him at the moment, and a forceful attempt to go on the offensive could only result in him getting injured. Thus, he had no choice but to continue retreating. Ursi Majori's steps, quenching of the three yang, Zhang Xian instructed. Chen Liao immediately began shuffling her feet, executing the Ursi Majori's steps. At the same time, her finger tapped forward, seemingly drawing out a triangle in the air, as she drove her Jinqi for the other party's three yang meridians. These moves were not particularly profound, but they were apt for the current circumstances. It coincidentally sealed off the Jinqi circulation pathway of the next move that Xianxia was going to execute, leaving him feeling so stifled that he could spurt blood. Something is very weird here, Xianxia thought as he leaped backward in alarm. What is Xianxia up to? Chen Liao's moves should be extremely easy to deal with. Why is he not defending against them, choosing to retreat again and again instead? Extremely easy to deal with? Are you honestly saying those words? Look at where Chen Liao's finger is pointing. If he attempted to retaliate, his Qi-Hai acupoint would have been struck. If he attempted to charge forth, his Xiang acupoint would have been kicked. If he attempted to flank from the left, his Huai-Hai acupoint would have been slammed by her shoulder. If he attempted to flank from the right, he would have been faced with an even more intense barrage of attacks. In such a situation, there's no choice but to retreat. The battle between the both of them had caught the attention of everyone in the room. Initially, the crowd did not think much of the battle, but as it went on, looks of disbelief gradually began surfacing on their faces. As fellow offspring of powerful clans, they were well aware of the backgrounds of one another. Under normal circumstances, Chen Liao should not have been able to withstand three moves from Xianxia. Yet, at this very moment, she actually managed to corner Xianxia to the point that he could not even retaliate. Were Zhang Xian's pointers really that formidable? Interesting. Leaning against the table, Zhang Yu watched the battle with a fascinated look in his eyes. Usually, he would not have much interest in battles such as this, but upon seeing such a sight, his gaze could not help but linger on the battle. For the weak to triumph over the strong, the weak would have to control the flow of battle impeccably, dealing with whatever techniques the strong threw over promptly. To be honest, it was hard for him to believe that Zhang Xian would be able to allow Chun Liao to achieve this much just through his pointers. Dang 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 dang. Before everyone's bewildered gazes, Chun Liao and Zhang Zhua traded 10 more blows, and shockingly, Zhang Zhua did not even manage to fend off a single one. He kept retreating non-stop, and before long he was backed against the wall. Damn it! Zhang Zhua's face turned livid. This should have been an easy battle for him, but 10 moves had passed, and he had not gotten a chance to counterattack yet. The intense frustration made him feel like he was going to explode. Since this is the case, don't blame me for not having mercy on you. Seeing that there was no longer any path to escape to, Zhang Zhua narrowed his eyes, and a powerful surge of energy began gushing through his body. That's the power of his unique bloodline? Sensing the abrupt surge in Zhang Zhua's aura, everyone was taken aback. It was just a friendly spar between fellow students. Was there a need to tap into such a mutually harming trump card? No, it isn't the power of his unique bloodline. Rather, it's a secret art he has been practicing for quite a while. Once it's activated, even Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage cultivators would struggle to match his might. A young man from the Zhang clan explained with a smile. Tapping into the power of one's unique bloodline would inflict massive damage upon one, and one would have to rest for at least a month after that. For this reason, not even those of the Zhang clan would resort to it easily. But even without tapping into the power of their unique bloodline, the Zhang clan was still the #1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent. They possessed plenty of secret arts which could raise their fighting prowess swiftly within a short moment. Cornered by a young lady whose strength was far beneath his time and time again, Zhang Zhua's frustration eventually hit its limit, and unable to tolerate it any longer, he resorted to his secret arts. Things are going to get hard for Chun Liao. Indeed, she might be able to claim the upper hand for the time being with her superior skills, but in the face of absolute strength, she won't be able to hold on for too long. The crowd didn't think that the situation was too optimistic for Chun Liao. It was true that technique would allow one to overcome an opponent stronger than one, but there was a limit to that as well. Otherwise, cultivators wouldn't have to cultivate relentlessly in seek of greater strength. In the view of the crowd, Chun Liao had only managed to clinch a temporary upper hand, but the situation was still unfavorable to her. The massive gap between Zhang Zhua and her ability would eventually result in the tables turning on her. Her defeat was inevitable, it was just a matter of time. Hearing the discussion from the crowd, Chun Liao's expression also turned grim. Just as she was at a loss as to what she should do, Zhang Xian's voice suddenly sounded in her ear once more. Traversing crane palm, 3rd form. At this point, obeying Zhang Xian's instructions had already become a reflexive action to her. Without even thinking about it, she had already raised her arm, and reminiscent to a soaring divine crane, she pressed it down upon Zhang Zhua. The traversing crane palm was a technique created by a senior in the Glacier Plain Court while watching the flight trajectory of cranes. It was a technique which harnessed very little strength, but the speed of its attacks was extraordinary. Furthermore, the complicated trajectories of its movements also made it even harder for the opponent to cope with the battle technique. And the 3rd form harnessed the very essence of the traversing crane palm. Once activated, a sight reminiscent of a beautiful crane spreading open its wings and soaring into the heavens would unfold before the eyes of the onlookers. Pa! The spreading of the wings was swiftly accompanied with the crisp echo of a palm accurately falling on Zhang Zhua's face. A slap! Zhang Zhua just got slapped? The surroundings were abruptly plunged into silence, and even Chun Liao was stunned by the situation before her. Chun Liao's attack was extremely swift, allowing her to catch others off guard, but considering Zhang Zhua's cultivation realm, he should have been able to dodge her attack easily. Yet, he still ended up being struck squarely in the face, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his face. This was simply too shocking. Not only was Chun Liao dazed, Xianxia, who had just undergone a power-up after activating his secret art, was completely dumbstruck as well. It took a long while before he recovered from his shock, and his jinqi began surging from his sheer rage. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Zhangzhua's eyes turned bloody red, and veins were popping up from his forehead. It was already a great embarrassment for him to be cornered by a person whose strength was far lower than his. But as if that wasn't enough, he was even dealt a resounding slap to his face. The humiliation he felt burned down every last shred of rationality he had. Hong Long, driven by his rage, his energy began gushing out as if a burst dam, and in an instant, his aura had already grown 2 times stronger than before. Under the overwhelming power which he was emanating, Chun Liao was forced to retreat again and again with a pale face. She just had to mess with the wrong opponent. Zhang Yu remarked with a leisure smile as he lay on the table and watched the situation in interest. A young man seated not too far away from Zhang Yu shot a curious glance over. The secret art which Xianxia is using is called the Searing Blood Formula. It uses one's blood essence as fuel to temporarily boost one's fighting prowess significantly. Under normal circumstances, it would only be able to raise one's strength by 30%, but due to the sheer rage from the humiliation he had suffered, the effects of the Searing Blood Formula ended up being amplifying his strength by 2-fold instead. At the current moment, Zhangzhua's strength is already comparable to a Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage cultivator. If Chun Liao hadn't dealt that slap, she might have still been able to last a little longer in the battle, but now, I can only wish her the best of luck. Zhang Yu's words were very clear. Chun Liao had won the battle but lost the war. She might have managed to embarrass Zhangzhua, but her actions ended up amplifying his strength instead, and the eventual result of it would be her own suffering. From such a sense, Chun Liao has indeed dug her own grave. Zhangzhua has always been known to be a cold person. To him, there's only friends and foes. He wouldn't go easy on his opponent just because she's a lady. The young man shook his head. Even he would have trouble coping with Zhangzhua after his abrupt surge in strength, let alone that leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle young lady. While the both of them were chatting, Zhangzhua's strength had finally hit its peak. Just by taking a single step forward, Chun Liao immediately felt the air around her distorting disturbingly. She suddenly felt as if she was bound by ropes, and no matter how she struggled, she was unable to shake free from it. This is really bad. With a flustered look, the young lady turned to Zhang Xian and said, Zhang Shi, what should I do? She had made her moves strictly according to Zhang Xian's instructions. But who could have thought that she would only end up provoking Zhangzhua further, resulting in the situation completely going out of control? I guess there's nothing to be done. Given how much his strength has increased, you won't be a match for him in your current state, Zhang Xian said as he stretched his back lazily. But a hint of despair flickered across Chun Liao's face when she heard those words, and she nearly burst into tears. I also know that I'm no match for him as well, but am I really going to be beaten up by him? You really need to have more flexibility in your thoughts. Since you aren't able to defeat him with your current strength, all you have to do is to achieve a breakthrough then. Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. Achieve a breakthrough? Chun Liao was stunned. Do you really think I am like you, capable of achieving a breakthrough as and when I like? If it's that easy to reach Grand Dominion Realm, I would have already succeeded a month ago. I wouldn't have been stuck at my current realm at so long. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. From this moment on, heed my words very closely. There's no need to be afraid or panic. It's just a mere breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm. 10 breaths is all it takes. 10 breaths. Chun Liao nearly fainted from rage. Aren't you bragging a little too much over here? On top of having one's jinqi accumulated beyond a certain point, one must also achieve some comprehension of the spatial laws in order to reach St. Sixdan Grand Dominion Realm. Due to that, there were simply too many talented geniuses on the master-teacher continent who found their footsteps halted at this point, unable to push for a breakthrough. Even the most talented genius of our Glacier Plain court took 3 whole months for her breakthrough, and you're telling me that you would make me to do it within 10 breaths? Even the most unreliable of salesmen wouldn't dare to utter such big words. 10 breaths. He can't be serious, can he? In the first place, don't you think that it's ridiculous for a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage to offer guidance to a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle in making a breakthrough? To make promises which he's unable to uphold? That fellow is really unworthy of being a master teacher. Xianxia didn't bother concealing his voice, so everyone in the room heard his words loud and clear. They looked at one another with faces marked with disbelief. You really need to know what you can brag about and what you can't. At this rate, you are just only going to be humiliated by your own words. By the side, a deep frown appeared on Fei Shi's face as well. Even he didn't think that it was possible for Chun Liao to make a breakthrough within 10 breaths. You want to make a breakthrough? Dream on! Xianxia roared as he raised his palm, and overwhelming might gushed toward the young lady standing opposite to him. I! Chun Liao felt her bones being pushed to their limits under the sheer pressure of the palm. She wanted to escape, but she realized that her escape routes had been completely sealed, leaving her completely helpless. Lost and not knowing what to do, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded in her ears once more. Lonesome footsteps, second form. Drive your Jinqi using the Glacier formula into your Tianmen acupoint and Qixin acupoint. Alright. Knowing that she had no other choice but to put her trust in Xianxia, she gritted her teeth and made her move. Instead of retreating, she chose to head forward instead. The second form of the lonesome footsteps was a forward dash maneuver. I'm doomed. With a pale face, Chun Liao prepared herself for the very worst. She moved instinctively upon hearing the instructions, not bothering to think the actions through. Even from afar, Xianxia's palm was already one which she couldn't withstand. Charging right over would only increase the force of the other party's palm, pushing her further down the cliff. Barely after dashing forward by 2 meters, the pressure before her had already increased by twofold. Not only were her bones tightly pressed together now, even her muscles were pushed to their limits, as if they would be torn to shreds at any moment. Forget it. I have no other choice now. I'll just have to put my trust my Xianxia's judgment. Chun Liao despaired, but she knew that there was no longer any alternatives before her. Thus, she began driving her Jinqi according to the Glacier formula, channeling her energy toward her Tianmen acupoint and Qixin acupoint. These 2 acupoints were the crux to achieving a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm. Naturally, she had attempted to open these 2 acupoints several times in the past, but her attempts had all ended in failure. But surprisingly, she felt her Jinqi flowing smoother than ever instead. The immense pressure weighing down on her was facilitating the movement of her Jinqi forward. In this moment, she couldn't help but feel that the other party wasn't attacking her, but aiding her in her breakthrough. Boom! Under the furious torrent of Jinqi channeled to them, the Tianmen acupoint and Qixin acupoints were swiftly opened up, following which, Chun Liao's vision suddenly blurred for a moment. Lines had appeared before her. She couldn't tell for sure, but they appeared to be the folds of space. She instinctively reached forward to grab at them, and a surge of power suddenly coiled around her body. Half Grand Dominion Realm. Reached. She really achieved a breakthrough? How did she do it? Everyone was flabbergasted to see Chun Liao successfully overcoming her bottleneck in less than 2 breaths after dashing into Xianxia's attack. The sight was simply so shocking that it seemed to sap the oxygen out of their lungs. Every single one of them had thought that Xianxia was just bragging. But who could have thought that he really wielded the power to make the impossible happen? Not only was the crowd shocked, even Chun Liao's body was shaking from sheer agitation. Disbelief could be seen in her eyes, reflecting how inconceivable the situation was to her as well. She had pushed herself time and time again for a breakthrough, but no matter what she did, she was simply unable to break through the ceiling that was capping her strength. It was unbelievable to her how that ceiling could be shattered so easily. Switch to the Yang formula. Drive your Jinqi through the 3 meridians of the Yin formula. In her moment of agitation, Xianxia's voice continued sounding. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Chun Liao swiftly drove her Jinqi strictly to how the young man had instructed her to do so. Boom! There was a slight jolt in her meridians, And all of a sudden, Chun Liao felt the palm strike which Xianxia was pushing toward her lightning considerably. Following which, a feeling of unprecedented harmony resonated through her body, and the power which had coiled around her body previously began to expand outward. Under normal circumstances, if one's Jinqi was unable to keep up with the expansion of one's dominion, one would suffer severe injuries. However, due to her driving her Yang formula toward the 3 meridians of the Yin formula, it ended up creating a powerful suction force around her, reminiscent of a black hole. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. It took only a mere instant for the attack which Xianxia was sending over to be devoured clean, and Chun Liao unhesitatingly used it to fuel the expansion of her dominion. Before long, a stable 5 meters light barrier formed around her. I really achieved a breakthrough. Feeling the dominion that had formed around her and the overwhelming strength flowing through her body, Chun Liao's body froze in shock. She could hardly curb the agitation she was feeling inside. I really achieved a breakthrough, and it has only been 5 breaths. For those who are wondering, dominion works something like gravity to oppose one's movement. So if Chun Liao's movement backward is sealed, she would still be able to move forward. The entire main hall was deathly silent, including Fei Shi. Each and every face that could be seen was marked with shock. Achieving a breakthrough to half-Grand Dominion realm, that was still acceptable to them. But to make a leap to Grand Dominion realm just 3 breaths after that due to a single sentence spoken by Xianxia, there was really no words that could describe their current feelings. They had never heard of anyone being able to make another person achieve a breakthrough so quickly in succession, not even with 9-star master teachers. He sure is a resourceful lad, the leisurely Zhang Yu from a moment ago remarked with narrowed eyes. Resourceful. That slap earlier should be an intentional move from Zhang Xian's side to anger Xianxia. The purpose was to push Xianxia's secret art to its limits, maximizing his increment in strength. Zhang Yu said with a nod. Secret arts with the ability to raise one's strength significantly are formidable weapons in battle, but there is a fatal flaw in them. The strength derived from them would be all virtual power. Virtual power? The young man not too far away wasn't too sure what Zhang Yu meant by those words. Virtual power refers to strength which doesn't belong to one. To make a metaphor, it would be like a bubble. It's possible to increase the size of a bubble to a colossal degree, but as soon as something happens, it would disappear without a trace. Virtual power simply isn't as concrete as the Jinqi one cultivated, and its attributeless nature would make it easy for others to steal as well. Zhang Yu harumphed. On the surface, it appeared that Zhang Xian had chosen to make Chun Liao fight the battle in his place, but in truth, right from the very start, it was his intention to have Chun Liao make use of Xianxia's virtual power to overcome her bottleneck and reach Grand Dominion realm. The young man could hardly believe what he was hearing. In a battle, the slightest mistake could lead to grievous injuries or even death. To attempt to absorb the power of an opponent and push for a breakthrough in the midst of a battle, isn't that too risky? It wasn't uncommon for powerful experts to infuse their energy into their juniors in order to raise their strength swiftly. This process was otherwise known as cultivation impartation. Cultivation impartation could allow one to achieve a breakthrough swiftly, but its requirement was extremely severe as well. Firstly, the ones conducting and receiving the cultivation impartation must be from the same lineage, practicing the exact same cultivation techniques. Secondly, both parties must be willing to undergo the cultivation impartation, and there must be no resistance in the entire process. Otherwise, the slightest lapse in the process could cause the receiver to lose control of the immense energy being pumped into him and literally explode on the spot. Given how dangerous cultivation impartation was, to attempt to steal the opponent's strength and push for a breakthrough in the midst of a tense battle, just how confident must a person be in his own strength in order to do so? Zhang Xian must have investigated Xianxia's background beforehand to gain a thorough understanding of the latter's strength, cultivation techniques, secret arts, and the sort beforehand. Putting that information along with what he knew of Chun Liao, he would be able to craft out scenarios for Chun Liao to safely achieve a breakthrough in the midst of a battle with him. It shouldn't be too difficult to obtain all this information if he were to tap into Chun Liao's connections. A glint flickered across Zhang Yu's eyes as he saw through the crux of the matter. Stealing the opponent's strength to push for a breakthrough in the midst of a battle may seem extremely complicated. But as long as one had a thorough understanding of the fighting prowess of both parties and designed a plausible scenario with countermeasures for unexpected situations in place, there was still a good chance that one would be able to pull it off safely. More importantly, Chun Liao probably isn't as weak as we thought. Most likely, she's already on the verge of a breakthrough. In other words, as shocking as the situation may seem, she was actually collaborating with Xianxia to play out a show to garner attention. Otherwise, do you think that a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator, not to mention one that is unaffiliated with any powers, would possibly possess an understanding of cultivation that surpasses Chun Liao, Zhangzhua, and even us? Zhang Yu said confidently. The young man came to a realization. Of course, even if one were to make ample preparations beforehand, pushing for a breakthrough in the midst of battle was still an extremely difficult and risky process. Nevertheless, it was at least at a level where the matter wasn't completely implausible to them anymore. Despite his young age, he sure is scheming. Coming to realize what was going on, the young man harumphed coldly. Those who come to the sanctum of sages dream of leaving a mark on the master-teacher continent, and the best way to do so is to trample on the name of the Zhang clan. That Zhang Xianxia is an ambitious fellow. Zhang Yu sneered coldly. Do you want me to teach him a lesson in your stead? The young man asked. There's no need for that. He can do whatever he likes as long as he doesn't trample on my toes. If he really is so brazen as to do so, I don't mind teaching him a lesson which he would never forget. Zhang Yu waved his hands leisurely before falling silent. To him, while Zhang Xian did possess some talent, he wasn't a person who posed any threat to his position. While the two of them were discussing this matter by the side, in the middle of the hall, Zhangzhua was nearly losing his mind. The secret art he had used ended up being used as nourishment for Chun Liao's breakthrough. That was another tight slap on his face. His body trembled from the overflowing rage coursing through his body, and with a wrathful roar, he dashed forward once more. All right, since you have achieved a breakthrough, he should pose no threat to you anymore. It'll do for you to knock him out. Take 3 steps back using the 7th form of the lonesome steps and execute the 2nd move of the vacuum palm. Before Zhangzhua's attack could strike, Chun Liao heard Zhang Xian's voice in her ears once more. Without any hesitation, she carried out what was being said, and half a breath later, Zhangzhua stared at Chun Liao with eyes widened with disbelief before collapsing powerlessly to the ground. I won. I actually won. Overwhelmed with agitation, Chun Liao rushed back to Zhang Xian's side and exclaimed in delight. Zhang Yu thought that Zhang Xian had a thorough grasp of her strength, which allowed him to design a situation where she would be able to tap into Zhangzhua's power to push for a breakthrough. However, as the person in question, Chun Liao knew very well that she had only met Zhang Xian the previous day, and even though they had spent some time together, she had never executed her moves or displayed his cultivation to him before. In other words, prior to her battle with Zhang Yu, Zhang Xian knew nothing about her abilities at all. Relying solely on his eye of discernment, he was able to analyze the depths of her abilities in the midst of a battle and offer spot-on pointers for her to turn the tables around, not to mention, even allowing her to achieve a breakthrough within 5 breaths. His ability had far exceeded her wildest expectations. It was no wonder why he was able to modify the Yin formula and Yang formula and resolve the problem which had plagued the Glacier Plain Court for countless dozen millenniums. You should be thankful that this is just a friendly spar. If it had been a life-and-death battle, you would have been long killed. Seeing how excited Chun Liao was, Zhang Xian poured a bucket of cold water over her with his words. In truth, it was only possible to carry out such a situation in a friendly spar. Otherwise, if Zhangzhua had executed killing blows one after another right from the start, there would have been nothing Chun Liao could have done to reverse the situation. As such, it would be nigh impossible to replicate this success again. Furthermore, considering that you have achieved a breakthrough by absorbing the strength of another, the foundations of your cultivation is bound to be rather shaky. I'll prepare a cultivation technique for you to reinforce your cultivation later on. So make sure to practice it well, so that you don't leave behind any traumas in your cultivation. Zhang Xian continued. Considering that Chen Liao had made a breakthrough on Zhang Zhua's virtual power, her current breakthrough could be said to be built upon weak foundations. She would have to work hard on reinforcing her cultivation so as to ensure that this wouldn't cause any problem in the future. It was a little troublesome, but this couldn't be helped. After all, not everyone was as talented as him. I understand. Chen Liao nodded. At this moment, she suddenly recalled the agreement they had made earlier and flicked her wrist. Here are 3 bottles of wintry spirit essence. That's all I have at the moment. If Xianxia has a need for them, feel free to take them. Just as what she had said before, as long as Xianxia could help her achieve a breakthrough, she would give the wintry spirit essence to the other party for free. And since the other party had managed to carry out the end of his promise, she wouldn't renege on her words either. Thank you. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he took the bottles of wintry spirit essence unreservedly. To be honest, without his guidance, it took at least half to an entire year of accumulation before Chen Liao would be able to make a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm. Considering how much time he had saved the other party, it wasn't too much for him to receive these as compensation. Xianxia uncorked the bottle and felt the concentrated spiritual energy and frigid chill emanating from within. Without any hesitation, he gulped down the entire bottle of wintry spirit essence. Then, he paused for a brief moment before gulping down the other 2 bottles as well. Time waits for no one. It had been nearly a day since he had arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, but he had only raised his cultivation by 2 cultivation stages so far. This was too slow, since he had already compiled the full leaving aperture realm cultivation technique. He should just push for a breakthrough on the spot. He drunk all 3 bottles at once? Chen Liao knew that the young man before him possessed means far beyond her imagination. But even so, she couldn't help but shudder in terror when she saw the young man swallowing 3 whole bottles of the wintry spirit essence at one shot. As soon as the wintry spirit essence entered his body, Xianxia immediately drove his heaven's path divine art, and it didn't take long for his depleted Zhenqi to be restored completely. Following which, as more and more spiritual energy was converted into Zhenqi and deposited into his dantian, his aura grew stronger and stronger. It's truly an honor to be able to witness such an exciting breakthrough. As expected of geniuses of the elite division, the means that every single one of you possesses are truly astounding. Just as Xianxia was about to push for a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle in a single go, he suddenly heard Fei Shi's voice sounding beside him. He turned his head over and saw that Zhang Zhua had already regained consciousness, and he was currently sitting gloomily by the side. On the other hand, Fei Shi was looking at him with deep agitation reflected on his face. While he harbored the same thoughts as Zhang Yu, thinking that Chen Liao's breakthrough was a carefully planned maneuver between the 2 beforehand, that didn't hinder his deep respect for the young man. Even the most meticulously designed plan could flop if it were to be executed badly. However, I would just like to re-emphasize something over here. No matter what the outcome of the duel is, please consider it as a friendly spar to learn from one another. Don't harbor any grudges against one another over a matter as minor as this. Knowing that the previous battle could very well incur the ire of Zhang Zhua or even the Zhang clan toward Xianxia, Fei Shi stepped in and spoke with a smile. Most of you have come from powerful clans and backgrounds, so I believe you should understand the importance of building up your connections. It's fate that brought all of you together in the same class, so I hope you can treasure the relationship you have with one another. Even if you were to rise to a great position in the future, these connections you forge with one another here will surely help you all greatly in the future. Indeed, there's no need to sour relations with one another over a friendly spar. Don't worry, Fei Shi. We understand that. Knowing the rationale behind Fei Shi's words, the crowd swiftly chirped in with a smile. Coming from powerful clans and backgrounds, even if they didn't enroll in the Sanctum of Sages, they would still be able to rise through the ranks with ease. The 2 reasons why they went through the trouble to do so was to, firstly, temper their state of mind through the characters that Kong Shi had left behind and the atmosphere that drifted in the Sanctum of Sages, and secondly, build up their connections. With powerful connections, they would be highly valued even when they returned back to their clans, which would aid them in vying for a greater degree of authority in the future. All right, I won't impose on you all any further. Feel free to speak and interact with one another, and don't forget to select a teacher suited for you later on. Seeing that everyone understood his intentions, Feisher decided to speak no more. The crowd also knew that it wasn't easy for them to be gathered together in one place. Once they started cultivating, they would be scattered all over the place. So, they deeply treasured this opportunity to socialize with one another. Looking at this situation with a smile, Feisher slowly made his way over to Xianxia. Xianxia, I have taken a look at your background, and I must say, it's truly astounding that someone of your age is able to come this far from Tianxian Kingdom. Not only did you become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, you have also successfully crashed 2 Master Teacher Pavilions. To be honest, even I am deeply in awe with your talent. As the person in charge of this class of the elite division, he had read Zhang Xian's profile in advance, and even for someone like him, he couldn't help but find himself filled with respect for Zhang Xian. Even if it was in a remote location like Qingyuan Empire, the fact that he could successfully crash the Master Teacher Pavilion was more than enough to prove his talent and strength. Feisher is too polite. Zhang Xian clasped his fist in response. Feisher nodded slightly before continuing on. Possessing talent is important, but so is forging connections with others. The Zhang clan is the #1 sage clan in the Master Teacher continent, so I hope that you can make reconciliations with them. It won't be good for you to get into a conflict with them. It hadn't been a day since the young man had arrived in the Sanctum of Sages, but he had already pummeled 3 students from the Zhang clan. This was really putting him at a spot. As the top sage clan in the Master Teacher continent, the Zhang clan had many offspring in the Sanctum of Sages. As long as they were not the core members of the Zhang clan, it would not cause too much of an uproar to harm them. However, within less than a single day, Zhang Xian had pummeled 3 of them. While they were all the less important inner members, that could still be considered an act of provocation toward the Zhang clan. He might still have been able to make some actions in the shadows to mediate the conflict between both parties had it been any other power, but as for the Zhang clan, it was a power that was not much weaker than the Sanctum of Sages, and he was only an ordinary teacher in it. If Zhang Xian really incurred the ire of the Zhang clan, and the latter sent some of their more formidable offspring at him, there would be nothing he could do at all. As long as the Zhang clan acted within the rules, there would be nothing he could do as a teacher in the Sanctum of Sages. Knowing that the other party was advising him out of goodwill, Zhang Xian clasped his fist politely in response. Thank you for your advice, Feisher. I'll take note of that. That would be for the best. As an unaffiliated cultivator, you must pay careful heed to your relationships. It's always better to make friends than enemies. After all, you aren't the Sanctum Head, Feisher remarked. Sanctum Head. Zhang Xian looked at Feisher with a bewildered look. What did this have to do with being the Sanctum Head? Seeing the confusion on Zhang Xian's face, Feisher said, The Sanctum of Sages is a subsidiary of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, an organization that is of equal standing to the Combat Master Hall. You should be aware of this matter as well, right? Zhang Xian nodded. If one were to view the Master Teacher Pavilion as a feudal empire, the Regional Master Teacher Pavilion would be the local governors, responsible for dealing with the issues that occurred in the area. The Combat Master Hall would be the military, under the command of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, ready to be dispatched should any conflict or war break out. As for the Sanctum of Sages, it would be something similar to the Imperial Academy, responsible for grooming top-notch geniuses for the Master Teacher Pavilion to shoulder the responsibility of guiding and protecting mankind. As such, the Sanctum of Sages was viewed to be equal standing to the Combat Master Hall. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters is a transcendental organization in the Master Teacher continent. As long as one doesn't betray mankind or carry out actions that harms the interest of mankind, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would usually take on a neutral position to all conflicts. Naturally, as a subsidiary to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, it would be inappropriate for the Sanctum of Sages to get too close to any clan or power too, Feisher explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. In a sense, this was similar to how the Combat Master Hall branches would remain unaffiliated to any powers in the region they resided in, or else the Master Teacher Pavilion would swiftly step in and deal with them. The sanctum of sages was a place to groom the talents of mankind. Following the ideology of Kong Shi, education without discrimination, anyone who had displayed sufficient talent would be able to enter the sanctum of sages and learn. As a result, there were many powerful clans and organizations who had their core members here. If the sanctum of sages were to make use of its position to get close to a certain power, they would risk sidelining the others, and that would be at odds with Kong Shi's ideology. The sanctum head is the figure who represents the entire sanctum of sages. In order to win the respect of others, they must tower over the other students. Take our previous sanctum head, for example. When he was still a candidate for the position of sanctum head, he would frequently challenge the offspring of the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, and the Jiang clan, pummeling them again and again, thus forging a reputation of power for himself. Naturally, as the sanctum head, he didn't have to fear offending others, and he didn't have to butter up to anyone either. On the contrary, through displaying his strength, he would be able to better earn the recognition of others. However, the same can't be said about you. As an ordinary student, it would be best for you to maintain a low profile. There are simply too many geniuses in the sanctum of sages. Despite your incredible background, you are still considerably lacking compared to the true geniuses, Fei Shi warned. Xianxia's experiences could be said to be legendary, but if one were to compare him with the little princess of the Luo clan and the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, he was still too lacking. This was especially so for the former. In just 2 years after arriving in the sanctum of sages, she had already cleared nearly all the trials here. And when someone asked her the reason for doing so, her reply was that she was simply too bored to clear all the difficult trials just because she was bored. The little princess words had truly dealt a huge mental trauma to all the geniuses in the sanctum of sages back then. While Xianxia was a very talented individual, he still paled in comparison to those monsters. I understand. Xianxia stroked his lower jaw contemplatively and nodded. The preceding sanctum heads before him had gone around challenging others, showing blatant disregard for the prestige of the other clans and powers. It seemed like he had really been too low profile all this time, to destroy only a corridor of puppets and pummel 3 offspring of the Zhang clan so far. It really did feel like he was not doing enough. It would be difficult for him considering his humble personality and his motto of maintaining a low profile, but for the sake of building up prestige for his inauguration as the next sanctum head, he had no choice but to force himself to go high profile. If Fei Shi were to learn of Xianxia's thoughts, he might very well faint from anger. Even though the other sanctum heads were high profile, they only did so after building up a powerful foundation, cultivating for a century or even several centuries before rising to the top in a single shot. Yet this fellow, on the very first day after arriving at the sanctum of sages, when his cultivation was only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, he was thinking of how to wreak havoc. There was not a single preceding sanctum head who had been as unruly as him. Seeing that Xianxia understood what he was getting at, Fei Shi nodded in approval. It's good that you understand. Over the next 2 days, find an opportunity to apologize to those of the Zhang clan. Possessing great talent was not frightening. Only those who knew how to adapt and could live till a ripe old age were truly fearsome. He harbored great expectations in Xianxia, and naturally, he did not wish to see the latter being suppressed by others in his time at the sanctum of sages, resulting in the stagnation of his growth. Apologize. Xianxia frowned. That's right. It'll be extremely helpful to your future if you can get on good terms with them. For one, if you can just obtain the position of an honorary elder in the Zhang clan, you won't have to fear not having sufficient resources for your cultivation. With their help, you'll be able to rise to the top of the master teacher continent easily. Fei Shi explained. What unaffiliated cultivators tended to lack was resources, be it spirit stones or cultivation technique manuals. If Xianxia could obtain those too, he would surely be able to advance his cultivation swiftly. Honorary elder? Yes. Powers as big as the Zhang clan often establish systems similar to empires and sections. In addition to their clan members, they also have many subordinate powers and experts under them, and a huge bulk of their power actually comes from them, Fei Shi remarked. Of course, considering that you are a master teacher, It would be best if you could join the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. However, there are many requirements and tests one has to undergo in order to enter the headquarters, so that course of path will be much more difficult. I see. Xianxia came to a realization. In essence, what Fei Shi was saying was that the extent of the Zhang clan's influence did not just stop at their own clan members. It would be more accurate to liken it to a warship with countless frigates surrounding and protecting it. There were many unaffiliated cultivators who would try to forge a good relationship with the powerful clans or organizations so that they could join them after graduating from the Sanctum of Sages. Of course, the best option for master teachers was to get into the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, but it was terribly difficult to do so. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters only accepted the strongest of experts across the entire Master Teacher continent, such that even experts like Fei Shi were unqualified to join their ranks. All right, before I stop right here, let me just offer you one last piece of advice. The Sanctum of Sages revolves around connections, and the Zhang clan is a power in the Master Teacher continent that one cannot circumvent. I hope you can choose what is best for you, Fei Shi said earnestly before he turned around to leave. At this moment, however, a student suddenly rushed over and exclaimed, Fei Shi, bad news! The King of Destruction is here. King of Destruction? What is he doing here? Fei Shi was taken aback. The King of Destruction was a figure in the Sanctum of Sages that left all the teachers and personnel with a huge headache. He loved to challenge trials, or maybe it would be more accurate to say that he loved to cause destruction under the pretext of challenging trials. Wherever he appeared, pandemonium was soon to follow. As a result, it did not take long for his presence to be associated with trouble. Just that, they were in the Hall of Attainment, a place where lessons were held. Why would the fellow run over here? There were no trials for him to destroy here. I don't know either. But he's currently making his way over. Barely after those words were spoken, a tall, dashing young man suddenly barged into the main hall. As soon as he stepped in, he began scanning the room, as if trying to find a certain someone. Several figures immediately walked up to Luo Xianqing to block his path, and one of them coldly bellowed with a frown, Luo Xianqing, this is where the classes of the elite division are located. If you're here to cause trouble, I'll have to ask you to leave. He was the genius of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu. Elite division? Wow, how formidable. You speak as if that's a huge deal. Let me tell you, back when I was in the elite division, you were still playing with mud. Don't waste my time. Scram to the side. Luo Xianqing replied coldly with a wave of his hand. Given that they were from two of the strongest clans on the Master Teacher continent, the two were long acquainted with one another. You! To be told such words in public, Zhang Yu's face turned livid. Not wanting to waste his breath with the other party, Luo Xianqing waved his hand impatiently. Scram! Boom! A rampaging might suddenly swept across the area, and before Zhang Yu could even process what was going on, he was already sent flying across the room. Pada! He was slammed forcefully into the wall, unable to move at all. Even though Zhang Yu possessed incredible talent, due to the difference in their ages, he was still nowhere close to being a match for the older Luo Xianqing. Upon seeing that Luo Xianqing had made a move on Zhang Yu, the other offspring of the Zhang clan immediately rushed forward with hostile looks on their faces. However, before they could even get close, Luo Xianqing waved his hand once more. In an instant, as if smacking away flies, the offspring of the Zhang clan were all slammed into the wall as well. Even though Luo Xianqing's actions might have seemed violent, his actions were actually well controlled. He had only smacked them to the wall, taking care not to hurt them severely. Unable to take it any longer, Fei Shi stepped forward and said, Luo Xianqing, this is the elite division. There's nothing for you to destroy over here. You'd better leave right now. No matter what, he was still the person in charge of this class. If he remained idle when his students were being slammed into the wall by another, it would not reflect well on him either. I'll leave after I find the person I'm looking for. Luo Xianqing waved his hand as he continued looking around the room. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up. Xian, right? I've been looking for you. You've been looking for me? Xian was taken aback. He's here to find Xianxia? Luo Xianqing is known to be a very violent individual. It seems like Xianxia is in for a good beating. Well, he's as obstinate as a mule, listening to no one but his younger sister. It seems like Xianxia has offended him somehow, so he decided to come over here to exact vengeance. Over the years, he has beaten up nearly all of the seniors and juniors in the school. I bet that Xianxia is a goner. Hearing the words of the crowd, the eyes of Xianxia and the others lit up. Luo Xianqing was known throughout the sanctum of sages as an unreasonable individual. The very fact that they had been smacked into the wall when they had not even done anything was more than enough to show that. Now that Xianxia had been eyed by Luo Xianqing, he would surely be pummeled to the point where he would regret being born in this world. That's right, brother. Come with me. I have something big to talk to you about. Before Xianxia could even process what was going on, Luo Xianqing had already grabbed his neck with a hearty laughter and dragged him out. Xianxia, Zhangyu, and the others. Aren't you the king of destruction? Where is the fight you promised us? Hey, you should play the rules, shouldn't you? The Imperial Academy, or Taixue, was the highest rank of education establishment between the Han to the Sui dynasty, providing the Han dynasty with well-educated bureaucrats. Xianxia was completely stunned. He had only met this brother-in-law of his once in the past, and the latter had even sent him flying with a punch. Why would the latter suddenly come to look for him? Could it be that he had come to learn of his relationship with Ruoxin and was agreeable to it? As these thoughts flashed across his mind, Xianxia could not help but tremble in agitation. If he could receive the approval of this future brother-in-law of his, things would be much more convenient for him in the future. Following the other party out of the elite division, Xianxia was just about to speak when his body suddenly shuddered. A cold burst of energy suddenly rose from the depths of his body. I forgot about the matter of my breakthrough. After consuming the wintry spirit essence, before he even had chance to cultivate, Fei Shi had suddenly come over to talk to him. Right after that, his future brother-in-law suddenly appeared and dragged him out hurriedly. Even the geniuses of the Glacier Plain Court could be turned into ice pops if they drank a single sip of the wintry spirit essence directly, and Xianxia drank 3 bottles successively. Had it been anyone else, there was no doubt that the person would have already frozen to death by now. While Xianxia was able to endure it due to his possession of the Heaven's Path Xinqi, he could not last too long without assimilating the energy either. As soon as the cold burst of energy began to act up, it swiftly grew more and more powerful with imposing momentum. Xianxia felt as if his inner organs were going to be frozen solid, causing him to tremble nonstop. This won't do. I need to cultivate and assimilate the energy swiftly. Knowing that it would be unsafe for him to remain in this state, Xianxia swiftly drove his Xinqi to ward off the cold energy while converting it into Xinqi, preparing to push for a breakthrough. What are you doing? Sensing the changes in Xianxia's body, Luo Xianqing halted his footsteps and frowned. I need to cultivate, Xianxia uttered, quivering from the coldness. The cold energy had already permeated the depths of his body, such that even speaking felt like an arduous task to him. He tried to use Xinqi telepathy as well, but he found that he was too busy trying to ward off the cold to divert his Xinqi away for other uses. You can always cultivate whenever you like. I have urgent matters for you right now. Luo Xianqing was still wondering what kind of important matter it was when he heard that it was just cultivating. So he waved his hands impatiently and said, Hurry up and follow me. Forget it, you walk a little too slowly. I'll just carry you there. Before Xianxia could even explain the matter, he suddenly felt his body being wrapped a surge of energy. Whew! His body suddenly flew forward as if leaping through space. There was a terrifying gale howling loudly in the surroundings, but Xianxia could only see flickering lights around him. It was hard to tell how fast he was moving, but it seemed to be even faster than his Heaven's Path movement art. As expected of a genius from the Luo clan, Xianxia thought, considering how this future brother-in-law of his was Ruoxin's brother, his grasp over space was clearly more formidable than most other people. Naturally, there was no questioning his speed either. Even though Xianxia had cultivated the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel and the Unbounded Voyager, Due to the limitations of his cultivation, the average speed that he was able to move at was still a little beneath that of the other party. Forget it. I need to focus my attention on assimilating the power in the wintry spirit essence, or else I will become an ice sculpture. Knowing that this was not the time for him to be shocked, Xianxia quickly closed his eyes and desperately processed the cold energy in his body into his own jinqi. As time passed, the amount of jinqi in Xianxia's body swiftly built up, pushing him closer and closer to a breakthrough. At some point in time, while Xianxia was still busy cultivating, his body suddenly jolted. They had finally come to a stop. Opening his eyes, the scenery that appeared before Xianxia was not the familiar buildings of the Sanctum of Sages but an empty field. He was still sealed within the bundle of jinqi that Luo Shenqing had wrapped around him, and the latter was standing not too far away with his hands behind his back, seemingly thinking of something. With his lips still quivering from chill, Xianxia asked, Brother Luo, where are we? Why did you bring me here? Don't speak, Luo Shenqing exclaimed sharply. Silenced, Xianxia was completely bewildered. The other party had brought him here without saying a word at all, and when he asked, the other party told him not to speak. Just what in the world was the other party up to? Whoa! Just as Xianxia was still racking his brain to figure out his current circumstances, a sound reminiscent of the moaning of the air suddenly echoed in the area. Peculiarly, the sound seemed to echo closer one moment yet farther the next. Hey! Harumphing coldly, Luo Shenqing took a step forward. Boom! A powerful aura burst forth from him, and Xianxia immediately saw the space before him warping due to some kind of compelling force. At the same time, his spiritual perception was also uncontrollably brought into some kind of dimension. This is the prowess of a phantasmal space realm expert. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. At Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm, not only would one's dominion become harder and more unfathomable to guard against, more importantly, one would also gain the power to construct a phantasmal space. Within this area, as long as one disallowed it, it would be difficult to notice one's presence even with one's spiritual perception. This was the ability that Luo Shenqing was executing at this very moment. When Xianxia attempted to extend his spiritual perception toward Luo Shenqing, it felt as if he was dropping a stone into a marshland. Whatever entered the space around Luo Shenqing would bizarrely vanish, leaving him unable to sense anything within it at all. He knew for sure that Luo Shenqing was right before him, but it was as if the latter had vanished from the world. No matter how he tried to perceive his surroundings, he could not find the latter. Phantasmal space realm experts were already able to control the space around them to a frightening degree. If they really hoped to conceal their presence, it would be impossible to find them, regardless of whether it was with one's eyes or spiritual perception. Unless one had reached Saint Seven Dan as well, one would be completely helpless before them. I have insight. Intrigued by the prowess of phantasmal space realm cultivators, Xianxia decisively halted his cultivation to examine the situation before him closely. Hula! The vanished Luo Shenqing appeared before his eyes once more. While his silhouette was still a little blurred, he was no longer imperceptible anymore. Boom! Under the discernment of his eye of insight, he could vaguely tell that Luo Shenqing was currently fighting with someone else. An immense power was diffused into the surroundings from their clashes, causing powerful shockwaves to ripple across the field. It had to be said that despite Luo Shenqing's violent and reckless personality, his fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. Even if Xianxia were utilized all of his current means against him, it was unlikely that he would be a match for him. Xianxia could not help but ask, Vicious, would you be able to defeat him in your current state? Vicious had once said that Saint Seven Dan cultivators would not be a match for him, but it was apparent that Luo Shenqing was no ordinary Saint Seven Dan cultivator. I can easily destroy any ordinary Saint Seven Dan cultivator, but as for that young man over there, I don't think that I'll be able to defeat him, Vicious said awkwardly. Devouring the Vicious of the northern marshlands had induced a significant rise in his fighting prowess, allowing him to match most Saint Seven Dan experts. However, as the elder brother of Luo Ruoxin, Luo Shenqing was likely a figure who stood at the very center of the Luo clan, so putting aside his superior talents, the resources that he was entitled to were bound to be top-notch. Besides, without sufficient strength, how could he become known as the king of destruction in the sanctum of sages? I thought that you have grown so strong that no Saint Seven Dan cultivators would be a match for you, Xianxia grumbled in displeasure. Back when that fellow first regained consciousness, he bragged as if there was not a single person who would be a match for him in the world. Back then, Xianxia had really thought that he was formidable, but looking at it now, it seemed it was all empty talk after all. Hearing the displeasure in Xianxia's voice, Vicious' voice grew noticeably anxious. Master, as long as you let me devour that Jur erudition character, I'll definitely be able to defeat that fellow with ease. Add another Yi solidarity. And even Saint 8 Dan cultivators won't be a problem. And if you were to top up with another Ren attainment character in Saint 9 Dan cultivators might not necessarily be a match for me anymore. Alright, stop bragging. Don't even dream about devouring those characters. You hear me? Xianxia replied in disdain. Those were the treasures that Kongshi had left for the Sanctum of Sages, and they held the crucial role of sealing the luck in the land. To even dream of devouring those characters. He sure was brazen. But thinking about it again, Vicious was a figure who was able to trap even an expert like Kongshi for numerous days back in his peak, so naturally, the value of Kongshi's writing was not as significant in his eyes. All right then. Having been reprimanded, Vicious did not dare say anything. Xianxia turned his gaze back to the fight before him. Haha, as expected of a genius from the Luo clan, you are indeed formidable. I'll take you up on your offer then. Hoo-la! The blurred scenery abruptly reverted to normal, and Xianxia saw a young man of short stature standing just by Luo Xuanqing's side. To emphasize how short that young man was, he was only half of Luo Xuanqing's height, barely even reaching up to the latter's chest. His skin was as black as charcoal, but his eyes gleamed with a blinding light that seemed to warp space itself. Due to the intense battle that had transpired between the two of them earlier, the field in the surroundings was filled with huge depressions and deep gorges. If Xianxia had not seen the state of the field before, he would have thought that he was in the midst of a mountain range plagued with treacherous terrain. That young man is a Saint 7 Dan cultivator, too, Xianxia thought. He could not tell how powerful the short young man was at the moment, but the fact that the latter was able to clash with Luo Xuanqing and even end up in a draw, it could only mean that the latter's fighting prowess was definitely not beneath Saint 7 Dan. Who is he? Why did you bring him here? At the same moment that Xianxia noticed the short young man, the latter also noticed him, and a conspicuous frown surfaced on his forehead. He is. Luo Xuanqing was just about to explain the situation when the resounding call of a crane echoed through the sky, following which, a massive divine crane descended swiftly in their direction. The divine crane was not completely white in color. Instead, reminiscent of a phoenix, its tail was filled with feathers of all colors, and if one stared at it intently, it felt as if flames were flowing through them. That's a 7-colored heaven crane, Xianxia noted in astonishment. This crane was completely different from those buffoons he had attracted with his zither playing back when he was taking the demonic tunist examination. The 7-colored heaven crane was a lineage of Saint Beast that came from the ancient era, and even without cultivating, they would attain strength equivalent to a Saint 7 Dan cultivator upon maturity. The both of you sure came early. Raising his head, Xianxia realized that there was a young man seated on top of the back of the crane. The young man was in his early 30s, too. He had a towering stature, a head taller than Luo Xuanqing in fact, but his figure was rather plump. Placed next to him, Sun Chong would look nothing more than a mere chubby child. It must be difficult on the 7-colored heaven crane to have to carry him, Xianxia remarked internally. To be honest, be it in his past life or his current life, this was the first time he had seen someone as plump as that. Just the thought of having to carry a person that huge sent shivers down his spine. It's not that we came early, you arrived late. Come down. Luo Xuanqing harumphed coldly as he raised his hand and grabbed forward. In an instant, the surroundings began warping once more. The divine crane in the sky seemed to have knocked into a wall, causing it to shake uncontrollably. Oh? Your ability to manipulate space seems to have grown significantly stronger, but you will need much more than that to hurt me. The fatty chuckled softly. Without bothering to dodge, he stepped forward powerfully and leaped down from the back of the divine crane. Hoo. Due to his weight and the momentum of his leap, it took only a moment for his speed to reach a frightening level, exceeding even the speed of sound. Kacha! His plump body collided heavily on the sealed space, and a massive crack swiftly slithered across the seal swiftly before shattering with a resounding explosion. Under the impact, even Luo Xianqing was forced to retreat several steps. Boom! The fatty landed on the ground, creating a massive depression beneath him. This, Zhang Xian's lips twitched. After reaching the transcendent mortal realm, it was already extremely difficult for a cultivator to die from falling from great heights. Considering how the fatty was no weaker than Luo Xianqing, there was no way he would have any trouble falling from such a height. However, to be able to destroy a spatial seal set up by Luo Xianqing in midair and still create such a huge depression beneath him, that was already a force far greater than smashing a mountain right upon one's head. Zhang Xian could not help but think what would have happened if he had been in that fatty's place. Would he have died from the impact? That would have been a rather hilarious situation. Before Zhang Xian could remain shocked for long, a plump silhouette rose up from the huge depression and shook his body. The dust that he was cloaked in fell from his clothes, and shockingly, he was completely unharmed. It was as if the person who had just fallen to the ground was not him but someone else. Zhang Xian was astonished. What incredible defensive ability! After cultivating his quintuple incandescence golden body to its limits, his physical body was already on par with Saint intermediate tier artifacts. However, if he had fallen with the momentum that the fatty did earlier, his organs would have ruptured from the impact of the fall. Even if he did not die, his health bar would at least have depleted by half. This meant, in terms of physical body resilience, the fatty had already reached a level far beyond his. That was truly frightening. Who's this lad? I have never seen him before. After shaking off the dust on him, the fatty took a look at Zhang Xian, and his lips cracked into a smile. Sealed on the spot, and it seems like there's something wrong with his body as well. Did this lad offend you somehow? Do you need me to crush him for you with my bottom? Well, it'll be his honor to die beneath my bottom. Black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. Did this fatty have the same hobby as Golden Origin Cauldron, sitting on others? Fearing that the fatty would really do as he had said, Luo Xianqing quickly waved his hand and explained, "He's a person whom I have specially invited here to assist us." You specially invited him over? Looks of disbelief surfaced on the faces of the fatty and the shorty. They knew Luo Xianqing's personality very well. A proud and condescending person. A troublemaker who refused to submit to anyone. For such a person to engage the help of a 20-year-old lad who was only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. Just what was the background of this lad? Indeed, Luo Xianqing nodded. Just as he was about to begin on his introduction, he noticed that the surroundings had, at some point, been shrouded with a light mist, following which, an entrancing melody sounded. A melody of sorrow to mark the passing of the beautiful years of youth, replaced by tears upon one's robe. I have kept you waiting. The voice was fleeting, sounding as if it was a whisper in one's ears or a resonation within one's soul. It carried a quality that seemed to hook one in, compelling one's emotions to sway along with it. Grave looks surfaced on the faces of Luo Xianqing, the fatty, and the shorty, and they drove their Jinchi to the point where white smoke was rising from their heads, seemingly desperate to keep out the attack of the voice. Demonic tune, Zhang Xian noted in alarm. Even though the effects of demonic tunes were not as pronounced on him since he cultivated the Heaven's Path Jinchi, the slightest carelessness could still end with him being placed in a trance, resulting in the breeding of inner demons. For the time being, he already had enough inner demon subordinates. Sensing that the offense of the voice was growing more and more intense, Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly in displeasure. By Hongyin, it has been long since we last met, but it seems like your means are still the same as ever. Oh? Why don't you give it a try to see if they are still the same then? The tone of the voice abruptly changed to take on a more seductive edge. At the same time, the mist in the area seemed to intensify, and apparitions seemed to flash in the air, playing on the deepest fear within one's heart, making it difficult for one to focus one's attention. Sure. Give it your best shot. Do you think that I'll be afraid of you? Luo Xianqing stepped forward and stomped on the ground. A resounding boom reminiscent of a drumbeat reverberated in the surroundings. A blinding burst of Jinshi erupted from Luo Xianqing, making it hard for one to open one's eyes before him. With the diffusion of the light, the mist was forced to dissipate considerably. After which, Luo Xianqing scanned his surroundings with keen eyes, and a moment later, he abruptly grabbed at the space ahead of him. A massive palm print immediately appeared in the sky, covering more than 10 mu. Immense energy coiled endlessly around his body. In that moment, it felt as if the space of the sky above had been frozen in place, threatening to collapse at any moment. Your control over space is superb. I didn't think that you would have made such huge progress since the last time we met. The demonic tune seemed to have grown a little weaker, a sign that the demonic tunist had suffered a setback in the previous clash. Of course, how could I possibly be the only one who remained stagnant? Luo Xianqing retracted his palm and returned to Zhang Xian's side. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The mist in the distance began to gather, and a tall, slender figure slowly materialized before everyone's eyes. It was an extremely beautiful young lady. Her slim figure paired with her tall stature gave her a type of unique elegance, and this was especially accentuated by her pair of beautiful legs. In terms of height, she was even taller than Zhang Xian. After cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, Zhang Xian's skin had not only become smoother than a baby's, his height had also risen to 1.8 meters. At that height, he could already be considered one of the taller ones among the males in the master-teacher continent. It was truly rare to see a lady whose height was even above his. Since everyone is here, allow me to make the introductions. As the young lady walked over, Luo Xianqing took a look around him before getting straight to the topic at hand. Zhang Xian here is a freshman who enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages just a day ago. We met for the first time yesterday. Luo Xianqing, why did you bring a freshman over here? It's not as if you don't know the strength of the freshman. He'll drag us down if you bring him there as well. That place is extremely dangerous. What are you thinking, bringing a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator there? Wait a moment. If his surname is Zhang, could he be from the Zhang clan? No, that's not right. You have always hated those from the Zhang clan, so how could you be willing to work with them? Upon hearing that the person whom Luo Xianqing had brought over was only a freshman, the trio frowned in displeasure. It was no wonder they would react in such a way. They were all Saint 7 Dan experts, and yet Luo Xianqing actually brought a mere Saint 5 Dan primary stage cultivator over. This course of action was clearly detrimental to the success of the mission that they were about to undertake. Don't underestimate Zhang Shi. He might be young, but he's an incredibly talented formation master. The speed that he can construct formations at is unmatched by anyone that I know of. In fact, even 8-star pinnacle formation masters might not necessarily be a match for him, Luo Xianqing explained. Even though he was rather displeased that the young man had insulted his sister yesterday, that did not hinder the awe he felt for the young man's talent in formations. To be able to construct a grade 8 formation that he had never seen before, albeit the most basic one, in just several breaths. With this young man with them, their chances of success would be increased manyfold. Formations? Zhang Xian finally understood what was going on. He had thought that Luo Xianqing had brought him over because the latter had found out about the relationship between him and Luo Ruoxin, but it was apparent to him now that he was mistaken. Most likely, Luo Xianqing required some help concerning formations for some kind of mission or trial, and recalling his incredible ability in setting up formations, Luo Xianqing chose to specially invite him over. Yes, specially invite him over. You are telling us that a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator is able to set up a formation faster than a grade 8 pinnacle formation master? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? The shorty frowned doubtfully, clearly not believing Luo Xianqing's words at all. The other two also shot looks of skepticism toward Luo Xianqing and Zhang Xian. It was not without reason that formations masters had strict cultivation requirements on one's promotion. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible for one to set up a certain formation. Considering how Zhang Xian was only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, it was hard for them to take Luo Xuanqing's assessment of the other party seriously. Do you all think that I'm lying? Luo Xianqing clearly looked a little displeased. I took the 8-star Formation Master examination with him, and back then, before I could even finish browsing through the formation blueprint, he had successfully set up the formation. If not for that, do you think that I would go through so much trouble to invite him here? He had set up the formation before you could even finish browsing through the formation blueprint? The trio was taken aback for a moment before the disbelief on their faces deepened. As a cultivator's cultivation advanced, their primordial spirit would gradually grow stronger, which would in turn further the prowess of their spiritual perception. As Saint Seven Dan experts, as long as the content was not too profound, they would be able to memorize most cultivation techniques and secret arts with a sweeping glance. Yet, for the young man to successfully set up the formation before Luo Xianqing was done browsing through the formation blueprint, it was a little hard for them to conceptualize just how fast that was. The tall lady, Bai Hongyin, casually pulled her hair behind her ear as she suggested with a smile. I happen to be quite proficient in formations, too, so why don't I assess him? Who? Before Zhang Xian could even say a word, his surroundings suddenly blurred, and the seal that Luo Xianqing had placed around him vanished without a trace. He could tell in an instant that he was standing in the midst of a formation activated from a formation plate. His surroundings were pitch black, and a sinister wind whistled in the area. There was a powerful mental pressure weighing down on his mind, attempting to inflict him with a splitting headache. It seems like that Bai Hongyin lady has achieved quite a deep understanding of formations as well, Zhang Xian thought. Thinking back, the appearance of the mist around them as soon as she appeared was likely to be the doing of some kind of formidable formation plate as well. It would be hard to produce such an effect otherwise. To be able to activate a formation plate instantaneously and trap all of them, it meant that Bai Hongyin's comprehension of formations had already reached 8-star at the very minimum. Bai Hongyin, what are you up to? Not expecting the tall lady to make a move on Zhang Xian all of a sudden, Luo Xianqing was enraged. He was just about to step forward to stop her when he suddenly felt a tug on his hand pulling him back. Don't worry. She won't go overboard. Just let her give it a try. Otherwise it'll be hard for us to entrust our safety to him later on. The person who had just spoken was the fatty. Clearly, he also harbored some reservations toward the ability of the freshman. Thus, he hoped to see what the latter was capable of through Bai Hongyin's move. This, Luo Xianqing hesitated for a moment before grumbling reluctantly in agreement. Fine then. Those who were gathered there were his close friends. While none of them were willing to submit to the other, they were very conscientious individuals, and they would never hurt others for no good reason. Luo Xianqing says that you are highly skilled in the field of formations. This is the formation plate that I had an 8-star high-tier master teacher craft for me, and if you can break out of it within 4 hours, I'll acknowledge your skills and allow you to come along with us. Unaware of the happenings outside, Zhang Xian swiftly heard a voice from within the formation. Acknowledge my skills and allow me to come along with you all? Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. He was in the midst of attending a social event to interact with the other students of the elite division when he was suddenly dragged off by Luo Xianqing. It was one thing for Luo Xianqing to not explain anything to him, but before he knew it, they were suddenly trying to assess his skills. This bewildering turn of events really left him feeling deeply stifled. Does it look like I'm really all that interested in joining your group? But after taking in a deep breath and calming down, he thought through his circumstances once more, and the fact that Luo Xianqing had invited him over showed that the latter acknowledged his skills. Since that was the case, if he could prove himself worthy this time around, he might just be able to win the goodwill of his future brother-in-law. As troublesome as it would be, for the sake of Luo Ruoxin, he would just have to do it. Flaws. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian immediately leaped into action. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Taking a look at the content of the book, Xianxia clicked his tongue in disdain. What a trashy formation plate this is. There are so many flaws in it. The tall lady had said that she had specially engaged the help of an 8-star high-tier formation master to craft this formation plate for her. So he had thought that it would be some ingenious artifact. Perhaps his expectations were simply too high from the start. I can think of 138 ways to decipher the formation. It took only a moment of calculation for Xianxia to come up with this conclusion. After studying all the 8-star formation books over at the Formation Master Build branch in the Hall of Erudition, his comprehension of formations had already reached 8-star pinnacle. In fact, in terms of knowledge, he might even be a match for some 9-star low-tier formation masters. With his knowledge, it was a walk in the park for him to overcome a grade 8 formation plate like this. Xianxia pondered for a moment before making up his mind. I guess I should use the most direct and fastest method to decipher the formation so as to please my future brother-in-law. After choosing the method to use, Xianxia was just about to realize his plan when his body suddenly stiffened. To his astonishment, the meridians in his body had frozen solid. Crap, I forgot. I have yet to assimilate the wintry spirit essence. 1 mu equals 666.67 square meters. It also equals 26.36 square rods, whatever that unit is. Shortly after he consumed the 3 bottles of wintry spirit essence, before he could even start assimilating them, Fei Shi had suddenly came over to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, following which, his future brother-in-law had suddenly dragged him to this field. While he did assimilate a portion of it on the way, there was still a lot left within him. There had not been much of a problem when he was still seated on the ground, but as soon as he attempted to draw upon his strength to break the formation, he suffered backlash. The rampaging cold energy within his body caused his face to turn ghastly pale, and his body shuddered non-stop. He felt as if his organs had turned into ice sculptures, and even driving his Jinchi became an extremely difficult act. This won't do. I need to assimilate the cold energy right now, or else I'll really freeze to death there. Xianxia thought in alarm. He had been hoping to break the formation swiftly and leave a good impression on Luo Xianqing, but that was clearly impossible now. It was one thing for him to waste the wintry spirit essence, but in the worst-case scenario, the rampaging cold energy might leave some trauma in his body, resulting in unexpected situations with his body. Assimilate. Knowing that there was no time to waste, Xianxia took a deep breath before swiftly gathering his Heaven's Path Jinchi together to push for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Due to the attributeless nature of the Heaven's Path Jinchi, not only was it capable of neutralizing all types of poison in the world, it could even imitate the slaughter of Jinchi unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Back then, not even the 10 kings of the Qingtian lineage were able to see through his disguise. Due to that, the wintry spirit essence, which even the members of the Glacier Plain Court were fearful of, posed very little threat to him. Gugugugu. Driving his Jinchi swiftly, his stiffened body gradually regained flexibility, and with imposing momentum, he drove his Jinchi to crash into the bottleneck, hindering his advancement. Kacha! Kacha! It took only an instant for the bottleneck leading to leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage to be torn through. Even after the breakthrough, the Jinchi in Xianxia's body continued to surge furiously with imposing momentum, charging right for the next bottleneck. Xianxia had long committed the leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art to mind after a few hours of reading through it, and with ample spiritual energy to fuel his breakthrough at this moment, the rest was easy. Driving his growing accumulation of Heaven's Path Jinchi, it took less than 5 breaths for him to successfully overcome the bottleneck to leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage. And 10 breaths later, he successfully reached leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. It was only after achieving 3 breakthroughs that the spiritual energy in the wintry spirit essence finally completely sapped up. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. I succeeded, as expected of a treasure from the Glacier Plain Court. It was indeed not without reason that Chun Liao wanted to save it for her breakthrough to the Grand Dominion realm. It was far easier to convert the wintry spirit essence into Jinchi, thus making it much easier to push for a breakthrough with it. I should just clear the lightning ordeal while I am at it, Xianxia thought. Boom! Storm clouds emanating frightening might were swiftly drawn over. Upon achieving a breakthrough in the leaving Aperture Realm, As long as a cultivator did not intentionally suppress their cultivation and conceal it, the lightning ordeal would be immediately drawn over. On top of that, the prowess of the lightning ordeal would also vary according to the strength of individual drawing it over. The stronger one was, the more formidable the lightning ordeal would be. Luo Xianqing, since you have so much confidence in Xianxia, why don't you guess how long he will take to overcome by Hongyin's formation plate? The fatty asked Luo Xianqing with an interested smile. Bai Hongyin's formation plate is at grade 8 intermediate, so it might still take him quite a bit of effort in order to decipher it. At this point, Luo Xianqing paused and thought contemplatively for a moment before adding, "My guess is that he will take at least an hour." Deciphering a formation was slightly easier than setting one up. Considering how Xianxia was able to set up a grade 8 formation within just a few breaths, even if it was the most basic one, it was more than enough to show that he possessed an extraordinarily deep understanding of formations. As formidable as Bai Hongyin's formation plate was, Luo Xianqing did not think that Xianxia would have a problem with it. Nevertheless, this should have been first time Xianxia was coming into contact with such a formidable formation plate, so it would still take an hour or so at the very least. An hour? Hey, you are confident in him. However, my thoughts differ from yours. I don't think that he'll be able to succeed. The shorty shook his head with a sneer. It's not like you have never experienced Bai Hongyin's formation yourself. It's intertwined with her demonic tunes and soul attacks, making it difficult to focus one's attention inside. In such a state, deciphering the formation won't be easy. Even an average 8-star pinnacle formation master would require at least 6 hours in order to do so. Regardless of whether that lad inside is as formidable as you make him out to be or not, it will be impossible for him to succeed without at least 2 hours of work. The fatty shook his head. You all sure have ample confidence in that lad. My take is that he might not even succeed at all. As a Saint Seven Dan expert, he had seen plenty of formidable formation masters in his time, and he had a clear gauge of what the capabilities of a top-notch formation master were. Bai Hongyin was not just a skilled demonic tunist. Her prowess in formations was equally terrifying. By pairing those two abilities with one another, her grade 8 intermediate formation could display might comparable to a grade 8 pinnacle formation. This was likely the first time that the lad inside had experienced such a formation, so it would already be a huge blessing if he could keep himself from panicking, let alone deciphering the formation in time. Hearing the comments from the duo, Luo Xianqing found his previous confidence in Xianxia eroding slightly. It was possible that Xianxia might really possess an extraordinary talent in formations, allowing him to identify the various cruxes in any formation and set it up in an instant. But as unlikely as it was, he could not discount the possibility that Xianxia might have seen and practiced beforehand. He might not have seen the grade 8 primary formation used in the Formation Master examination before, but he could not say the same for Xianxia. If Xianxia had really seen the formation before and practiced it multiple times, it was only natural that he could set it up within a few breaths. Boom! Just as Luo Xianqing was feeling a little uncertain inside, the formation before him suddenly jolted. It seemed like there was a huge mass of power swiftly building up inside. It lasted for roughly 20 breaths before the sky above abruptly darkened. A frightening power of lightning was starting to gather right above them. They could not assess the situation in the formation due to the formation's mist hindering their spiritual perception. But the overwhelming might harnessed by the storm clouds gathering right above them caused goosebumps to rise all over their arms. What's going on? The person who was controlling the formation, Bai Hongyin, was astonished by the abrupt changes in the surroundings. She had only activated this formation to test Xianxia's strength. It was not as if she was committing some kind of heinous crime. Why were the heavens sending lightning upon her? As if she was some kind of sinner. Surely her little actions should not warrant such extreme punishment? Bai Hongyin did not think that Xianxia would make much progress at the start, so other than infusing her Jinqi into the formation, she did not pay much attention to the situation inside. As such, she had no idea that the young man inside had advanced his cultivation from leaving Aperture Realm primary stage to leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle within less than 20 breaths. Of course, she could not have fathomed that the lightning ordeal was summoned by the young man inside either. Damn it! seeing that the lightning was directed toward her formation plate, ready to reduce it to smithereens at any moment. Bai Hongyin clenched her fists tightly and leaped up, launching an attack at the storm clouds. Boom! However, before her attack could strike the storm cloud, a lightning bolt roughly the thickness of a human's waist suddenly descended. Gotcha! With seemingly unlimited power, the falling lightning bolt instantaneously devoured Bai Hongyin and her offense. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Bai Hongyin fell back to the ground with her body spasming now and then. Her hair was standing on end, and her face had been charred black. The elegant and seductive lady from a moment ago had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a wretched victim of a lightning strike. Even though her cultivation had reached Saint Seven Dan, her strength was still far from sufficient to stand against the imposing might of the natural world. Fortunately, her sacrifice was not in vain. The ominous clouds in the sky seemed to dissipate slightly after that powerful lightning strike, seemingly ready to vanish at any moment soon. Just as Bai Hongyin heaved a sigh of relief, another surge of energy suddenly exuded from within the formation, and upon sensing that surge of energy, the ominous clouds in the sky began gathering together once more. In just a few breaths, the storm clouds had already grown 2 times larger than before. What in the world is going on? Bai Hongyin felt a numbing sensation on her scalp, and her head felt as if it would blow at any moment. At this rate, she really felt like she would go insane. Luo Xianqing and the others were flabbergasted by the scene before them as well. They had no idea what to make of the situation. Gotcha! Gotcha! There was no time to think at all. Almost right after the storm clouds had formed together, a bolt of lightning immediately surged down. This time it was far larger than before. Just the diameter was already more than 2 meters wide. With legs trembling in fear, Bai Hongyin watched the lightning bolt with a pale face. Knowing that she would not be able to avoid it, she gritted her teeth and bucked up her courage. Raising her hands, she drove her Xianxia to its maximum and sent a burst of force upward to counter the lightning bolt. Gotcha! While her desperate move did manage to weaken the lightning bolt considerably, it was not sufficient to neutralize it entirely. It fell on her once more, and her body was completely charred black. The smell of burnt flesh drifted from her, and a stream of white smoke rose from her body. Due to the severity of her injuries, she could not help but spurt a mouthful of blood. I have at least managed to hold on for the time being. Bai Hongyin's knees caved in from weakness, and she fell onto the ground on her bottom. Despite her current state, she still heaved a sigh of relief. The previous bolt of lightning was extremely powerful, but judging from the magnitude of the storm clouds, 2 strikes should have depleted its energy entirely. It would dissipate very soon. But barely after this thought formulated in her mind, another surge of energy exuded from the formation yet again. Hong long long. The dispelling ominous storm clouds suddenly gathered together once more, and this time, they were far stronger and condensed than before. The previous storm clouds only covered an area of roughly several hundred meters, but this time around, they covered roughly 5 to 6 li. Even before the fall of the lightning bolt, the crowd could feel the cataclysmic might harnessed within the storm clouds, as if an imposing dragon was hidden in their midst. It rumbled and roared, seemingly declaring its intention to reduce everything to dust. Why? Bai Hongyin could only stare at the sight above her with her mouth agape. From sheer shock, even her mind had whirred to a halt. The previous lightning bolt had nearly claimed her life. If she faced the next one head-on, there was no doubt that she would be reduced to ash. But why was it so intent on striking her? From the looks of it, it seemed like it would not rest until it had accomplished that. Knowing that she would not be able to cope with something of this scale alone, Bai Hongyin anxiously bellowed, "Stop looking at the commotion. Come over and help." All right? Realizing the severity of the matter as well, Luo Xianqing and the others quickly rushed over. Walala! Under the collaboration of the 4 experts, a hole was torn right through the sky. A 7-colored burst of energy clashed directly with the lightning bolt, and a deafening explosion echoed over 100 li. With the collision of the 2 devastating forces, Cracks began surfacing on the earth. The faces of Luo Xianqing and the others were flushed crimson from all their exertion. They had driven their Jinqi to the extent that it felt like their bodies would burst apart. Every single one of them was charred from head to toe, and their hair was standing on end. One by one, they spurted large mouthfuls of blood. Powerful as they were, the lightning bolt descending from the sky was simply too fearsome. Even with their prowess put together, their combined might still fell slightly short of the lightning bolt. It was fortunate that they were all offspring from powerful clans or organizations, so they had plenty of life preservation means up their sleeves. Otherwise, that lightning bolt would have inflicted severe injuries on them, the kind that they would have to spend several months in bed to recover from. While the crowd outside the formation was being tortured by the lightning tribulation, inside the formation that severed one's sense of hearing and spiritual perception from the outside, Zhang Xian was staring at the layer of mist above him in confusion. After my breakthrough, the heavens should have noticed the power I am exuding and cast the leaving aperture ordeal upon me. So why isn't it coming? He had been waiting there for quite some time now, but nothing had happened at all. Could there have been a problem in the way that he exuded his strength? He exuded another surge of energy. Silence. He exuded yet another surge of energy. Still silence. Could it be that I cleared the lightning tribulation too easily the previous time, and now it doesn't dare appear before me again? Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in bewilderment as he continued exuding his strength. I thought that the leaving aperture ordeal would at least be as difficult as the Saint Ascension ordeal, but this is really disappointing. Kacha! 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 Outside the formation, Luo Xianqing and the others were jolted by the lightning bolt again, and a stream of white smoke rose from their heads. Luo Xianqing and the others might have been Saint Seven Dan experts, but they were still far too weak against the lightning that represented the might of the world. As the ominous clouds grew denser and larger, the lightning bolts also became thicker and thicker. The group of four was in no danger yet due to the multitude of life preservation means they possessed, but under the relentless zapping of the lightning, they still ended up being charred black. In this moment, rather than experts, they looked like wretched beggars. Having been in lofty positions ever since they got into the sanctum of sages, they had never suffered such indignation before. After suffering for consecutive zaps, Bai Hongyin finally reached her limit, and a furious spurt of blood escaped from her mouth. Of the four of them, she was currently in the most pitiful plight. She used to be graceful and noble like a fairy, but at this moment, she seemed more like a witch. If one did not look at her closely, it would be hard to even ascertain whether she was a human or not. Why does it want to strike my formation plate so badly? Bai Hongyin simply could not comprehend it no matter how she racked her mind. Why would such a powerful lightning tribulation be so intent on destroying her formation plate? It was as if her formation plate had done something unforgivable to it. She had paid a heavy price to an 8-star high-tier formation master to inscribe it for her, and she only had one. If it was destroyed, her fighting prowess would be halved at the very least. At this moment, a thought suddenly struck Bai Hongyin's mind. Luo Xianqing, could it be that the fellow in the formation has just achieved a breakthrough? The storm clouds had gathered too fast, and its might had already far exceeded the scale of ordinary leaving aperture ordeals, so that possibility did not strike her mind. However, watching as the storm clouds gathered again and again, she began to realize that something was amiss. She had used her formation plate so many times in the past, but it had never drawn the ire of the heavens before. It was only after she trapped that lad in it that the lightning bolt was so determined to destroy it. Could that really be the case? A breakthrough? That shouldn't be possible. When I met him earlier, I heard that he had achieved a breakthrough from primordial spirit realm to leaving aperture realm primary stage just yesterday. Luo Xianqing shook his head. Considering that he has just raised his cultivation by 2 cultivation stages, how could he possibly achieve another breakthrough now? Even though it had not been long since that fellow enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages, his affairs had already been spread far and wide in the elite division and ordinary division, to the point that he could nearly be considered a legend. Based on the news he had heard, the fellow had achieved a breakthrough within an interval of 10 breaths while fighting against someone else. Given so, he should not have the momentum to push for another breakthrough again. After all, cultivation was a process of accumulation. Putting him aside, even his incredibly talented younger sister had to advance a step at a time. Never had he heard of anyone who could achieve a breakthrough one day and still continue doing so the next. He achieved a breakthrough just yesterday? Bai Hongyin was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head. She had been wondering if the mess was caused by the fellow in the formation, but given what Luo Xianqing had said, that was unlikely to be the case. Are you thinking that this is the lightning tribulation he drew over due to his breakthrough? Luo Xianqing asked. That's right. Bai Hongyin nodded. Even if he did achieve a breakthrough, he would only face the leaving aperture ordeal. His lightning tribulation couldn't possibly be so powerful. Luo Xianqing shook his head, expressing his skepticism toward Bai Hongyin's thoughts. Regardless of the truth, given how the lightning tribulation is growing stronger and stronger, we'll all die here if we continue like this. Bai Hongyin, why don't you just give up on your formation plate? At this point, the shorty had also been zapped to the point where he felt like he was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. The lightning bolts that had fallen were clearly all directed toward the formation plate. As long as they abandoned the formation plate, the problem would be resolved. It really was not worth it to lose their lives over a mere artifact. You want me to abandon my formation plate? Impossible. Clenching her fists tightly, Bai Hongyin declared resolutely, it is the foundation of my strength. I'll never give it up, even at the cost of my life. Only she knew how much she had to go through in order to obtain the formation plate. She had nearly lost her life for it. How could she give it up that easily? There was no way she could accept its destruction just like that. There's no way I'll allow my formation plate to be destroyed over my dead body. Bai Hongyin looked at the lightning gathering in the sky above, racking her mind for a solution. In this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded beside her. Kacha! A powerful shockwave rippled into the surroundings, causing Bai Hongyin's already feeble body to stagger weakly. Following that, cracks began creeping across the formation plate floating not too far away from her, and with a crisp echo, it shattered in half. Pooh! Watching the sight before her, Bai Hongyin's breathing hastened, and her eyes reddened in frenzy. Unable to withstand the mental blow from the destruction of her precious artifact, she spurted yet another mouthful of blood. In order to protect it, she had gritted her teeth to endure the lightning strikes, so why did it still shatter in the end? Pooh! Just as she was trying to figure out what was going on, the mist produced by the formation dissipated, and a young man walked out from within. All right, I have deciphered the formation. Ah, you all, what happened? Xianxia had tried multiple times, but he found that he was unable to call forth the lightning tribulation at all. Eventually, he could only attribute it to some kind of property of the formation shrouding him, hindering the fall of the lightning tribulation. Thus, after some thought, he used the most direct method to escape from the formation, destroying the formation plate. He was hoping to make a majestic return after escaping from the formation so as to win some goodwill from Luo Xianqing. But who would have thought that he would see a couple of charred figures instead? He had to squint his eyes before he could finally recognize them as the various experts whom he had met previously. How did they end up in such a state all of a sudden? Are you the one who destroyed my formation plate? Bai Hongyin asked with a quivering tone. Yes, there were simply too many flaws in the formation, such that I couldn't even decide which one I should exploit to escape from the formation. In the end, I decided to just go with the easiest one, destroying the formation plate. Xianxia nodded in response. How is it? I should have cleared your test, right? While he did hesitate a little before destroying the formation plate, considering how the tall lady had chosen to trap him without any prior warning or the sort, he eventually decided that there was no reason to stand on ceremony with her either. At this point, earning the recognition of his future brother-in-law was more important than anything else. Why you? I'll kill you, Bai Hongyin roared in a craze. It was just a moment ago that she had said that she would only allow the formation to be destroyed over her dead body. But then the young man shattered it. In the face of such a situation, her rage burst forth like an erupting volcano. She raised her hand, preparing to launch a killing strike against Xianxia. However, the next moment, a violent rumbling echoed from the sky. The storm clouds had built up sufficient power once more, and another frightening lightning bolt was just about to descend upon the world. Kacha, despite her life preservation artifacts protecting her, Bai Hongyin's hair was still jolted up from the lightning, and white smoke rose from all around her. Even though the one who should have been undergoing the lightning tribulation was Xianxia, Bai Hongyin's act of hindering the lightning tribulation was considered as an act of defiance against the authority of the heavens, thus incurring their ire. From the looks of it, it seemed like the lightning tribulation would not let this matter rest until it finally struck down Bai Hongyin. Is she going through a lightning tribulation as well? It was only at this moment that Xianxia noticed the storm clouds that had gathered from all around. Lightning dragons were traversing imposingly amid the dark sky, threatening to dive down at any moment. Wait a moment, that's not exactly right. It seems like the lightning tribulation is related to me. Xianxia was bewildered. It was a little bewildering to him why the lightning bolt was specifically striking Bu Hongyin. But when he drove his Jinqi, the storm clouds in the sky visibly grew more rampant. Without a doubt, this lightning tribulation was his. Then, realization struck Xianxia as he widened his eyes in horror. It's not that my lightning tribulation is easy, but these guys have been blocking it all along, preventing it from falling into the formation. Bastards! Xianxia gritted his teeth furiously as his eyes reddened from rage. It was no wonder nothing happened no matter how long he waited within the formation. It turned out that the tall lady had been sabotaging him. There was no way to circumvent the lightning tribulation, and it was impossible to find a substitute to endure the lightning tribulation for one. Otherwise, the offspring of powerful clans could simply have their elders fend off the lightning tribulation in their stead. There would be nothing for them to worry about. On the contrary, any attempts to interfere in the lightning tribulation would only cause the lightning tribulation to grow more and more powerful, to the point that the cultivator who had drawn in the lightning tribulation would be struck to death. This was also the reason none of them dared to interfere back when Hall Master Xing found himself in a precarious position while undergoing the leaving aperture ordeal. In other words, due to Bai Hongyin's interference, his lightning tribulation had grown so powerful that not even Saint Seven Dan cultivators could withstand it anymore. How in the world was he supposed to survive such a lightning tribulation? If it really fell on him, he would be dead in a heartbeat. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more enraged he felt. Are you sick in the mind? It's not your lightning tribulation, so why are you interfering in it? Look at what you have done. With the storm clouds that have gathered here, it's only a matter of time before you succumb to it. And once it's done with you, I'll be next. It's one thing for you to want to seek death, but surely you need not drag me down with you. At this point, Xianxia really felt like crying. Boom! As stifled as he was feeling, the lightning tribulation would not grant Xianxia the time to soak in his despair. A deafening rumble echoed from above, and raising his head, he could not help but shudder in fear. The lightning tribulation had already grown to a scale countless times stronger than the Saint Ascension ordeal. The one that he had faced in the square right after the Mountain Gate examination back then could not begin to hold a candle to this. Even after raising his cultivation to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, there was no way he would be able to survive a lightning bolt of this scale. But only I can resolve my own lightning tribulation. There's no way I can escape from it. If I allow her to continue wreaking havoc here, my chances of clearing it will only grow slimmer, Xianxia thought anxiously. With this in mind, he could not help but curse at Bai Hongyin once again. You crazy bastard! Why in the world are you messing with something that is none of your business? Look at the trouble you have caused me. In his moment of panic, a thought suddenly came to Xianxia. Right? Is it possible for me to see the flaws of the lightning tribulation? Compile. Xianxia quickly willed in his mind. The Library of Heaven's Path has the ability to discern the flaws of everything in the world, so the lightning tribulation should be no exception too, right? Who? With a jolt, a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia quickly flipped it open to take a look. Ah! Why is it empty? Completely empty, there was nothing on the book at all. It seems like the Library of Heaven's Path is unable to compile a book on anything that concerns me. Xianxia swiftly came to a conclusion. He had given it a try in the past, and he realized that anything that was directly associated to him could not be compiled as a book. For one, he was unable to compile a book on himself in the Library of Heaven's Path. Perhaps the lightning tribulation that he faced was also considered an extension of him, so the Library of Heaven's Path could not compile any information on it either. Eye of Insight. Realizing that he could not count on his Library of Heaven's Path, he swiftly activated his trump card to analyze the lightning in the sky, hoping to find any flaws that he could exploit. At that very moment, the storm clouds had already covered up an area of several dozen li around them, and the lightning that was traversing amid them was at least 10 meters thick, reminiscent of massive dragons soaring in the sky. Every single bolt of lightning wielded strength comparable to a Saint 7 Dan. Even Luo Shenqing and the others would be injured in a direct encounter with them. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly uneasily. With my current strength, there's no way I'll be able to withstand all of that. Under the analysis of his Eye of Insight, he found that there was no possible way he could withstand the overwhelming lightning in the sky, even with his enhanced cultivation. A sharp glint flashed through Zhang Xian's eyes. But there's no other choice. I have to give it a try no matter what. It seems like I can only dash into the midst of the storm clouds, just as I did yesterday. It might seem to be a highly dangerous action to dash into the storm clouds in the midst of one's lightning tribulation, but as someone who had done so personally, he knew that it was actually much safer than waiting for the lightning bolt to fall upon one below. This was because the lightning bolt would only fall after the energy harnessed within it reached the peak, making it highly difficult to withstand. However, if one were to dash up into the storm clouds before the energy had been concentrated into the lightning bolt, one would be in a considerably safer position. Of course, this might only have been applicable to Zhang Xian. For a typical cultivator, plunging into an environment permeated with lightning would still result in their body being slowly worn down, resulting in gradual electrocution to death. In a sense, that was even more frightening than facing an entire bolt of lightning at once. However, Zhang Xian, who possessed the Heaven's Path Xianxia, could easily recover any damage sustained by his physical body and soul. As such, the most frightening maneuver ironically turned out to be the safest option for him. But I'm still too weak at the moment. If I could advance my physical body and soul cultivation a little more, at least to the point where I can match a Saint 7 Dan cultivator, I would be able to overcome the lightning tribulation. As complicated as the thought process was, it took only an instant for Zhang Xian to come to realize all of it. At this moment, the storm clouds were beginning to charge up energy once more after striking down by Hong Yin. After spurting several mouthfuls of blood and swallowing 2 pills, Bai Hongyin finally recovered slightly from her injuries. As soon as she regained her strength, she immediately directed an antagonistic glare toward Zhang Xian. It was to protect her formation plate that she offended such a powerful lightning tribulation, and yet, that fellow actually destroyed her formation plate. I don't care whether you were invited here by Luo Shenqing or not, Bai Hongyin roared furiously. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname won't be. But before she could finish her words, the young man opposite to her interjected with a frosty face. Shut your mouth. Zhang Xian's voice was not too loud, but it was infused with the power of his demonic tunes and impartation of heaven's will. It sounded loud and clear even amid the deafening rumbling of the thunder, and it left a lingering buzz in their ears. That leaving Aperture Realm lad actually told Bai Hongyin to shut her mouth? The shorty nearly fell to the ground from shock. Luo Shenqing also widened his eyes in frenzy. As the king of destruction, he rampaged freely in the sanctum of sages, fearing not even the managerial elders. But before the Bai Hongyin, who would turn into a banshee whenever she got angry, he always made sure to watch his language and actions. Yet, not only did that fellow destroy her formation plate, he even told her to shut her mouth. Aren't you being a little too brazen? What did you say? Bai Hongyin asked with a threatening edge to her voice. The bulging, crimson eyes that glared at Zhang Xian could truly send shivers down one's spine. If not for her charred face, she would have definitely been extremely frightening. Shut your trap if you want to live. Given the precarious situation he was in, Xianxia could not even be bothered to maintain a polite front anymore. With a leap, he slowly advanced toward the storm clouds above. Hong long long. As soon as he approached the storm clouds, the lightning immediately sensed the aura he was emanating and slowly gathered toward him. Is he intending to withstand the lightning tribulation for me? Xianxia's abrupt action had bewildered by Hongyin so much that she even forgot about her rage in this moment. But if even I am unable to withstand the lightning tribulation, there's no way he can survive it. Even a Saint Seven Dan expert like her was completely helpless against the devastating might of the lightning bolt above. Given that the young man was a mere leaving aperture realm cultivator, there was no way he stood a chance against it. Is he intending to compensate for my broken formation plate with his life? Bai Hongyin widened her mouth in shock. As this thought came to her mind, all of her fury vanished without a trace, and she even felt a little touched inside. Despite facing death, the young man still charged forward to protect her. It seemed like he was not that bad a person after all. Wait a moment. Is that his lightning tribulation? In contrast to the emotional Bai Hongyin, Luo Shenqing, the shorty, and the fatty noticed that the storm clouds were swiftly gathering toward Xianxia, and realization dawned upon them. That explained everything. It was all due to that fellow. The fatty gulped unconsciously. Didn't you say that he just achieved a breakthrough yesterday and can't possibly make any advancement today? Why does it seem like he's at leaving aperture realm pinnacle? That really seems to be the case. Luo Xuanqing's lips were twitching as well. Based on what he had heard, that fellow had made a breakthrough from primordial spirit realm pinnacle to leaving aperture realm primary stage within 10 breaths the previous day, and he had spent that afternoon taking the 8-star formation master examination at the Hall of Erudition, so he should not have had any time to even reinforce his cultivation. How in the world did he manage to make a breakthrough again now? Not to mention a breakthrough of 3 cultivation stages. Boom! Boom! While the crowd was still in a state of shock, the storm clouds had already finished gathering around the young man, and lightning energy was swiftly gathering together, threatening to spill forth at any moment to tear the young man apart. This won't do. Even if his cultivation has reached leaving aperture realm pinnacle, he won't be able to withstand something of that scale, Luo Shenqing exclaimed. Even with his recent breakthroughs, the young man's strength was still far too weak in comparison to the lightning energy that had gathered above. Even Saint Seven Dan experts like them were unable to withstand the lightning energy in the storm clouds, let alone that young man. He could already see the young man being reduced to ash as soon as the lightning bolt fell, and no one would be able to save him. I was the one who brought him here. I can't let him die as a result of this, Luo Shenqing uttered in panic. Even someone as domineering as him felt completely helpless before this situation. He was the one who had brought Xianxia over, and they were also the ones who had blindly interfered with the lightning tribulation, resulting in it growing stronger and stronger. He would not be able to get past his guilt if the young man died as a result of that. Just as he was in a complete state of loss, the young man's voice suddenly sounded. I'll deal with the lightning tribulation. If you have any physical body cultivation technique manuals or soul cultivation technique manuals, hurry up and bring them out. I need as many of them as possible. Cultivation technique manuals? Everyone was taken aback. The important thing now is to resolve the current quandary we are in, so why are you seeking cultivation technique manuals? The lightning bolt is going to fall on you anytime soon. Even if we give you cultivation technique manuals now, will you have time to study them? Seeing that the crowd was still hesitating, Xianxia bellowed furiously, Hurry up! Yes. They had no idea what Xianxia wanted cultivation technique manuals for, but since he was adamant about the matter, Luo Shenqing and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Were it any other situation, they surely would have killed the other party if a leaving aperture realm lad dared to speak to them in such a manner. However, with the threat of the lightning bolt weighing down on them, none of them had the time or effort to bother about his attitude. They knew that they had incurred the wrath of the lightning tribulation too, and if the young man failed to clear his lightning tribulation, they would become its next victims. I have physical body cultivation technique manuals here. The fatty flicked his wrist, and a huge collection containing several thousand books appeared before him. With just the sheer power of his physical body, he was able to knock Luo Xianxia back and shatter sealed spaces. Considering how the prowess of his physical body had already reached an extremely frightening level, it was not too surprising for him to have plenty of physical body cultivation technique manuals. I have some soul cultivation technique manuals here. Bai Hongyin also whipped out some books. I have both physical body and soul cultivation technique manuals, but I don't have too many of them. The shorty and Luo Xianxia took out a few books as well. It was apparent that they were all from powerful clans or organizations just by how they were able to reach Saint Seven Dan at their young age. These manuals might have been rare treasures to other cultivators, but to them, these were resources that they had no lack of. Thank you. Xianxia's eyes lit up upon seeing the number of manuals before him. He hurriedly scanned through them with his eyes. Hula! It took just an instant for him to collect them all into the Library of Heaven's Path. Not only are there physical body and soul cultivation techniques, there are even Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm and Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm cultivation techniques. It's a pity that their quantity is a bit lacking, so I'm still unable to compile complete Heaven's Path Divine Art manuals from them. Xianxia thought in pity. Even though there were Grand Dominion Realm and Phantasmal Space Realm cultivation technique manuals amid the pile, he was still a long way from compiling the Heaven's Path Divine Art. Even if they collected them all, it would not do much to help his current situation. Forget it, I'll take a look at the physical body cultivation technique manuals instead, Xianxia thought. Compile. His mind jolted slightly, and a new book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. He placed his finger on the book, and the knowledge harnessed in it swiftly flowed into his mind. Success, as expected of a top-notch physical body cultivator. The books he had were numerous, and they covered over a wide range of aspects concerning physical body cultivation. Through compiling all of them together, Xianxia actually managed to compile a complete Heaven's Path golden body. As long as he cultivated according to it, he would be able to temper his physical body to achieve a level of resilience on par with Saint high-tier artifacts. Let's see if it's the same for the soul cultivation technique manuals. Knowing that time was a luxury he could not afford to waste, Xianxia swiftly turned his sight to the other group of books that he had just collected. As a demonic tunist, Bai Hongyin specialized in soul offense. As such, she had a huge collection of books regarding souls. As for Luo Xianxia and the fatty, even though they specialized in neither physical body cultivation nor soul cultivation, as offspring of powerful clans or organizations, they still had plenty of books regarding those topics. All in all, the collection of books the three of them had numbered over 1,000. Taking out the soul cultivation technique manual he had obtained from Vicious and placing them together, Xianxia willed. Compile. A new book materialized before his eyes. Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. I only managed to perfect the Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path soul art from that. Ever since the eradication of the Soul Oracle's lineage, there had not been any occupation or power that had been able to display prowess on par with them with regards to the soul. Even with the soul cultivation techniques that he had obtained from Vicious, he had only managed to form the Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path soul art. The Grand Dominion Realm Heaven's Path soul art was still plagued with flaws, and it would be hard for him to cultivate it right now. Forget it, I should just use whatever I can get for the time being. Every slight increment in strength will mean a higher chance of survival for me. Sighing deeply, Xianxia turned to the crowd and asked once more, do any of you have pinnacle spirit stones, jade spirit essence, or cultivation resources that harness concentrated spiritual energy? Even with the required cultivation techniques in hand, it would be futile if he did not have any spiritual energy to raise his cultivation. I have the jade pearl sap. It has similar properties to the wintry spirit essence of the Glacier Plain Court. I have a piece of jade spirit essence over here, but it isn't too big. I have a grade 8 origin spirit pill. Upon hearing Xianxia's needs, the crowd hurriedly took out the pills, spirit stones, and spirit essences they had and tossed them toward Xianxia. Thanks. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. It would have taken him a great deal of effort to gather these items on any other occasion, but due to the crucial moment, the others also understood the urgency of the situation and did not hesitate to pass their resources over to him. With a sweep of his hand, Xianxia took the Jade Pearl Sap, Origin Spirit Pill, and Jade Spirit Essence and swallowed the former two decisively without any hesitation. After which, he turned his gaze back to the storm cloud and noted that the bolt of lightning was done forming and was about to strike down. Knowing that he had no time to waste, he immediately dashed into the storm clouds. What is he doing? He'll die if he dashes in recklessly like that. Everyone's body recoiled from horror upon seeing Xianxia's actions. Dashing straight into the storm clouds was equivalent to placing oneself in the midst of a sea of lightning. Under such conditions, it was only a matter of time before one's physical body and primordial spirit wore down and dissipated into nothing. Hong Long Long. Xianxia's charge into the storm clouds seemed to have angered the lightning. Countless smaller bolts of lightning swiftly gathered in the area that he had disappeared into, and it took only a blink of an eye for the entire sky to be filled with lightning sparks. It was to the extent that one would be shocked just by attempting to extend one's spiritual perception into the storm clouds. What should we do? There's nothing we can do but to wait. This is his lightning tribulation, and if he manages to clear it, it will disappear soon after. Otherwise, there's a good chance that none of us will be getting out of here alive, Luo Shenqing said with a livid face. They had all interfered with the lightning tribulation, so unless Xianxia cleared his lightning tribulation, it would only continue to grow larger and larger until it struck down every single one of them. This was also the reason they did not hesitate to take out whatever Xianxia demanded earlier. After a moment of silence, the fatty suddenly remarked, "For a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator to clear such a formidable lightning tribulation, things aren't looking too optimistic." He was known for his superior defensive ability, but even he had no confidence that he would be able to survive the onslaught of such powerful lightning. If such was the case for him, the chances that the young man would survive the ordeal were even slimmer. Indeed, prepare yourselves. If the lightning tribulation continues its attack, we'll just have to use the ability of our bloodlines to vanquish it, the shorty said. I guess there's no other choice. The others nodded in agreement as well. The lightning tribulation might have been powerful, but they had their trump cards as well. If they went all out, it was not completely impossible for them to destroy it. However, they would sustain grievous damage in the midst of it, and that could potentially hinder the future advancement of their cultivation. Unless they were truly cornered, they would not even consider such a course of action. Gotcha! As soon as he stepped into the storm clouds, a bolt of lightning immediately came zapping his way. Xianxia swiftly gathered his jinqi to defend against it. Pooh! A spurt of fresh blood escaped from his mouth as his hair stood up from the static electricity. Due to Bai Hongyin and the others' interference, the lightning tribulation had already grown to a level far beyond what he could deal with. Even if he used all of his means possible, he was not absolutely confident that he would be able to withstand it. Xianxia swiftly realized that even when driving his Heaven's Path jinqi to its maximum to heal up his injuries, his recovery was unable to keep up with the rate at which the lightning was burning away his body. Thus, he raised his eyebrows and tapped at the area before him. Flowing water sword intent. Tzzzzzzzz. Countless surges of sword chi burst forth from his acupoints, forming a massive barrier. It had to be said that the flowing water swordsmanship was indeed very powerful. It formed an absolute defense shell that not even the fluidity of water was able to breach. Gotcha! 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 Nevertheless, under the relentless strikes of the lightning bolts, Xianxia's face swiftly paled. Even though I am able to keep the lightning bolts completely at bay with my flowing water swordsmanship, the might that they harness is simply too strong. I won't be able to sustain this for long. This was similar to how even though an umbrella was able to fend off a downpour, it could not shelter one from a hailstorm. The absolute defense shell formed by his flowing water swordsmanship allowed him to keep the lightning bolts at bay, but due to the limitations of his cultivation, he could not maintain it for too long. In at most 10 breaths, his sword chi would dissipate under the furious onslaught of lightning, and he would be back to square one. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia drew out his primordial spirit without any hesitation. I won't be able to survive at this rate. I must raise my physical body cultivation and soul cultivation swiftly. Unlike the time when he made a breakthrough right above the entrance to the mountain gate, he had dived into the depths of the storm clouds this time around, so no outsider was able to see what he was doing, and this cover allowed him to utilize all of his means without any fear. Cultivate. Xianxia's body had already comprehended Mind of Void, which granted it the ability to cultivate independently. It would be much more efficient if he cultivated both his soul and body simultaneously. Tzzzzzzzz. After ingesting the Jade Pearl Sap and Origin Spirit Pill, Xianxia's body reflexively drove its Jinqi according to the method detailed in the Heaven's Path Golden Body, and his physical body grew stronger at a rate visible to the eye. Dead skin peeled off layer after layer from his body, creating a sight reminiscent of a cicada escaping from its shell. Once one's physical body cultivation had reached Xianxia's current level, advancing it even slightly was an incredibly difficult feat. Typical means such as tempering one's body with flames or ice were no longer effective anymore. In one of the manuals that the fatty had taken out, it detailed how an expert physical body cultivator studied the molting of cicadas when a sudden inspiration struck him, and he created a technique that allowed humans to strip off their old cells, a little like cicadas. Each time one molted away old cells, one's physical body would be able to grow a little stronger. Through repeating this process over a long period of time, one would become extremely powerful. The Heaven's Path Golden Body that Xianxia had just compiled was centered around this notion. As Xianxia shed more and more layers of old cells, his skin grew younger and supple. However, in contrast to his appearance, his body was actually growing more and more resilient, slowly creeping up from the level of a Saint Intermediate Tier artifact to Saint High Tier artifact. While his physical body swiftly grew stronger, his primordial spirit was also frenziedly absorbing spiritual energy from the Jade Spirit Essence. As he drove his Jinqi according to the Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Soul Art, spiritual energy was diving into the acupoints on his primordial spirit like mini vortices, nourishing it. Hong Long. In the blink of an eye, his soul had already achieved a breakthrough to half-leaving Aperture Realm, and it was swiftly surging forth toward leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. However, it did not take long before the spiritual energy within the Jade Pearl Sap, Origin Spirit Pill, and Jade Spirit Essence was completely depleted. Even though items that Luo Shenqing and the others had given him were superior cultivation resources, the simultaneous cultivation of his physical body and soul required too much spiritual energy. They simply were not sufficient for him to master those two cultivation techniques together. I can't keep up with the flowing water swordsmanship much longer. As if adding to his injury, the sword chi that was protecting him was starting to falter as well, threatening to collapse in on him at any moment. Knowing that he was still in no state to face the lightning tribulation yet, Xianxia quickly flicked his wrist and instructed the figure materializing before him. Clone, help me fend off the lightning tribulation for a while and buy me some time. He and his clone were considered a single entity, so even if he were to use his clone to fend off the lightning tribulation, it would not result in the intensification of the ordeal. It's just a mere lightning tribulation. Look how scared it has made you. Pass the Heaven's Path Soul Art to me. As soon as his clone appeared, he harumphed coldly with a lofty look on his face. Without any hesitation, he leaped right into the sea of lightning. Kacha! Kacha! Bolts of lightning immediately surged toward him, but his clone stood fearlessly in their face. Stretching his back lazily, he casually whipped out a towel and began scrubbing his back. The scrubbing of the towel spread the lightning shocks equally throughout his clone's body, and his aura and soul began to grow at a visible rate. Xianxia's lips twitched. He had also used this method to temper his primordial spirit back at the entrance of the mountain gate, but who would have thought that this fellow had actually learnt this from him? If he's able to endure the lightning, I should be able to do so. Perhaps I might even be able to induce a significant enhancement in my soul and physical body under the tempering of the lightning bolts. Watching as his scrubbing clone sent a disdainful look toward him, seemingly mocking his weakness, Xianxia gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He did not have any other cultivation resources that were suited for his cultivation at the moment, and he was completely surrounded by lightning bolts, leaving him nowhere to escape to. If he did not find a solution soon, he really might lose his life. Since his clone was able to survive the lightning bolts without trouble, surely he, as the main body, should be able to do so as well. Thus, Xianxia returned his soul to his physical body and retracted the defensive barrier of sword chi that he had put up, allowing the lightning in his surroundings to wash over him. Pooh! The immense surge of electricity caused his body to stiffen, and a mouthful of blood splattered from his mouth. A thought suddenly came to Xianxia's mind. Perhaps, if I could have my Heaven's Path Jinqi imitate the attribute of the lightning energy around me, I might be able to withstand its might? Considering how the Heaven's Path Jinqi was able to imitate even the otherworldly demonic tribe's Jinqi of slaughter, it should have no trouble copying the lightning attribute of the energy around him as well. Thus, Xianxia began focusing his attention in an attempt to grasp the power of lightning around him, and as he slowly circulated the Jinqi in his body, a hint of the lightning attribute really emerged in his Heaven's Path Jinqi. Kacha! Right after he converted his Jinqi to the lightning attribute, another lightning bolt fell upon him. Even though it still left him feeling deeply uncomfortable, it was no longer as intolerable as it had been previously. Xianxia's eyes lit up in delight. Great! He had only tried it on a whim, but it really worked out for him. Another thought suddenly emerged in Xianxia's mind, and his body began trembling in agitation. Since my Jinqi has changed to the lightning attribute, will I be able to absorb the lightning energy in the surroundings? Just as a practitioner of cold attribute cultivation techniques like Chun Liao could cultivate through absorbing the wintry spirit essence, considering that his Jinqi was currently of the lightning attribute, would he be able to absorb the surrounding lightning energy as well? Just looking at the unimaginable congregation of lightning energy around him was enough to make the edges of Xianxia's lips creep up uncontrollably. His soul had once absorbed the lightning energy within Qiu Wu Palace. Of course, the lightning energy he had absorbed back then had originated from a formation, so naturally, it could not hold a candle to that of lightning tribulations, the violent might of the heavens. But still, that showed that the notion was not completely impossible. I should give it a try, knowing that absorbing the rampaging energy of the lightning tribulation was bound to be extremely difficult. Xianxia took a deep breath and resolved himself. Swinging the sword in his hand, he began executing the flowing water swordsmanship to protect himself once more. But he left a small gap to allow a small spark of lightning to creep in. Hong long long. As soon as Xianxia absorbed the lightning spark into his body, it began wreaking havoc, knocking forcefully here and there to cause as much destruction as it could. In the blink of an eye, several of Xianxia's meridians were torn apart. Even with lightning attribute Jinqi, it was still extremely difficult for a cultivator to control the violent energy of the lightning tribulation. Otherwise, with lightning attribute cultivators drawing upon the might of the heavens at their whim, who would be able to match them? I should try merging the lightning spark with my Jinqi. Xianxia had expected at least this amount of damage to occur. Even though the rampaging lightning spark left him feeling as if thousands of needles were ripping him apart from the inside, he forced himself to keep his calm and began converging his Heaven's Path Jinqi on the lightning spark. Tzila, perhaps due to the encompassing nature of the Heaven's Path Jinqi. As soon as his lightning attribute Jinqi came into contact with the lightning spark, they immediately merged together, forming a much purer, more powerful surge of energy. It really works. This success meant that he would be able to use all of the lightning energy gathered there as spiritual energy to fuel his cultivation. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia retracted his sword and simultaneously opened all of his acupoints wide. The surrounding lightning energy was swiftly drawn to his body as if a vortex, and he desperately assimilated the massive influx with his Heaven's Path Jinqi. It did not take long for Xianxia's soul cultivation to exceed leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, and his physical body was swiftly growing stronger and stronger as well. "Are you all ready?" Luo Shenqing asked. Bai Hongyin and the others nodded. As powerful as the lightning tribulation before them was, they had no other choice at this point. After all, they could not possibly watch idly by the side as Xianxia was zapped into ashes. Thus, after some discussion, they eventually decided to dash in to save him, and at the same time, they would use their most powerful moves to forcefully dissipate the storm clouds. If everything worked out, they would be freed from the danger they were in. Even if their attempt failed, at the very least, they would have another pair of hands on their side. All right, ready yourselves. Luo Shenqing looked at the storm clouds above as he drove his Jinqi furiously. However, just as he was about to call for them to set off, a shocked voice suddenly exclaimed beside him. Wait a moment. Is it just me? Or is something amiss with the lightning tribulation? The one who had just spoken was the shorty. His eyes were fixated on the sky, and there was a doubtful frown hanging on his forehead. Something amiss? Luo Shenqing was perplexed by Shorty's sudden remark. What do you mean by that? The other two also turned their sights over. Take a closer look. Doesn't it seem like the storm clouds are moving? The Shorty asked. Moving? Bewildered, the crowd quickly turned their gazes to the sky as well, and just as what Shorty had said, the storm clouds were indeed moving. The densest congregation of storm clouds had been right above them a moment ago. However, at that moment it seemed to have deviated to the side. Bai Hongyin frowned in incomprehension. Once the lightning tribulation falls, unless the person undergoing the ordeal flees, it shouldn't move. Lightning tribulation was an ordeal from the heavens. As long as the one undergoing the ordeal did not flee, the lightning tribulation would not move easily. Considering that Zhang Xian was currently in the midst of the storm clouds, completely surrounded by lightning energy, there was no way he would be able to move around the place. So why were the storm clouds moving then? While they were still perplexed, the storm clouds completely evacuated from the area just above them, revealing a figure in the blue sky. It was Zhang Xian. He's fine. Seeing that the young man had not yet been burnt to a crisp, Luo Shenqing and the others instinctively heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to beckon him to hurry down, the young man suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed furiously. Where do you think you are going? After which, the young man dashed forward and charged right into the midst of the storm clouds. Palipala, a series of lightning sparks and thunderous rumbling echoed, following which the clouds deviated to the side, revealing the young man's figure once more. Hey, stop running away! The young man roared before dashing forward once again. Hoo. This time, even though Zhang Xian's movements were swift, the storm clouds were even faster. As if chased by some kind of monster, they flitted away desperately. You! Seething with rage, Zhang Xian chased the storm clouds persistently. However, the fact that the lightning tribulation was able to appear whenever a cultivator was to undergo an ordeal meant that the speed that it could move at was far beyond that of any cultivator. It took only a few moments before it disappeared beyond the horizon. He scared away the lightning tribulation. All along, it has always been the lightning tribulation who chased after cultivators. But he actually made the lightning tribulation flee in a fluster? Luo Shenqing, Bai Hongyin, and the others grasped at their hair as they stared at the sight before them in utter shock. What a pity! Seeing that the lightning tribulation had been scared into fleeing, Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. After converting his Heaven's Path Jinqi to lightning attribute, he was indeed able to absorb the lightning energy to advance his cultivation swiftly. But upon witnessing how happy he was absorbing the surrounding lightning energy, his clone also began absorbing as well, and the result of that was the sight which everyone had just seen. Seeing how furiously its energy was being devoured, the lightning tribulation was terrified, and it immediately turned around and fled. For the lightning tribulation, the existence of fear to all cultivators, to end up running away instead. There was no way they would have believed such a thing to be possible if they hadn't seen it unfolding before their very eyes. However, even though the lightning tribulation didn't have any sentience, considering how it had the ability to grow stronger in accordance to the strength of the one undergoing the ordeal, it wasn't too surprising to think that it would have the ability to avert danger as well. Given how furiously he and his clone were absorbing its energy, it was only natural that it would be frightened. I should have absorbed more while I could. I only managed to advance my cultivation up to leaving Aperture Realm Advanced stage, and I'm not done cultivating my Heaven's Path Golden Body yet. My physical body is only on par with half-saint high-tier artifacts at the moment. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. He was still thinking that given how huge the lightning tribulation was, he would at least be able to master the Heaven's Path Soul Art and Heaven's Path Golden Body. Who could have thought that it would suddenly turn around and run away? Oh well, at the very least, I did manage to advance my fighting prowess considerably. With my current strength, I should be able to match Saint Sixdan Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle experts even without using the 3 swords of Lingshu. In fact, even half-phantasmal space experts shouldn't pose too much of a threat to me. Xianxia consoled himself. In this short period of time, not only did he manage to raise his Jinshi cultivation to Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, he also managed to advance his soul cultivation to leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage, and his physical body achieved a level of resilience comparable to half-saint high-tier artifacts. All in all, they added up to a several-fold increment in his fighting prowess. Previously, there was no way he would be able to defeat the puppet of the Jia Corridor without using the 3 swords of Lingshu, but with his newfound strength, he would be able to crush the latter with just a single finger. In fact, even if he stood on the spot and allowed the puppet to attack him freely, the latter would still be unable to inflict the slightest bit of injury on him. And of course, if he were to use the 3 swords of Lingshu, he would be able to match even Saint 7 Dan intermediate stage experts. If he were to face Luo Shenqing once more, even if he was still no match for the other party, at the very least, he wouldn't be as powerless as he was previously. All right, I'll be heading off to rest first. Remember to inform me the next time something as good as a lightning tribulation occurs. I haven't had my fill yet. The voice of Xianxia's clone echoed in his mind. As soon as the lightning tribulation showed signs of fleeing, his clone had decisively returned back to the myriad anthive nest in order to prevent anyone from noticing his presence. Xianxia nodded. Just like how Xianxia's fighting prowess had grown substantially from absorbing the energy from the lightning tribulation, his clone had also benefited greatly from the earlier free buffet. In fact, it seemed like his clone had grown by a greater degree at that. In the first place, his clone was forged out of the 9 Hearts Lotus, which was invulnerable to lightning. Due to the immense amount of lightning energy it had absorbed, it gained the ability to infuse the power of lightning in its attacks, thus resulting in a significant enhancement in its fighting prowess. Even without crossing hands, Xianxia was well aware that he was no match for his clone in his current state. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh deeply once more. Others might think that he possessed decent talent, but the truth was that he was someone who couldn't even match up to his disciple, subordinate, his girlfriend, and even his own clone. Was there anyone in the world who was as pathetic as him? He couldn't help but feel deeply stifled within. It felt like the long year he had spent cultivating had been all in vain. Are you all right? When Xianxia finally returned back to Luo Shenqing and the others, he saw that everyone was staring at him with looks of disbelief. I'm fine. Xianxia nodded before grumbling indignantly. If not for that coward fleeing so quickly, I would have definitely taught it a good lesson. The crowd. Let me introduce this bunch over here to you. Knowing that they would only feel more stifled if they were to continue chatting about the topic, Luo Shenqing gestured to the other 3 and introduced them. You should know by Hongyin by now. She's a genius from the Demonic Tunist Guild headquarters. This towering fatty over here is a prodigy from the Yuan clan, Yuan Shao. And last but not least, this shorty over here is a genius from the Yun clan, Yun Lianhai. Pleased to meet all of you. Xianxia clasped his fist and greeted them. Indeed, people of a certain social standing did tend to hang out with those of the same standing as them. The Yuan clan and Demonic Tunist Guild headquarters. He had never heard of the Yun clan before, but given how the shorty was able to fit into their group as well, the Yun clan must be a rather formidable power as well. As for this young man over here, he's Xianxia Zhangshi. I met him yesterday while I was taking the 8-star Formation Master examination. I believe you all should have gotten a good glimpse of his capabilities by now. Luo Shenqing said. Of course, of course. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Not only did the young man manage to shatter by Hongyin's formation plate with ease, he even sent the lightning tribulation fleeing in fear, They had no idea of knowing what the young man did in the storm clouds to produce such an inconceivable outcome, but just based on what he had accomplished so far, they dared not to underestimate him anymore. Brother Luo, you haven't explained why you brought me here yet. Seeing that he had received the acknowledgement of the crowd, Xianxia turned a doubtful gaze toward Luo Xianqing and asked. He was in the midst of a networking event in the elite division when Luo Xianqing suddenly dragged him here. Despite all that had happened, he still wasn't too sure what the latter was up to. Luo Xianqing sealed the surroundings with a wave of his hand in order to prevent others from dropping in before whispering with a hushed voice. Just a while ago, I discovered a blessed land, and within it, I found a growing Dongshu gourd. Dongshu gourd. Zhang Xian frowned. Despite the huge number of books he had read, he had never read of the Dongshu gourd before. Dongshu gourd is a treasure of nature. Using the earth veins as its roots, it absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon, and it takes 10,000 years before it flowers, and another 10,000 years before it bears fruit. In each earth vein, there can only be one Dongshu gourd. As a result of that, Dongshu gourds are extremely rare and valuable. If one can cultivate it and fuse it into one's body, the chances which one would be able to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan would be increased by at least 50%. Luo Xianqing said. 50%? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. Beyond Saint 5 Dan, while cultivation resources were still as important as always, the cultivator must also achieve a deep understanding of the surrounding heaven and earth and the spatial laws too. As such, any artifact which could increase one's chances of success by 10% or 20% would be highly sought after by all cultivators. It was unimaginable for an item to be able to raise one's chances of achieving a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan by 50%. Indeed, however, the blessed land I have found is fraught with dangers, and it'll be difficult for me to succeed alone. That's the reason why I gathered everyone here, and as long as I can obtain the Dongshu gourd, I'll compensate all of you handsomely for your efforts. Luo Xianqing said with a sharp glint in his eyes. The Dongshu gourd would a crucial factor in determining whether he would be able to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan or not. He was determined to obtain it by hook or by crook. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded in realization. He thought that they had gathered here to challenge some kind of trial, but that was clearly not the case now. Luo Xianqing had invited all of them here to engage their help in obtaining the Dongshu gourd. Is there a powerful formation guarding the Dongshu gourd or something? Zhang Xian asked. Considering how his cultivation paled far in comparison to the rest of the group, the only reason he could think of why Luo Xianqing would invite him here was due to his proficiency in formations. There's a grade 8 pinnacle formation around the Dongshu gourd. I'm not too sure who set the formation up, but I have attempted to breach the formation twice but failed on both occasions. Luo Xianqing replied with a nod. As one of the top clans on the Master-Teacher continent, the Luo clan should have plenty of capable formation masters. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to engage the help of a couple of them to help you breach the grade 8 pinnacle formation. Right? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Given the strength and standing of the Luo clan, putting aside a grade 8 pinnacle formation, they would surely have talents who could easily decipher grade 9 formations as well. Why would Luo Xianqing seek his help instead? The situation is not that easy. The blessed land I spoke about has strict restrictions on it. Those whose ages are over 40 or cultivations are at Saint 8 Dan or above are prohibited from entering. If one were to forcefully barge in, there's a very good chance that the blessed land would collapse inward, thus causing the treasures within to disappear for good. Luo Xianqing said with a bitter smile. There's such a restriction? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind and he asked, is it possible that the blessed land is an ancient domain left behind by an old expert? As Luo Xianqing had said that the Dongshu gourd was a treasure of nature, he instinctively assumed that the blessed land it was located in would be a natural terrain as well. However, the presence of a formation and restrictions sounded too much like a man-made work. Of course, the Dongshu gourd can grow in natural conditions too, but as soon as it starts to flower, the aura that it emanates will swiftly draw others to it. Under such circumstances, There's no way it would be able to survive until maturity. Luo Xianqing replied. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. Treasures like the Dongshu gourd were extremely valuable. If it wasn't guarded by a formation or something of the sort, there was no way they would have been able to get a shot at it. This is how it is. So, I would like to formally invite you to join our team, and regardless of whether we succeed or not, I'll compensate you with a pinnacle spirit stone and a half-saint high-tier artifact for your efforts, Luo Xianqing said. Pinnacle spirit stone? Those 3 words immediately sparked up a radiant glow in Zhang Xian's eyes. Putting aside that Luo Xianqing was his future brother-in-law, a close kin of Luo Ruoxin and soon-to-be close kin of his, just on the pinnacle spirit stone itself, there was no way he would turn down this mission. After all, that was what he was lacking the most at the moment. If he could obtain even a pinnacle spirit stone, he wouldn't have to worry over a lack of spiritual energy for quite a while. At the very least, it should be sufficient for him to reach Saint 6 Dan, or if luck had it, perhaps even Saint 7 Dan as well. That's right. I don't have the pinnacle spirit stones on me yet, but I have already applied for them from my clan. They should be here by the time we return from the blessed land. Luo Xianqing continued. All right, I'll accept your offer. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian expressed his agreement. Other than the pinnacle spirit stone, there were also several other reasons why he chose to accept the mission. Firstly, through the shared experiences they would have while trying to obtain the Dongshu gourd, they should be able to swiftly grow close with one another. And as long as he could take down this future brother-in-law of his, he just might be able to convince the other party to bring him to meet Ruoxin. Of course, from his previous experiences, it was apparent that Luo Xianqing was a siscon. Until they grew sufficiently close enough to one another, it was best for him not to speak of or express any interest in Ruoxin before the latter. Otherwise, all of his efforts could very well be undone. Also, given that he had already been dragged here and learned of such a confidential secret, there was already no room for him to back down. Otherwise, should the news leak out somehow, he would definitely be the first suspect. Good. You are still lacking in strength at the moment, but worry not. I'll protect you, so just follow closely behind me. You just have to make a move when we reach the grade 8 pinnacle formation. Seeing that he had managed to bring Zhang Xian to his team, Luo Xianqing heaved a sigh of relief and patted the young man on the shoulder with a peal of hearty laughter. A cost of his domineering attitude in the Sanctum of Sages, he didn't have too many friends. He did know quite a few individuals who were skilled in formations, but he didn't feel safe revealing the existence of the Dongshu gourd to them. After all, the significance of the Dongshu gourd was simply too great to Saint 7 Dan cultivators. It would be a disaster if his own teammate were to sabotage him at the last moment. On the other hand, even though Zhang Xian possessed extraordinary capability as a formation master, his cultivation wasn't too high and he didn't have a powerful background either. Such a person was easier for him to control, which was the reason why he chose Zhang Xian eventually as well. Zhang Xian nodded. To be honest, with his current strength, if he were to utilize all of his means, he was confident that he would at least be on par with the rest of the team. But well, it was still best for him to maintain a low profile wherever possible. Otherwise, as awe-inspiring he would be after using all of his trump cards, he would only end up with the others putting their guard against him and his means. That would only put him in an even more dangerous position in the future. Besides, his strongest trump cards weren't really suited to be shown in public either, such as vicious. Since we are going to be working together, allow me to give you a brief introduction of these 3's abilities, so that we can better collaborate with one another later on. Luo Xianqing said. Bai Hongyin specializes in demonic tunes and formations. You should have seen her prowess for yourself earlier, so I won't elaborate too much about that. Yuan Shao boasts superior defenses, such that it would be no exaggeration to call him a human shield. As for Yun Lianhai, his fighting prowess is slightly beneath the rest of us, but he's from the Sage clan, Yun clan, and as you might know, the Yun clan specializes in seeking out treasures, and they are known around the Master-Teacher continent as a clan of treasure finders. Treasure finders? Zhang Xian was taken aback. There's such an occupation in the world? Indeed. The activation of their bloodline can grant them heightened sensitivity toward treasures, allowing them to perceive the presence of treasures even through obstacles such as formations. Luo Xianqing nodded with a hint of envy in his eyes. For this reason, despite being only a Tier 2 sage clan, the standing of the Yun clan is not beneath that of the Shui clan and the Mu clan. Cultivators required a huge deal of resources in order to advance their cultivation, and there were countless treasures and ancient domains that had been hidden by old experts using all kinds of mystical means. Just the ability to perceive the presence of treasures through formations was already an ability that would leave countless brimming with envy. Is that considered a unique occupation? Zhang Xian asked in curiosity. Of course not. They are only able to seek out treasures through their bloodline, so it's impossible for them to propagate such an ability to the masses. Luo Xianqing chuckled. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Kong Shi had determined that in order for a certain heritage to be considered a unique occupation, it had to meet two requirements. Firstly, it needed to form a complete, individual system with a perfect heritage. Secondly, it had to be able to be available to the masses, such that most cultivators would be able to learn it. Herbologists met the second requirement, in the sense that most cultivators were able to learn it, but there were simply too many different heritages in order to form a complete and wholesome system. As for the Yun clan, they probably had a complete heritage, but due to their capability being built on a bloodline, ordinary individuals were unable to learn it, so it could not be considered a unique occupation. It seems like there's no way for me to learn it then. Zhang Xian shook his head regretfully. What he lacked at the moment were cultivation resources. If he could gain the ability to perceive the presence of treasures, he would be able to easily gather the resources he required to advance his cultivation. However, since it was only limited to the bloodline of the Yun clan, it seemed like there was no way for him to learn it. As powerful as the Library of Heaven's Path was, there was no way it could allow him to imitate the bloodline ability of others. If it was a unique occupation, there would surely be countless willing to die to learn it. Luo Xianqing nodded. After a moment of chatter, Zhang Xian gained a deeper understanding of the strengths of the group. His future brother-in-law was the strongest of all with a cultivation of Saint Sevendan Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, followed by Hongyin at Phantasmal Space Realm Advanced Stage. The one who boasted the strongest defensive prowess turned out to possess the weakest defensive power in the group, such that even subduing Yun Lianhai would be a trouble to him. But at the same time, due to his superior defensive prowess, even Luo Xianqing would have trouble defeating him. All right, let's set off now. After gaining an understanding of each member's strengths and weaknesses, they swiftly got onto the back of the seven-colored divine crane. With a resounding chirp, the divine crane warped into a flash of 7 colors and soared into the horizon. There were no protective formations or structures on the 7-colored divine crane, so there was nothing to guard one against the unrelenting assault of the wind resulting from the swift movement of the divine crane. As Saint Sevendan experts, Luo Xianqing and the others were unaffected by the wind, but they could not help but be surprised to see that Zhang Xian was completely unfazed by it as well. Even if the young man had made a massive breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, there should have been a huge gap between his fighting prowess and theirs. To be able to stand steadily before the raging winds despite his lacking cultivation, it was apparent that the young man's astounding talent did not just stop at formations. Given Brother Zhang's deep understanding of formations and decent strength, you must have achieved quite a result in the Mountain Gate examination, right? The shorty, by Lianhai, asked with a rather unnerving grin. The others also directed curious gazes over as well. Most senior students who had reached their level of cultivation had already grown disinterested in the affairs of the freshmen, so very few of them paid heed to the entrance examinations. As a result, despite the huge commotion that Zhang Xian had caused, they were completely unaware of it. I did just all right, Zhang Xian replied. I'm ranked 50th. Just enough for me to get into the elite division. You are 50th? Yun Lianhai was shocked. Just who in the world is in your cohort? To think that we would have so many formidable freshmen this year. With the level of proficiency in formations the young man before him had, he should have been able to easily get into the top 3. Why would he only be 50th? That was a really dangerous position to be in. The slightest carelessness could have spelt the loss of his candidacy for the elite division. There are indeed quite a few talented students in their cohort. Before Xianxia could reply, Luo Shenqing had already spoken up. You should have heard of the Zhang clan's Zhang Yu before, right? He's in the same cohort as them. Zhang Yu? You mean the lad who possesses Earth-tier bloodline? I have met him once, and he's indeed a formidable individual. In time to come, there's a good chance that he could reach a level on par with you. Humph! Luo Shenqing harumphed in displeasure upon hearing those words. There's no need for you to get so mad at that. Even though there have been many talented individuals among the Zhang clan in recent years, none of them come close to comparing with the little princess of your Luo clan. Yun Lianhai chuckled softly. Speaking of the little princess, a hint of admiration unwittingly crept into the depths of his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly beneath his sleeves, Zhang Xian asked with feigned nonchalance, Brother Yun, is the little princess you speak of the renowned figure who managed to cultivate the dimension silencer? Indeed, I'm referring to Xuanqing's younger sister. Paying no heed to Luo Xuanqing's darkened complexion, Yun Lianhai began gossiping enthusiastically. Speaking of which, Shenqing, I heard that your younger sister has been betrothed to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan since her birth. May I know if that young prodigy is really as talented as everyone makes him out to be? Shut your mouth! Luo Shenqing bellowed as he glared at Yun Lianhai with narrowed eyes. I warned you never to bring up this matter before me, or else don't blame me for getting nasty. The fatty Yuan Shao shrugged nonchalantly at Luo Xuanqing's rage. Regardless of whether we speak of the matter or not, that is a decision made by the elders of both clans. Your rage won't change anything. As an offspring of the Yuan clan, which was second only to the three great sage clans, he was well informed of the matter concerning the betrothal between the little princess of the Luo clan and the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. He knew that the overly affectionate brother was afraid that his younger sister would be unhappy after marrying into the Zhang clan, but as the offspring of one of the strongest sage clans, there were some responsibilities that they simply could not shirk off. Such an important decision was bound to have received the mutual consensus of the elders of both clans. Not even the head of the Luo clan had the power to reverse the decision at this point. I might not be able to change anything from my side, but I can at least try to pull some strings from the other end. If I ever get my hands on that fellow, I'll definitely pummel him until he backs down from the engagement. Luo Shenqing gnashed his teeth furiously. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Yun Lianhai sighed deeply. If that young prodigy of the Zhang clan is really as great as the legends make him out to be, the purity of his bloodline will be a match for even that of your younger sister. Do you really think that you'll be a match for him? I. Luo Xuanqing's face flushed crimson. As powerful as he was well aware that he came nowhere close to matching his younger sister. Even though his younger sister was more than a decade younger than him, her cultivation and fighting prowess had already reached a level far beyond his. If that young prodigy of the Zhang clan was really a genius of the same caliber as his younger sister, there was no way he would be a match for the other party. At this point, the silent Bai Hongyin suddenly chirped. Speaking of the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, I happen to have overheard of some secrets surrounding him. Are you all interested in hearing them? Secrets. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, and even the cold-faced Luo Shenqing pricked up his ears to listen in as well. 20 years ago, my teacher was invited to the Zhang clan as an honorary guest. One night in his accommodation, the head of the Zhang clan suddenly knocked on her door, requesting her to follow him to save someone. Bai Hongyin said with a contemplative look in her eyes, seemingly trying to recall the conversation she had with her teacher back then. The head of the Zhang clan? Are you referring to the Xingming sword saint? Yuan Shao asked with a hint of respect in his voice. Indeed, that's him. Bai Hongyin nodded. Back then, my teacher was extremely perplexed by his actions. As a demonic tunist, she was an adept in treating and curing others, so it was bewildering to her why the head of the Zhang clan would suddenly request her presence. However, as soon as she saw the patient, the answer was immediately apparent to her. The person who was ill was an infant. My teacher couldn't tell whether the infant was poisoned or what, but his soul was in an extremely feeble state, about to dissipate at any moment. The Xingming Sword Saint wanted my teacher to play a demonic tune to stabilize his soul. The crowd nodded. Demonic tunes could crumble a person's mental fortitude and destroy their mind. But at the same time, it could also reinforce one's soul and induce a significant rise in one's cultivation. It would be unwise to feed medicine to a weak infant, so in such a scenario, it was indeed much more suitable to engage the help of a demonic tunist than a physician. My teacher agreed to make a move, but the effects weren't too pronounced. Nevertheless, the Xingming Sword Saint still compensated my teacher handsomely for her assistance. Following that, my teacher was escorted out of the residence, and she has no idea what happened to the infant afterward. Coming to a realization, Yuan Shao could not help but ask, "Are you trying to say that the infant that your teacher treated back then is likely the young prodigy of the Zhang clan?" Well, there's no way to tell for sure anymore, but considering how coincidental the timing was and the fact that the Xingming Sword Saint invited my teacher over personally. But thinking again, given how the young prodigy was assessed to possess unmatched purity in his bloodline even when he was still in his mother's womb, there should be no doubt that the Zhang clan would devote all of its resources into protecting him. It's unthinkable that anyone would be able to breach the tight defenses of the Zhang clan and harm him, by Hongyin analyzed with a confused frown. My teacher didn't think too much into the matter then, but since that encounter then, it seems like no one has seen the young prodigy in public. Thus, she couldn't help but harbor some doubts about the matter. If nothing was wrong with the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, how could he have hidden from the sight of the world for 20 whole years? Not to mention to even opt against enrolling into the Sanctum of Sages? There were indeed too many doubts shrouding the young prodigy that one could not help but think deeper into. If the person whom your teacher treated 20 years back was truly the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, that would mean that someone severely injured him shortly after he was born. It's really hard to believe something like that to be true. Yuan Shao frowned. As offspring of sage clans, they knew how protective their clans were toward offspring who possessed the purest of bloodlines. This was the first offspring in the several dozen millenniums history of the Zhang clan to possess a bloodline comparable to their founder. So how could they possibly allow anyone to harm him right after his birth? Zhang Xian could not help but ask, could it be the work of internal rivalry within the Zhang clan? If the person who was severely ill back then was truly the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, that would truly be for the best. Naturally, the worse state the young prodigy was in, the more unworthy he was of marrying Luo Ruoxin. Impossible! A sage clan like the Zhang clan pays particular heed to its reputation and prestige. There's no way internal strife or anything of that sort could happen in their midst. The one who spoke up was Luo Shenqing. As a genius of the Luo clan, he was deeply aware of how sage clans operated. But just because the Zhang clan pays particular heed to its reputation and prestige doesn't mean that it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Who knows? There might just be an ambitious elder who would attempt to assassinate the young prodigy out of desire for the position of clan head. As a librarian in his previous life, Zhang Xian had read plenty of books and stories. This was a common plot in most family strife. Before Luo Xianqing could speak, Yuan Shao shook his head and replied, "You aren't from a sage clan, so you aren't aware of the rules that govern us? I can tell you very clearly right now that the situation you have proposed is impossible to happen." Impossible to happen? Zhang Xian blinked in incomprehension. Power could blind the eyes of others, and not even 9-star master teachers were infallible to that, let alone the elders of the sage clans. How could anyone guarantee that it was impossible for such a thing to happen? There was bound to be a reason such a plotline became a cliché. Seeing the look of confusion on Zhang Xian's face, Yuan Shao shook his head once more. You might not be able to comprehend it if I explain it from our perspective, so why don't I phrase it this way instead? You should know that there's a sanctum head to our sanctum of sages, right? I do. Zhang Xian nodded. Not only was he aware of that there was a sanctum head to the sanctum of sages, he was also the only candidate in line for that position. There's a set of unique selection criteria in order to decide one's eligibility to become the sanctum head. Those who are unqualified will not be able to inherit the heritage of the Sanctum of Sages. You should have heard of this too, right? Yuan Shao asked. Xianxia nodded in response. In order to become the head of the Sanctum of Sages, one must possess the eye of insight, be a master teacher, have an upright, humble and low-profile personality, be of noble character, and possess dashing looks that were second to none and charisma that could capture the hearts of others. It was only after clearing all of that criteria that Sage Kuei finally bestowed the Sanctum Head token to him. Without achieving those factors, there was no way he would have been a candidate for the position of Sanctum Head. Such is the same for the heads of sage clans. Only those whose bloodline has reached a certain level of purity are qualified to become the next head of the clan. One can't just claim authority within the Sage clan on the basis of strength alone. Take the current head of the Zhang clan, for example. In fact, the Xingming Sword Saint is only the stand-in clan head of the Zhang clan at the moment. The real clan head is the young prodigy. In the past several millenniums, he's the only one whose bloodline has reached the level of purity necessary to become the head of the Zhang clan, Yuan Shao said. The same goes for the Luo clan as well. Even though brother Shenqing possesses a pure bloodline as well, it's still insufficient for him to inherit the position of the clan head. The real head of the Luo clan is his younger sister. It's just that his younger sister is still too young at the moment, so everything is still being managed by the elders for the time being. Zhang Xian came to a realization. The situation in the sage clans was indeed rather similar to his current circumstances. Even though the Sanctum of Sages had a deputy sanctum head who was managing the affairs for the time being, once Zhang Xian broke the seal on the sanctum head token and became the real sanctum head, there would be no one who could steal his position from him. This was the rule that Kong Shi had set, and this was in accordance with the virtue of propriety that Kong Shi had preached. No one would dare undermine Kong Shi's ideology, especially not in a place where his heritage was passed down. Otherwise, the public would immediately turn against that person, and that person would be criticized and insulted for their immoral actions for many years to come. So, it's impossible for any clan member of a sage clan to turn against the incumbent clan head in an attempt to wrestle power away from him. Not to mention, with the sheer purity of the bloodline that the young prodigy possesses, his maturity will only bring the Zhang clan to greater heights in terms of power, bringing every single member greater honor and prestige. Just who would be so foolish as to foil their own future by harming the young prodigy? Yuan Shao explained. Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. He really did not think that even the powerful sage clans would be restrained by so many conventions. If everything that Yuan Shao had said was true, it was indeed not too likely for anyone to have assaulted the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. I heard this secret from my teacher many years ago, and to be honest, I can't verify whether the details are exactly as I remembered them or not. Bai Hongyin shook her head. Furthermore, for a clan as big as the Zhang clan, there would at least be several thousand infants who are born in the same year, and we can't discount the possibility that the infant my teacher encountered is a child of the Xingming Sword Saint's friend. With over several dozen millenniums of history behind it, the Zhang clan had already grown to become a massive empire by itself. The population of the entire clan was so numerous that it was impossible to count all of them, and the family structure of both the main family and the side family had grown incredibly complicated. Each year, the clan would usher in several thousand new members, so there was no way to ascertain for sure that the person whom Bai Hongyin's teacher had treated was definitely the young prodigy. Furthermore, it was a ridiculous notion to think that a peerless genius that the Zhang clan had never seen before ever since the time of its founder would actually be left on the verge of death not too long after his birth. That's true. Everyone nodded. All right, let's not discuss the Zhang clan anymore. Knowing that it would be pointless to talk about this matter, especially since they had no way of verifying it anymore, Bai Hongyin turned her gaze to Luo Shenqing and asked, Brother Luo, I heard that the little princess left the Sanctum of Sages a while ago. Has she returned yet? Upon hearing those words, Zhang Xian's eyes immediately lit up, and he anxiously turned his gaze to Luo Shenqing. Her words eroded all grudge and anger Zhang Xian had felt toward her, leaving nothing but gratitude instead. She has long returned, Luo Shenqing replied with a slight nod. She has returned? Wonderful. If there's a chance, do bring me to meet her. Despite being fellow students of the inner sanctum, I still haven't got a chance to meet her yet, Bai Hongyin said excitedly. Even though it had been 2 years since the little princess arrived in the Sanctum of Sages and she had left behind countless records as well, there actually were not too many people who had truly met her before. There were only countless rumors of her floating around in the Sanctum of Sages, some praising her unparalleled beauty and others in awe of her talent. She has been in seclusion ever since her return, desperately cultivating non-stop as if she has offended someone powerful. Even I am unable to meet with her, let alone others. Luo Xianqing shook his head and sighed deeply. Desperately cultivating non-stop? But she's already so powerful. Zhang Xian exclaimed beneath his breath as he felt a sharp pain stabbing into his chest. Back at the Qiu Wu Palace, the young lady had hesitated for a very long while before accepting his confession. Most likely, she had known then that it would be difficult for her to go against the engagement, and it was unlikely that there would be a happy ending for the both of them. Nevertheless, she still courageously took a leap of faith and accepted him. But this acceptance came at a price. It would mean that she would have to defy the orders of the elders of her clan, and in order to do so, she had no choice but to desperately immerse herself in her cultivation in the hope that she could soon wield the strength to dictate her fate. Otherwise, she could only be swept along by the pace of others. Noticing the huge fluctuations in Zhang Xian's emotions, Luo Xianqing shot a narrowed glance over. You seem to be very interested in my younger sister. For a moment there, Zhang Xian thought of coming clean and telling him, your younger sister has already agreed to become my girlfriend. But at the last moment, he eventually abandoned the idea. Putting aside whether Luo Xianqing would be able to believe his words or not, even if the other party did, this matter would only turn in a catastrophe. Just thinking about it, the fiancé of the young prodigy of the Zhang clan had fallen in love with an unaffiliated cultivator with a humble background. That was bound to cause a huge uproar. And if things went wrong, he might even be putting more on Luo Ruoxin's plate for her to deal with. She was already cultivating hard for their future together, so naturally, he could not possibly allow a moment of recklessness to drag her down. Just wait till I break the seal and become the real sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. With such a position, no one will dare underestimate me anymore. Zhang Xian took in a deep breath and suppressed his agitation. What was more important for him at the moment was to cultivate humbly and strive to break the seal on the sanctum head token as soon as possible. He did not fear trouble, but it would be unforgivable if he caused more trouble for Luo Ruoxin in the midst of doing so. Driving his state of mind, Zhang Xian swiftly returned to a state of composure before replying with a smile. The fame of the little princess has spread far and wide. I heard of her affairs back when I was still in the Qingyuan Empire, and to be honest, I have nothing but praise and admiration for her. That's why I can't help but be rather curious about her affairs. Humph, that'd better be the case. If I learn that you harbor any kind of thoughts toward my younger sister, even though we are acquainted with one another, rest assured that I'll pummel you to the point that you won't even be able to recognize which way's up. Luo Xianqing harumphed with a voice dripping with threat. Of course. Zhang Xian nodded with a bitter smile. To be threatened by his future brother-in-law. Just what was this? At the same time, he felt incredibly glad that he had stopped himself from blabbering earlier, or else he could very well have been lying on the ground, bruised all over. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. After chuckling softly, Yun Lianhai changed the topic. Right, Zhang Shi? In your cohort, other than Zhang Yu, there's another student who possesses incredible talent despite not being from any sage clan. If I recall correctly, his name should be Feng Zi. Do you know him? Feng Zi? I know of him. He's the person who was ranked in first place for the Mountain Gate examination this time around. Zhang Xian nodded. According to what I know, he seems to be the direct disciple of one of the grand elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Indeed, there is a total of 3 grand elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and their whereabouts are usually a mystery. To be able to become one of their direct disciples, I must say that Feng Zi's luck is really good. On top of that, the person who took him in is the person who is the strongest of the three grand elders. Xianxia, Yun Lianhai remarked in envy. Xianxia. That familiar name made Zhang Xian instinctively turn his gaze toward Yun Lianhai. Indeed. Xianxia, Yang Xian. Yun Lianhai replied. Yang Xian. Zhang Xian's body stiffened. All along, Zhang Xian had been introducing himself as Yang Xian's disciple. He did not think there would be really such a figure since it was a name that he had come up with, but to think that there would actually be such a huge coincidence. To think that there would actually be a master teacher named Yang Xian in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. And he was even one of the three grand elders. Just how lucky did he have to be to meet with such a coincidence? It was no wonder Luo Chengxin panicked upon meeting and hearing the name Yang Xian. It was not that he had impersonated Yang Xian well. There was really such a person in real life. That was why the other party was horrified and panicked. Throughout his journey, as long as he reported Yang Xian's name, the Master Teacher Pavilion would immediately suppress all news concerning him. Most likely, they had seen that it involved one of the three grand elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and decided that it would be best for them to keep out of the matter. So that's the reason. He had thought that his disguise was so good that he managed to fool everyone into thinking that he had a powerful backer, and that was why no one dared to lay their hands on his Heaven's Path divine art and Heaven's Path techniques. But it turned out that there was really a Yang Xian in the world. Everything had only gone smoothly for him because he had borrowed the other party's reputation to bolster his authority. How can there be such a huge coincidence in the world? Zhang Xian could hardly accept this fact all of a sudden. He knew that it was only on a whim that he came up with his Yang Xian persona, and it was simply too much of a coincidence for the persona he had created to actually be a real person. Could it be the Library of Heaven's Path? Zhang Xian thought in alarm as he dived his consciousness into his mind. He returned to the entrance of the Library of Heaven's Path and stared at the four words inscribed on the plaque above the massive gates. They emanated an aura of ancient history, reminiscent of an artifact that had lived through the eons, traversing from world to world. It was hard to describe the sensation that those words evoked, but the closest phrase that he could think of was the solemnity of age. Perhaps this might be what they mean by the threads of destiny. There's a certain trajectory that the world gravitates toward under the will of the heavens. Even a decision made seemingly at a whim could have far greater implications than one can ever imagine. Zhang Xian thought as his body tensed up. He had no idea why he would feel like that, but his intuition was telling him that this matter was far more than a coincidence. Perhaps the Library of Heaven's Path might have even influenced his subconscious mind to mouth out those two words. He suddenly felt like the will of the heavens was omnipresent, and it was gradually guiding him along the road it wanted him to tread on. The authority of the heavens is inviolable. The will of the heavens is absolute. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a shiver run through his body as a possibility came to his mind. I might control the Library of Heaven's Path, but what if the heavens want to destroy me one day? Will I be completely helpless then too? Xianxia? Xianxia? What's wrong? Just as Zhang Xian's thoughts were wandering, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Lifting his gaze, he saw Yun Lianhai looking at him with a worried expression. Zhang Xian quickly suppressed his apprehensions and fears and replied with a smile. I'm fine. For someone of his state of mind, it was not too difficult for him to conceal his emotions from the eyes of others. The Library of Heaven's Path was his greatest secret, and he could not allow anyone to learn of its existence. I was just surprised to hear that Feng Zi would have such a background. Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, I was almost as shocked as you when I first heard of the news. The grand elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters were deeply elusive figures, and each one of them was more secretive than the others. Yun Lianhai nodded before leaning forward with a look of curiosity. Right, Xianxia? Someone as young and talented as you should also have a capable teacher, right? May I ask who your teacher is? The fact that the other party was not from the Zhang clan and yet possessed cultivation on par with the geniuses of the Zhang clan was more than enough to tell that he had the backing of a strong teacher. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's lips twitched. If it had been in the past, he would have unhesitatingly replied, "My teacher is Xianxia." However, with Xianxia's real direct disciple, Fengzi, being in the sanctum of sages, it would only be a matter of time before his lie was exposed if he said such words. Noting Xianxia's silence, Yun Lianhai quickly waved his hand to shrug the matter off. "It's fine if it's inconvenient for you to answer my question. I know that there are some old hermits out there who dislike their students using their name to brag before others, so there's no need to worry." He had only intended it to be a casual question. If the other party felt uncomfortable replying to that, he had no intention of pressing for a response. After all, everyone had their own secrets, and it was not like they were close friends. It was understandable that the other party harbored some reservations about revealing his background to him. Xianxia clasped his fist. "Thank you for your understanding." "It's nothing," Yun Lianhai replied with a smile. The group chatted for a while longer before dispersing to do their own things. Xianxia calmed down his unnerved heart before sitting on the ground to reinforce his newfound strength. It was meaningless for the current him to think about matters that were too far ahead. It was not as if he could make a difference in this moment anyway. The best thing he could do at the moment was quickly raise his strength in preparation of what was to come. Ultimately, there was nothing to rely on but cold, hard strength. In silence, the group swiftly advanced toward their destination. During this period of time, Xianxia had tried to sound Yuan Shao out for some news regarding Yuan Tao, but as Yuan Shao had not returned back to the Yuan clan over the past year, he did not know too much about the genius who had recently returned to their clan. In response to that, Xianxia could only sigh deeply in disappointment. It was 5 days later that the seven-colored divine crane finally arrived at a meandering mountain range, which extended as far as the eye could see. After the past few days of hard work, Xianxia had managed to fully reinforce his cultivation. He was not able to make any breakthroughs without the relevant cultivation technique manuals and spirit stones on hand, but having adapted to his power, his fighting prowess still grew a fair amount. If Jian Qinsheng were to challenge him with his strength lowered to 100th once more, there was a very good chance that Xianxia would be able to kill him before he could even react to his move. "The Dongshu gourd is hidden over there." Luo Shenqing gestured to the area beneath him as he instructed the seven-colored divine crane to stop near a valley. Turning their gazes downward, the crowd saw a long gorge that slithered through the vicinity like a gigantic anaconda. It was conspicuous from where they were currently situated, but had they been anywhere else, their sight would have definitely been impeded by the towering mountain cliffs all around, causing them to overlook this gorge. A land that naturally harnesses wind and water, it's the type of terrain where spirit veins tend to form, Xianxia noted internally. With his knowledge as an 8-star pinnacle formation master, he could tell that the gorge beneath them was the center line that connected the entire mountain range together, thus forming a natural deposit of spiritual energy. But on second look, a frown emerged on his forehead. However, it seems like someone has altered the terrain in a manner that prevents its spirit mines from developing. Places where spiritual energy tended to gather, such as the gorge beneath them, would usually result in the development of spirit mines over time. Xianxia could not tell for sure whether it was due to someone's intentional action or some sort of natural fault, but the earth veins beneath had been completely destroyed. While they could still gather the surrounding spiritual energy, it had already become physically impossible for spirit mines to form. While Xianxia was still analyzing the situation contemplatively, Luo Shenqing said, "Let's head down." Following which, the divine crane began descending, and before long, the group was standing at the entrance to the valley. This place is called the Valley of Earth Spirits. Due to the rich spiritual energy harnessed within this area, there are many saint beasts who choose to reside in this area, and there's no lack of Saint 8 Dan experts among their ranks. As such, we can't afford to fly straight in. Otherwise, if we catch the attention of any Saint 8 Dan beasts, there's a good chance that we'll lose our lives here, Luo Shenqing explained grimly. Hearing those words, Xianxia was astonished. The seven-colored divine crane was already the strongest saint beast that he had seen so far, but to think that there would be plenty of beasts that were stronger than it within the valley. The master-teacher continent was far larger than he had thought, and there were countless experts hidden all over the world. It would be foolish of him to gauge it by what he had seen so far. But thinking again, if not for the powerful saint beasts guarding the valley, it would be impossible for the Dongshu Gourd to remain undiscovered for such a long period of time. Try your best to rein in your aura when we enter later on. Make sure not to leave any traces behind. Otherwise, we could very well meet with trouble even before arriving at our destination. Luo Xianqing instructed solemnly. He then moved on to instruct the divine crane to keep a lookout for them from afar and cover them should any unexpected situations happen before leading the way into the valley. The remaining members of the group quickly followed suit. Due to Xianxia's cultivation being the lowest of the group, he was positioned at the center so that they could protect him should any unexpected situation arise. The gorge was unervingly calm. Stepping in, all they could hear was the moaning of the wind flitting through the gorge. The spiritual energy within the gorge was indeed considerably more concentrated than the rest of the mountain range, but due to the deficiencies in the terrain, it was impossible to concentrate the spiritual energy at one point. Nevertheless, it was still a decent area to cultivate in. Following closely behind Luo Xianqing, Xianxia warily assessed his surroundings with his eye of insight. He could see surges of spiritual energy slowly flowing forward peacefully like a stream. Is such an environment really sufficient to fuel the growth of the Dongshu Gourd? The more Xianxia studied his surroundings, the more perplexed he became. He was not too sure what requirements the Dongshu Gourd needed to be in to mature well, but according to what Luo Xianqing had said, it could only grow in the presence of a spirit vein. There was indeed a spirit vein flowing through the gorge, but the deficiency in the terrain had weakened it so much that he felt hesitant to call it a spirit vein anymore. Perhaps noticing the doubtful look on Xianxia's face, Luo Xianqing sent a telepathic message over. Actually, we are already in the midst of the formation that ancient experts set up. We are already in the midst of a formation? Xianxia was astonished. Given that he had already mastered the 8-star Heaven's Path formation art, there was no way he could not have realized that they were standing in the midst of a formation, unless the formation had reached grade 9. A grade 9 formation, just how powerful was the ancient expert who had left behind the Dongshu Gourd? That's right. This formation serves to alter the flow of the spiritual energy in the surroundings, rendering it impossible for one to find the real spirit vein and locate the Dongshu Gourd. If not for this, the Dongshu Gourd would have long been harvested by someone else. Luo Xianqing explained. It's also out of sheer luck that I managed to find this place. Luck? Xianxia shook his head. It would have been hard to discover this with luck alone. Even he was unable to notice any anomaly in the surroundings with his eye of insight activated. The notion that one would discover the possible presence of a Dongshu Gourd in the area based on sheer luck itself was improbable. Well, to be honest with you, I heard of this matter from my younger sister. Reading is a huge hobby of hers, and she loves to put clues together to make deductions about the various places. Luo Xianqing remarked proudly. Through a certain formation and a detailed map of the entire mountain range, she deduced that there's a high chance that there is a grade 9 hidden formation located in this region, and I took note of it back then, after which I came to examine this area carefully, and as expected, there was indeed something amiss about this gorge. Several dozen millenniums was a very long duration, even with the long lifespan of cultivators. If it was possible to find this location on sheer luck, someone would have found the Dongshu Gourd long ago. It was only with the help of his ridiculously talented younger sister that he was able to zone in on this gorge. Your younger sister was able to deduce all of this with just a formation and a map in hand? Xianxia was shocked. As expected of his girlfriend, her eye of discernment and analytical prowess were indeed nowhere weaker than his. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before sending another telepathic message. Right, Brother Luo, I have something that I am really curious about that I would like to ask you. Feel free to speak, Luo Xianqing said with a slight nod of his head. I was wondering, given how powerful the Luo clan is there really a need for the little princess, the head of the Luo clan, to be betrothed to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Xianxia asked with a frown. This was something that had been plaguing his mind over the past few days. The purity of one's bloodline determined one's standing in the sage clans. Since Luo Ruoxin was the head of the Luo clan, was there really a need to go to the point of forcing her to marry the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Was that not equivalent to entrusting their entire clan to the hands of the Zhang clan? Luo Xuanqing's face darkened upon hearing those words, and he uttered with a dangerous edge to his voice, "Who told you to ask such a question?" In an instant, Zhang Xian felt a surge of cold air pressing up toward him as overwhelming killing intent pressed down on him. This killing intent was so powerful that it felt palpable, permeating through his skin and into his soul, causing his body to stiffen uncontrollably. With eyes narrowed in alarm, Zhang Xian's mind swiftly whirred into action. This was not the first time he had asked about Luo Ruoxin's affairs. But back then, Luo Xianqing had not shown such an agitated response to his question. Could there really be some kind of secret involved? As if oblivious to the threatening aura that Luo Xianqing was emanating, Zhang Xian replied with an innocent smile. "I just find the matter rather bewildering." Luo Xianqing stared at Zhang Xian intently, as if trying to find any falsehood in his words. However, all he saw was an earnest smile from an honest man, so he eventually released the killing intent that he was emanating with a harumph and coldly said, "This is a matter between our Luo clan and the Zhang clan. As an outsider, you shouldn't get too involved in this matter." "Understood." "Yes, brother Luo." Zhang Xian nodded. Luo Xianqing might not have said anything at all, but his very response told Zhang Xian a very important fact. The two clans were determined to go through with the betrothal by hook or by crook, and no one would be able to stop them. It was apparent to all how doting and protective Luo Xianqing was of his younger sister, as well as how much he abhorred the Zhang clan. But even so, he was still unable to do anything to terminate the engagement between both clans. Most likely, there were other factors that made it critical that the engagement carried on as planned. This is really a huge dilemma. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. His previous thought was that as long as he could become the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages, he would be in a position not beneath that of the head of the Zhang clan. On top of that, given that Luo Ruoxin and he were in love, there should have been a good chance that he would be able to gain the approval of the Luo clan. However, it seemed like there was a need to reassess the current situation now. Despite being the head of the Luo clan and possessing extraordinary strength, she was still unable to struggle free from the engagement she had with the Zhang clan. He would really have to look into this matter when he got back. Whoa! While Zhang Xian was still deep in thought, a sound similar to the buzzing of a group of mosquitoes suddenly echoed through the air. Bai Hongyin narrowed her eyes and exclaimed with a hushed voice, "Crimson-tail wasps!" Shortly after Bai Hongyin's exclamation, an entire legion of wasps, each roughly around the size of a longan, suddenly pressed in their direction in the form of an ominous, black cloud. Crimson-tail wasps? Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat after hearing those words. This saint beast was detailed in some of the beast tamer books that he had read. The crimson-tail wasp was small, and its strength was not too frightening, typically being only at Saint 3 Dan to Saint 4 Dan. However, what was frightening about it was the potent poison it carried on its sting. In a group, even a Saint 7 Dan expert could easily be poisoned to death in a moment of carelessness. What was worse was that they tended to hide within mountain forests in legions. In a sense, they were even more frightening than Saint 8 Dan beasts. The killing intent that Luo Xianqing released earlier has alarmed them. Zhang Xian swiftly realized what was going on. They had concealed themselves really well ever since entering the mountain valley, keeping their auras tightly reined in within their bodies. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to bypass the detection of most saint beasts. And yet, a legion of crimson-tail wasps was suddenly heading their way. Most likely, the crimson-tail wasps had felt threatened by the earlier burst of killing intent and decided to seek out and kill the source of the threat. Looking at the fearsome cloud of wasps heading in their direction, Yun Lianhai's face suddenly turned ghastly pale. What should we do? It was a rather unnatural reaction for an expert of his caliber. It seemed like he had an innate fear toward life forms that carried poison in them. We'll cause too much of a commotion if we engage the crimson-tail wasps in a battle, and that would likely draw in even more powerful foes. More importantly, there are simply too many crimson-tail wasps. Putting aside the question of whether we'll be able to eliminate all of them or not, Crimson-tail wasps have a group defensive mechanism that prompts it to release poison clouds upon their death. Once the poison clouds build up to a certain concentration, we'll be doomed as well. Bai Hongyin swiftly analyzed the situation for the group. The crimson-tail wasps were the very enemies that they feared encountering in the valley. The crimson-tail wasps were currently standing in their way from advancing deeper into the valley, but killing them was not an option, and there was no way they would be able to circumvent the entire legion safely. It was truly a helpless situation they were in. There's no choice. Let's just retreat out of the valley and find a way to get rid of them outside, Luo Xianxia instructed decisively. As a member of the Luo clan's main family, as well as a future leader of the Luo clan, Luo Xianxia definitely was not as rash and hot-headed as he appeared on the surface. In times of adversity, he would weigh his options rationally and make the most logical choice on the spot. Very well. Knowing that this was the best course of action they could take, the group immediately began retreating. After fleeing barely several hundred meters, with a shake of his head, Xianxia remarked, "It doesn't seem like we'll be able to make it in time." Following which, another legion of crimson-tail wasps suddenly appeared right in front of them with a resounding buzzing noise that left one with goosebumps. As Saint 3 Dan to 4 Dan beasts, there was no doubt that the crimson-tail wasps possessed intelligence. It was not easy for a meal to walk onto their plate, so they had made preparations beforehand to corner their prey. There's no other choice. Knowing that a fight was inevitable, Luo Xianxia roared, "Prepare for battle! Xianxia, I'll be counting on you to set up an aura isolation barrier to prevent the shockwaves or sounds from the battle from leaking into the surroundings. Bai Hongyin, use your demonic tunes to hinder their communication so that they won't be able to arrange themselves in formations and collaborate with one another. Yun Lianhai, use your secret art to determine the whereabouts of the Wasp King. Yuan Shao, your body boasts the highest defensive capability and immunity to poison, so I'll need you to follow me later on to strike down the Wasp King. Once the Wasp King is killed, the remaining crimson-tail wasps would fall into confusion. We can make use of the opportunity to escape." The crowd nodded grimly. Yes. Hearing how concise and rational Luo Xianxia's commands were, each of them aimed right at the flaws of the enemies. Xianxia could not help but nod in approval. Were it to be anyone else in his position, they would have already lost their nerve. However, not only was Luo Xianxia able to remain perfectly calm, he was even able to instantaneously capitalize on everyone's strengths to craft the ideal plan to cope with the danger they were facing. The geniuses groomed by the Sanctum of Sages were indeed on a whole new level, reacting completely differently from the others in times of danger. After seeing that everyone had received his commands, Luo Xianxia bellowed, "Move!" At the same time, he lifted his hand and closed his palm. As if falling under his control, the surrounding space suddenly turned incredibly viscous, and even the slightest of movements would be met with the greatest of resistance. Xianxia, I'll fend off the wasps for the time being, but I won't be able to last too long like that, so I need you to set up the formation as soon as possible. I understand, just that. A hint of embarrassment suddenly surfaced on Xianxia's previously solemn face, and he looked at the group around him awkwardly. Do any of you have grade 8 formation flags? He had cleared the 8-star Formation Master examination just 1 day ago, and he had not had time to purchase any grade 8 formation flags yet. If he could afford some in the first place, that was. You don't even have any formation flags? Bai Hongyin's face twitched upon hearing those words. The expert formation master whom Luo Xianxia had specially invited into their group actually had no formation flags at all. The other members of the group could not help but feel a little lightheaded. Their journey had barely started, but everything was already looking so grim. Here, take mine. Exhaling deeply in frustration, Bai Hongyin flicked her wrist and threw roughly 500 to 600 formation flags over to Xianxia. As one who specialized in formations, it was a given that she would bring large quantities of formation flags wherever she went in case of emergencies. Of course, considering that she was a genius from the Demonic Tunist Guild, there was no questioning their quality too. Thank you. Xianxia swiftly grabbed all of those flags as he drove his Jinchi. So. The next moment, the flags flew out in all direction. You, Seeing how Xianxia tossed all of the flags out without even giving them a second look, Bai Hongyin's face flushed scarlet in fury. I only have that many flags. If you throw all of them out at once and fail to form a formation, we'll have no choice but to force our way through using brute. But before she could finish her sentence, a huge congregation of mist suddenly settled into the surroundings. A formation had been successfully formed and activated. Grade 8 Aura Isolation Formation, typically used to prevent any noise, shock waves, or any sort of intangible disturbances from traveling in and out of the formation. To this, he's already done. Bai Hongyin gulped in awe, but that hardly helped alleviate the hoarseness in her throat. Not only was she in such a state, even Yun Lianhai and Yuan Xiao were completely dumbstruck as well. Even though Luo Shenqing had showered plenty of praise upon Zhang Xian about how swift he was in setting up formations, the sight before them was still too inconceivable. It was simply beyond the limits of their imagination. To complete a grade 8 formation within less than a breath. Could 9-star formation masters even set up a grade 8 formation that quickly? After all, setting up a formation was a very complex business. It involved analyzing the surrounding geographical terrain, environment, strength of the opponent, diffusion of power, and many other factors. Yet, to finish it in the blink of an eye without even assessing any of those conditions. Or was his mind capable of processing all of that complex information in an instant? Recalling that they were still in the midst of a battle, Bai Hongyin swiftly shook herself out of her shock and whipped out her zither, preparing to play an offensive demonic tune. However, she suddenly realized something then, and she widened her eyes in astonishment. Wait a moment, this formation doesn't seem to have just concealed our presence. It seems to harness the effects of a beguilement formation as well. Look, those crimson-tail wasps are clearly in a disorientated state, traveling aimlessly around the area. To her shock, she realized that the formation did not just isolate their presence from the rest of the world. It seemed to be trapping all of the crimson-tail wasps within it as well, not allowing even a single one of them to escape. This was extremely significant to their current situation. If even a single crimson-tail wasp got away, they could possibly draw the powerful saint beasts in the valley over to save their comrades. Oh, you gave me quite a few flags there. There were still some remaining after I finished the Aura Isolation Formation, so I compounded a beguilement formation while I was at it. Zhang Xian replied with a cheery smile. You compounded a beguilement formation while you were at it? Everyone's cheeks convulsed wildly after hearing how casually Zhang Xian spoke of the matter. Within a short span of less than a breath, that fellow actually set up 2 formations. And as if that was not enough, the both of them were compounded upon one another. Overlapping 2 formations on top of one another was a task that was many times more complicated than just setting up just a single formation. Many more variables and factors had to be taken into account when making the calculations. Even expert formation masters would have to spend several months working with multiple compasses in hand, and yet that fellow was actually able to achieve it on a whim. Bai Hongyin felt a searing pain on her cheeks, as if someone had just dealt a tight slap to her face. She was considered a genius formation master as well, but compared to the other party, she felt like she was not anything at all. It was almost as if she was a complete amateur standing before a professional. Yun Lianhai also quickly shook himself out of his shocked state before asking, with this beguilement formation, those crimson-tail wasps shouldn't be able to get away. With that, we shouldn't have to fight them anymore, right? The others were dazed for a moment before hurriedly nodding in agreement. Indeed, their goal was not to kill these crimson-tail wasps but to bypass them so that they would not hinder the group from finding the Dongshu gourd. Since they were already trapped by the beguilement formation, there was no reason for them to fight anymore. They could just walk away, and the disoriented and trapped crimson-tail wasps would not be able to stop them. That won't do. Luo Xianqing shook his head and said, a formation that is set up on a whim won't have sufficient spiritual energy to sustain it for too long. Soon it will run out of energy and deactivate. We might be able to get away from them now, but if we encounter them once more in the depths of the valley, we'll be in a far more dangerous position. Formations required a constant input of spiritual energy in order to remain active. This was similar to how a carriage required a horse to drive it. Once the horse ran out of strength, the carriage would not remain moving for long. The beguilement formation might have been able to last for quite a while if it was only trapping 1 or 2 crimson-tail wasps. But there was an entire legion of them in here. Under their furious thrashing, the beguilement formation would only deplete its spiritual energy faster than ever. By Luo Xuanqing's estimate, it should be collapsing very soon. Rather than be placed into an even more dangerous situation later on, it would be much wiser for them to get rid of the threat then and there while they still had the upper hand. Run out of energy? Brother Luo, that won't be a problem. I also noticed that problem while I was setting up the formation earlier, so I compounded a spirit-gathering formation on top of that. With the spirit-gathering formation drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to fuel the other formations, I think it should have no trouble running for several hundred years. Xianxia quickly clarified. You even compounded a spirit-gathering formation on top of that? The others staggered upon hearing those words. They quickly turned their gazes over to assess the formation, and indeed, it was as sturdy and stable as it could get. It seemed like there was an endless source of spiritual energy fueling its power depletion. The crowd felt as if their minds had just blown up. A triple compounded formation, and finished in a breath at that. Brother, are you high? It took a long while before the deeply stifled Luo Xuanqing was able to find his words once more. Since that's the case, it should be safe for us to leave then. He had prepared so many contingency plans, but in the end, he did not get a chance to use any of them at all. Just by throwing out a pile of flags, the young man had already resolved the crisis they were facing. This left him with a crushing feeling of defeat. Leave? Isn't it a huge waste to leave behind so many formation flags? Xianxia blinked in confusion. These formation flags were of top-notch quality, and every single one of them was worth a bomb. It would be too wasteful to toss away such a huge fortune here. What other choice do we have? These crimson-tail wasps produce poison clouds upon their death. Even if we manage to slaughter every last one of them, we'll also suffer heavy damage, Luo Xuanqing said with a frown. Heavy damage? Why would that be the case? There were still some spare formation flags after setting up those 3 formations, so I decided to add in a slaughter formation. It will activate automatically once the formation gathers sufficient spiritual energy. All we have to do is wait here, Xianxia replied with the same cheery smile. There were no words that could describe the shock that the other members of the group were feeling. In fact, they might even have started to feel numb to it already. There was an exponential rise in the difficulty for each additional formation overlapped on a compounded formation. Even the most talented of 8-star formation masters that they knew of would require a minimum of 4 months to set up the most basic grade 8 double compounded formation and 16 months for the most basic triple compounded formation. As for a quadruple compounded formation, without at least 2 decades of work, there was no way one could succeed. Yet, with just a shake of his hand, the young man before them managed to set up 4 of them in less than a breath. His comprehension of formations could not just be defined with the word formidable anymore. It was already beyond their imagination, reaching the realms of terrifying. Bai Hongyin could not help but ask, Xianxia, did you really just clear your 8-star formation master examination just a few days ago? I did. I took it together with Brother Luo, and it was really quite troublesome. Recalling the examination he had that day, Xianxia shook his head. Troublesome? In this instant, Luo Xuanqing was seriously contemplating whether he should never speak to the young man ever again. From looking through the formation blueprint to activating the formation, it took you only 5 breaths. And you freaking call that troublesome? If anyone was troubled by that examination, it should be me. Even until now, my 8-star formation master emblem hasn't arrived. The slaughter formation is about to execute, Xianxia suddenly interjected. While they were chatting, the slaughter formation that he had set up seemed to have absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, and with a brilliant burst of light, it began to whir into action. The next moment, countless bursts of sword chi shot forth. All the others could see was innumerable cold glints flashing before all of the crimson-tail hornets collapsed to the ground, severed into 2. How powerful! Witnessing the might of the slaughter formation, the others felt shivers running down their spine. Even though it was only a grade 8 primary slaughter formation, it was complemented by a beguilement formation and spirit gathering formation, which raised its prowess to an unbelievable extent. Even for them, they would require a great deal of effort before they could break out of the formation. Something is wrong. Luo Xianqing suddenly noticed something. Considering the powerful might of the slaughter formation, why are the crimson-tail wasps floating stationary in the air, allowing the sword chi to slice right through them? Even if their sense of direction has been confounded by the beguilement formation, their innate sensitivity to danger should still prompt them to dodge the sword chi. You're right. What's going on? Luo Xuanqing's words had jolted everyone into realization as well. As formidable as a grade 8 slaughter formation was, it should not have the power to kill crimson-tail wasps so easily. Yet, the situation before them. The crimson-tail wasps were floating around idly, as if they were completely oblivious to the assault of the slaughter formation. This was a really mystifying situation. Oh, regarding that, I had set up an illusory formation as well. These crimson-tail wasps aren't too powerful, and their minds aren't too resilient. As such, they are particularly susceptible to illusory formations. Xianxia replied with a light chuckle. Again, Luo Xuanqing's cheeks twitched intensely, and unable to stand it anymore, he asked, "Just how many formations did you compound in here?" He had only expected Xianxia to set up a single formation to prevent sound and shockwaves of combat from leaking out. Yet, he actually ended up performing far beyond expectations, setting up 5 formations on top of one another. Just how many more were in there that they did not know of? Well, didn't you all say that the crimson-tail wasps would release poison clouds upon their death? I implemented a gathering formation to channel the poison clouds together. Other than that, I also set up a compression formation. Considering how the poison of the crimson-tail wasps could kill even a Saint 7 Dan expert, if I can just extract some, I should be able to sell it for quite a hefty sum. Xianxia continued calculating with his fingers. Oh, there's also a formation to search for the Wasp King. Since that fellow is the king, it's bound to have many valuable parts to it. However, I still am not too sure how powerful the Wasp King is, so out of safety considerations, I set up a confinement formation so that I would at least be able to trap it should I fail to kill it. Other than that, there's also a visibility formation for us to look through the mist, a ventilation formation to ensure that we receive fresh air so that it won't feel too suffocating here. Oh, and not to forget, a temperature regulation formation as well so that we can watch the show comfortably. I think that should be all. After saying those words, he turned back to the crowd and saw Luo Xianqing and the others with their mouths wide open. They were all looking at him as if he was a monster. It took a long while before they managed to recover from their shock, but even so, a stifling sensation still continued to suffocate their chests. Talking to that fellow felt almost as if they were stabbing a dagger into their own hearts. Their current feelings could totally be described in 5 words. Screw this shit. I'm out. Brother Luo, I heard that the little princess is quite a proficient formation master as well. Bai Hongyin turned to Luo Xianqing and discreetly asked, "Is she able to set up formations this quickly, too?" She's unable to do it that quickly, Luo Xianqing replied while gulping. But again, my younger sister didn't spend too much time studying each occupation either. She simply masters them too quickly. Well, perhaps except for pill forging, I guess. His younger sister was not just a highly talented cultivator. She also grasped each of the occupations extremely quickly. What took others several decades to master, she could become proficient within just several months and reach the peak. The only supporting occupation that she was slightly lacking in was pill forging. This was just like how formations were what he was the worst at. He had to take the 8-star formation master examination 3 times before he managed to barely scrape by. I see. Bai Hongyin nodded. A moment later, she turned to Xianxia and asked out of curiosity, "Xianxia, are you proficient in pill forging?" "I'm afraid I can't really forge pills." Xianxia shook his head dejectedly. He had a tight grasp over the various theories and knowledge concerning pill forging, but he lacked the skills to put this knowledge into practice. Otherwise, he would not have to engage the help of others each time. Upon hearing that, the others heaved a sigh of relief. Considering how monstrous he already was in the field of formations, he would really be inhuman if he was equally formidable in the other supporting occupations. At the very least, the fact that he could not forge pills showed that he was not infallible. Wait a moment. Don't you have the 7-star apothecary emblem? Luo Xianqing asked with a doubtful frown. Back then, the fellow had even whipped it out to flaunt to him that he had received the emblem through special application. That was one memory that he would probably never forget. Regarding that, I really am unable to forge pills. I only managed to be promoted through clearing the pill debate examination, Xianxia explained. Pill debate. Another bout of lightheadedness assaulted Luo Xianqing. At this point, he really wanted to bang his head on the wall. There was no apothecary who did not know that pill debate was many times more difficult than the pill forging examination. The clearance rate for the pill forging examination was at least several dozen in 1,000, but there might not even be a single apothecary out of a group of 100,000 who would be able to clear the pill debate examination. A moment later, after sensing that the formation was not moving anymore, Xianxia told the other members, "All right, all of the crimson-tail wasps are dead." The others did a swift sweep of their surroundings, too, and as expected, all of the crimson-tail wasps had collapsed to the ground. With a quick scanning of his formation, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. "I have managed to capture the Wasp King too. Let's head over to take a look." After which, he hurriedly advanced forward. Fearing that they would make a misstep and end up being attacked by the formation, the other members of the group followed tightly behind him. Not long later, they saw a withered crimson-tail wasp floating in the air, seemingly on the verge of death. In terms of appearance and size, this wasp was actually not much different from the others, making it nigh impossible to differentiate it from the rest. Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight to conduct a closer examination of the Wasp King. While the other crimson-tail wasps were at St. 3 Dan to 4 Dan, the Wasp King wielded a cultivation of St. 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. The Wasp King's poison is too strong. I think it would be best to just kill it so that needless trouble doesn't arise from this, Luo Xianqing proposed. Even ordinary crimson-tail wasps could kill St. 7 Dan experts when sufficient poison built up. Given how this one was able to become the Wasp King, its poison was bound to be far more potent. Just to be safe, it would be best to kill it quickly. After all, it would be a disaster if any single one of them was pricked. Yes, its poison is indeed rather potent. Zhang Xian nodded as he reached out to grab the crimson-tail wasp between his forefinger and middle finger. Be careful. Seeing that Zhang Xian actually used his bare hands to grab the Wasp King, cold sweat immediately trickled down everyone's back. Wang! At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The seemingly debilitated Wasp King dived forward, and the venomous sting on its tail shot straight toward Zhang Xian's skin. Puha! A small incision was made on Zhang Xian's forefinger, and the venom immediately flowed into his bloodstream. The Wasp King had actually been feigning weakness all along. As soon as it saw that Zhang Xian was going to grab it, it immediately leaped up to retaliate. That's the Wasp King's life-bound venomous sting. It's known to be lethal to even St. 8 Dan cultivators. This is really bad. There's no antidote in the world for it. Seeing how Zhang Xian had ended up being stung in his moment of negligence, everyone's face paled in fright. The crimson-tail wasp's life-bound venomous sting was a weapon that even 8-star pinnacle physicians were helpless before, and any cultivator of St. 8 Dan and beneath would die within moments after being stung. Without a doubt, the countdown to the death of this genius formation master had already started ticking. Pada! While everyone was panicking, the Wasp King suddenly collapsed to the ground. It convulsed twice before breathing its last breath. Even at its death, its eyes were widened in indignation. The Wasp King has been poisoned to death? Everyone leaped in shock. It was apparent from the situation that not only did the Wasp King fail to poison Zhang Xian, it even ended up being poisoned to death instead. This? Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how he should explain the situation. The Wasp King's assault was so sudden that he did not even have the time to react before the sting was plunged into his finger. At the same time, the heaven's path Xianxia flowing through his body also ended up entering the Wasp King's body, and as a result of that, the Wasp King died. You are a poison master? Everyone turned to Xianxia with shocked faces. Xianxia was at a loss as to what to say. The Wasp King attempted to poison him, only to be poisoned to death instead. This situation had unfolded right before their eyes, so there was very little he could say to vindicate himself. If I said that it died on its own, would you believe me? Xianxia asked hesitantly. The others shook their heads. All right, I'll tell you the truth then. Driving his state of mind, Xianxia calmly explained, Actually, I am a physician. Prior to entering the valley, I swallowed some antidotes. The Wasp King tried to kill me, but it ended up being afflicted by the poison of the antidote I consumed, thus resulting in its death. Poison masters were capable of poisoning others to death, and so could physicians. It was just that the former specialized in the concocting of poison, whereas the latter sought to create medicine. Nevertheless, both occupations still intersected at some points. Physician. Antidote? Just what kind of antidote could possibly poison the Wasp King to death? The others frowned in disbelief. It's this one. Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a pill. This one. The others took the pill and examined it closely. Before long, deep frowns were etched onto their foreheads. No matter how they looked at it, it was only an ordinary antidote pill. Could such a thing really be able to poison even the Wasp King to death? If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. There are many poisonous substances in the area, so you can just take a few breaths here and there to test the potency of the antidote. Xianxia shrugged. Forget it. We'll believe that you are a physician. The eyebrows of the others twitched upon hearing Xianxia's words. Who in the right mind would willingly ingest poison, even to test out the effects of an antidote pill? In any case, every single one of them had their own secrets keep. There was no reason for them to pursue the matter to the very end. All right, let's go then. Seeing that the others had given up on interrogating him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly retracted the formation flags in the surroundings, and after a moment of hesitation, he eventually decided to chuck the carcass of the Wasp King into his storage ring as well. While the carcass of the Wasp King was not of much use to him, he could always use it to deal with others. After retracting the formation flags, their surroundings returned to absolute silence. It seemed like their earlier battle did not draw the attention of other saint beasts. The group heaved a sigh of relief. Holding the antidote that Xianxia had passed them tightly, Luo Shenqing hesitated for a moment before carefully storing it in a jade bottle. After which, he hurriedly headed to the front of the group once more and began leading the way forward. These are your formation flags. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia passed the pile of formation flags back to Bai Hongyin. You can keep them for the time being. They are much better off with you than with me, Bai Hongyin replied. After witnessing the other party's proficiency in formations, she knew that the formation flags would be put to much better use in the other party's hands. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Thank you. These formation flags were indeed of much use to him. If he could only kill a half-phantasmal space expert with his current strength, with these formation flags in hand, as long as he could catch the enemy off guard, even a phantasmal space realm intermediate stage expert could be cornered by him. After their previous encounter with the Crimson-tail wasps, the group was far more careful than before. They continued advancing deeper into the valley for 4 hours straight. Within those 4 hours, they got into several small skirmishes with Saint Beasts, but thanks to Xianxia's formations and the superior fighting prowess of the group, it did not take them too much effort to resolve those situations. At some point in time, Luo Shenqing suddenly stopped behind a massive boulder and gestured to the area ahead of him. The Dongshu Gourd is located in the cavern just ahead. Tracing the trajectory of the valley, the others soon saw an average-sized cavern appearing before their eyes. Due to the lush vines that grew along the cliff, the entrance was concealed to the point that only small slits could be seen. If one did not pay close attention, one would have overlooked the presence of the cavern easily. This place doesn't seem to be any different from the other areas though, Bai Hongyin said with a confused frown. In her view, there was nothing unique about the cavern. There was no astoundingly powerful aura or concentration of spiritual energy. It felt no different from the other parts of the mountain range. Would something as valuable as the Dongshu gourd really be inside? That's because there's an aura isolation formation around his cavern. Otherwise, someone else would have long harvested the Dongshu gourd, Luo Xianxia said. The others also nodded in agreement after hearing these words. Indeed, if the cavern emanated a powerful aura or had a high concentration of spiritual energy, even the saint beasts would have charged in upon noticing it to dig out the treasure within. Let's head in then. Why are we waiting out here? Yun Lianhai urged excitedly. As a qualified treasure hunter, his blood raced in exhilaration upon hearing that the treasure was right before them. We can't head in right now. We have to wait till nighttime, Luo Xianxia informed the group through Jinchi telepathy. Nighttime? Why? Yun Lianhai was baffled by Luo Xuanqing's words. The others also could not understand why Luo Xianxia wanted to wait till nighttime before making a move. One must know that they were currently in the midst of a valley where Saint 8 Dan beasts lurked. Every additional second there put them in greater danger. A netherworld azure dragon beast lives in the cavern, Luo Xianxia explained. Netherworld azure dragon beast? Bai Hongyin and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Noting the changes in the expressions of those around him, Zhang Xian could not help but ask, "Is it a really formidable saint beast?" So far, his knowledge of beast taming had only reached 6 star. While he had read quite a variety of books and come to learn of some of the more formidable saint beasts, he still was not too well versed with the rarer and more elusive saint beasts. The netherworld azure dragon beast is a saint beast that possesses the bloodline of the dragon tribe. Just by reaching maturity, they would already achieve a strength on par with Saint 8 Dan experts. Yuan Shao explained grimly. Saint 8 Dan. Zhang Xian's expression turned grave. To be honest, he had never seen a saint beast of that tier before. If he could just tame one of those, he would stand a much better chance in the struggle against the Zhang clan for Luo Ruoxin. Indeed, even with all of our strengths combined, we won't be a match for that fellow, so it would be best for us to wait till nighttime so as to not draw its attention, Luo Xianxia said grimly. Due to their innate talents and superior physical prowess, Saint 8 Dan beasts tended to wield fighting prowess far stronger than Saint 8 Dan cultivators. Even though they were offspring of powerful clans and organizations, possessing multiple means up their sleeves, they were still insufficient to deal with the netherworld azure dragon beast. Saint beasts of that tier should possess a keen awareness of their surroundings and be able to perceive even the slightest disturbance in their surroundings. Is there any difference between entering now and at nighttime? Zhang Xian asked. Saint beasts would also unlock their spiritual perception at Saint 2 Dan, allowing them to be impervious to the reduced visibility of nighttime. At Saint 8 Dan, the netherworld azure dragon beast could be considered one of the strongest saint beasts in the world. So what difference would day and night make to it? It's because I have this artifact. Luo Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a jade container appeared in his palm. He pried it open lightly, and a ray of brilliant light flickered out. Sitting at the center of the jade container was a golden bead. It was made of a material that Zhang Xian could not recognize, but its radiance was amazing. What is it? Bai Hongyin asked. It seemed like Zhang Xian was not the only one who did not recognize what the golden bead was. This is a soul-binding golden bead that I had someone specially craft for me, Luo Xianxia replied. Soul-binding golden bead? The netherworld azure dragon beast possesses the dragon bloodline, and due to that, it's particularly sensitive to golden, shiny objects. So, I specially had this artifact forged so as to capture its attention. Look at the formation marks inscribed on top of it. It's carved in a way to induce drowsiness if one stares at it for an extended period of time, Luo Xianxia explained. However, in the day, sunlight would compromise the effectiveness of the soul-binding golden bead, making it harder to draw the netherworld azure dragon beast's attention. So it would be best to wait till nighttime. The crowd nodded in realization. It was no secret that those of the dragon bloodline possessed a crazed fancy for objects that were particularly shiny or dazzling. As long as they used the soul-binding golden bead well, it could indeed lead to exceptional results. Once they lulled the netherworld azure dragon beast to sleep, they would be able to bypass it safely as long as they proceeded carefully. Brother Luo, can I allow me to examine your soul-binding golden bead? Xianxia asked. Here you go, Luo Xianqing said as he tossed the golden bead over. Catching it, Xianxia began examining it closely. He had to admit that it was an exquisite work. The person who had forged the bead must have been an 8-star celestial designer at the very minimum. Flaws. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Soul-binding golden bead, forged by 8-star celestial designer Jiang Feifei. The book detailed the origin of the soul-binding golden bead, its effects, and its flaws. Seeing that Xianxia was studying the soul-binding golden bead closely, Luo Xianqing asked in curiosity, Xianxia, are you well-versed in the artifacts of celestial designers too? I have read quite a few books regarding that, so I do know a thing or two about that field. Xianxia nodded. He was still a 6-star celestial designer at the moment, not having taken the examination ever since leaving the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. 6-star celestial designers could already be considered professionals in the field, but in comparison with the true experts in the Sanctum of Sages, his mastery and knowledge could only be considered minor at the very most. Oh, since you are well-versed in celestial designer artifacts too, what do you think about my soul-binding golden bead? Luo Xianqing asked in interest. Since there was some time to waste before nighttime, he was curious to see how much this genius formation master knew about celestial designing. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Judging from the exquisiteness of the work, I deduce that this artifact was forged by an 8-star celestial designer. However, as exquisite as the work is, there are still quite a number of flaws in it, so I am a little apprehensive as to whether it will be sufficient to deal with a Saint 8-Dan beast or not. He had to admit that the soul-binding golden bead was well designed, such that it could easily lull any Saint 7-Dan beasts to sleep. However, if it was used against a Saint 8-Dan beast, it probably would not be that simple. I spent a heavy price to get the genius celestial designer of the inner sanctum to forge it for me. There are no saint beasts possessing the dragon bloodline that could resist its allure and remain unfazed by the effects of the formation marks on it, Luo Xianqing declared confidently. Out of safety consideration, he had even had the elders in his clan appraise the soul-binding golden bead after it was forged, and the response he had received was that it was highly effective against Saint 8-Dan beasts. The formation marks do harness the secrets of the soul, which makes it highly hypnotizing to humans. However, I can't say for sure whether it'll have the same effectiveness when used on a saint beast. After all, the soul of a beast is vastly different to the soul of a human. When you engaged the help of the genius celestial designer, did you tell the person that you were intending to use the artifact to deal with a netherworld azure dragon beast? Xianxia asked. This? Luo Xianqing was taken aback by Xianxia's questioning. As this involved the confidentiality of his mission to acquire the Dongshu gourd, he had only told Jiang Feifei that he was intending to use the soul-binding golden bead to deal with a Saint 8-Dan expert, not specifying the netherworld azure dragon beast in his request. He had thought that as long as it could work on Saint 8-Dan experts, it should not have any trouble with saint beasts too. In proportion to their physical mass, saint beasts tend to possess larger and stronger souls than humans. Nevertheless, as long as the soul-binding golden bead is well used, it's not entirely impossible for it to lull the netherworld azure dragon beast to sleep. However, it would probably require quite some time, so it might not be as convenient as you thought it to be, Xianxia said. As long as it succeeds in lulling the netherworld azure dragon beast to sleep, the duration doesn't matter. Luo Xianqing shook his head. As long as he could knock out that massive fellow, what would an additional hour or two matter? He had already made half a year of preparations for the Dongshu gourd. Another day or two would not make a difference to him. Xianxia was silent for a moment before replying. Considering that it's a Saint 8-Dan beast we are dealing with, every second will spell a greater degree of danger. What I'm trying to say here is that if you have any other alternative means, it would be best to use it instead. Counting solely on the soul-binding golden bead won't be a safe option. Standing before a Saint 8-Dan beast was almost equivalent to being in the same room as a ticking time bomb. It would be one thing if they succeeded in lulling the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast to sleep, but what if they were to fail? Alternative means? Can you forge an even better soul-binding golden bead? Luo Xianqing asked impatiently. Zhang Xian shook his head in response. Due to the limited number of celestial designer books he had read, he was not too sure what he could do to resolve the flaws in the soul-binding golden bead. Then what's the point of saying so much? I had to look through many books before I was able to discover this method to deal with saint beasts possessing the dragon bloodline. Alright, there's no need to say anything more. Let's just give it a try first. If it doesn't work out, we'll just have to resort to forceful measures. Even if we are unable to kill the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast, as long as we can stall it for a few hours, we should still be able to harvest the Dongshu gourd, Luo Xianqing said. In any case, his goal was to obtain the Dongshu gourd, not to kill the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast. Even if they could not knock out the latter, as long as they could find a way to stall it for some time, it was still possible for them to succeed in their mission. All right then. Having no better solution in mind either, Zhang Xian could only go along with the current plan. The group continued discussing for some time to sort out their plan to deal with the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast. Just as they were about to rest up to prepare themselves for the battle later in the night, Zhang Xian's eyebrows suddenly shot up. Someone is here. Someone is here? The crowd frowned. They were all Saint 7-Dan experts, but even they did not perceive anyone's presence. How would the young man know? I left some small formations while making my way here. As long as someone comes into their vicinity, they will activate and alert me, Zhang Xian explained. His spiritual perception was far larger than that of ordinary cultivators, but of course, he could not possibly tell them that. So, he could only find another excuse. Who is it? Luo Xianqing asked. I don't know either. They are currently making their way over here. They should be emerging from behind that boulder over there soon, Zhang Xian said as he pointed behind him. Luo Xianqing immediately turned around to stare at the boulder behind him, and right after, a couple of figures emerged from behind the boulder. It's him. Luo Xuanqing's face immediately turned livid. Who are they? Zhang Xian asked. Luo Xianqing clenched his fists tightly and narrowed his eyes. They're from the Zhang clan. Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng? Why is he here? Yuan Zhao's face immediately darkened. Bai Hongyin and the others also frowned upon hearing that name. He is? Zhang Xian asked in confusion. Of the Zhang clan members, he had only heard of Zhang Yu and the young prodigy. He had never heard of Zhang Heng before. Brother Luo and Zhang Heng are geniuses who entered the sanctum of sages in the same cohort. They have always competed with one another, and their relationship. Yuan Shao took a glance at Luo Xianqing before whispering with a suppressed voice. They are not too amiable. Not too amiable? Hearing those words, Bai Hongyin burst out laughing. More like mortal enemies. No matter what they do, they just have to compare with and outdo the other. If Luo Xianqing destroys a hall, that fellow would run off to destroy too. Just think of all the trouble they have caused throughout the years. She did not bother lowering her voice, so Luo Xianqing heard her words loud and clear. His face immediately reddened in embarrassment. He wanted to retort, but he found that there was nothing he could say. Destroys a hall? You are saying that Brother Luo's reputation of being a king of destruction is intentional? Zhang Xian was shocked. Of course not. Luo Xianqing harumphed in displeasure. It's just that I was too focused on winning and forgot to hold back a little. Too focused on winning? If Zhang Heng clears a trial in 10 minutes, Luo Xianqing would desperately do everything he could to clear the trial in 9 minutes. Of course, there's no way he would be able to control himself when he's going all out. Bai Hongyin uttered leisurely. It was indeed hard to control one's strength when one was attempting to break a record, so it was inevitable that mishaps would occur. Looking back, Zhang Xian found that even though he had caused a fair bit of destruction as well, he was at least in control of himself. He never caused trouble for the sake of it, and more often than not, they were all freak accidents resulting from unfortunate coincidences or misunderstandings. In comparison to Luo Xianqing, he felt like he was just a gentle lamb. If that's the case, does this mean that Zhang Heng heard news about the Dongshu gourd and came here to stick his nose into the matter as well? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Given that Zhang Heng and Luo Xianqing were rivals of one another, their cultivation was likely around the same level as one another. If Zhang Heng was really there to meddle in the matter, things could get really troublesome for them. Don't worry, I have only told you about the matter concerning the Dongshu gourd. There's no way he could know about that. He's here for something completely different, Luo Xianqing replied confidently. Oh! The others were slightly surprised by Luo Xuanqing's words. What other business would Zhang Heng have there other than the Dongshu gourd? The Sanctum of Sages was at least several million li away, so he could not possibly have been there to sightsee, could he? Look at the group with him. Zhao Sun and Zhao Yi from the Beast Tamer Hall, Li Hong from the Celestial Designer Guild, and you one from the Physician Guild here. If I'm not mistaken, he's here to tame a saint beast, Luo Xianqing replied. Tame a saint beast? Yun Lianhai pondered for a moment before widening his eyes in realization. Now that you mention it, I do remember hearing something related to that. Not too long ago, Zhang Heng posted a beast taming mission, offering 3 jade spirit essence for helpers to aid him in the taming of a saint beast that possesses the dragon bloodline. Could it be that the saint beast he is hoping to tame is the netherworld azure dragon beast? I also recall something like that. Everyone was taken aback by those words. Even Zhang Xian was slightly surprised. A few days ago, Sun Chong had told him that there was a beast tamer mission that offered generous rewards. He had intended to take it up, but he had eventually forgotten about the matter because he was in a rush to report for the elite division. Who would have thought that the mission was actually posted by Zhang Heng? More importantly, to think that they would meet one another here. That seems to be the case, Luo Xianqing said as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. That's way too much of a coincidence. Indeed, just as we were planning to deal with the netherworld azure dragon beast, they suddenly arrived here to tame it. Brother Luo, could this actually be your doing? Everyone quickly turned their gazes toward Luo Xianqing. Considering how many saint beasts there were in the world, it was far too much of a coincidence for them to meet one another in somewhere as remote as this. It was hard to believe that Luo Xianqing did not play a part in orchestrating this matter. Who else could it be? Luo Xuanqing's lips crept up gleefully. That fellow constantly keeps a tab on my whereabouts. So, I knew that it was only a matter of time before he found out what I'm up to, no matter how discreet I am. In order to prevent the secret of the Dongshu gourd from getting out, I went around buying beast taming tools and had the soul-binding golden bead forged, so as to create an image that my goal is to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast. Who could have known that fool would really fall for my ploy? The crowd glanced at one another. Such a thing was possible? But thinking again, everything made sense. There had always been bad blood between the both of them, so it was only natural that Zhang Heng would attempt to sabotage Luo Xuanqing's efforts after learning that the latter was intending to tame a Saint 8 Dan beast. Smart, Zhang Xian remarked. This was truly 2 birds in a stone. Not only did he manage to turn Zhang Heng's attention away from his real goal, he even managed to get the latter to clear away the danger for him. Regardless of whether Zhang Heng would successfully tame the netherworld azure dragon beast in the end or not, he would surely be a great aid to them by helping them distract the latter's attention, thus opening a gap for them to sneak past the latter. As expected of an offspring of the Luo clan, his future brother-in-law sure was skilled in scheming against others. Hidden beneath his reckless, brash exterior was a calculative, black-hearted soul. After coming to realize what was happening, Yun Lianhai's eyes glowed in respect as he asked, since he's intending to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, should we hide ourselves and wait for the two to engage one another first before heading in? He had been feeling a little apprehensive about how they would deal with the netherworld azure dragon beast should the soul-binding golden bead fail to work its wonders. Since Zhang Heng was willing to confront that beast in their place, they were more than willing to sit back and enjoy the show. That won't do either. Luo Xianqing shook his head. I have competed with Zhang Heng for many years, and as much as I hate to admit it, I can roughly fathom his train of thoughts. Most likely, he realized that I was on my way here, so he quickly chased over here as well. He will become suspicious if I am nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, if he chooses to explore the cavern further, there's a good chance that he will notice the existence of the Dongshu gourd as well. What should we do then? Yun Lianhai asked. Simple, Luo Xianqing said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Aren't they intending to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast? We'll act as if we are hindering them while luring the saint beast over to them. Once they have their hands preoccupied with it, we will be able to do whatever we want. Good idea. The others quickly gave their approval to that course of action. Since they were putting on a show, they should go all the way. Since you are here, don't you think that you will be letting down the audience if you don't make a move? So why don't I set the stage for you? It will be 2 birds with 1 stone like that. Not only will your vanity and pride be satisfied, I can also reap the fruits of victory at the same time. It was apparent that Luo Xianqing had an idea in mind from how confident he was, so Zhang Xian asked, Brother Luo, do you have a plan in mind? Of course. Luo Xianqing nodded. My plan is for us to split into 2 teams. One team will aim to hinder their advancement, whereas the other will engage the netherworld azure dragon beast and act as if they are trying to tame it. Once Zhang Heng realizes that I am a step ahead of him, he will surely panic and hurriedly make a move, and the rest will be simple. The others nodded upon hearing his plan. Considering that Zhang Heng knew that Luo Xianqing was there to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, he would surely realize that something was off if Luo Xianqing allowed him to engage it without hindering him. Since that was the case, it would be best for them to struggle a bit and enrage the netherworld azure dragon beast while they were at it before passing the mess over to Zhang Heng. With Zhang Heng's strength and means, the netherworld azure dragon beast would not be able to kill him. However, it would be able to give him a hell of a time and stall him, thus preventing him from stopping them from obtaining the Dongshu gourd. Since everyone agrees that there's no problem with this, I'll start making arrangements. Seeing that the crowd approved of his idea, Luo Xianqing first turned to Zhang Xian and Yuan Shao and said, The 2 of you will proceed ahead to engage the netherworld azure dragon beast. Yuan Shao, you possess stronger defense, so you should take the front line, whereas Zhang Shi will support you from the back with his formations. If that bastard Zhang Heng hasn't appeared, we still might have some trouble dealing with the netherworld azure dragon beast. But since he just has to stick a leg into my business, there's no need for us to hold back against him anymore. Try to make the netherworld azure dragon beast as angry as you can later on. We'll find a way to make Zhang Heng take over. Got it. Zhang Xian and Yuan Shao nodded. The instruction was actually rather simple. He and Yuan Shao were in charge of pulling the aggro of the netherworld azure dragon beast until Zhang Heng's group appeared. As for Hongyin and Lianhai, follow me. We'll be engaging Zhang Heng and his group. Remember, we must try our best to stop them from advancing, Luo Xianqing said. After saying those words, he began making his way over Zhang Heng's group, and by Hongyin and Yun Lianhai followed behind. We should make a move, too. Seeing that the others had left, Yuan Shao walked past the boulder and carefully entered the cavern. Zhang Shi, you should set up your formation over here first. It doesn't have to be too strong, just sufficient to trap the netherworld azure dragon beast for a short while. Meanwhile, I'll try to draw it out of the cavern and into your formation. That should suffice for our part. Yuan Shao told Zhang Xian telepathically as he proceeded ahead. Zhang Xian nodded in response. That was indeed the simplest way to go around doing that. Their goal was not to tame or kill but to anger that huge fellow. After trapping the netherworld azure dragon beast, we'll have to rush over to assist Luo Xianqing and the others. Zhang Heng isn't a weak opponent. Even in the inner sanctum, he is considered one of the strongest experts. The battle between the both of them is spectacular even by the standards of the inner sanctum. I'm sure you'll be able to learn a lot from spectating their battle, Yuan Shao said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Cultivators loved to watch duels between true experts as they were a good opportunity for them to reflect on themselves and learn new things. Luo Xianqing and Zhang Heng were figures who stood at the very top of the inner sanctum, so naturally, a fight between them was worth watching. All right. Zhang Xian nodded indifferently. To be honest, he was not too interested in the fight between the 2 of them. As his cultivation had not reached Saint Seven Dan yet, there were bound to be many details that he would not really be able to make sense of. Besides, he would definitely have to invoke the Library of Heaven's Path in the midst of watching the battle, and he was certain that he would feel so disgusted that he might even puke once he saw all of those ridiculous flaws in their techniques. What? You aren't interested? Seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, Yuan Shao chuckled. Are you thinking that a fight between the both of them will just be another ordinary spar? You are greatly mistaken then. Whenever the two of them cross blows, each and every single move they make is sharp and deadly. Sharp and deadly? Zhang Xian was astounded. Just what kind of grudge do they have to go that far? As fellow students, surely there could not be a reason for such animosity. You are really unaware of the matter? Well, I guess that's to be expected, considering how you have only arrived at the Sanctum of Sages a couple of days ago, Yuan Shao said with a nod. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, and after confirming that there was no one around, he said with a hushed voice. According to rumors within the Sanctum of Sages, it said that Zhang Heng intends to court the little princess of the Luo clan. Wait, where are you going? Before Yuan Shao could finish his story, the young man behind him suddenly turned around and left. I'm going to poison that Zhang Heng to death, Zhang Xian uttered coldly. Yuan Shao. Despite being filled with indignation, Zhang Xian eventually decided against going. With a deep frown, he asked in a doubtful voice, Isn't the little princess of the Luo clan already engaged to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? As an offspring of the Zhang clan, does that Zhang Chun really intend to vie for his clan head's bride? He definitely wouldn't dare do something as brazen as vying for his clan head's bride. Just that. The young prodigy has been missing for a very long time, and there are some rumors going around. Yuan Shao warily scanned his surroundings once more, and after confirming again and again that there was no one eavesdropping on their conversation, he secretly sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. It said that even if the young prodigy doesn't appear by the 3rd month of the next year, the Zhang clan will still send an outstanding offspring with pure bloodline of around the same age to complete the marriage ceremony. And Zhang Chun happens to be in the list of candidates. In the end, what's important is for the marriage to go through by hook or by crook. There's actually such a matter? Zhang Xian's face reddened in fury, and he nearly exploded on the spot. Even though he had been displeased about Luo Ruoxin's engagement with the young prodigy in the past, he had still been able to reluctantly tolerate it given that both parties were top-notch geniuses from their respective clans. But the young prodigy was simply showing blatant disrespect for Luo Ruoxin over here. Not only did he disappear irresponsibly into thin air, he even wanted to find others to replace him in the engagement. That was far too much. It was not like Luo Ruoxin was a commodity for sale. Did the Zhang clan think that just anyone would be worthy of her? How could the #1 sage clan of the master teacher continent be so shameless? If I have a chance to visit the Zhang clan, I swear that I'll raise up a storm there or else my surname isn't Zhang. Zhang Xian vowed in his heart with gritted teeth. But again, that is only hearsay. I can't guarantee its authenticity, so do take it with a pinch of salt. Yuan Shao explained with a frown upon noticing that something was wrong with Zhang Xian's complexion. The little princess of the Luo clan isn't just supremely talented. She's also renowned for her unparalleled beauty as well. There's no one who wouldn't be charmed by her after catching a glimpse of her allure. Zhang Chun had the honor of meeting her once, so I guess it wouldn't be too surprising for him to be infatuated with her. And as you know, Luo Shenqing is an overly affectionate brother. How could he remain calm upon seeing that Zhang Chun is lusting over his younger sister? Due to that, whenever they start fighting, there's no one who can pull them apart. Recalling the previous few times that the two of them battled with one another, Yuan Shao could not help but cower a little. Even though he boasted nigh invincible defense, he knew that he would be no match for Luo Shenqing once the latter activated his bloodline ability. The reason that human-shaped tornado had left so many managerial elders with a splitting headache was not just due to his aptitude in causing destruction. More importantly, it was due to the overwhelming fighting prowess he commanded. Suppressing the fury in his heart, Zhang Xian waved his hand. Got it. I'll set up a formation here. So you just have to lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast over, and I'll immediately activate the formation to have it trapped temporarily. That fellow dared lust over his girlfriend? He would have to see just how formidable that fellow was. If that fellow was not up to standards, he would have him poisoned to death. It happened that he had just acquired the poison essence of the Crimson-Tail Wasp King, so he could poison even a Saint 8 Dan expert to death. Considering how Zhang Chun was roughly around the same cultivation realm as Luo Xianqing, he should not be able to withstand the effects of the poison either. All right, Yuan Shao nodded. With a grim look, he lowered his body and began rolling toward the cavern as a round ball. Upon reaching the entrance of the cavern, he had to struggle a bit before he could squeeze his way in. After seeing that Yuan Shao had entered the cavern, Zhang Xian took a deep breath before waving his hand, and several hundred formation flags immediately floated into the air. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, he was only able to set up grade 8 primary formations. Anything beyond that would be putting far too great a strain on his strength. But the problem was that it was impossible to trap a Saint 8 Dan beast without a grade 8 intermediate or even advanced formation. My cultivation is still far too lacking. If one were to just look at Zhang Xian's current understanding of formations, setting up a grade 8 pinnacle would not pose a problem to him. In fact, even grade 9 primary formations would not be too much trouble. However, his lacking cultivation was a problem that no amount of understanding of formations could resolve. In order to set up a grade 8 intermediate formation, he would require the ability to construct phantasm space. No amount of Jinqi could substitute that. Zhang Xian's mind quickly spun into action, and in just the blink of an eye, a formation surfaced in his thoughts. It's not viable for me to set up a formation to confine the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast in for long, but if it's just trapping it for an hour or so, I should be able to do it with the Telopsis confinement formation. Even though the Telopsis confinement formation was just a grade 8 primary formation, it had the remarkable ability to seal all of one's senses, and this included spiritual perception. Those who stepped into its area of effect would find themselves plunged into complete darkness, leaving a feeling of helplessness and despair arising from the bottom of their hearts. It was said that the elder who designed the formation had once captured 108 owl-type saint beasts that were adept in navigating through the darkness. By the time his formation was constructed, every single one of them was trapped within it, unable to escape. It was not particularly effective against human cultivators, who could navigate their way through using a compass or the sort, but it was definitely a powerful weapon to deal with saint beasts. Of course, he would be being too optimistic to think that it could trap a Saint 8 Dan beast for too long, but an hour should not be too difficult. I'll choose this one then. Zhang Xian swiftly imagined a few scenarios to gauge the viability of this course of action, and he eventually came to the conclusion that the Telopsis confinement formation was the most suitable one of the formations that he could construct. Thus, he flicked his fingers. So. Formation flags darted across the air, falling into place in the surroundings. They dived forcefully into the various gaps in the nearby boulders or soil, disappearing from sight. It did not matter whether formation flags were located above ground or underground. As long as they accurately harnessed the flow of spiritual energy from the surroundings, there would not be too much difference in the prowess of the formation. After this was done, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and began waiting patiently for Yuan Shao to return with the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast. But after waiting for roughly 10 minutes or so, Yuan Shao still did not appear. A frown emerged on Zhang Xian's forehead. All Yuan Shao has to do is pull the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast over. Should it really take such a long time? I should head over to take a look. Deciding to check out the situation, Zhang Xian began making his way over to the cavern. However, before he could even walk through the entrance, an overpowering shockwave suddenly burst forth from within. His eyes narrowed in alarm, and he hurriedly executed the unbounded Voyager and retreated from the scene. Pong! However, Zhang Xian's reaction was still a little too slow. The powerful shockwave struck him forcefully from the back. Pooh! A sweet sensation gripped his throat, and he was sent flying into the nearby cliff, smashing out a huge hole in it. From the impact of the collision, Zhang Xian felt his entire body being strained to its limits. The muscles throughout his body were mostly torn, and it felt as if his bones were on the verge of being shattered into innumerable pieces. A pain that was so excruciating that it seemed to stab right into his soul assaulted him. It was just a brief instant, but Zhang Xian had already sustained severe injuries. If not for his recent breakthroughs, especially the enhancement of his physical resilience through the cultivation of the Heaven's Path Golden Body, which made his body as strong as a half-saint high-tier artifact, there was a good chance that he might have died on the spot. Who is it? Zhang Xian roared as he swiftly drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia to heal his injuries. At the same time, he pushed his palm against the wall to turn himself around, wanting to see who the culprit was. However, before he managed to do so, he suddenly felt goosebumps rising all over his body once more. Another shockwave wielding crushing might was pressing down on him. It seemed like the other party was intent on forcing him into a corner. Damn it! Knowing that he could very well lose his life if the shockwave were to strike him, Zhang Xian hurriedly activated his dominion. With his cultivation reaching leaving aperture pinnacle, his dominion no longer spanned over a radius of 1 meter. Instead, just like a normal Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator, it covered a radius of 5 meters around him. On top of that, the power of his dominion was extremely compact, making it far stronger than a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator's. The emergence of his dominion managed the incoming attack significantly, but before Zhang Xian could heave a sigh of relief, cracks suddenly began creeping across his dominion. Kacha! Kacha! They swiftly consumed his entire dominion before eventually shattering it with a resounding explosion. Pooh! Another spurt of fresh blood spilled forth from Zhang Xian's mouth as the incoming shockwave pushed him further into the cliff, threatening to reduce him into a lump of meat paste. The other party is simply too strong. At the very least, they must be a Saint 7 Dan pinnacle expert. Zhang Xian thought as a chilling sensation arose in his heart. After the 2 consecutive blows they had traded, it was apparent that Zhang Xian was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. In fact, he did not even manage to catch who his opponent was throughout the entire encounter. This deeply reminded him of the plight that he had been in when he first met Luo Qingxin. In face of the devastating strength that the other party wielded, Zhang Xian found a hint of helplessness arising in his heart. Just who in the world are you? Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, Zhang Xian flicked his hand as he roared, "Puppets! Block him! Hula!" The 100 or so puppets he had in his storage ring immediately emerged in the area. These were the puppets that he had managed to tame from the vicious of the northern marshlands. While most of them were only at the leaving aperture realm, their combined strength was still a sight to behold. Boom! As soon as the puppets appeared, they immediately positioned themselves in a formation before launching an assault on the fellow who had attacked him from behind. After becoming an 8-star formation master, Zhang Xian had made some rearrangements to the collaborative formation of the puppets, thus bringing their prowess to a whole new level. Sonic booms erupted here and there under their powerful might. Back then, while the puppets were using the offensive formations of the Combat Master Hall, they had been able to defeat the Saint 6 Dan primary stage Pavilion Master Yu with ease. With their current enhanced ability, even dealing with Saint 7 Dan opponents was within their means. So. What was frightening about them was how relentlessly their attacks fell, reminiscent of the endless waves of an ocean. However, before they could reach their full strength, another powerful force burst forth once more. It was a strength that carried the imposing air reminiscent of an avalanche. It felt as if, no matter how one struggled, there was just no way to escape from it. Pung 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 pung. Amid a series of sonic booms, the collaborative formation of the puppet was forcefully torn apart, following which the puppets were sent flying one after another. With astounding force, they were slammed into the cliff face around the area, incapacitating them for good. So, while the puppets were sent flying one after another, a slight buzz suddenly sounded in the air. At some point in time, a sword had appeared right above them. It warped into a streak of light blue as it charged forth with incredible prowess. It was apparent that this sword had been charging up for a very long time. Its emergence swiftly caused a massive vortex to gather in the area, and it took just an instant for it to appear behind the assailant. Ling Shu's sword. Xianxia knew from the start that the puppets would be no match for the assailant, so he had hidden the Lingshu sword among them to ready the true killing strike. Even though he had no time to execute the sea-severing sword, the Lingshu sword was still a blade that was no weaker than Saint Seven Dan experts. Its assault clearly displayed its superior might, and it charged forth with strength that threatened to slice even the world apart. Wang! Xianxia thought that this assault would send the assailant into a panic, but then he suddenly heard a slight buzz, following which, the structure of the surrounding space warped, and it felt as if the Lingshu sword had fallen into a folded space, resulting in a complete termination in their telepathic link. Saint 8 Dan. Xianxia thought as his body stiffened in horror. At Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, cultivators would gain the ability of dimension sundering, allowing them to temporarily isolate spaces from the world and establish dominance over it. This ability would usually be manifested in their dominion, and it would completely sever any telepathy links, making it impossible for other cultivators to even communicate remotely with their weapons within their sphere of control. At the same time, any attacks that were launched into the dominion would simply run out of control, like a boulder being thrown into the sea. To draw a comparison, if one could be said to have gained a primary control over the space around them at Grand Dominion Realm and Phantasm Space Realm, at Dimension Sundering Realm, their strength would have already fully matured, granting them the strength to create their own personal space. As long as they willed it, they could steal a space from the world and establish their dominance over it. The strike launched by the Lingshu sword was indeed powerful, such that even Phantasm Space Realm experts would falter before its might. However, against Dimension Sundering Realm experts, its strength was truly lacking. Wang 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 wang. The Lingshu sword trembled non-stop in horror, but no matter how it struggled, it was unable to advance or retreat in the slightest. It was as if it was a nail hammered into a wall. Vicious. Prepare to make a move too. Xianxia was astonished by the situation as well, but he knew that panic would be of no use to him. He immediately entered the heart of Tranquil Water State and established communication with Vicious within the Book of Heaven's Path. Unless pushed to it, he would never tap into the power of Vicious, his clone, and his poison master abilities. Once those means were used, he would have no choice but to kill his opponent. There was no second alternative to that. He had thought that he could cope with just his puppet and the Lingshu sword, but clearly, the assailant who had attacked him far exceeded what he could cope with those means. Thus, he could only resort to his trump card. Knowing the perilous situation Xianxia was in, Vicious swiftly replied, "Yes, master." At Xianxia's will, a finger suddenly materialized behind the assailant. Hula! With a seemingly light tap, a mysterious power shot forth from the finger, and the dominion began shattering as if a mirror. Even though Vicious Cultivation was only at Saint Seven Dan Pinnacle, and even subduing Luo Shenqing would pose some difficulty to him, he was still a figure who had once stood at the very top of the master-teacher continent, so his eye of discernment and experience were still spectacular. On top of that, the assailant had his hands full dealing with Xianxia's puppets and suppressing the rampaging Lingshu sword. As a result, the assailant actually ended up being caught off guard by Vicious attack. Kacha! Kacha! As the dominion swiftly approached its limits, Xianxia also felt the overwhelming force that was pressing down on him abruptly releasing, so he quickly pushed himself out of the cliff and turned around to face the assailant. What he was met with a 30-meter-long dragon-shaped beast floating nearby. Its body was grayish in color, and its eyes were dyed crimson. It emanated an aura of imposing authority. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Getting. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He had thought that Luo Shenqing and the others might have lost, and Zhang Chun and the others had proceeded over to make a move against them. However, who would have thought that the person who was making a move on him was actually the saint beast they were supposed to be dealing with? If it was standing here, didn't that mean that there was nothing in the cavern at all? It was no wonder Yuan Shao still was not out yet. Most likely, he was still busy looking through the empty cavern, unaware of the fact that the massive beast that he was looking for was not inside at all. A Saint 8 Dan beast. It was only natural that his means did not work on the other party. Against an expert of such a caliber, there was indeed very little that he could do. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast harumphed coldly. Brazen fools! Do you really think that you are able to tame me? Its voice was not too loud, but it seemed to echo endlessly within one's mind, reminiscent of the reverberations of a bell. Xianxia's heart shuddered upon hearing those words, and he quickly spoke up to refute that claim. How could someone of my strength possibly dream of taming you? I think there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. Why would that huge fellow suddenly speak such words? Saint beasts were proud, lofty individuals, which made taming them an incredibly difficult act. This was also the reason 8-star beast tamers were particularly respected in the master-teacher continent. Under normal circumstances, in order to tame a saint beast, one would need to prepare all kinds of gifts and find a way to befriend it. Only after one had reached a certain level of intimacy with the saint beast would they extend an invitation to it. As such, even for 8-star pinnacle beast tamers, it would take several years before they were able to tame a Saint 8-dan beast. And yet, to be told such words when they had not even done anything yet, just how did the situation come this? Saint beasts hated the notion of submitting to others. It was one thing if the other party was stronger than them and helpless to retaliate, but for a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator to even dream of taming it, it was no wonder the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was enraged. Ha! What other business can you possibly have here if that's not the case? Someone has already told me that your group plans on enslaving me to make me a tool to further your ambitions. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast roared furiously, and its voice caused the entire ground to tremble. Someone has told you that? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before his eyes widened in realization. It must be that Zhang Chun. It was just a moment ago that he had thought that Zhang Chun was foolish to have been played by Luo Xianqing, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like they were the ones who were being played. He had specially paid a visit to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast beforehand to inform it that someone wanted to tame it. Firstly, he would be able to obtain the other party's goodwill through that, and secondly, he would be able to turn the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast against Luo Xianqing, making it impossible for the latter to tame it. As expected of someone from the Zhang clan, he was indeed as shameless as he could get. Just that, if you want to pick a bone with someone, look for Luo Xianqing. Why are you assaulting me instead? Feeling deeply stifled, Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands and said, I'm not the one who's planning on taming you, but the person who told you that is. His name is Zhang Chun, and he's intentionally saying those words to use you against. Humph! None of you humans are trustworthy. Boom! Before Xianxia could finish his words, the tail of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast suddenly swept in his direction with devastating force. Hoo-la! At the same time, he felt as if the surrounding space had turned into a vortex, firmly holding him in place, preventing him from fleeing. Knowing that he only had himself to rely on in this critical juncture, Xianxia desperately willed. Flaws. Wu. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path, and touching it, a huge influx of information flowed into his mind. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast cultivates independently, so its comprehension of the dimension-sundering realm isn't too deep. After reading the content in the book, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Despite being a Saint 8-dan beast and wielding frightening power, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had a fatal flaw. Due to cultivating independently, its comprehension and ways of manipulating spatial laws were rather narrow, thus limiting the prowess of its offense. Vicious. Upon realizing that, Xianxia swiftly sent the information that he had received over. With a slight sway, Vicious' finger seemed to have flitted through space. The next instant, it suddenly appeared at the flank of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, and it pierced forward once more. Kacha! The dominion of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, which harnessed the power of dimension sundering, dissipated once more. Not expected a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator to possess the means to undo its attacks twice. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast widened its eyes in confusion. Even though it had cultivated independently, that did not mean that it had never encountered human cultivators before. It knew that it was abnormal for a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator to possess the strength to undo its attack, and it didn't expect the latter to be able to see right through its flaws either. Along with the dissipation of the power, Xianxia felt the pressure weighing on him disappearing once more. Knowing that it would be dangerous for him to remain in the vicinity of the netherworld azure dragon beast, he decisively flitted 100 meters away through the unbounded Voyager. There was no way he would be able to defeat the massive fellow with his current strength, so he could only stall for time and wait until Luo Shenqing and the others returned. While the strength of those fellows was beneath the netherworld azure dragon beast, they should still be able to defeat the latter if they were to coordinate closely with one another and exploit its flaws. There is really something weird about the finger you have here. Harumphing coldly, the netherworld azure dragon beast swept its tail over once more. Having its power of dimension sundering foiled twice, it was curious to see whether the other party had managed to do so through sheer luck or real strength. On the other hand, Xianxia knew that there was no way he would be able to withstand the other party's attack. So he had vicious aim his attack at one of the netherworld azure dragon beast's flaws once more. Kacha! Just like before, the netherworld azure dragon beast's dominion was shattered. The netherworld azure dragon beast widened its eyes in disbelief. You are able to see through the flaws in my dominion? If it had been an expert of the same caliber who managed to achieve this feat, it would not have thought much of the matter. However, a mere leaving aperture realm pinnacle nobody actually succeeded in crushing its dominion thrice. This had really piqued its intrigue. Seeing that the netherworld azure dragon beast had actually stopped its attack, a thought swiftly arose in Xianxia's head, and he spoke with an imposing tone. Of course, I am a master teacher. Not only am I able to see through the flaws in your dominion, I can correct them as well. As long as I offer you guidance on your cultivation, your strength will be far greater than it is now. He did not plan for this at the start, but if he could convince the netherworld azure dragon beast into becoming his tamed beast now, the remaining problems would be resolved. Not only so, he would also be able to make use of the strength of the netherworld azure dragon beast to teach Xianxia a lesson. He had long thought that that fellow was an eyesore. You offer me guidance? The netherworld azure dragon beast pondered for a moment before calmly replying. If you can defeat me with your own strength, I'll acknowledge you as my teacher. Defeat you with my own strength? This finger over here has a completely different aura from yours, so it should be a type of artifact, right? As for these puppets and sword, they are just external tools. If you can defeat me without relying on any of these, putting aside becoming my teacher, I'll even acknowledge you as my master, the netherworld azure dragon beast said. Despite being only at leaving aperture realm pinnacle, the young man before it was actually able to see through the flaws in its dominion easily. If it could receive the young man's guidance, it might just really be able to achieve heights far beyond its imagination. Of course, the young man would have to display strength worthy of becoming its teacher and master first. Otherwise, as a proud saint beast who had the dragon bloodline flowing through its veins, how could it bow down to others easily? Defeat you? Xianxia frowned. To be honest, even his clone was no match for the netherworld azure dragon beast. Let alone him. Beyond primordial spirit realm, every difference in cultivation realm would result in a vast difference in fighting prowess. This was especially apparent between the phantasm space realm and the dimension sundering realm. They were truly worlds apart from one another. Even while utilizing all of his means, he was only just able to fend off the other party through exploiting the other party's flaws that he had found using the Library of Heaven's Path. If he fought the other party barehanded, victory was clearly impossible. Wait a moment, I can use that on it, right? A thought suddenly came to Xianxia's mind, and he swiftly raised his head to look at the netherworld azure dragon beast. Since your name is netherworld azure dragon beast, that should mean that you possess rather concentrated dragon bloodline, right? If the other party really possessed the dragon bloodline, perhaps he might just be able to win by his skills. Indeed, the netherworld azure dragon beast said proudly. Since that's the case. A confident smile crept onto Xianxia's lips as he gazed down on the netherworld azure dragon beast with the disposition of an expert from above. If you can withstand this call of mine, I'll consider it as my loss. Call? The netherworld azure dragon beast was slightly taken aback by the abrupt change in disposition of the young man. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Then he took in a deep breath and spoke. Moo! Mao! Two sounds echoed resoundingly through the air, following which the netherworld azure dragon beast's body suddenly began convulsing. Pada! It collapsed to the ground with white foam spilling out from the edges of its mouths. The 8 notes of heavenly dragon that he had learned back then allowed him to subdue any beast possessing the dragon's bloodline as long as it had not reached the purity of a pure-blooded dragon. At the start, he had been a little apprehensive at using the 8 notes of heavenly dragon as he thought that it would not be too effective against a Saint 8-Dan beast. On top of that, it also expended a great deal of his Xianxia, which would only result in his weakening. Yet, contrary to his expectations, it worked much better than he predicted. If only he had known that it would be like that, he would have just done so right from the start and spared himself some pain. You are a pure-blooded dragon? While Xianxia was still in thought, the convulsing netherworld azure dragon beast stared at him with deep terror reflected in its eyes. The hierarchy within the dragon tribe was extremely strict. Even though it was known as the netherworld azure dragon beast, it was still far from matching up to a real member of the dragon tribe. I am not a pure-blooded dragon, but as long as you submit to me, I can help you refine your bloodline and make you stronger. Xianxia walked over with a domineering attitude, as if saying that he would use the 8 notes of heavenly dragon against it once more if it dared say no. It did not take too long for the netherworld azure dragon beast to lower its head. I'll submit. The fact that the other party was able to voice out the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon meant that the young man was definitely associated with the pure-blooded dragon, even if he was not one of them. Submitting to such a figure was not only not a shame, it could be said to be a blessing even. He would have to be a fool not to grasp such an opportunity. Seeing that the netherworld azure dragon beast had agreed to it, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had come here only to help Luo Xianqing find the Dongshu gourd. But who would have thought that he would end up taking in a Saint 8-Dan beast instead? However, this was good too. Among the student populace, there were not many who would be able to defeat the netherworld azure dragon beast. With such a tamed beast, he would be able to stand unmatched in the sanctum of sages. Within the cavern, Yuan Shao was still slowly advancing. Knowing that there was a Saint 8-Dan beast in the cavern, he dared not use his spiritual perception too far nor fly for fear of alarming it. He could only cautiously advance, relying solely on his sense of sight to detect danger. However, the cavern was simply too big. Despite advancing for 10 whole minutes, he still had not reached the end of it. Just where in the world is the netherworld azure dragon beast? After walking a little longer and finding himself back at the entrance of the cavern, Yuan Shao frowned. He had already walked an entire lap around the cavern, so why was the netherworld azure dragon beast still nowhere to be seen? Could it be that it was out hunting and was not back yet? It would be wonderful if that was the case. He would be able to set up a formation at the entrance of the cavern and activate it as soon as the netherworld azure dragon beast returned to trap it. This way, he would not have to endanger himself by luring it. If that's the case, I should hurry out to inform Luo Xianqing and the others of this matter. With this thought in mind, he extended his spiritual perception throughout the cavern and swiftly swept across it. As expected, the netherworld azure dragon beast was really nowhere to be seen. Thus, he quickly made his way out of the cavern. The fact that the netherworld azure dragon beast was not around meant that they could not rely on it to deal with Zhang Chun and the others anymore. So there was no point for them to wait anymore. Squeezing out of the entrance of the cavern once more, he was just about to beckon Xianxia over when he suddenly saw a massive figure lying on the ground, licking the young man's feet subserviently. This? Yuan Shao widened his eyes in horror, unable to believe what he was seeing. Xianxia, what is going on? How in the world did something like this happen? It's one thing for the netherworld azure dragon beast, which he had been searching all around the cavern for, to be outside, but for it to be lying before Xianxia, licking his feet subserviently. Am I dreaming? Oh, the netherworld azure dragon beast happened to meet with me while it was on its way back to the cavern, and I happened to be free, so I decided to tame it, Xianxia replied. You decided to tame it? Yuan Shao nearly fainted on the spot. That's a Saint 8-Dan beast. It's a figure that we would have to flee as far as possible from when encountering it, and yet, to just decide to tame it, Furthermore, how long has it been? 10 minutes? 20 minutes? In any case, it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. Suppressing the frenzy that was threatening to turn him hysterical, he looked at Xianxia deeply for a long while before asking, "You are skilled at beast taming too?" "I did clear the beast tamer examination," Xianxia replied with a nod. At that very moment, Yuan Shao felt so stifled that he was not even sure what he should say anymore. It was one thing for that fellow to possess inconceivable prowess in terms of formations, but for him to wield such formidable capabilities as an apothecary, physician, and now a beast tamer as well. Really, was there anything in the world he was incapable of? With the danger of the netherworld azure dragon beast resolved, there was no longer any point in them remaining there. So, Xianxia waved his hands and said, "Let's head over to check up on Brother Luo and the others." Considering how there could be formations within the cavern and that Yuan Shao dared not use his spiritual perception for fear of alarming the netherworld azure dragon beast, it was understandable that he was oblivious to the commotion outside. However, Luo Shenqing and the others should not have been too far either, so they should have heard the commotion. Yet, for none of them to attempt to come over to check things out, it could only mean that either things were really tight on their side or something had already happened to them. Thus, the both of them quickly headed over to where Luo Shenqing and the others were. Before even arriving, they could feel a powerful gale rushing at them, and pebbles and boulders were flying all around. However, perhaps out of fear that their fight would draw in even more saint beasts, there was an intentional attempt on both sides to suppress their strength such that the shock waves of their attacks would disappear after traveling a certain distance. Walking through the various boulders flying around the area, Xianxia and Yuan Shao soon saw two figures exchanging blows in the air. Every single move they executed harnessed astounding might. Even someone of Xianxia's prowess would hesitate to close in on them recklessly. Xianxia could recognize that one of the figures belonged to Luo Shenqing, so he turned to Yuan Shao and asked, "Is he Zhang Chun?" The person whom Luo Shenqing was facing was a young man in his 30s. He had thick, bushy eyebrows and a pair of long and slender arms. He commanded a wholesome power that seemed to have very few openings for one to exploit. Just like Luo Shenqing, he was at Saint Seven Dan Pinnacle, too. Yuan Shao nodded. Xianxia took a closer look at the battle, and just as Yuan Shao had said, the blows that both parties were using were indeed vicious and callous. However, it seemed like both parties were extremely familiar with one another, such that they could actually predict the move of the other party in advance. As such, despite how dangerous the battle was, neither side was actually able to harm the other, even slightly. On the contrary, they felt like brothers of the same lineage trying to feed one another moves. To the side, Bai Hongyin and Yun Lianhai were standing opposite two people from Zhang Chun's side with their arms crossed before their chests, watching the battle interestedly from the sidelines. Yuan Shao walked up to Bai Hongyin and Yun Lianhai and asked with a suppressed voice, "Why did the both of them start fighting with one another? Was the plan not to put on a show to stop Zhang Chun's advancement? Why did Luo Shenqing end up fighting so seriously with the other party? We tried to stop him, but Zhang Chun proposed that they settle the problem through force, saying that the winner would gain the right to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, whereas the loser would have to scram as far away as he could." Provoked by those words, Brother Luo ended up fighting with him. However, as they are on the same level and are simply too familiar with each other's moves as well, the battle has dragged on till now, Bai Hongyin explained. Then, she suddenly recalled a matter and asked with a frown, "Where is the netherworld azure dragon beast? You didn't lure it over." Regarding that, recalling what he had seen earlier, Yuan Shao was not sure how he could explain this matter to Bai Hongyin. So he shook his head and said, "It would be best for you to ask Xianxia instead." Bai Hongyin shot Yuan Shao a perplexed look, but she still turned to Xianxia and asked, "Xianxia, how did the matter with the netherworld azure dragon beast go?" "Oh, I fought with it earlier and—" Xianxia was just about to explain the matter that had just happened when a powerful shockwave suddenly burst forth from ahead. In the sky, Zhang Chun forcefully pushed Luo Shenqing away before retreating from the battlefield. Then, he noticed Xianxia and Yuan Zhao's figures and frowned. "The both of you are actually fine?" The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had clearly marched off angrily to deal with the two of them, so how could they have returned completely unharmed? Zhang Chun's words made Luo Xianqing realize that there was something amiss with the situation as well, and he questioned, "What do you mean by that?" "Xianqing, that fellow met with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast before us and told it that you were going to tame it in order to provoke it. This way, it would harbor hostility toward us and attack with the utmost aggression if we were to ever encounter it," Yuan Shao explained. Zhang Xian had already explained the matter to him while they were making their way over, and this made him realize that he had fallen for the other party's ploy too. "Indeed, I did meet with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast before you. I knew that you were intentionally trying to block my way, but tough luck for you, that happened to work in my favor. You know, I was actually quite curious to see how powerful an enraged Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would be." Zhang Chun chuckled heartily, admitting to the matter forthrightly. However, he still could not help but direct questioning gazes toward Zhang Xian and Yuan Shao. "The both of you should have encountered with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. So how can you be completely fine?" It was no wonder he was perplexed by the matter. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was a Saint 8-Dan beast, and even he would be no match for it when it was in an enraged state. Yet, those two actually managed to escape unscathed from its clutches. This was simply illogical. His plan had been to intentionally stall Luo Xianqing from saving the others, thus causing two of his companions to sustain some injuries and be incapacitated. After which, he would lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast over to deal with Luo Xianqing. Through this, not only would he be able to sabotage Luo Xianqing, he would be able to earn the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's goodwill too. If the two of them managed to return unscathed, could it mean that they did not manage to meet with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Instead of answering Zhang Chun's question, Zhang Xian instead asked, "You are Zhang Chun?" "That's right. Who are you?" Zhang Chun asked with a frown. For a mere leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle fellow to address him directly with such an insolent tone, he sure had guts. "You don't need to know who I am. I heard that you have intentions of courting the little princess of the Luo clan. Is that true?" Zhang Xian asked. "What are you getting at?" Zhang Chun asked with narrowed eyes. He turned to Luo Xianqing and asked coldly, "Luo Xianqing, is he your man?" Zhang Shi, hearing how his younger sister had been brought up, a frown emerged on Luo Xuanqing's forehead as well. Zhang Xian turned to Luo Xianqing and said with a firm voice, "Brother Luo, just tell me if he harbors any inappropriate thoughts toward the little princess." "Humph, he's just a toad lusting over the flesh of a swan. How could someone like him possibly be worthy of my younger sister?" Luo Xianqing was not sure what Zhang Xian was getting at either, but hearing about the matter between Zhang Chun and his younger sister still made him harumph in displeasure. In the first place, he was already filled with many dissatisfactions about the Zhang clan, especially with the disappearance of the young prodigy. Yet, that bastard Zhang Chun still dared to harass his younger sister. If not for the limitations of his strength, he would have had Zhang Chun pummeled to the point where not even his parents recognized him. Since Brother Luo has said such words, he really does deserve a beating, Zhang Xian said with an affirmative nod, seemingly making up his mind on something. "Deserve a beating? Ha! You are thinking of beating me up." Zhang Chun was still wondering what this nobody was up to, but upon hearing that the other party was dreaming of beating him up, he felt so enraged that he actually began laughing instead. He was one of the top experts in the inner sanctum as well as an influential offspring of the Zhang clan. There was no one who would not shudder before his wrath. And yet, a leaving Aperture Realm nobody actually uttered such arrogant words to his face, showing a complete disregard for him. Zhang Shi. Luo Xianqing was bewildered by those words. 2. Did someone knock Zhang Xian silly earlier? Zhang Chun was a figure who even he had trouble defeating, and that young man actually declared that he would give the other party a beating? "Oh? You are smarter than I thought. I thought that I would have to repeat those words a few more times before you were able to get my point," Zhang Xian replied condescendingly. Very well. I hope you possess the strength to back up the arrogant words you have spouted here." With a cold sneer, Zhang Chun flicked his hand, and an overwhelming pressure immediately crushed down upon Xianxia. Give him a taste of the floor. Xianxia snapped his fingers leisurely, showing complete nonchalance toward Zhang Chun's offense. Roar! The next moment, a massive shadow abruptly covered the entire area above them, following which, something reminiscent of a whip suddenly swept over with frightening speed. Pong! Before Zhang Chun could even process what was going on, he had been sent flying into a nearby cliff, creating a huge pit in it. There was a moment of complete silence as everyone stared at the sky with a dazed look in their eyes. The netherworld azure dragon beast is heeding Zhang Shi's commands? Luo Xuanqing's lips twitched as he finally awoken from his dazed state. He had seen that massive fellow from afar the first time he came over, and it was incomparably ferocious. Most Saint 8 Dan cultivators would struggle to be a match for it. It was for that reason that he had gone to the extent of forging out the soul-binding golden bead to knock it out, so that he could sneak into the cavern without facing the netherworld azure dragon beast. It was a complete coincidence that Zhang Chun appeared just then, so he had decided to lure the netherworld azure dragon beast to the ladder instead. But before they could even carry out that plan, the netherworld azure dragon beast had suddenly flown over itself, and from the looks of it, it seemed like it was completely devoted to carrying out Zhang Xian's orders, not daring to disobey them in the least. Luo Xianqing quickly turned his gaze over to Yuan Shao, seeking an explanation. Perhaps harboring the same thoughts in mind as well, the others also turned their gazes over. Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on either. Facing the gazes from the crowd, Yuan Shao could only shrug helplessly as well. Earlier, I went into the cavern to search for the netherworld azure dragon beast, intending to taunt it and lure it out, but I wasn't able to find anything at all in the end. But as soon as I walked out of the cavern, I saw the netherworld azure dragon beast lying right before Zhang Shi, licking his feet. I have no idea what happened in the time that I was gone. You say that it was licking Zhang Shi's feet? Luo Xuanqing's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Are you saying that Zhang Shi has already tamed the netherworld azure dragon beast? Just look at that. Is there even any doubt about it? It should be apparent to anyone who isn't blind, Yuan Shao exclaimed. But Luo Xianqing did not dare believe what he was seeing. It has only been 20 minutes so far, and he has already managed to tame a dimension-sundering realm Saint Beast despite being at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle himself. Fast in terms of forging pills? Possible. Fast in terms of neutralizing poison? Possible. Fast in terms of setting up compounded formations? Arguably possible. But taming beasts required the cultivation of intimacy and feelings between the beast and the beast tamer. To succeed in such a short period of time, are you actually some kind of love guru? Not even 9-star beast tamers could accomplish something like this. Seeing the disbelief in Luo Xuanqing's eyes, Yuan Shao asked, before meeting this fellow, would you have believed it if someone told you that it's possible to set up a grade 8 formation faster than one can activate a formation plate? This, Luo Xianqing was stifled. Coming from the main family of the Luo clan, he had seen plenty of formidable formation masters. In fact, he had many opportunities to meet with and interact with 9-star master teachers too, but not even they were able to set up formations that swiftly. Even his younger sister, who was known to possess unparalleled talent, could not come close to that speed. Would you believe it if someone told you that it's possible for one to remain completely fine after being stung by the Crimson-Tail Wasp King and even poison the latter to death? Yuan Shao pressed his point on. Would you believe it if someone told you that it's possible for a cultivator to send a lightning tribulation fleeing in fear? Luo Xianqing did not know how he should respond to those words. All along, he had viewed his younger sister as the very peak of talent in the master-teacher continent, and he was only second to his younger sister. However, upon seeing this fellow, he realized that he might have been too narrow-minded. The world sure was far bigger than he had thought. While Luo Xuanqing's group was discussing with hushed voices, Zhang Chun pushed himself out from the cliff face and flew over with a furious look on his face. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, what are you doing? We have a deal with one another. He had not thought that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would turn against him all of a sudden. Deal? That doesn't matter anymore. Since my master has asked me to give you a taste of the floor, I have no choice but to imprint that flavor in your mind. Come, be obedient and don't fight back. The netherworld azure dragon beast replied nonchalantly as it sent another tail whip toward Xianxia. Previously, that human had promised it valuable treasures in exchange for a truce. However, since it had already acknowledged a master, it could not possibly commit acts that were contrary to its master's orders. Kacha, driving its dimension-sundering realm strength to its limits. The surrounding space around it seemed to have suddenly frozen in place, thus hindering Xianxia's attempts to retreat. As a result, it ended up being slammed into the cliff face once more. This time, his state was even worse than before. His internal organs had been jolted out of position, and several of his bones had splintered. Before he could climb out from the cliff face, a sudden spurt of blood escaped from his mouth, and his face paled. Xianxia swallowed a pill, and after recovering slightly from his severe wounds, he pushed himself out from the depression in the cliff and stared at the netherworld azure dragon beast with gritted teeth. You actually acknowledged this fellow as your master? In order to tame this fellow, he had prepared many good items, and he had been extremely confident of success. Yet, who would have thought that within a short span of 20 minutes, the saint beast was actually tamed by another person and even launching a barrage of attack against him? How dare you speak of my master in such disrespectful terms? You are courting death. The netherworld azure dragon beast narrowed its eyes menacingly as it swept its tail over furiously. The might of its assault was far stronger than the previous 2 times, such that it nearly burst even the space in the valley itself. In the form of a black streak, its tail appeared before Xianxia, carrying might so imposing that it threatened to tear him apart. Xianxia instantaneously realized that there was no way he would be able to withstand that attack with his current strength. So he gritted his teeth, whipped out a jade token, and crushed it without any hesitation. Wang! A series of ripples reminiscent of flowing water appeared before Xianxia, and in the face of the water-like barrier, the might of the netherworld azure dragon beast's tail whip vanished without a trace. Grand Cosmos Protective Amulet. What an extravagant move, Yuan Shao remarked in astonishment. Grand Cosmos Protective Amulet? Zhang Xian repeated doubtfully. It's a protective amulet that only 9-star master teachers are capable of forging. Once activated, as long as the opponent's cultivation isn't beyond Saint 9 Dan, one will be able to withstand any assault with ease, Yuan Shao explained. As expected of a genius from the Zhang clan, to think that they would have such an item in their possession as well. Zhang Xian was astounded as well. The fact that the protective amulet could only be forged by 9-star master teachers, and that it could withstand the attack of any opponent whose cultivation was not beyond Saint 9 Dan was sufficient to show that the artifact was of immense value. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Don't think that I am afraid of you. You might be strong, but you'll need far more than that to kill me. Seeing as his protective amulet successfully intercepted that devastating attack, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, however, he could not help but feel a pinch in his heart. He had spent a heavy price in order to obtain the protective amulet, and it could almost be said to be the most valuable artifact he had on him. It was his final trump card to fall back on in a critical situation, but who would have thought that he would have ended up using it there? Paying no heed to Xianxia's fury, the netherworld azure dragon beast continued flicking its tail over, causing the water-like barrier to ripple endlessly. Seeing that the netherworld azure dragon beast was relying solely on brute force, Zhang Xian shook his head. You won't be able to break the protective amulet that way. Follow my instructions. Gather your strength in your tail, and pierce the 0.3 chi left of the intersection of the ripples. Yes. Hearing that, the netherworld azure dragon beast nodded before gathering all of its might at its tail and piercing it forward at a point. Kacha! A shattering sound echoed in the air, and as if a balloon popped by a needle, the ripples in the air abruptly burst. Pooh! With his protective amulet destroyed, Xianxia swiftly succumbed to the overwhelming might of the netherworld azure dragon beast. His chest deflated inward as his body was slammed into the air, and fresh blood spewed endlessly from his mouth. This time, it was not just Luo Shenqing and the others who were shocked speechless. Those who had come along with Zhang Chun also widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing. No matter how strong a protective amulet was, it was still impossible for it to provide absolute defense. After all, it was only an artifact. There was no way it would possess the flexibility to adapt to situations like a 9-star master teacher. However, an artifact on the level of the Grand Cosmos Protective Amulet would have already been refined to the point where no one of Saint Nine Dan and beneath would be able to see through its flaws. Yet, that young man was actually able to see through it with just a look. Just how was that possible? Zhang Chun flew out from the cliff face and furiously roared, "Who in the world are you? This is a grudge between me and Luo Shenqing. Are you certain that you want to barge into this matter? Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Blood could be seen trickling down the edges of his lips, and a look of absolute fury was reflected on his features. Taming the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast should have been a competition between him and Luo Shenqing, and that young man should only have been an assistant recruited by Luo Shenqing. Typically speaking, he would not even have bothered to spare someone of that young man's caliber a second glance. But to think that the young man would actually cross him time and time again. Do you know what the consequences of offending the Zhang clan are? With just a word from me, I can make it so that every single thing you attempt to do in the Sanctum of Sages will be fraught with difficulty. Do I know the consequences of my actions? Of course I do, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly before turning his gaze to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast once more. Continue pummeling him. I don't want to hear the slightest rubbish from his mouth anymore. Yes, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast nodded before abruptly charging forward. Despite its immense size, its speed was truly no joke. In the blink of an eye, its sharp claws were already right before Zhang Chun. With its medium of attack switching from its tail to its claws, the offensive might of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast instantaneously surged by a significant degree. You! Not expecting the young man to actually disregard him, choosing adamantly to make a move on him despite all that had been said, Zhang Chun felt so enraged that he could have vomited blood. He swiftly flicked his wrist and drew a sword before piercing it forward to defend against the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's offense. Zhang Chun's swordsmanship was vastly different from the two sword quintessences that Zhang Xian had comprehended. His movements were simple and concise. There was no particular elegance or beauty to them, but for some reason, his swordsmanship felt extremely heavy, and it carried an unstoppable momentum to it, as if a comet falling from the high heavens above. Not too bad, I must say, Zhang Xian remarked. The sword that Zhang Chun wielded was at least on par with the Lingshu sword, which meant that it was a Saint high-tier artifact at the minimum. Furthermore, he could tell that the other party possessed an understanding of swordsmanship that was far deeper than Shui Qianrou's, at least reaching the level of half-quintessence. It was no wonder the other party was able to draw with Luo Shenqing in a battle. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated. However, as frightening as his strength might have been, it was still far from matching up to the Saint 8 Dan Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. The claws continued advancing forward, unimpeded by the sea of sword chi standing in its path. Then, with a light grasp, pong! The sea of sword chi immediately dissipated without a trace. Wang! With a resounding clang, Zhang Chun's sword was knocked into the cliff face, and Zhang Chun himself coughed a mouthful of blood. 8 bones of his ribcage had shattered under the impact, and crimson blood dyed his body. Knowing that he could very well lose his life if this continued, Zhang Chun bellowed, "You lot, listen to my instructions. We'll fend off that massive beast together." Yes, the other 4 young men who had accompanied him there swiftly flew over. These 4 were roughly around the same strength as Yuan Shao and the others, each of them reaching Saint 7 Dan. If the 5 of them were to put their strength together, they would indeed be a match for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Who, collaborating with one another, the 5 experts swiftly formed a light noose and hooked it around the neck of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Zhenqi bind? They have really come prepared. Bai Hongyin harumphed coldly. What's a Zhenqi bind? Zhang Xian asked. It's a technique that high-tier beast tamers commonly use. In essence, it's a noose formed by putting the Xianxia of a huge crowd together to bind a beast. Once caught within the Xianxia bind, it will be difficult for even a Saint 8 Dan beast to be able to struggle free. Bai Hongyin said. Many high-tier beast tamers use this method to capture a saint beast before slowly taking their time to make the beast submit to them. Hula! While they were speaking, the Xianxia bind finally tightened around the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast's neck. In response to that, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast roared furiously and raised its claws to tear it apart. Pong! The Xianxia bind was torn apart. The 5 experts immediately felt a suffocating sensation assaulting their chests, and as if being struck by a massive hammer, all of them plummeted down from the sky. Even with the prowess of all 5 of them combined, they were still no match for the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast. So that's Saint 8 Dan. Looking at how the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast was able to deal with the 5 experts with absolute ease, Luo Shenqing felt deeply envious. Having comprehended the power of dimension sundering, Saint 8 Dan experts were able to tear a rift in the world and create their own miniature world when they activate their dominion. Within this miniature world, they were the absolute conquerors. Unless one had achieved the same level of cultivation as them, otherwise there was no way to defeat them. Zhang Chun might be one of the strongest students of the inner sanctum, but even he didn't wield the ability to breach this gap in strength. Truly formidable. Zhang Xian uttered in agreement too. He thought that the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast had used its full strength against him previously, but from the looks of it now, it hadn't even brought out a tenth of its true strength back then. Otherwise, he would have been crushed into minced meat before he could even bring out Vicious Finger. If I could wield such strength too, I would be in a much better position to ask for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage in the Luo clan. A glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. Saint 8 Dan might not mean much to top-notch sage clans like the Luo clan, but it was already a representation of the top-tier fighting prowess of the master-teacher continent. Considering how he was only 20 this year, if he could reach that level before the time for Luo Ruoxin's engagement, he should be able to make the Luo clan take him seriously. Boom, boom, boom. While Zhang Xian was still contemplating over such thoughts, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast swiftly struck out at the 5 experts, slamming all of them into the nearby cliff. Lad, what hero are you if you can only rely on your tamed beast to fight with us? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Knowing that the odds were not in his favor, Zhang Chun spat through gritted teeth. You want to fight me one-on-one? Ha, a Saint 7 Dan pinnacle expert like you is actually challenging me, a Saint 5 Dan cultivator, to a one-on-one? You sure are a hero. Zhang Xian sneered disdainfully. While he wielded the strength to rival opponents stronger than him, he knew that he was still a far way off from matching up to a Saint 7 Dan pinnacle expert. Naturally, he wouldn't be so foolish as to fall for Zhang Chun's taunting. He would only be asking for a beating if he were to accept that duel. I'll suppress my cultivation down to your level, Zhang Chun added. Zhang Xian waved his hand derisively. I'm not free. As a beast tamer, the strength of his tamed beast was considered as a part of his strength too, so there was nothing dishonorable in his actions by the conventional standards of the master-teacher continent. Since he was able to make their life a living hell without making a move, there was no need for him to soil his hands at all. On the other hand, seeing that nothing that he said was working, Zhang Chun was on the verge of going berserk. As an individual who was born with astounding talent, his life had always been smooth sailing, be it back in the Zhang clan or at the Sanctum of Sages. He had never suffered such grievances before. You coward! Zhang Chun clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers nearly fractured from the pressure. The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast was simply too strong. It would be nigh impossible for them to defeat it. Even if he were to utilize the power of his bloodline, he would only be able to barely escape. However, the price that he would have to pay for tapping into his bloodline was extremely heavy, such that he dared not to use it lightly. As such, the best solution out of the current predicament he was in was to defeat that young man. As long as he could subdue that young man instantaneously, not only would be able to exact vengeance for the humiliation he had suffered, he would also be able to force the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast to obey his commands and teach Luo Shenqing a lesson too. Otherwise, If others were to learn of the humiliation he had been put through here, how could he possibly uphold his position and honor in the sanctum of sages? You're right. I'm a coward. Zhang Xian nodded. Zhang Chun staggered on the spot. Other cultivators, especially ones that were as young as them, would turn blind in rage and charge forth furiously as soon as they heard those words. Yet, the fellow before him was actually able to remain completely nonchalant to his provocations, and the smug look on his face even suggested that he was proud of his cowardice. How could he be so thick-skinned? Tell me what Luo Xianqing gave you. I'll pay you the same price as long as you are willing to have a duel with me. Zhang Chun took in a deep breath and said. Since that fellow had followed Luo Xianqing here to help him tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, it was safe to assume that the latter would have offered him handsome rewards in exchange. Right now, he was offering the same sum of money just to have a duel with him. Surely that fellow wouldn't turn him down with such a generous offer. As long as that huge fellow didn't make a move, teaching a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator would be a walk in the park for him. Brother Luo gave me 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones. If you can take out that many too, not only will I have a duel with you, I'll even allow your entire group to come at me simultaneously. Upon hearing Zhang Chun's offer, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Once again, Zhang Chun was stifled speechless. You were going to say 1 Pinnacle Spirit Stone just now, right? I clearly heard you say 1. It is just a moment ago that you were professing your cowardice haughtily, but as soon as I said that I will pay you for it, you immediately accepted the offer and even said that the 5 of us can come at you together. Do you really need to be that greedy? Fine, I'll pay you 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones. However, I don't have any of it with me at the moment. As long as you agree to have a duel with me, regardless of whether you win or lose, I'll apply for those 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones as soon as I return to the Sanctum of Sages and compensate you. Even though Zhang Chun felt so furious that he could explode, he still forced himself to calm down. Hearing that Zhang Chun didn't have any Pinnacle Spirit Stone with him, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, Why don't you write down a debt note, first to indicate that you owe me 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stone? Once I obtain the debt note, I'll have the duel with you. Very well. Afraid that Zhang Xian would back out, Zhang Chun didn't dare to hesitate for too long before making a decision. He took out a paper, bit his finger, and wrote a line of words on it. This is a debt note writing using my blood, so it contains the power of my bloodline. There's no way for me to shirk off the debt with this. Zhang Xian took the debt note and examined it closely. It was only after confirming that there was no trick hidden within the debt note did he finally nod his head in satisfaction. He turned to the netherworld azure dragon beast and said, Let go of them. Yes. The netherworld azure dragon beast replied. The power of dimension sundering which was trapping the Zhang Chun's group in place dissipated. Hoo. The 5 of them immediately plummeted to the ground, but fortunately, they still managed to stabilize their posture in midair, thus avoiding an embarrassing fall to the ground. Take this. Zhang Chun took out a jade bottle and poured out 5 pills. He gave 1 each to the other members before swallowing 1 himself, and only then did he feel his injuries alleviating slightly. The netherworld azure dragon beast was simply too powerful. Even with the 5 of them collaborating with one another, they still came nowhere close to being a match for it. All right, suppress your cultivation. Zhang Xian allowed them a long moment of recuperation before uttering nonchalantly. I know. Suppressing his cultivation, Zhang Chun's aura swiftly fell from that of a Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle to one that was of equivalent level to Zhang Xian, Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. The suppression of his cultivation might have led to a dip in his fighting prowess, but at the same time, it also helped to alleviate the severity of his injuries as well, thus enhancing his mind, spirit, and soul. Since it's a formal duel, I hope that you can obey by our agreement earlier. I won't unseal my cultivation, but similarly, you shouldn't have the netherworld azure dragon beast interfere in the duel either. Zhang Chun harumphed coldly. Of course, Zhang Xian replied. That's good then. A cold glint flickered across Zhang Chun's eyes as a hint of savagery emerged on his face. Currently, the only thing that was holding him back was the netherworld azure dragon beast. As long as the latter didn't make a move, a mere leaving aperture realm cultivator couldn't possibly pose a threat to him. With his superior comprehension of battle and talent, he would be able to crush the other party with ease. Even though the young man had managed to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, Zhang Chun felt that the other party had used some kind of unique means instead. Over the many years of heritage, beast tamers had come up with many innovative ways to make powerful beasts submitting to them, and there were a handful of them which didn't require one to possess too high of a cultivation. As such, he didn't have too high of a view of Zhang Xian's fighting prowess either. "Let's begin," Zhang Chun bellowed as he prepared to make his move. "Hold it for a moment," Zhang Xian suddenly interjected. "What's wrong? Are you having regrets now? You must be joking. I just want to suggest having the other 4 of your companion to suppress their cultivation and join the battle as well. I fear that you'll be crushed if you were to face me alone." Zhang Xian shook his head and said. It was not that he was looking down on Zhang Chun, but it was simply a fact that there would be no one of the same cultivation realm who could possibly be a match for him. He had already made the other party write a debt note for him, so the least he could do was to offer the other party some benefits in return for the pinnacle spirit stones. After all, he was a principled man. Zhang Shi, it'll be best not to underestimate Zhang Chun. Even amongst Saint Seven Dan experts, there are very few who could match him. Luo Xianqing couldn't help but advise. As one who had competed with him for the longest of time, he knew very well what Zhang Chun was capable of. In the first place, it was already worrying how Zhang Xian had accepted a one-on-one match with Zhang Chun, and yet, he was still insisting on a 1-on-5. Wasn't he being a little too conceited over here? "It's fine." Zhang Xian waved his hand to gesture for Luo Xianqing not to worry. He had just reinforced his cultivation and hadn't found someone to try his hand out on yet. Since the 5 of them happened to be around, why not? But Luo Xianqing still wanted to persuade Zhang Xian against it. But in this moment, Yuan Shao stepped forward and interjected. Zhang Shi must have an idea in mind for proposing something like this, so it should be fine. Besides, given how Zhang Shi was able to even scare a lightning tribulation away, he might just wield the strength to subdue Zhang Chun. That's true. Nodding in realization, Luo Xianqing decided to remain silent and watch the situation first. Nevertheless, he still felt that it was important to remind the crowd to remain on their guard. Most likely, the reason why Zhang Chun challenged Zhang Shi to a one-on-one is to make use of this opportunity to capture Zhang Shi and use him against us. So, as soon as you realize that things are going awry, don't hesitate to leap forward and save him. The others nodded. Luo Xianqing had competed with Zhang Chun for many years, so his grasp over the latter's temperament and style of doing things was bound to be rather accurate. "You are the one who said those words yourself. I hope that you don't come to regret your decision." Even though Zhang Chun was so furious that he could explode, he knew that the situation was currently disadvantageous toward him. Luo Xianqing and the others would surely move as soon as they realized that something was amiss, so he beckoned the others over and sent a telepathic message over. "Later on, I'll be focusing on attacking that fellow. What you all should do is to help to stall Luo Xianqing and the others, along with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, from saving him. As long as you can keep them at bay for a single breath, I'll definitely be able to put that fellow back in his place." Hearing those instructions, the other 4 members of Zhang Chun's team nodded discreetly. They also felt deeply stifled after being pummeled by the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. And if there was an opportunity to get back at the culprit, they wouldn't hesitate to play a part too. Hula! After deciding on their course of action, the 4 members suppressed their cultivation as well and stood in a circle around Zhang Xian, encircling the young man. "Let's begin." With a resounding roar, the 5 of them made a move simultaneously. Even with their cultivation suppressed, their experience, eye of discernment, and reflexes as Saint Seven Dan experts still remained. Not to mention that they were still top geniuses of the inner sanctum. Their Jinqi swiftly permeated the entire valley, and it took only an instant for a barrage of sword qi, saber qi, and the sort to congregate all around Zhang Xian, leaving no space for the latter to escape at all. Formidable! The bodies of Luo Xianqing and the others stiffened after seeing this sight. In order to deal with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Zhang Chun and the others had practiced a grade 8 collaborative formation. While their cultivation was lowered to leaving aperture realm, the tier of their formation still remained the same. With their combined might, even a Saint 7 Dan primary stage cultivator could be killed in the blink of an eye. Will Zhang sure be fine? Bai Hongyin asked worriedly. The others also directed apprehensive gazes over. They had completely no confidence that they would be able to withstand the onslaught of the 5 of them were they to be in Zhang Xian's place. Even if they were to suppress their cultivation down to Saint 6 Dan Pinnacle instead of Saint 5 Dan Pinnacle. Thus, they swiftly drove their Jinshi, preparing to dive forward to save Zhang Xian. However, in this moment, a voice carrying a tinge of confusion sounded in the air. Is this all you are capable of after collaborating with one another? A moment later, the voice turned from one of confusion turned into one of disappointment. This sure is a huge letdown. Pung 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 pung. A total of 5 crisp echoes sounded in the air, and following which, all of the sword chi and saber chi vanished from the surroundings, and the 5 experts were sent flying in the distance like footballs. They were embedded back into the cliff face once more, and fresh blood flowed profusely down the edges of their lips. For an instant, one could see utter despair in their eyes before their heads abruptly hung loosely from their neck, passing out. This, Luo Xianqing and the others widened their eyes in horror. Turning into the direction of the voice, they saw Zhang Xian clicking his tongue in disappointment as he clapped the dust off his hand while walking back toward them with a look that seemed to be saying, "The top sure is lonely. Just when will I be able to find a worthy rival in this world?" To be honest, Zhang Xian was really disappointed. He had thought that Zhang Chun, as one of the top geniuses of the Zhang clan, in collaboration with 4 other experts, should at least have been able to pose a challenge to him even when they had their cultivation suppressed down to the same level. However, as soon as they began launching attacks, he realized that he had been expecting too much from them. But thinking about it again, this was to be expected. Previously, when his Zhenqi cultivation had just reached leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, he had already been able to successfully clear the Jia corridor. Now, with his physical body cultivation and soul cultivation brought up to an equivalent level, there was no way Zhang Chun and the others, no matter how talented they were, could possibly catch up. Stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian turned back to the crowd and said, "It'll probably be an entire day before they wake up. Don't worry. I'll have the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast look after them, so they won't be harmed by other saint beasts. Since we have time now, let's quickly find the Dongshu Gourd." Even though Zhang Xian detested the Zhang clan for how frivolously they were treating Luo Ruoxin, it had not come to the point where he wished for their deaths. If he simply left Zhang Chun and the others lying unconscious there, it would not be long before they were eaten by the other saint beasts in the valley. In a sense, that could be considered indirect murder by them. By having the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast guard them, first and foremost, no saint beasts would dare cause any trouble, and secondly, they would not dare to enter the cavern anymore even if they did regain consciousness. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Luo Xianqing nodded. Very well. To see his longtime rival, Zhang Chun, being knocked out so easily, this little friend that he had met just a day before sure was not an ordinary figure. Given the setback and humiliation that Zhang Chun has suffered today, there's no way he'll let this matter go easily. You must proceed carefully in the sanctum of sages from this day onward. If he attempts to find any trouble with you, make sure to inform me as soon as possible, and I'll help you settle the matter. Luo Xianqing told Zhang Xian telepathically as the group made their way over to the cavern. He knew Zhang Chun very well. As an offspring of the esteemed Zhang clan, as well as an 8-star high-tier master teacher, the latter would not resort to despicable deeds. However, with the power and influence the latter wielded in the sanctum of sages, he did not even have to resort to despicable deeds in order to make life difficult for others. For one, just a stand made by Zhang Chun was more than sufficient reason for others to shun Zhang Xian like the plague. Considering how Zhang Xian had offended Zhang Chun while trying to stand up for him, he was bound to get into lots of trouble in the future. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. In truth, while a huge part of the reason he had decided to teach Zhang Chun a lesson was due to the latter harboring lustful thoughts for Luo Ruoxin, He also felt that this was a good opportunity to win this future brother-in-law of his over to his side. In a sense, that would kill two birds with one stone, definitely well worth the trouble he would potentially face in the future as a result of this conflict. He could feel that Luo Shenqing no longer perceived him as an ordinary talented friend but a close buddy now. Of course, it seemed to still be a little too early for him to talk about his relationship with Luo Ruoxin with the other party, but nevertheless, the deepening of their friendship would surely be of great help to him in winning Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage in the future. In any case, his strength was not up to par yet, and he had not unlocked the Sanctum Head token either, so it was still too early for him to make a move. It would be good for him to work on Luo Shenqing for the time being instead. With the threat of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast resolved, the group swiftly advanced into the cavern. While the entrance to the cavern was narrow, its interior was vast. The cavern seemed to extend along with the entire mountain range, meandering up and down. Shenqing, I took a look at the place earlier, but I didn't notice anything peculiar in here, Yuan Shao remarked. He had examined the entire place thoroughly while searching for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, but it was just an ordinary cavern within the mountain. There was nothing peculiar about it at all. Instead of replying to Yuan Zhao's remark, Luo Shenqing turned to Yun Lianhai and asked, "What about you? Did you notice anything?" Considering how Yun Lianhai was a treasure hunter and possessed natural sensitivity toward treasures, there was a good chance that he could sense something that they could not. "Let me give it a try." Yun Lianhai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A droplet of blood flew up to his glabella, and a glaring third eye abruptly opened up between his brows. It began scanning the surroundings intently. A moment later, Yun Lianhai shook his head and said, "I don't sense anything either. Is this the ability that treasure hunters possess? I guess there is really no way for me to learn that," Zhang Xian remarked in wonderment. He had used his eye of insight to assess Yun Lianhai's state earlier, and he had concluded that the latter was using his bloodline ability to scan the surroundings for artifacts rich in spiritual energy. However, what was unique about that ability was how it could see through obstacles, like how a compass could detect the magnetic field of an object even from a distance away. Since the very foundation of this ability lay in the unique bloodline of the Yun clan, it could be said to be an innate talent. It was not a skill that one could learn through hard work. Ultimately, while cultivation opened up a world of possibilities, cultivators were still fundamentally limited by their innate talent in many ways. Using an example from the world Zhang Xian previously lived in, it would be just like how no matter a policeman trained himself, there was no way he would be able to become a K9. With this, Zhang Xian's hopes of picking up the art of treasure hunting were dashed. "Zhang Shi, what about you?" Luo Shenqing asked. The others also turned their heads over in curiosity. It was just a short few days since they had first come to know one another, but this young man had already brought them an entire life's worth of shock. They were interested to know if this miraculous young man would be able to notice anything amiss or not. In response, Zhang Xian discreetly concentrated on the lines of insight in his eyes and began examining his surroundings carefully. Unless a formation was active, the Library of Heaven's Path would not be able to perceive it. Thus, he could only rely on the Eye of Insight to search for clues. But very quickly, he shook his head and said, "I can't find anything either." As powerful as the Eye of Insight was, it was limited by his own cultivation. He was unable to discern items that were too much stronger than he was, just like how he had not been able to find Kong Shi's folded space back at the Saint Ascension platform. Seeing that they were making no progress at all, Bai Hongyin frowned in impatience. "Just where is it? Luo Shenqing. Stop keeping us in suspense." "Haha, I was just curious to see if you would be able to find it," Luo Shenqing replied with a light chuckle. "To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to find the location of the formation myself either. It was my younger sister who managed to deduce the rough location of the formation's life gate through a map, and I only managed to locate it by following her instructions." The little princess was able to deduce the location of the formation's life gate through a map? Everyone gasped in shock. Wasn't the little princess of the Luo clan a little too talented? It was already an incredible feat to be able to tell that there was an ancient domain here just by looking at the map, but to be able to find the rough location of the formation's life gate as well, That was really inconceivable. This is a map that my younger sister drew for me. It's using this that I was able to find the core of the formation and enter the ancient domain where the Dongshu gourd is. Luo Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a palm-sized jade token appeared in his hand. He tapped on it lightly, and amid a brilliant shimmer of light, faint mist emanated from the jade token and shrouded the entire cavern. Vaguely within the mist, one could see rocks and crevices. In a sense, it was somewhat similar to a painting. It slowly fused together with the real world until there was no way of distinguishing the two from one another anymore. What incredible manipulation of space! Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The mist emanating from the jade token was not a type of ink or formation. It was a manifestation of a type of spatial energy. To be able to paint on space and fuse it together with reality. This was truly an incredible technique. After the mist fused fully with the cavern, the jade token floated up from Luo Xuanqing's hand and began drifting forward. The group quickly followed behind the jade token. It did not take them long to arrive before a dead end. A towering stone wall blocked their path ahead, preventing them from advancing any further. Upon reaching this point, the jade token also stopped advancing and spun on the spot. Luo Xianxia turned around and said to the group, "Due to the massive design of the formation, the life gate moves with time. It's located at a different location from where it was the previous time I was here. But since the jade token has stopped here, this should be it." Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately activated his eye of insight to look at the space before him. There's indeed a distortion in space here. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. With the location confirmed, he was indeed able to tell that something was amiss in the area. There was a sesame-sized spatial distortion right beneath the jade token. If one was not sure where to look, it would have been practically impossible to find it. After all, it was not too rare for slight spatial distortions to arise. Even a bunch of transcendent mortal cultivators putting their might together would suffice to create a slight spatial distortion, so most cultivators would instinctively turn a blind eye to it. It was no wonder the netherworld azure dragon beast, a Saint 8 Dan beast, would fail to notice the secrets hidden within the cavern despite living here for so many years. Just how in the world was one supposed to find something like this? At the same time, to be able to deduce this much just by looking at a map and even craft a jade token specially for it, Xianxia could not help but feel deeply pressured by the astounding capabilities that Luo Ruoxin wielded. In the past, he had not been particularly concerned about Luo Ruoxin's identity or background, choosing to confess to her solely because he liked her. However, in order to win the approval of the Luo clan, he had no choice but to face the difference in their strength and standing. And if even someone as powerful as Luo Ruoxin was not able to turn down the engagement with the Zhang clan, things were truly not optimistic for them. "No matter what, I'll definitely wed you openly as my wife." Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Yuan Shao and the others stared at their surroundings with squinted eyes for a very long time, but they were still unable to find anything at all. Eventually, they could only shake their heads and give up. "I really am unable to see what is so special about this place. Why don't you just open the life gate? We'll follow behind you." "All right." Without wasting any time, Luo Xianxia raised his finger and tapped the area right ahead of him. A droplet of blood dripped out from the tip of his finger, following which he formed a few hand seals, and a unique power was imbued into the jade token. Wang! With a resounding buzz, the sesame-sized spatial distortion began rotating swiftly, reminiscent of a mini-vortex. Sila! A rift was torn through space with the sesame-sized spatial distortion at its very center. At the same time, the vortex grew bigger and bigger, forming a cone-shaped spiral. "Let's enter," Luo Xianxia said. Perhaps due to having expended too much strength, Luo Xuanqing's face was slightly pale. "All right," Yuan Shao nodded. Without any hesitation, he took the lead and leaped into the cone-shaped spiral. He was the one who boasted the greatest defensive ability among their group, and considering that they were entering uncharted territory, it was a given that he should be the first one to enter. Who? His 2-meter-wide figure was still rather massive while it was at the top of the cone-shaped spiral, but as he descended, His figure grew smaller and smaller, until it was roughly the size of a needle, before vanishing into the distorted space. This was the first time everyone had seen such a bizarre sight, and their eyebrows could not help but leap up in astonishment. Is this the ability of the four-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel creation? Xianxia frowned. Even though it seemed like Xianxia had become smaller after jumping into the cone-shaped spiral, in truth it was just a visual effect arising from the distortion of light due to the bending of space. For example, it was just like how a person would appear to be different in size from a meter away and 100 meters away. Naturally, a person who was 100 meters away, no matter how tall and big they were, would appear to be as small as a sesame seed. Such was the situation over here as well. While the cone-shaped spiral appeared to be only several meters away from them, there were actually many layers of space concealed within it. In terms of absolute distance, it was likely to be several li away from them. Using space as a foundation to create stable space, and even make it so inconspicuous at that, it seems like the person who has left behind this ancient domain is likely to at least be a Saint 9-dan cultivator. On top of that, their comprehension of spatial laws is also extremely deep, perhaps still not on par with ancient sage Qiu Wu yet, but definitely far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, Xianxia thought. It was no wonder he had not been able to find anything with his eye of insight previously. This ability to manipulate space was already far beyond what someone of his level could comprehend. Let's head in too. Seeing that Xianxia had entered, the others also forged ahead. Bai Hongyin leaped in first, followed by Yun Lianhai. Watching as the two of them disappeared, Xianxia took a deep breath before jumping into the cone-shaped spiral as well. In an instant, he felt as if he was plummeting through an abyss, heading somewhere he could hardly fathom. This Saint Ascension platform refers to the mountain he went together with Luo Ruoxin and not the one in the Qiuwu Palace. The wind whistled deafening by Xianxia's ears. Even though it only appeared to be 2 or 3 meters, it felt as if he was falling from a height of several thousand meters. Not only was his speed swiftly accelerating, the pressure of the surrounding space on him was rapidly intensifying. The moment that he dived into the sesame-sized spatial distortion, his surroundings suddenly blurred. When he came to once more, he was already standing in the midst of a lush green field. White clouds drifted in the beautiful blue sky, and vibrant verdant grass covered the earth. It almost felt like a utopia. Taking a deep breath, the air was rich with spiritual energy, as if one was standing right above a spirit vein. It made one's cells dance in exhilaration. It's indeed impossible for those of Saint 8-dan and above to enter this area, Xianxia noted. The entrance of the distorted space was only strong enough to carry cultivators of their strength over. If those of the dimension-sundering realm attempted to enter, the distorted space would collapse. Looking forward, Xianxia saw Xianxia and the others standing nearby. Confusion could be seen reflected in their eyes. They were shocked by the sight before them as well. There were plenty of elders in the Sanctum of Sages who wielded a deep understanding of spatial laws too, but they were only capable of creating folded spaces. It was unimaginable that anyone would be able to create a space that bore such a deep resemblance to reality and harnessed such concentrated spiritual energy. The elder who left behind this ancient domain has placed the spirit vein in the valley into this folded space as well. Otherwise, how could he possibly breed an artifact on the level of the Dongshu gourd? Said someone from behind. Luo Shenqing had entered the area as well. Placed the spirit vein into this folded space? Xianxia and the others were astonished. Even Xianxia felt that this matter was inconceivable. He had seen plenty of folded spaces, and he even had one with him at the moment. Under normal circumstances, folded spaces were separate entities from reality, so to put an entire spirit vein in and even have it continue producing spiritual energy, it was unimaginable what it would take to accomplish that. Brother Luo, do you know who the expert that left behind this ancient domain is? Xianxia asked. A person who could leave behind such a formidable ancient domain was bound to be a famous figure even among the countless experts who had risen in the entire history of the master-teacher continent. Luo Shenqing paused for a moment before saying, I'm not too sure whom the ancient domain was left behind by, but this place seems to have some links to ancient sage Qiu Wu. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Xianxia was stunned. Indeed, in the past several dozen millenniums, other than Kong Shi and the old ancestor of our Luo clan, only ancient sage Qiu Wu has managed to comprehend the highest realm of space. This folded space is so exquisitely created that it could even sustain the growth of a treasure like the Dongshu gourd. I really can't think of anyone who could achieve such a feat other than him, Luo Xianxing explained. Xianxia also nodded in realization. It was no wonder he was able to gauge the distortion space in terms of the levels of the heavenly art of dimension unravel prior to entering. In the end, it turned out that it was highly likely that this folded space had been left behind by that expert. Previously, he had quite a delightful chat with the ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul, but it was a pity that the latter could not stay for too long. If he could meet the latter here in this folded space, it would definitely be a good opportunity to exchange some insights regarding space. The Dongshu gourd is right ahead, but there's a formation blocking the way. The previous time I came here, I studied the formation for quite a few days, but I was still unable to find a way to resolve it, Luo Xianxing said as he pointed forward. Looking in the direction that Luo Xianxing was pointing, they saw a river flowing in the midst of the sky. There was a long, thin vine wrapped around the river at a certain point, and connected at the other end of the vine was a lush green gourd. The gourd was not too big, and there were no physical traits to suggest that there was something exceptional to it. But for some reason, there was a bizarre distortion in the space around it that gave a feeling that the gourd existed in another dimension. It was a sensation that made one feel as if one would be unable to touch the gourd even if it was right before one. Upon seeing the gourd, everyone's eyes lit up. They were still wary of the dangers they would have to go through before reaching the gourd, but to think that it would actually be so close to them. Let me take a look. Out of curiosity, Yuan Shao took a step forward, intending to fly forth to harvest the gourd. However, the next moment, cold sweat rained down his body, and he hurriedly retreated in fear. Despite his swift reaction, he was still a step too late. A huge force that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere abruptly struck his chest. Pong! Before he could even grasp what was going on, he was sent flying. He skidded several dozen meters across the fields before he was finally able to dispel the force, and his face paled in fear. If not for his swift reaction and superior defense, he could have died right there. That's a formation? The eyes of the crowd narrowed in apprehension. From the current looks of it, it was apparent that the gourd that seemed to be within reach to them was not as easily obtainable as it seemed. The entire area was filled with all kinds of formations, and one would have to overcome all of them before reaching the gourd. I was stuck at this point the previous time I came here, too. I was unable to overcome the formations. Luo Xianxing nodded. The previous time he was there, through his superior comprehension of spatial laws, he had managed to advance much deeper than Yuan Shao did. Nevertheless, he was still unable to get close to the gourd, as if it could only be watched from afar. Xianxia, are you able to recognize what kind of formation that is? Bai Hongyin asked. That isn't a formation. Xianxia shook his head. It isn't. The crowd was perplexed by those words. It's a type of manipulation of space. To summarize, it's somewhat similar to the seals in the subterranean gallery that serve to keep the otherworldly demonic tribe at bay. The stronger an individual is, the greater the rebound they will face from the seal. On the other hand, if the individual isn't a cultivator, they won't face any rebound at all, Xianxia explained. He had triggered his Library of Heaven's Path previously when Yuan Shao was attacked by the seal, and it was through the book compiled that he realized that it was a utilization of space instead. So, it should do as long as we suppress our cultivation, right? Luo Xianxing glanced at the injured Yuan Shao and frowned. I'll give it a try then. Regardless of whether Xianxia was right or not, someone would have to give it a try. Since Yuan Shao was injured, he could only do the job himself. Taking a deep breath, he sealed the Jinqi within his body, making him appear no different from an ordinary human. Cultivators who had reached his level were already more than capable of concealing their Jinqi completely in their dantian, making them appear to be no different from ordinary humans. On top of that, It seemed like Luo Shenqing was using some kind of secret art to suppress his cultivation even further, such that Zhang Xian would not be able to tell even with his eye of insight without examining closely. Incredible! Zhang Xian remarked excitedly. He had seen plenty of techniques that would allow one to conceal one's aura and cultivation, but those would usually fail before the eye of insight. It was truly frightening that Luo Xuanqing's secret art was able to deceive him too. Noticing the shocked gazes all around, Luo Shenqing explained, "It's a technique created by our old ancestor. It uses folded space to seal and conceal one's strength, making it impossible to circumvent even through spiritual perception." Zhang Xian nodded before moving on to grimly warn. "After proceeding in, no matter what you encounter, you mustn't tap into your cultivation. Remember, the higher the cultivation, the greater the rebound." The surrounding space was reminiscent of a wooden log floating atop a body of water. The more one tried to push it down, the faster and more forceful it would push back. Only ordinary humans would be able to remain unfazed by its attacks. Luo Shenqing nodded as he took a step forward. As expected, due to his sealed cultivation, he really did not come under attack at all. However, barely after taking a few steps, his face suddenly paled. It seemed as if he had been through something inconceivable, and the fear in his eyes was palpable. "Don't release the seal on your cultivation," Zhang Xian bellowed upon noticing Luo Xuanqing's peculiar state. However, before he could finish his words, his future brother-in-law still failed to hold it in, and Jinqi gushed out of his body. Boom! A resounding explosion sounded, and just like Yuan Shao, he was sent flying as well. "Brother Luo!" Alarmed, Zhang Xian hurriedly rushed forward and passed over a recovery pill infused with his Heaven's Path Jinqi. Luo Shenqing took the pill and swallowed, and a moment later, when his injuries alleviated slightly, he opened his eyes once more and shook his head apologetically. "I'm fine. I told you earlier that you mustn't tap into your cultivation no matter what you encounter." Zhang Xian frowned. "Why did you still?" He had made it loud and clear to the other party that he had to suppress his cultivation by hook or by crook, but barely 3 breaths after entering, the other party forgot what he said and was forcefully thrown out. "Aren't you a little too absent-minded? I encountered an illusion in there, and I saw someone bullying my younger sister. That's why I wasn't able to hold myself back," Luo Shenqing replied awkwardly. He had resolved himself to keep his cultivation firmly suppressed at all costs prior to entering the area of the seal, but as soon as he saw his younger sister being bullied by others, all of those thoughts instantaneously vanished from his mind. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head with a helpless smile, as expected of this overly affectionate brother. Despite knowing that it was an illusion, he was still unable to stop himself from making a move. "The little princess is much stronger than you in terms of fighting prowess, so what can you possibly do against an opponent who can even bully her?" Bai Hongyin grumbled in displeasure by the side. Yun Lianhai and the others also found themselves speechless after hearing what Luo Shenqing had said. The little princess of the Luo clan did not just possess superior talents in cultivation. More importantly, she had assimilated the dimension silencer. With just a mere thought, she would be able to seal the surrounding space and crush even Saint 9 Dan experts with ease. Considering that Luo Shenqing was only at Saint 7 Dan, how could he possibly help his younger sister? If there was anyone who had to do the protecting, it was the little princess. "My strength might be beneath my younger sister's, but I still won't hesitate to pit my life against anyone who dares bully her," Luo Shenqing declared with conviction. A hint of gentleness and sadness surfaced in his eyes. "Our mother died while we were very young, so she became my only true kin in the Luo clan. Thus, I resolved myself to not allow the slightest grievance to come to her." "Is that why you harbor such deep enmity for the Zhang clan?" Zhang Xian asked. "Indeed. In terms of bloodline purity, that bastard young prodigy of the Zhang clan is indeed worthy of my younger sister. However, he's so arrogant that ever since the engagement was set, he has never appeared before my younger sister, not even once. This is a show of blatant disrespect and disregard toward my younger sister. How can I possibly not be mad at him?" Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly. Recalling that fellow who was snatching his girlfriend from him, Zhang Xian puffed up in rage too. He could not help but agree. That bastard young prodigy of the Zhang clan really needs someone to pull him off his high horse. If he was the one who was engaged with Luo Ruoxin, he would surely spend every single second of his life by her side. That's right. Luo Xianqing roared furiously. If I ever catch sight of that bastard young prodigy, I'll definitely smash his head into his neck. That's right. Zhang Xian waved his hand grandly and said imposingly, "Count me in. I'll make that bastard young prodigy crawl all over the ground, searching for his teeth." Watching as the enraged duo lashed out at the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, Yuan Shao, Bai Hongyin, and Yun Lianhai glanced at one another in bewilderment. And this bewilderment was directed right at Zhang Xian. It's understandable that Luo Xianqing is worried that his younger sister will have to spend her life in misfortune. But as an outsider, why on earth are you getting involved in this matter for? Not to mention, to even get so indignant at the matter. Is there really a need for that? Unable to withstand it anymore, Yuan Shao turned to Zhang Xian and cleared his throat. Ahem. Zhang Shi, if I recall correctly. The young prodigy of the Zhang clan shouldn't have offended you before, right? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment as he recalled his current position, so he fumbled for a moment before hurriedly replying, I am just feeling a little indignant for Brother Luo. To anger someone as kind and tolerant as Brother Luo to such an extent, that bastard young prodigy must definitely be a shameless and despicable scoundrel. As master teachers, we have the responsibility to teach such scum of the world a lesson they will never forget. The crowd glanced at one another. Kind and tolerant. Well, putting that aside, there was not anything wrong with what the young man was saying, but why did it feel like there was something rather weird about his words? Luo Xianqing was also slightly taken aback by Zhang Xian's impassioned response. He took a closer look and noted that the young man was truly furious. It was not just an act to win his favor. Thus, he could not help but remark, What a great brother you are. Why aren't you my brother-in-law? Knowing that the others would get suspicious if he continued dwelling on this matter, Zhang Xian decisively changed the topic. Brother Yuan and Brother Luo are injured, so I'll be counting on you to take care of them. I'll head in to take a look. Let me do it instead. Bai Hongyin stepped forward and said, I specialize in dealing with illusions and soul attacks, so I should be able to withstand them better. All right then. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. There's a good chance that there are many different formations in there, so be careful. Make sure that you don't use your cultivation regardless of the situation. The illusion formation was a separate entity from the spatial seal, which was the reason why Zhang Xian did not notice it through the Library of Heaven's path. Otherwise, he would have surely reminded Luo Xianqing in advance. Bai Hongyin nodded before sealing her cultivation completely. Her ability to seal her cultivation was not as absolute as Luo Xuanqing's, so Zhang Xian was still able to see through her using his eye of insight. However, she was still able to keep her Jinqi from emanating, and the formation was unlikely to be sensitive enough to sense the Jinqi concealed in her dantian either. The young lady began proceeding forward, and in just a few steps, she arrived at where Luo Xianqing and Yuan Shao came under attack. As if something had come to her vision too, she abruptly stopped as well. Be careful. Yun Lianhai could not help but remind her. There's no point shouting. The spatial seal in there prevents sound, and even one's spiritual perception from getting through. Luo Xianqing shook his head. It seals off spiritual perception as well? Astonished, Zhang Xian tried to extend his spiritual perception over, but upon reaching a certain point, his spiritual perception seemed to disappear in an abyss. No matter how he pushed on, he was unable to sense anything at all. It was a very perplexing and bizarre situation. It was obviously something that was right before them, but due to a profound manipulation of space, it felt like these two spaces were in completely different worlds. Amid everyone's worried gazes, Bai Hongyin continued advancing forward steadily, but eventually, she was still unable to hold herself back from driving her Jinqi, and as a result of that, She was jolted out of the spatial seal just like everyone else. Xianxia rushed over and asked, "What happened?" After entering the spatial seal, I was teleported into another space where a saint beast was rampaging all around, devouring everyone in its sight. Unable to withstand it, I could only make a move in the end. Bai Hongyin explained with a reddened face. She had been determined to suppress her cultivation down to the very end. But she simply could not bring herself to stand by as the saint beast attempted to bite off the head of a child. "Teleported? But you didn't move at all," Yun Lianhai exclaimed. All of them could clearly see Bai Hongyin with their own eyes, so there was no way she could have been teleported somewhere else. "Don't you think it's weird that we are able to look into the spatial seal despite being unable to perceive it with our spiritual perception?" Luo Xianqing suddenly interjected. This? Yun Lianhai fell into deep thought. Sometimes what the eye saw might not necessarily be real. Just like mirages in the desert, no matter how lifelike and authentic they seemed to the thirsty explorers, they were actually all illusions. The reason cultivators believed in their spiritual perception was because they were extending their consciousness directly toward their surroundings to perceive it, so it was much more unlikely for them to perceive something incorrectly. In their current situation, they were indeed able to see the entire situation clearly with their eyes, but who could guarantee that what they were seeing was real? "Brother Yun, can you help us sense if that Dongshu gourd is real?" Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up. "All right," Yun Lianhai nodded. If what they were seeing within the spatial seal was false, there was a good chance that the Dongshu gourd could be fake as well. A droplet of blood flew toward Yun Lianhai's glabella, and an eye abruptly opened up between his brows. The eye quickly turned its gaze toward the gourd in the sky. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "I can't sense the presence of any treasure." "You can't sense it?" Luo Xuanqing's face turned pale. He had prepared for a very long time in order to acquire this Dongshu gourd. If it turned out to be an illusion, he really might break into tears. "Let me take a look at it," Zhang Xian said with a frown. He could not make a clear assessment of the situation with what they had gathered so far, so the most effective way was for him to enter the spatial seal personally to check things out. "Be careful," Luo Xianqing instructed. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian suppressed his cultivation before making his way into the spatial seal. The method he used to seal his cultivation was not as advanced as Luo Xianqing, but the Xinqi he cultivated was the Heaven's Path Xinqi. As long as he willed it so, not even Saint Nine Dan experts would be able to discern his level of cultivation, let alone the others. As soon as he entered the spatial seal, his surroundings abruptly turned completely white. He tried to extend his spiritual perception to the limits, but he was still unable to perceive anything at all. It was as if he was standing amid a barren land where he was the only man existent within this world. Luo Xianqing and the others had already vanished without a trace, as if they had not even been there in the first place. "This sure is a little unnerving," Zhang Xian thought with a frown as he slowly proceeded ahead. Shortly after, a mountain range appeared before his sight, after which he arrived before a waterfall with a lake at the bottom. The cascading water sounded deafening in the surroundings. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian's heart began beating in agitation. He had been there before. That was where he had first met Luo Ruoxin, the verdant mountains of the Huanyu mountain range. In this very place, he had witnessed countless spirit beasts gathering around the waterfall, and he had thought that they were intending to do Luo Ruoxin harm. So, he had charged forward in the hope of saving her. That was how they had first met. He quickly turned his gaze over to the waterfall, and a beautiful figure stood calmly over there. Just as always, she stood with an air of indifference, reminiscent of an inviolable lotus. It seemed as if there was nothing in this world that would be able to faze her. Ruoxin. This was not the first time they had met one another, but even so, Zhang Xian's heart still could not help but skip a beat as if it was the first time. He had thought that he would be able to meet Luo Ruoxin as soon as he came to the Sanctum of Sages, but as he came to learn more about their current situation, he felt more pressured. It was to the point where he was not sure how he could face her anymore. Even so, the yearning in his heart never died down even for a moment. On the contrary, it had only been growing stronger with time. No, this isn't real. This is just an illusion. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia endured his urge to charge over, and his breathing gradually calmed down as well. His mind had been confused for a moment, but as rationality slowly returned to him, he recalled that he was in the midst of finding the Dongshu gourd, and there was no way he could appear in the verdant mountain all of a sudden, let alone meet Luo Ruoxin. Even if it was not an illusory formation, it was likely to be some clever manipulation of folded space that allowed for the reflection of his memories. So, having calmed down, Xianxia was just about to advance forward when a sharp glint of light suddenly flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it sliced right across Luo Ruoxin's body, following which a young man with a vile look on his face appeared before Luo Ruoxin, and he uttered with a cold sneer, "You are my fiancé, but you fell in love with someone else. Since that's the case, why don't you just drop dead?" The young man had a demented look in his eyes, and his facial features were deeply reminiscent of Zhang Chun. But for some reason, the young man seemed to bear some resemblance to him too. The young prodigy of the Zhang clan, Xianxia, gritted his teeth in fury. How dare that bastard young prodigy of the Zhang clan make a move against Luo Ruoxin? He's courting death. Just as Xianxia was about to unseal his cultivation, the library of heaven's path in his mind jolted. For an instant, he felt as if a resounding bell had chimed right next to his ear, causing his body to stiffen in shock. He was forcefully jolted back to rationality, and he told himself it's just an illusion. It's just an illusion. At the same time, he drove his state of mind swiftly and re-entered the state of heart of tranquil water. When he looked over once more, the young prodigy had already disappeared, and Luo Ruoxin was nowhere to be seen. In fact, even the entire verdant mountain had vanished. Everything had returned to a completely white space. That was a close shave, Xianxia thought as cold sweat trickled down his body. Even though he knew that it was an illusion, he still could not help himself from making a move upon seeing Luo Ruoxin being injured. It seemed like the spatial seal did not just seek to confound. It intended to play on the emotions and feelings of others as well. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It's fortunate that I have the Library of Heaven's Path, or else I would have been jolted out like Luo Shenqing and the others. Just as he was about to proceed ahead once more, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him giving way, and he abruptly plummeted downward. The piercing whistling of the wind reverberated in his ears. When he lowered his head, he could see the earth accelerating toward him at a fearsome speed, and it seemed like he would collide anytime soon. He had suppressed his cultivation entirely, so his current strength was only at that of an ordinary human. If he fell from such a height, he would definitely lose his life. In response to the danger perceived, his Jinchi began jumping into action, attempting to push its way out of the seal so that he could break the fall. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. Xianxia suppressed his Jinchi with greater force as he slowly closed his eyes. If not for what he had experienced earlier, he surely would have succumbed. However, the previous experience had left him prepared for whatever was to come, so he was no longer as panicked or affected as before. If he really used his Jinchi, the spatial seal would immediately rebound against him, and that would cause him to get injured. Whew! As soon as his heart had returned to perfect calmness, the deafening whistling of the wind and the falling sensation disappeared without a trace. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself still standing amid the white space. Using space to conjure effects reminiscent of illusions, I have never really thought of that possibility before. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as he examined his surroundings once more. His comprehension of formations had reached the level of 8-star pinnacle, and he had learned the heavenly art of dimension unravel as well. Under normal circumstances, a folded space would not be able to trap him. However, this place was actually able to breach his mental fortitude without him sensing that anything was amiss. The means of the owner of the ancient domain were truly astounding. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia noted that the structure of the surrounding space was reminiscent of a beehive, consisting of small cubes placed together. However, unlike an ordinary beehive, the cubes were not stationary. Instead, they were flowing along with drifting water, forcing one to go along with its momentum and fall under its effects. Space is basically ripples moving at a frequency. As long as I can find the true nature of this space, I'll be able to manipulate it too, Xianxia thought as he went through what he had learned in the heavenly art of dimension unravel. Some time later, Xianxia's eyes lit up. I see. Through analyzing the structure of the space around him, the various parts of the heavenly art of dimension unravel that did not make sense to him previously suddenly made complete sense. Back when he cultivated the heavenly art of dimension unravel, his cultivation was still a little too low, making it highly difficult for him to comprehend the deeper nature of space. However, with his cultivation being raised to leaving aperture realm pinnacle, he was able to better analyze the space around him and advance his understanding of spatial laws to a higher level. Xianxia nodded in realization. It's no wonder this spatial seal is able to evoke illusions. Space can be formed using formations, and the inverse is true as well. So, naturally, it can be used to influence the thoughts of others as well. Formations could be used to set up space, and space could be set up as formation. Building on this, that would mean that it was possible to embed formations within space itself to make one see the things that they desired the most. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid gas, Xianxia's eyes glowed in excitement. Having comprehended this, my understanding of space should have reached the level of control. There were mainly 5 levels of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, namely compress, traverse, control, creation, and destruction. Compress allowed one to compress space and hasten one's movements. Traverse could be considered as a deepening of the concept of compress. Through a greater understanding of space, one would be able to execute movements reminiscent of teleportation, covering a distance of several hundred meters in an instant. One who had comprehended this realm would be able to breach the dominion of a phantasm space realm expert without being affected by the latter's control of space. Control referred to gaining the ability to manipulate space. Upon reaching this realm, folded space and the sort would no longer be able to trap one. In fact, one would even be able to tap into the strength harnessed within these spaces to suppress one's opponent. As for creation and destruction, Xianxia still had not managed to fully comprehend those two concepts. He could tell that the creator of this ancient domain had reached the level of creation at the very least, but for the time being, he still could not say for sure what creation, in terms of space, represented. Since I have managed to reach the 3-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, this spatial seal won't be able to trap me any longer. Xianxia chuckled inwardly. With his current comprehension of spatial laws, this beehive-like space was an enigma to him no more. Even the various formations embedded into the spatial seal that induced illusions in his head earlier also appeared clearly before his eyes, and he could destroy him on a whim. I should leave now. Xianxia drove his Jinqi and lightly waved his hand. Then he took a step forward, and the next moment he was standing right before the river. A lush green gourd floated right before him, emanating an overpowering aura. The river was a spirit vein, and the spiritual energy flowing through it was so concentrated that it felt almost tangible. The gourd was just hanging right beneath it, absorbing the spiritual energy as nutrition and growing slowly. Now I just have to pluck it and take it back. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If he wanted to level up, he just had to collect sufficient cultivation technique manuals and spirit stones. As valuable as the Dongshu gourd was, it was of very little use to him. It would be more worth it for him to use it to develop a good relationship with Luo Shenqing. As long as he could win Luo Xuanqing's goodwill and get him to speak up on his behalf later when vying for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage, everything would be worth the effort. Thus, he reached out to grab the Dongshu gourd. Even though he did not use any strength, with his comprehension of heavenly art of dimension unravel reaching 3-dan, his grasp easily caused the surrounding space to turn viscous. As if a fish trapped in a net, all escape routes for the gourd were sealed. Just as Xianxia's hand was just about to reach the gourd, the lush fruit suddenly woke up and began struggling. Kacha! The sealed space immediately broke, and Xianxia felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, threatening to grind his arm down to dust. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He quickly drove his Jinqi to form a massive barrier before him. With his enhanced comprehension of space, Even if he were to drive his Xianxia now, he would not suffer a rebound from the spatial seal. Pooh! The gourd hanging on the vine shook its bottom. Sila! The massive barrier was immediately torn apart as if it was a piece of paper. Xianxia hurriedly placed his hands up to guard against the attack. An intense pain assaulted his arm, and the next moment, he was smacked down onto the ground. With a pale face, Xianxia struggled to his feet. His entire arm had already gone numb from the impact, and his bones were creaking in protest, as if saying that they would shatter if they had to endure any more than that. Xianxia's physical body had currently reached a level of resilience on par with half-saint high-tier artifacts. Thus, he would not feel anything even if a saint intermediate-tier artifact tried to slice him. Yet, with a slight shake, the gourd was able to leave him in such pain. The strength of the gourd had far surpassed his imagination. Damn it! Xianxia quickly drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia to recuperate from his wounds as he glared at the gourd with reddened eyes. I don't believe that I won't be able to capture you. Taking in a deep breath, he flicked his wrist, and a sword appeared in his palm. With a slight flick, a burst of sword chi shot toward the gourd. The Lingshu sword. Considering how the Dongshu gourd could help one achieve a breakthrough to dimension-sundering realm, its tier was probably quite high. Having suffered against it a moment ago, Xianxia dared not take the gourd lightly, so he used his most powerful weapon right from the start. Tzzzzzzzz. As soon as the Lingshu sword appeared, the surrounding space immediately began distorting, seemingly ready to be torn apart at any moment. In the first place, folded spaces were not as stable as the spaces outside. On top of that, Xianxia had already comprehended the third dan of heavenly art of dimension unravel. Even if he could not rip the folded space open, it was not too difficult for him to create a distortion in it. Pooh! Watching as a burst of sword chi flew in its direction, the gourd shook its body once more, reminiscent of a large-bottomed individual flaunting their figure. Tzila! A powerful shockwave rippled from the gourd, halting the incoming sword chi in place, preventing it from moving even an inch closer. This! Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Even though he did not use the three swords of Lingshu, he had still harnessed its offensive sword quintessence in the attack. Not even a Saint 7 Dan Phantasm Space Realm primary stage expert would dare take the attack head-on. Yet, just by shaking its body, the gourd actually managed to neutralize his attack. Was it not a little too strong for a mere gourd? Knowing that he could not afford to hold back, Xianxia quickly whipped out 108 swords and commanded them to attack. Go! So, a barrage of sword chi instantaneously filled the area as the Xianxia in Xianxia was swiftly sapped dry. The 108 swords warped into flashes of cold light as they charged in the direction of the gourd. Pada! The gourd also seemed to sense the devastating might wielded in the move, and it shook its bottom even more joyously. Puha! Due to its excessively large movements, it dropped off the vine and flew over in Xianxia's direction. Boom, boom, boom! It clashed directly with the sword chi, sending ripples diffusing into the surroundings amid brilliant bursts of colorful light. As powerful as the sea-severing sword was, it seemed to be completely ineffective on the gourd. The sword's chi simply bounced off it without causing the slightest mark on its surface. Instead, the gourd was even able to speed up in the midst of those attacks, tiding across the entire barrage of attack in just an instant. It's actually so powerful? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Sea-severing sword was already his strongest move, and even Yuan Shao and the others would suffer a great deal if they were to take the attack head-on. Yet, it was actually so easily neutralized by the gourd. This was really inconceivable. Was it normal for gourds to be that powerful? However, the gourd also did not plan on allowing Xianxia any time to rest. Right after breaking through the sea-severing sword, it slammed its body forcefully toward his chest. After executing the three swords of Lingshu, the Xianxia in his body was already on the verge of running dry. Fortunately, with the recent breakthrough in his physical body cultivation and soul cultivation, he was not completely powerless without Xianxia anymore. Without any hesitation, he raised both of his palms while driving the Heaven's Path soul art to draw upon his soul energy to augment his defenses. Pong! The crisp sound of a shattering bone echoed clearly in the air. Xianxia's arm had fractured under the impact. His body was sent flying into the distance before crashing heavily onto the ground. This short encounter had caused several bones of his ribcage to shatter as well. Despite being a mere artifact, the fighting prowess of the Dongshu gourd was simply too powerful. If not for the sea-severing sword neutralizing a portion of the offense, that previous slam would have left him completely incapacitated. So, before Xianxia could climb up from the ground, the gourd shook a little in the air and charged toward him once more. This time, its movement was way faster than before, to the point where its figure was nothing more than a slight blur. It seemed as though it would not rest until it was able to smash him into his grave. Xianxia's face paled. In a frontal encounter, he was completely no match for the Dongshu gourd. On top of that, his Jinqi was completely expended at the moment, and he was severely injured as well. If he allowed the gourd's attack to fall on him, he really might just lose his life there and then. Spatial seal. Clone. Xianxia was not sure whether those outside were able to see what was happening within, but to prevent Luo Xianqing and the others from seeing his trump card, he still snapped his fingers to seal the surrounding space, preventing anyone from seeing what was within. At the same time, he released his clone. After cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art, the prowess of his clone had risen by leaps and bounds. Its fighting prowess was significantly higher than his, so it should at least be able to defend against the Dongshu gourd for some time. As soon as his clone appeared, Xianxia immediately filled him in on the situation through their telepathic connection, and the other party charged forward to engage the Dongshu gourd. However, as fast as his clone was, he was still lacking compared to the Dongshu gourd. Before he could even throw a punch, the latter was right before him. Pada! The Dongshu gourd crashed right into his clone's face, imprinting its shape onto his face. Screw you! Xianxia's clone immediately went berserk. How dare you hurt my handsome face? I'm going to kill you! Each time he was released from the myriad anthive nest, he would derive great joy from mocking his main body and flaunting his overwhelming strength. But this time, before he could say or achieve anything, he ended up being quashed by a mere gourd instead. This unprecedented humiliation left him feeling so angry that it felt as if he would explode from sheer rage. While roaring, the clone did not forget to throw a furious punch toward the Dongshu gourd too. Boom! It was a direct hit, but the clone felt a jolt run through his body instead. With quivering lips, he quickly turned to the main body and said, I can't defeat him. You should quickly run away. Even though his fighting prowess was far stronger than the real Xianxia's, it was still a huge way off from matching up to the gourd before him. Run away! Xianxia hesitated upon hearing those words. He was here to obtain the gourd for Luo Xianqing, and to run away after all the effort they had put into this mission was really a little hard to accept. If you aren't going to run, you can face that fellow yourself. I won't be accompanying you. Goodbye! The clone roared with gritted teeth. Under the furious onslaught of the gourd, his body already bore no semblance of a human anymore. Of course, you can still afford to hesitate when all you are doing is hiding behind my back. If you don't want to run away, why don't you try facing this monster of a gourd yourself? All right then. Xianxia nodded with a reddened face. He also knew that he would not be a match for the Dongshu gourd with his Jinqi sap dry at the moment, so without any hesitation, he waved his hand and withdrew his clone and all of the swords back into the myriad anthive nest and his storage ring respectively before fleeing back the way he had come. Kacha! However, it seemed like the Dongshu gourd still had no intention of letting him off. It charged over in his direction once more with the same astounding speed that was nigh impossible to dodge. So he had no choice but to reinforce his defenses and brace himself against the impact. Pa! He was sent flying once more, but fortunately, he had managed to retreat back to the area where the illusions were generated once more, and with a flash, his figure vanished from the spot. Before vanishing from the spot, Xianxia vaguely saw the gourd in the sky shaking its bottom triumphantly before leisurely made its way back to the vine and hanging itself back on it. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. Some time ago prior to Xianxia's fight with the Dongshu gourd, after seeing the young man off into the spatial seal, Luo Xianqing and the others could not help but pace around the area worriedly. Xianxia should be fine, right? Xianxia has a deep understanding of formations. Even though this isn't exactly a formation, it does bear some resemblance to one. I think he should be fine. As long as he can resist the urge to release his cultivation, he won't be affected by the rebound of the spatial seal. Even though these were the words that they spoke, uncertainty and apprehension still continued to plague their hearts. This was especially so for Luo Xianqing. He had paid a heavy price in order to obtain the Dongshu gourd, and if he could not touch it after all that, he would really be at a loss. Look, Xianxia is heading forward, Yuan Shao said. The crowd quickly turned their heads over and saw Zhang Xian slowly making his way over to the gourd in the sky. However, barely after taking 2 steps, he abruptly vanished from the spot. He must have cleared the illusions. Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up in agitation. However, just 2 breaths later, a figure suddenly flew out of the spatial seal, and with a resounding pong, it crashed into the ground just beside them, coughing huge mouthfuls of blood. Xianxia, horrified, the crowd hurriedly rushed toward him worriedly. I am fine. As he struggled to his feet, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had fled swiftly, decisively leaping out of the spatial seal. Otherwise, he could have died at the hands of that fellow. Looking at the severe wounds that Zhang Xian had sustained, Luo Xianqing could not help but ask, was Xianxia also evicted by the spatial seal? They had all been injured by the spatial seal due to them unintentionally exerting their strength while inside. Could it be that the young man had faced the same inside too? But his wounds appeared to be slightly different from the ones they had sustained though? That's not it. Zhang Xian shook his head. What happened? The intrigued Yuan Shao asked. Could it be that other than the spatial seal, there was still something else within the space that could hurt them? If that was really the case, they would have to proceed carefully. With a face filled with embarrassment, Zhang Xian scratched his head and said, attacked by a gourd. It was no wonder Zhang Xian would be so crestfallen by the matter. All along, he had performed splendidly before his future brother-in-law, even impressing the latter through the taming of the netherworld azure dragon beast. His image in the latter's heart should have been flawless and impeccable. But who would have thought that a mere gourd would undo all of his efforts at this critical juncture? It was one thing if he could not defeat a saint beast or an artifact, but for even a gourd hanging on a vine to pummel him to the point where he was forced to flee frantically as if a mischievous son being evicted out of his house. This must really be the greatest humiliation in his life. You were pummeled by a gourd? Luo Xianqing was startled for a moment before he finally understood what was going on. That means to say that, Xianxia, you have met the Dongshu gourd? So, that thing really exists and what we see isn't just an illusion. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. Due to Yun Lianhai saying that he could not sense the presence of a treasure, everyone's heart was left on an edge, fearing that their efforts had all gone to waste. Zhang Xian's reassurance made all of them heave a sigh of relief. Since it really existed, they still stood a chance then. Seeing the dejected look on Zhang Xian's face, Luo Xianqing patted his shoulders and consoled him. As an item that could help others comprehend the dimension-sundering realm, its fighting prowess is likely to be on par with Saint 8 Dan primary stage experts. As talented as you are, Xianxia, your cultivation is still only at Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, a great distance from it. It's only natural that you won't be a match for it. In fact, even I won't fare too well against it. Considering how the Dongshu gourd raised the chances of a cultivator achieving a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm by 50%, how could it possibly be anything ordinary? As long as one's strength was not on par, putting aside capturing it, even if one were to capture it, there was no way one would be able to assimilate it. It was only after hearing those words that Zhang Xian finally felt a little better inside. He turned to the crowd and said, I have already deciphered the crux to the spatial seal before us, and I'll bring you all to the gourd later on. However, I just want to warn all of you beforehand that the fellow is extremely violent, and there's a good chance that it'll make a move on us as soon as it sees us. So, I think you all should heal up first and condition your physical state to your peak. All right then. The crowd nodded before taking a seat. Xianxia took a seat as well. He opened up his acupoints and swiftly absorbed the spiritual energy in the surroundings, so as to replenish the jinqi that he had lost earlier and heal his wounds. Thanks to the concentrated spiritual energy that was present in the folded space, it took him less than 4 hours to recover completely. While reinforcing his cultivation, Xianxia began strategizing against the Dongshu gourd. That gourd is really a little too powerful. It won't be easy to deal with it even with our current forces. He had considered several ideas, but after some careful rumination, they did not seem to be feasible against the Dongshu gourd. Just as Luo Shenqing had said, that fellow was likely to possess fighting prowess on par with dimension-sundering realm primary stage experts, a level that was far beyond the current them. Unless he released Vicious Finger and head to collaborate with Luo Shenqing and the others. But of course, that would mean exposing Vicious existence, and for a master teacher to be rearing an otherworldly demon. If the matter got out, he would surely draw the wary gaze of the master teacher pavilion headquarters upon him, and there was a chance that his master teacher license might even be revoked. After quite some thought, Xianxia was still unable to think of any good ideas. In this moment, Luo Shenqing and the others suddenly stood up and said, "Let's head off." While they had sustained rather severe injuries from the earlier rebound of the spatial seal, after swallowing the recovery pill that Xianxia had given them and utilizing the various means they possessed, they had managed to mostly recover from their wounds. "Make sure to follow closely behind me. Don't even stray off by a single step," Xianxia instructed severely. Understanding the dangers that lay within the spatial seal, the others nodded. Xianxia swiftly sealed his cultivation before taking the lead into the seal. Having comprehended the 3-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, his grasp over space was stronger than ever. On top of that, he had already comprehended the secret of the spatial seal, so in truth, there was no longer any danger in here for him. In terms of absolute ability to manipulate space, Luo Shenqing was likely a little stronger than him, but within the spatial seal, Luo Shenqing would not even be able to come close to matching to him. With the prior experience of traveling through the spatial seal, the second attempt proceeded much smoother. It did not take too long for them to arrive in the vicinity of the river of spiritual energy, and they could clearly see the gourd hanging just beneath it. "It's the Dongshu gourd." Luo Xuanqing's body trembled in agitation. He could not see it clearly from afar, but now that he was already in its vicinity, he could see that it was the Dongshu gourd. If he could assimilate it into his body, his chances of achieving a breakthrough to dimension-sundering realm would be increased by 50%. "I don't think that I'll be of much help to you from this point onward, so I'll just wait for you here," Xianxia said. Unless he were utilized all of his trump cards, his actions would not mean much in comparison to the fighting prowess of the crowd. So, it did not matter whether he involved himself in the fight or not. "It's fine. You have already done enough." Luo Shenqing and the others were pumped up. "With our strength, we should be able to subdue it easily." Xianxia raised his clenched fist and gave a cheer of encouragement. "Good luck." 3 minutes later, the group was back outside the spatial seal, and Luo Shenqing and the others were lying on the ground with bruised, miserable faces. Their collaboration was superb, and every single move they utilized was well calculated to corner their opponent. Nevertheless, they were still no match for the gourd, and they ended up being viciously pummeled instead. This was especially so for Yuan Shao. His entire body was covered with round imprints of the Dongshu gourd. Yun Lianhai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Zhang Shi, why don't you bring the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast in? With it making a move, we should be able to destroy the Dongshu gourd easily." The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast possessed strength comparable to a Saint 8-dan Pinnacle expert, and even if the 4 of them collaborated with one another, they still would not be a match for it. With its help, they should be able to subdue the Dongshu gourd with ease. Xianxia was slightly troubled by that request. It was not that he did not want to do that, but it had not been long since he had constructed an awe-inspiring image before the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, and if he had to engage its help just to deal with a mere gourd now, his pride could not take it, Besides, the folded space seemed to be constructed in a manner that did not allow Saint 8 Dan experts to enter. Well, it might still be possible for him to bring the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast in if he were to first store the latter in his myriad anthive nest before letting it out, but such a course of action could possibly result in the folded space becoming unstable as well. If so, that would cause much more trouble than it was worth. While the crowd was still conflicted as to what they should do, Luo Xianqing suddenly gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Forget it. I'll use my bloodline ability then. I'll need you all to assist me later on." "You are going to use your bloodline ability?" Bai Hongyin frowned. "Are you certain? You'll have to rest for at least a month if you use it, and that might cause you to lag behind Zhang Chun. While activating the bloodline ability would briefly grant an offspring of a sage clan overwhelming fighting prowess, it would also put a great strain on their body. For this reason, they would only choose to resort to it in desperate situations. I know, but as long as I can capture it, I should be able to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan as soon as I recover after the month. This price is something that I can accept," Luo Xianqing replied. Given his current rate of cultivation, he would at least require a few more years or even a decade or two of effort before he would be ready to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. However, with the Dongshu Gourd, he should be able to succeed within just 3 months. So, resting for just a month was just a small price to pay. "I see." Bai Hongyin nodded. "Since you have made up your mind, let's do it." There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. It would be blind optimism if a person expected to lay his hands on a treasure without giving something in return. Prior to making the journey here, Luo Xianqing had already resolved himself to make sacrifices for this aim. Having come to a decision, they quickly scattered to recuperate from their injuries and condition themselves back to their peak state. 6 hours later, they stood before the Dongshu Gourd once more. "Hongyin, use your demonic tunes to interfere with its attacks. Yuan Shao, try to draw the Gourd's aggression upon you. Yun Lianhai, you will be going on the offensive alongside me. We only have one chance, so we have to succeed this time around," Luo Xianqing said solemnly. "All right," the crowd replied resoundingly. "Let's begin then," Luo Xianqing bellowed. The next moment, overwhelming energy began billowing intensely within Luo Xianqing's body, and it felt like his aura had been lit on fire, following which the space around him began to distort randomly. He took a step forward and raised his palm, and the space around the gourd seemed to instantaneously freeze in place. "Who?" Sensing hostility directed toward it, the gourd immediately charged out indignantly, wanting to strike down its enemy. However, the strength that Luo Xianqing wielded from activating his bloodline was simply too strong. Despite multiple attempts to dash out, the gourd was actually unable to break out of the confined space. Trying Ting. Trierianing Ting. The melody of a zither began playing. Bai Hongyin had started her performance. Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai also charged forward to make their moves. Watching the happenings, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. They should be able to succeed this time around. After activating his bloodline ability, Luo Xianqing's prowess had more than doubled, and his current strength was not any beneath that of a dimension-sundering realm expert. As expected, one of the top geniuses of the Luo clan, the rise in his fighting prowess from activating his bloodline ability was frightening. He had fought with Zhang Qian in the past, and he had seen the latter activating his Zhang clan bloodline ability as well. Even though Zhang Qian's strength did grow significantly upon the activation, it came nowhere close to comparing to this. It seemed the purer one's bloodline was, the more formidable the effects when one's bloodline ability was activated. While Zhang Qian was still deep in thought, the 4 experts had managed to suppress the Dongshu gourd to the ground, and they were kicking it furiously. Bai Hongyin even raised her zither and smashed it down on the gourd furiously. Under the crazed onslaught of the crowd, the gourd could only tremble fearfully on the ground, forming a miserable sight in contrast to the arrogance it had shown before. Recalling how badly he was pummeled previously, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction at that sight. "You sure acted smug just now, didn't you? Take this to your heart. Revenge is a dish best served cold. This is the price you have to pay for acting arrogantly before me. Let's see if you dare do something like that in the future." Knowing that the battle was as good as concluded, Xianxia turned his head over to the flowing river of spiritual energy in the sky. This proved that there was indeed a spirit vein within the valley at one point in time, but someone had dug it out from the ground to nourish the Dongshu gourd. On top of that, it had been used to sustain the folded space as well, so at this point in time it was already on the verge of drying up. What a pity! Xianxia sighed deeply. If the spirit vein had only been extracted from the ground not too long ago, the concentration of spiritual energy flowing within it would have been on par with pinnacle spirit stones. While there was still plenty of spiritual energy flowing within the river, the concentration had already dipped considerably. At this moment, its concentration was only equivalent to high-tier spirit stones, so it was not of much use to him anymore. Just as Xianxia was about to retract his gaze from the river, he suddenly caught sight of the vine hanging over it in his peripheral vision. This vine seems to be good stuff. It was roughly around the thickness of a finger, but its gleaming, jade-like exterior seemed to suggest that it was rich in spiritual energy. Previously, he had been paying so much attention to the Dongshu gourd that he had neglected it, but examining it intently with his eye of insight, he realized that the vine was actually incredibly resilient, and the concentration of spiritual energy within it was far purer than that of a concentrated high-tier spirit stone. Let me take a closer look. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he flew over with eyes gleaming in excitement. It did not take long before he was standing in front of the vine. The vine had a brilliant green color that was reminiscent of emerald, and it felt cold to the touch. It was hard to put a finger on the feeling that the vine gave him, but it felt like there were countless folded spaces packed densely within it, similar to a beehive. Xianxia blinked in surprise. He had felt such a sensation from the gourd as well. This should be what others called the power of dimension sundering, which was also what one had to comprehend in order to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. He had thought that such a power should only be existent in the gourd, but to think that the vine would carry traces of such power as well. Will I be able to assimilate it? Xianxia wondered as he touched it once more, and amid a cooling feeling that rippled through his body from his finger, a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia retracted his finger and took a few steps back away from the vine before immersing his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path to read the book. Kacha! Kacha! However, at this moment, a series of crisp echoes reminiscent of squeals of delight sounded from the vine, and it dashed straight for Xianxia. Alarmed, Xianxia raised his hand and grasped forward. Store! Who? In the blink of an eye, the vine was deposited into his storage ring.